Chapter 1. The Nature of Transmigration. Before a colossal wall-mounted LCD screen, a youth clad in black-rimmed glasses grasped a controller, fingers dancing across the buttons as he lamented. This unfortunate fellow, who shares my name and surname, is truly ill-fated. Even as a villain, must he meet such tragic ends along every conceivable route. The game developer must harbor a grudge against anyone named Chun. The boy deftly manipulated the controller, accessing the game's conclusion, delving into the retrospective of pathways to uncover the myriad demise scenarios of the antagonist. Plot 1. Yi Linshan acquires the Nine Heavens Immortal Pill and seizes the Zhu Xian Sword, slaying Chun Wujin during the Tianyuan Grand Competition. Consequently, the Chun family faces repercussions, banished to the abyssal demon continent. Plot 2. Bai Shaoqing falls in love with Yi Linshan, yet Chun Wujin's relentless interference breeds malice, compelling him to employ a seductive potion to coerce Bai Shaoqing into submission. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Shaoqing is the legitimate daughter of the most formidable sect in Tianyuan's central continent, and her protective barrier activates, reducing Chun Wujin to ashes. Plot 3. Chun Wujin, once a childhood friend of the unparalleled prodigy Hua Fei, turns adversary during the sect competition in Nandan High Continent. The two clash violently, and Chun Wujin, overwhelmed, suffers a crippling defeat, succumbing to a life of debauchery and ultimately perishing in a den of wine and women. Plot 99. Instigated by Yi Linshan, Chun Wujin provokes the third princess of the Dragon Blood dynasty, leading his family to execute him, hanging his remains as a public display of contrition to the princess. Plot 100. By a twist of fate, the holy maiden Dao Xuanji becomes Chun Wujin's fiancée, yet she harbors no desires for romance, solely aspiring to ascend to immortality. At the behest of Yi Linshan, on her wedding day, she personally slays her groom to validate her path in recompense to the Chun family. The sect bestows cultivation techniques and spirit stones, enabling the Chun family to produce a genius after a century. After counting to 100, the boy's eyes grew weary, and he felt disinclined to continue. He sighed, not a single survival ending in sight. With such a plethora of routes and methods of demise, the game planners must have hearts as dark as night. Sharing a name, the boy felt a peculiar kinship with the in-game Chun Wujin, compelled to voice his grievances on behalf of the character. Yawning while rubbing his dark-circled eyes, he declared, "If I were to transmigrate into this game, I would surely turn the tides, appending the entire narrative and delivering a sound thrashing to those despicable planners." Ha ha! As he spoke, he rose to his feet, arms stretching outwards, slightly swaying his head and neck. Crackle, crackle, crackle. A series of satisfying pops erupted from his spine, sending waves of comfort flooding his mind. Wait. His head spun dizzily. Could it be that he had risen too abruptly? Or perhaps the toll of sleepless nights spent in pursuit of immortality had finally caught up with him. The youth swayed unsteadily, darkness clouding his vision as the world around him began to whirl, accelerating uncontrollably. The sensation overwhelmed him in relentless waves, crashing upon his consciousness. Bang! Unable to withstand the onslaught, the boy collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Master, master, please do not frighten a Zhao. Wake up, wake up! A voice echoed in Chun Wujin's ears, tinged with a hint of weeping. Slowly, Chun Wujin opened his eyes, and the first sight that greeted him was a tear-streaked young girl. She appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, with a round face and a slightly pointed chin, reminiscent of an egg. Her eyes were misty and hazy, and she gently pushed herself with her hands. "Ah, young master, you have finally awakened," the little girl cried even more sorrowfully, wiping her continuously flowing tears with her sleeve. As a seasoned gamer, Chun Wujin found himself utterly defenseless against the charm of such a young girl. He extended his hand, intending to console her and urge her not to weep, but suddenly noticed his own arm was slender and fair, the fingers and palm appearing to have shrunk significantly. What on earth has happened to me? A question echoed in his mind, as if a switch had been flipped. Streams of information coalesced into new memories. Chun Wujin realized he had crossed over into another world. Not only that, but he had entered the realm of a game he had just completed, a cultivation adventure titled Dominate the World, and had become its most tragic character, the villainous young master. Chun Wujin that he was the very character he had previously mocked for his extravagant demise. "Oh heavens, are you jesting with me? I merely spoke of it, and you truly deliver such a beating." His sudden exclamation startled the little girl. She froze in place, her eyes forgetting to shed tears, fixating intently on Chun Wujin. Her lips moving in astonishment, the young master fell from a cliff and injured his head. Chen Wujin recalled the girl's name. Qing Zhao. He sat up, took her hand, and gazed at her earnestly. Do not cry, Qing Zhao. I am perfectly fine, quite healthy. Then Qing Zhao hesitated. I just stumbled, feeling a bit dazed, Chen Wujin replied nonchalantly. Qing Zhao nodded, seemingly understanding. Let us return home, Chen Wujin said, walking a short distance to pick a lightly floating blue flower from the grass. This was a gift he intended for Bai Shaoqing. It also marked the first event in the backstory of the villainous young master, the childhood encounter with a childhood friend. Bai Shaoqing had come from the distant Zhongzhou and would stay in the South Danhai continent for 7 years, embarking on her journey at the age of 15, gradually facing trials to return to Zhongzhou. Along the way, she would meet the protagonist, Yi Linchen, while he would become their stumbling block, ultimately meeting his demise, thus triggering the inevitable flag of destruction. Moreover, countless other bizarre flags of demise lingered in his mind. Any ordinary person would have surely discarded the blue flower and fled as far away as possible. Yet, Chen Wujin's thought process was anything but ordinary. He steadied himself, a smirk gracing his lips. What a challenging endeavor, how intriguing. I wager my reputation as a gaming master that I shall shatter this absurd flag of destruction. Furthermore, I shall live comfortably and savor this cultivation world. Ha 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 ha. With a hearty laugh, Chen Wujin quelled the shock of his transmigration and stepped onto the cloud carriage drawn by the colorful cloud steeds. The two cloud steeds possessed a remarkable intelligence, as if recognizing Chen Wujin and Qing Zhao, their eyes reflecting a hint of a guardian's concern for children. Once Chen Wujin and Qing Zhao settled in, one of the cloud steeds with a tuft of blue hair let out a loud snort. Ah! The cloud carriage suddenly ascended into the air, with its two colorful steeds galloping swiftly across the vibrant clouds, leaving the ground behind. In his youthful exuberance, Chen Wujin experienced the thrill of true flight for the first time, his eyes brimming with excitement as he occasionally plucked a fluffy white cloud to present to Qing Zhao. This one is splendid, and so is this one. Oh, this one is delightful. Chen Wujin joyfully gathered clouds, dewdrops, and the occasional delicate snowflake drifting by. Qing Zhao assisted him in this endeavor, as a gentle breeze caressed her cheeks, wiping away the traces of her tears. The turmoil within the young girl gradually dissipated. Gazing at the radiant smile of her young master, she felt an inexplicable warmth swell in her heart, and her reddened eyes no longer felt dry. Cradling a large bundle of clouds, she tilted her head towards her master and inquired, "What is so extraordinary about clouds? Has a young master truly lost his senses?" Engrossed in collecting the clouds and other materials, Chen Wujin paid no heed to her words, oblivious to the dazzling brilliance that shimmered in the depths of the forest below. This caused the figures lurking in the jungle to frown in frustration, as they could only watch helplessly as the colorful steeds soared like shooting stars, reaching the vast mountain range shrouded in a kaleidoscope of mist. Chapter 2. A bewitching presence. Come and gaze. Without needing an introduction from the young girl, memories surged forth in Chen Wujin's mind. This was the Yuling sect, one of the 3 dominant powers of the South Dahan Sea, associated with his parents. The sect's primary techniques and industries revolve around spirit beasts. Whether they were of the botanical, animal, or elemental variety, they could all be harnessed for their use. As he appeared before the mountain gate, he was suddenly greeted by the sight of a colossal gorilla leaping skyward. Its fur gleamed like polished steel, and a prominent, bushy beard adorned its face. With eyes as bright as copper bells, it scanned Chen Wujin, Qing Zhao, and the 2 colorful steeds. After a brief moment of scrutiny, it confirmed there was no threat and broke into a warm smile. "Little Jean, have you found something wonderful today?" "The agility of Elder Ape remains unmatched. Truly impressive," Chen Wujin replied, nodding in acknowledgement while revealing his pearly white tiger teeth and raising the azure flower in his hand. "I brought a gift for the young lady from the Bai family who has traveled from afar. That such a tender age. You already know how to win a girl's heart. I foresee you becoming quite the charming rogue in the future. Haha." The black-furred gorilla, Elder Ape, waved a massive hand, causing the mountain gate's barrier to reveal a translucent curtain that parted with a crack. "Go on in." "Thank you, Elder Ape. I shall return with some delicious fruits for you another day," Chen Wujin called out as he waved goodbye from within the cloud carriage. Upon entering the mountain gate, the colorful steeds flew to a noticeable flat area amidst the sprawling mountains. Chen Wujin grasped Qing Zhao's hand and leaped down from the cloud carriage. Only then did the hooves of the 2 colorful steeds touch the ground. One of the colorful steeds, distinguished by a tuft of blue fur, let out a cheerful hum, radiating a spectrum of colors. Subsequently, the reins automatically loosened, coiling around the cloud carriage, wrapping it tightly until it shrank to the size of an adult man's palm. Chun Wujin's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he exclaimed, "What kind of spell was that just now?" The blue-furred, colorful steed, lacking sufficient cultivation, could only shake its head in response, unable to articulate its thoughts. The young girl Qing Zhao explained her voice crisp and clear, "Young master, that is not magic, it is a restriction from the cloud platform carriage that indeed, it is quite the charm." Resembling an upgraded model toy, Chun Wujin remarked in a rather pompous tone, nodding as he reached out to grasp the shrunken cloud platform carriage. Suddenly, the cloud platform carriage soared towards the side of the shepherd's dwelling, into the open red-columned house with green tiles. Chun Wujin's gaze followed, and he noticed that the house bore elegantly inscribed golden characters with a hint of yellow. Object chamber. Estimating its area to be about half an acre. The walls of the house appeared as translucent crystal, occasionally shimmering with mysterious light. Inside, 9 layers of transparent cabinets were neatly arranged from top to bottom. The miniature cloud platform carriage automatically flew to the right section of the 5th layer, vehicle and carriage zone. Identical cloud platform carriages were lined up in 2 rows, totaling over 10 in number. Additionally, there were auspicious clouds, flying swords, gourds, and even exotic witch brooms. Chun Xiu was momentarily left astounded, his hands itching with excitement. Qing Zhao, quickly bring the clouds we just gathered. Beside him, the blue-maned, colorful cloud steed tilted its head in curiosity, its tail swishing back and forth, revealing its inner wonder. Today's little Jean seems different. From before, more adorable and understanding, yet strangely so. Why is he asking Qing Zhao to gather clouds? Qing Zhao grasped the blue and white wave pouch at her waist and pulled out large swathes of clouds. "Young master, where shall I place these?" "Just throw them at my feet," Chun Wujin replied, his attention still on the cloud platform carriage. Qing Zhao obediently nodded and scattered the white clouds, creating a soft blanket on the ground. Chun Wujin crouched down, scooping some clouds into his arms before standing and tossing them skyward. In the next instant, his hands danced in midair, moving with such incredible speed that he fully unleashed his cultivation at the mid-stage of the Qi refinement realm. Within moments, the white clouds transformed into a miniature 7-layered pagoda, the top of the pagoda. There was an opening perfectly sized to accommodate the root of a brilliant blue flower. Upon placing the blue flower inside, Chun Wujin chuckled with delight, holding the cloud pagoda adorned with the blue flower aloft, proclaiming, "Tada! Mission accomplished." This was not a whimsical act, but rather an instinctual endeavor of a gaming anime enthusiast, adept at building blocks, assembling Gundams, and excelling at technological crafts. "Is this a gift for the Bai family, sister?" Qing Zhao asked, her expressive eyes blinking with a hint of envy. "Indeed. Am I not quite the crafty one?" Chun Wujin laughed heartily. He approached the blue-maned, colorful cloud steed, showcasing the miniature pagoda with a grin. "Doesn't it look splendid, Blue Mane?" The steed snorted twice, a glimmer of disdain evident in its gaze. It exhaled a breath of spiritual energy, which formed into characters and inscribed upon the miniature pagoda. The pagoda shimmered with radiance, becoming exquisite and intricate, with brick patterns emerging and the eaves delineating more clearly. "What kind of magic is this?" Chun Wujin exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with wonder. The blue-maned, colorful cloud steed shook its head in silence, unable to articulate its thoughts. Seeing this, Qing Zhao smiled gently and responded, "Young master, this is the spirit language script. Do you not recognize it?" "I certainly do. This is none other than Chinese characters, quite familiar to me. Just now we had Ta Tower, and this one is Gun Building, and then Low Floor, and so on." Chun Wujin cheerfully sketched the strokes in the air. Lan Mao and Qing Zhao remained silent, their gazes upon him imbued with a peculiar curiosity, as if in unison they thought, "You may prattle on, but if I catch even half a word, I concede defeat." This was indeed the spirit language, a tangible manifestation of the supreme Tao. While the mere depiction of shapes bore little significance, the ability to outline them using spiritual energy, imbuing the spirit language with the essence of Tao, necessitated years of dedicated practice, complemented by extraordinary talent. A saying circulated in the Xintian realm: the stronger the individual, the more spirit language they command. Once one can recognize over 3,000 characters, they're almost guaranteed to become a formidable being. Chun Wujin, however, paid no heed to such trivialities. He instinctively summoned the spiritual energy within him and, referencing the Ta character sketched by Lam Miao's colorful steed, began to compare. It appeared no different from Chinese characters. With a thought guiding his fingers, his fingertips released azure, spiritual energy, gracefully inscribing the character Ta. As the character materialized, the inherent Tao essence stirred the surrounding spiritual energy, causing it to converge autonomously. Although his cultivation was still modest, resulting in a lesser accumulation of spiritual energy, the momentum and potential were unmistakable. Gently, Chen Wujin pushed, sending the character into the mini pagoda. Upon their union, the mini pagoda radiated a luminous aura of Tao, transforming into an astonishingly vivid entity, every detail meticulously outlined without omission. Window patterns, relief carvings, cloud engravings. Lan Mao stared wide-eyed, its mouth elongated into a rectangular shape, unable to close for an extended period. If it could speak, it would undoubtedly exclaim, "Old Shun, your son is a prodigy, come and see." Qing Zhao blinked rapidly, like a mischievous child at play. "Young master, you are merely at the qi refining stage. How could you possibly grasp the spirit language? What's the big deal? Even the blue-haired Steve can use characters as a human. Is it so astonishing that I can write?" Chen Wujin casually flicked his wrist, evidently unaware of his own talent. Stimulated, Lan Mao snorted softly. "I have cultivated for over 100 years, barely mastering 60 or 70 spirit language characters. This little brat, in the mid-qi refining stage, has only been training for just over 8 years since birth. How could he have learned this? Moreover, the Tao essence contained is remarkable. Truly, the heavens are unjust." It flicked its long eyelashes and swished its tail, half in jest, half in exasperation, across Chen Wujin's face. Suddenly, a shadow loomed before him, prompting Chen Wujin to close his eyes and raise his hand to shield himself. When the sensation on his arm dissipated, he opened his eyes, searching for the two colorful steeds. After glancing around, he found them nowhere in sight. They were spirit beasts that had attained the third layer of the golden core stage, just a step away from condensing their golden core. It was hardly surprising they possessed such abilities to soar and vanish. With a resigned touch to the faint blush on his forehead, Chen Wujin called out loudly to the shepherd within, "They don't even understand the essence of commercial flattery. It's utterly pointless." After a prolonged silence, Chen Wujin, feeling disheartened, waved his hand dismissively. I could see this moment. He could not enter the pastoral abode, for within it lay an expansive realm, intricate and vast once inside. It would be exceedingly difficult to find his way back. In a short span of time, soon, he was to meet the prodigious young lady Bai Xiaoqing, who hailed from Zhongzhou. This was of paramount importance. First impressions carry immense weight. Should he allow their relationship to devolve into something as dire as a game, it would signify the irrevocable failure of his aspirations, tipping the scales of fate against him. This simply would not do. I must meticulously address every potential sign of impending failure, reversing the course of destiny entirely. That is where the true intrigue lies. Chapter 3. The Arrival of Parents, a Mixed Doubles Encounter. The young girl Qing Zhao sidled up behind Chen Wujin, tugging at his sleeve while pointing towards the scattered white clouds in the distance. "Young master, shall we not collect those?" "Of course we shall. How could we possibly disregard them? We must not waste materials. Gather them all into your little pouch." As a true gaming aficionado, one of the most fundamental traits is an insatiable obsession with material collection, regardless of the utility of the materials. It is always prudent to accumulate them in one's inventory as a safeguard. Chen Wujin cast a sidelong glance at Qing Zhao's small pouch, inwardly lamenting, "Ah, is this not a spatial artifact? Why do I lack one?" As he reflected, the image of his irascible mother spouting vitriol surfaced in his mind. At that moment, she had pointed at his forehead, bellowing, "If you can misplace a Sumeru necklace, truly no one is safe. Henceforth, you are forbidden from carrying spatial equipment. All your belongings shall reside within Qing Zhao's pouch. It appears that I am frequently forgetful. Nevertheless, this is a rare opportunity. I have never encountered a genuine spatial artifact. I shall merely toy with it briefly before returning it to Qing Zhao." With thoughts swirling, Chen Wujin devised a satisfactory rationale and swiftly approached Qing Zhao's side, reaching out towards the pouch. Observing that Qing Zhao remained utterly unresponsive, a mischievous smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he felt a grip tighten around the nape of his neck, accompanied by a soft voice from behind, "Do not touch Qing Zhao's small pouch." In the next instant, a fierce gust of wind whipped around Chen Wujin. Thud! He collided with a crooked-neck willow tree 5 zhang away. The force was sufficient to incapacitate him. Yet the branches of the willow wove together to form a gentle net, dissipating the impact in a matter of moments. "Chuchuru, your throwing strength verges on murder." A male voice emerged from the willow. "Little Jean is our own flesh and blood." "Humph, the guests are nearly here, and I couldn't find him after searching for ages. Naturally, I was anxious. Yet, one cannot exert such force. If he hadn't caught it, he would have been laid up for a good 10 days to half a month. Knowing old Chun is around, nothing will happen. I merely intended to scare him a bit, so he might learn his lesson. I dare say little Jin's faults are all born of your scaring him. Such treatment from his own mother is truly unparalleled in this world. Chen Wujin was left dazed and confused, his mind buzzing with echoes of dialogue. After a considerable while, he regained his composure and steadied himself on the ground. Jokingly clasping his hands in a gesture of respect as he remarked, "I am deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance today, dear father. I shall surely repay this debt in the future." Upon concluding his words, he cast a sidelong glance at his mother. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance, exuding an ethereal grace that seemed to transcend the mortal realm. Any description associated with beauty could aptly apply to her, but only in moments of tranquility. Once she began to speak or move, however, a fierce aura would settle between her brows, as if a celestial being had transformed into a fearsome warrior from the depths of a blood-soaked battlefield. The contrast was undeniable. At that moment, any reasonable individual would recognize that provoking a powerful and volatile being was ill-advised, particularly when that being was one's own mother. Alas, it was unfortunate that Chen Wujin, an aficionado of gaming, harbored a penchant for courting disaster. His reckless pursuit of self-destruction was relentless, whether in games or in life. Testing the limits of both friend and foe until catastrophe ensued was merely his daily fare. As Chen Wujin's small eyes blinked, his lips made a delicate clicking sound. "Oh dear mother, lead the way, let me meet the young lady of the Bai family." Upon hearing this melodious yet sarcastic remark, his mother, who bore the character for gentle in her name, showed no trace of softness. She shrank down to a mere inch, swiftly darting behind Chen Wujin, raising her hand to deliver a swift chop. However, the crooked-necked willow tree extended its branches, obstructing the space between Chen Wujin and Chuchuru. In that critical moment, Qin Zhao, standing nearby, shouted with profound insight, "Young master has mastered the spirit language. His mind is now quite valuable." Upon hearing this, Chuchuru's fierce hand chop transformed back into a delicate, elegant hand as she brushed aside the obstructing willow branches, while gently tousling Chen Wujin's glossy, unruly hair. She cast a skeptical glance at Qin Zhao. "Is that true? You wouldn't be lying, would you?" The devilish smile in her eyes prompted Qin Zhao to shake his head vigorously like a rattled drum. "Absolutely true. Master Ma can attest to it." "Master Ma?" Qin Zhao quickly diverted attention, pointing towards Mushoju, where a striking blue-haired cloud steed was present. "That Estalon, it saw it too, so it must be authentic." A hazy figure stepped out from the willow, gradually solidifying, revealing the features of a refined middle-aged man. He wore a feathered crown and donned a silk scholar's robe that emanated a mysterious glow. His face radiated warmth and a gentle smile, with his eyes occasionally sparkling with divine light. "This is splendid. Little Jean is only 8 years old and has already mastered the spirit language. He is indeed a genius. This will greatly benefit the sect's recruitment," he exclaimed with delight. "What nonsense. We are still short on funds, with so many spirit beasts to feed and care for. It's quite a burden. Just look at the vast Yuling mountain range. There are at least 100,000 spirit beasts. But where are the people?" Chu Churu pointed her finger, sequentially indicating the 4 present, plus Chu Qingxi, who managed the sect's affairs. These 5 comprise the entire inner sect. "But there are still the outer sect members," someone interjected. "Those misfits can't even keep up with the spirit beasts. They're a burden." Chuchura waved her hand dismissively. Chen Wujin's father, wearing the feathered crown, forced a smile. "Regardless, our sect's offerings are strong. As long as we can defeat others, that's all that matters." "Nonsense. The offerings are just a bunch of gorillas, smelly bears, or white wolves. There isn't a single human among them. How do you expect to negotiate?" This was a conversation that could not be continued. 2 small children stood nearby, staring at him intently. "Must I continue to humble myself? What about my dignity as a father?" Chen's father was engulfed in a flurry of thoughts, his expression slightly darkening as he forcefully pulled Chu Churu into his embrace, casting a downward gaze upon her. "Guests are arriving soon. Hurry and prepare little Jean. My spiritual form requires a brief disconnection." Chuchuru's emotions became tumultuous, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Turning her head away, she softly murmured, "I understand." In the blink of an eye, her previous fierce demeanor transformed into that of a delicate younger sister. This sudden display of affection showered Chen Wujin with a sense of bewilderment. "Oh dear, are my parents so unabashed in this lifetime? Publicly setting such an example for the younger generation. Ahem, dear parents, please take your time to revel in each other's warmth. My eyes are feeling a bit sore. A tad stinging." I shall step away to wash them. Chen Wujin spoke with a tone full of mockery as he grasped Qin Zhao's small hand and dashed through the white jade archway opposite the pastoral abode. Hey, that rascal. Qin's father mused, casting a glance at his son's receding figure. Little Jean had unexpectedly become much more sensible. Could there be something peculiar at play? Meanwhile, his wife, Chu Churu, did not dwell on such thoughts. A blush adorned her cheeks, nearly causing her to overflow with emotion as she gazed at Qin's father, Yu Xuan. Could it be that little Jean has truly awakened? To such an inquiry from his wife, a husband could hardly admit, our son has issues, we must investigate thoroughly. He needed to soothe his wife's troubled heart. Churu, our son is truly remarkable. We should refrain from scolding him incessantly. At just 8 years old, he has already mastered the art of spiritual language, which is indeed extraordinary. We ought to promote this. It may well elevate the reputation of our sect. Chuchuru, with a clever smile, pointed toward the direction of Zhongzhou and added, yet that is not sufficient. Little Jean is a golden boy. I must help him find a few jade maidens. A few? Indeed. You see, our sect suffers from a dwindling population and struggles to recruit. I am contemplating a more direct solution. But he is only 8. Not too young. By 13, one can marry and bear children. No, wouldn't that mean establishing a harem? Chu Churu's tone suddenly rose sharply, a fierce glint appearing in her eyes as her fingers converged into a sharp hand gesture, poised against Qin Yushuan's abdomen. Qin Yushuan could only swallow the words that lingered in his throat. Chapter 4. A First Encounter. Spirit Control Sect, Reception Hall. The floor was adorned with spirit jade. The walls constructed of solid stone, the pillars made of dark wood, and luminous pearls hung from the ceiling. Qin Wujin sat quietly in the brown wooden armchair, growing increasingly impatient as time dragged on. He shifted restlessly, raising one side of his rear and then the other, occasionally assuming a suspended horse stance. Goodness. We agreed to meet at the exact hour of the Shin, and now they are a full 45 minutes late. How can they be so untrustworthy? Enough of the chatter. Sit still and cease your fidgeting. Chuchuru's avatar, formed from verdant leaves, occupied the head seat. Her temper was volatile. Her true self had departed a quarter of an hour ago, leaving the avatar to oversee her son. However, it was utterly unexpected for the formidable Spirit Master sect, a dominant force of the South Dongjai continent, to be treated with such disdain by the Bai family of Central Continent. Not to mention, she herself was in the mid-stage of the 6th realm of the infant transformation, coupled with her husband Qin Yushuan, who was in the early stage of the 7th realm of divine transformation. This formidable strength was not to be trifled with. No sovereign power would dare to offend them without a valid cause. What on earth could have transpired? After waiting another quarter of an hour, the Bai family still had not arrived. Qin Wujin could no longer endure his predicament. After what amounted to half an hour, which in modern terms translates to an hour, his patience had been exhausted. He rose to leave, yet was firmly held in place by the ethereal energy emanating from his mother's manifestation of Qingye. The guests had arrived, and it was imperative to make a good impression. Remember, the young girl from the Bai family is Bai Xiaoqing, one of the pivotal opportunities for our sect's rise to prominence, and also a potential future bride for you. This latter thought remained unspoken by Chu Churu, primarily because she deemed it unnecessary to burden the child with such notions. Should the child comprehend, it would be even more problematic. One might even need to resort to dubious methods of memory alteration. At the entrance of the reception hall, a broad expanse of auspicious clouds descended, forming a staircase of white mist. From it emerged an elderly man, slightly hunched, accompanied by a girl of exquisite beauty, clad in a simple black robe. The elderly man clasped his hands in apology, expressing his regrets for the delays caused by encountering several groups of miscreants along the way. With a wave of his hand, he conjured earthy, serpentine energy, gently placing 5 spatial artifacts on the square table beside the main seat. Among these were a purse, a backpack, a ring, and a belt, seemingly enhancing the credibility of his words. The elder guided the young girl to the center of the hall, presenting the items as treasures acquired during their journey, along with a special gift that would be personally delivered by my Xiaoqing. As he spoke, his brow suddenly furrowed and his eyes narrowed, revealing his realization that Chu Churu was not her true self. What was the Yuling sect implying? Xiaoqing is the legitimate daughter of the Bai family, and I am a wandering elder of the Bai clan. How dare they treat us with such disdain? A flicker of anger ignited within the elder. Yet mindful of the setting, he refrained from voicing any complaints, concealing his dissatisfaction. Nonetheless, he harbored increasing doubts about the Yuling sect as a suitable haven for Xiaoqing. The elder maintained a cordial demeanor, gently urging Bai Shaoqing forward with a look of encouragement, seemingly prompting her to present the gift and to be brave. No. This place is uninviting. The sect's barrier is guarded by a fearsome gorilla, and it reeks upon entry. Bai Shaoqing protested stubbornly, breaking free from the elder's grasp and darting to the side. As she moved, her form fluctuated between solidity and ethereality, revealing a shimmering, half-formed spirit snake of pristine white behind her. Gradually, it coalesced and shrank, settling on her shoulder like a delicate ornament. Aware of her words, Chuchuru, mindful of her seniority, chose to remain silent and discreetly signaled to Chen Wujin. Chen Wujin, however, paid no heed, as he was preoccupied with amusing the little white snake. This was, after all, the crux of what the young girl, Bai Shaoqing, truly cared about. Her little white snake was ailing and required healing. And the remedy resided within Chen Wujin's mind. The azure flower. According to the original narrative of the game, this flower was coveted by the antagonist Chen Wujin, who sought to conquer the Bai family girl, deliberately investigating and gathering it. However, upon acquiring it, he became distracted and lingered on a mountain peak, where he encountered the premeditated members of the elemental tribe. After they seized the azure flower, it was handed over to Yi Linshan, thus transforming the one who would heal the little white snake into Yi Linshan. This marked the initial encounter of childhood sweethearts, albeit with the protagonist having usurped the childhood companion of the antagonist. Chen Wujin chuckled softly to himself, contemplating, everything that is destined to be taken from me, I shall firmly hold on to. Moreover, with so many adorable Lolas around, is there truly anyone who could resist cherishing them? It is simply inconceivable. Such beauties. Even if nothing significant transpires in the future, it would still be delightful to have them as cherished little sisters to admire. Chen Wujin gently lifted the miniature pagoda, softly blowing upon the azure flowers atop it. An aroma imperceptible to ordinary beings was detected by the little white snake, which hissed and eagerly sprang up. Bai Shaoqing, quick of hand and eye, seized the little white snake, asking, Yunlinger, what troubles you? The white snake wriggled, vigorously shaking its head towards the azure flowers, hissing incessantly. It is unwell and requires this, it seemed to convey. Chen Wujin approached the little white snake, holding the miniature pagoda. How do you know Yunlingo is ill? Bai Shaoqing instinctively concealed the little snake behind her. The little white snake, impatient, hissed repeatedly. With a sense of helplessness, Bai Shaoqing took a few steps back, cradling the little white snake in her arms, gazing into its emerald eyes resembling grains of jade. You cannot consume anything from strangers, it could lead to trouble. Chen Wujin took a few steps closer, maintaining a safe distance of 2 paces, and cheerfully remarked, But I am not a stranger, dear Shaoqing. You have traveled a long way from Zhangzhou and should take a good rest. Later, you must savor the exquisite dishes of my spirit master sect. And as for the little white snake, Yunlinger, who is unwell, she certainly requires the special remedy. This discourse seemed rather innocuous to Bai Shaoqing, yet it resonated profoundly with the elder of the Bai family, Bai Muyang. It is indeed rare for an 8-year-old, even one who has begun to cultivate qi, to exhibit such eloquence and grace in speech. This suggests exceptional upbringing and a calm demeanor, both of which starkly contrast with the intelligence provided earlier. The intelligence from Lao Liao indicated that the Spirit Master sect was powerful yet lacked depth, its position as a dominant force rather precarious. Relying solely on the couple Chinchu to gather numerous spirit beasts and guests, with hardly any human presence within the sect, facing dual challenges of financial strain and recruitment. Chen Wujin was described as willful and unruly, often misbehaving even with his parents, yet he treated his maid Qi Xiao and Chu Qingxi with utmost kindness, perhaps hinting at an innate charm that should not be allowed to aid the young lady. Thus, during the journey, Bai Muyang devised a plan to make a brief visit to the Spirit Master sect, allowing Bai Shaoqing's similarly unruly nature to manifest, subsequently declining the sect's goodwill, and afterward offering an apology before proceeding to visit the other 2 dominant forces. However, the plan faltered, although Bai Shaoqing verbally rejected Chen Wujin. Her demeanor revealed a gradual relaxation of her guard. Her permission for the little white snake to feast upon the azure flower served as undeniable evidence. With the granted permission, the little white snake joyfully hissed, eagerly reaching out to bite the azure flower. Chen Wujin retracted his hand, which held a miniature pagoda, and smiled with a hint of playful mockery. The immediate effects of consuming it were rather lackluster. Thus, he began to intone softly, Life, 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 life. All eyes in the hall turned towards Chen Wujin, their emotions varying significantly. The guests were naturally tinged with curiosity and confusion. The matron at the head table recalled Qing Zhao's mention of the language of spirit words and sought answers with her gaze. In the corner, Qing Zhao, who had just brought a tray and was preparing to serve tea, received her cue and nodded reassuringly, indicating that the young master would be just fine. After a moment, Chen Wujin awkwardly smiled and said, "My apologies, my cultivation level is insufficient, and I cannot yet speak the laws effortlessly." He then extended a finger, releasing a cerulean aura, and inscribed the spirit word, life. The elder Bai Muyang nodded in admiration, declaring, "Madam is truly fortunate. Your son, at such a tender age, has already mastered the language of spirit words. His path of cultivation nearly leads to transformation." Laughter erupted as the matron, witnessing her son's promising talent, momentarily rejoiced, only to suddenly realize she should temper her exuberance, quickly stifling her laughter. Well, this lad just won't apply himself. Who knows if he can surpass his father? Bai Shaoqing gazed at the vibrant character for life, unable to resist reaching out to touch it, only to hear Chen Wujin interject, "Not so fast. It's not finished yet." With graceful movements, he continued to inscribe 3 additional characters: opportunity, flourishing. Together, these 4 characters formed the phrase vibrant life, the enhancement of which far surpassed the mere sum of its parts. The profound essence was almost unbelievable. Chu Churu was rendered speechless, her mouth agape. Is this truly Xiaojin? My son? Could he have been possessed by some ancient being? The corner of Bai Muyang's left eye twitched incessantly, as if it yearned to transform into a spirit and venture into the world alone. The phrase vibrant life infused the azure flower, which released an aroma perceptible to all, and merely inhaling it brought immense comfort. The little white snake could no longer contain itself, hissing as it lunged forth like a miniature missile, biting into the petal and beginning to nibble away. In a short while, the azure flower, brimming with boundless vitality, was completely consumed. The little white snake, still unsatisfied, turned its attention to the stem, but was swiftly lifted by Chen Wujin. "Do not be too greedy. Your body has just recovered. Consuming so much could lead to dire consequences." The hissing little white snake coiled around Chen Wujin's finger, writhing playfully. Chen Wujin interacted with it by flipping his palm. Bai Shaoqing, observing the small white snake crawling on the back of Chen Wujin's hand, hurried to intervene. "Yunlinger, you are my companion spirit beast. You cannot be so attached to others." Chen Wujin mischievously smiled and retreated, darting away. The two engaged in a playful chase within the reception hall. Qing Zhao, having finished serving tea, stood beside Chu Churu's ethereal form and remarked softly, "The young master remains my young master." Chu Churu heard this clearly and smiled knowingly. Indeed, marrying Qing Zhao would fortify little Jin's position within the household, making it difficult for other girls to bully him in the future. She patted Qing Zhao's hand with satisfaction and then turned her gaze towards Bai Muyang. Surely Elder Bai could sense the children's joy? However, there had been some impoliteness from Shaoqing earlier. Such behavior was merely the temperament of children. If my own child were to venture to Zhangzhou, it would be no different, just a matter of innate nature, not to be taken to heart. Bai Muyang, however, remained skeptical and wished to observe further. What if all this was merely a calculated act? Perhaps the spirit-taming sect sought to leverage the reputation of the Bai family's daughter. His thoughts raced, but he then heard Chu Churu speak with grace and poise. "By the way, Elder Bai, how does my little Jin's talent appear to you? Having witnessed it firsthand, I trust it will greatly aid Shaoqing on her journey home in 7 years." To see it with one's own eyes, such words encapsulated the essence, and to exaggerate slightly, it could be said that it was a pathway to the heavens, with ascension within reach. Bai Muyang nodded heavily. Suddenly, the ethereal form of Chu Churu dissipated, revealing her true self emerging from the void. This was a sign of her having reached the threshold of transformation, a manifestation of spatial mobility. She was openly raising the stakes, one dual transformation and a son destined for greatness. As long as Bai Muyang's wits were not dulled, he could only agree to stay. The other two dominant factions would merely become points of interest for future visits. Chu Churu secretly chuckled, her face radiating a warm, sunny smile. "Elder Bai, after your arduous journey, and considering Shaoqing is still a child, she must be hungry. It is well past mealtime, and I have prepared a feast. Let us dine while we converse." To agree was to stay, to decline was to depart. The choice lay before Bai Muyang, and any further reluctance could not simply be dismissed as the whims of a child. Having suffered injuries in his early years, falling to the 5th realm of the nascent soul, it was uncertain whether he could escape if the spirit-taming sect turned hostile. Thus, Bai Muyang laughed heartily, "Shaoqing, stop frolicking and quickly present your gift to Aunt Chu. Then we can savor the local delicacies of the spirit-taming sect from the southern Duntun Sea. Chapter 5, The Little Lowly, the Little White Snake, and the Little Fox. At the banquet, the table was adorned with shark fin, sea cucumber, fresh eel meat, coral seaweed, and crystal flowers, an abundant array of delectable dishes. The two children sat closely, preparing to exchange gifts. Qin Wujing placed his handcrafted miniature white cloud pagoda on the table, gesturing towards the remaining stem of the cerulean flower. Sister Bai, do not discard this little blossom. It will bloom again in due time. Bai Shaoqing nodded subtly, responding with a soft hum before retrieving a brocade box from her spatial necklace. I have brought only this gift. Is it for you or for Aunt Chu? The resplendent brocade box, a gift from the central continent, was clearly no ordinary item. It could either be a rare treasure or a divine artifact. Of course. It shall be entrusted to me, Qin Wujing swiftly replied, yet he hesitated to accept the brocade box right away. He feigned a smile, suggesting that it should be opened by his mother, as such a gesture was deemed more appropriate. The significance of etiquette cannot be overstated. His implication was that this was a cordial acknowledgement between two formidable factions, necessitating the presence of a person of considerable stature, which in this gathering was undoubtedly his mother. You have a thoughtful heart, Xiao Jin, Aunt Chu smiled, pausing slightly before producing another brocade box brimming with oceanic spiritual energy. I have also prepared a gift for Xiaoqing. This turn of events resulted in the spirit-taming sect presenting two gifts while the Bai family offered only one, which could be perceived as a slight. Bai Muyang could no longer conceal his reservations. Despite the tumult of other concerns in his mind, he refocused to engage in this minor exchange of gifts. Haha. Young Master Qin, there is no need for formality. The necessary etiquette must be upheld. I have long prepared a meeting gift for your esteemed sect. Bai Muyang chuckled softly, though internally he felt a pang of regret as he produced another brocade box. This was intended as a greeting for the second-largest sect of the southern Danhai continent, the Missing Moon sect. Yet he hastily repurposed it to address Qin Wujing's earlier remark. He cast a glance at Qin Wujing and then at Aunt Chu, inwardly cursing, "Little fox, mother fox," as he placed the brocade box on the banquet table. Subsequently, neither Aunt Chu nor Bai Muyang opened their respective brocade boxes. They accepted the gifts exchanged and raised their glasses in a toast. Aunt Chu smiled without speaking, her heart blossoming with joy. Xiaojin's mind is remarkably astute today. This was akin to trading his casually crafted miniature pagoda for a specially prepared greeting gift from the Bai family. Observing the twitching corner of old Bai's eye, she surmised that the brocade box he produced was likely intended for the other two dominant powers, the Bai Tao sect or the Missing Moon sect. Haha. What a fortunate bargain. While the spirit-taming sect reveled in this advantageous exchange, Bai Muyang felt a twinge of discomfort, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "Xiaoqing, why not open the brocade box in your hand for young Master Qin to see?" His intention was clear. The spirit-taming sect had gained a substantial advantage, and it was only fair that the Bai family's gift received its due recognition. Qin Wujing effortlessly discerned Bai Muyang's intentions, internally scoffing. Must one flaunt their generosity in front of others? This old man is rather scheming, adhering to the principle of seeing but not speaking. Qin Wujing turned his gaze toward his mother, only to find Chu Churu looking back at him. Their eyes met, and they silently exchanged an understanding smile, which further astonished Chu Churu. Something was amiss. Today, her little Jean was unusually astute and considerate, far too uncharacteristic, indicating that something was indeed wrong. Had there been any incidents since leaving the sect? She needed to inquire about Qing Zhao. Chu Churu refrained from directly using her spiritual sense to scan the surroundings, lest she disturb the guests. Instead, she discreetly searched with her eyes, glancing around several times without spotting Qing Zhao. Suddenly, her brow furrowed in realization. She chided herself for her oversight. Qing Zhao, the culinary master of the Yuling sect, was surely busy in the kitchen at this hour. Shaking her head, she redirected her focus to the small hands of Bai Shaoqing. Before her, the little hands opened a brocade box, from which emanated a swirling aura of spiritual energy and vibrant light. Streams of colorful brilliance shot forth in all directions, transforming into ethereal serpents and dragons that gracefully danced, illuminating the entire banquet hall. The small white snake coiled upon Bai Shaoqing's shoulder gazed at its kin, emitting joyful hisses. Its voice rang clearer than before, and its eyes sparkled like polished stars, signaling a slight recovery in health. Bai Shaoqing shared a symbiotic bond with the little white snake. She was the primary entity, while the snake served as the secondary. Their fates intertwined, influencing one another to varying degrees. She keenly felt the joy emanating from her companion. and the sorrow of leaving her homeland, along with the shadow of her spirit beast's illness, diminished significantly. Clapping her hands in delight, Bai Shaoqing watched the flowing spiritual energy of the dragons and serpents. With a radiant smile, she exclaimed, "What do you think? Our Bai family's gift is impressive, isn't it?" "Indeed, indeed. What treasures lie within? The spiritual energy is so abundant." "Do share, Sister Shaoqing," Chen Wujin replied with a nod and a cheerful smile. The little girl relished his words. With hands on her hips, she looked at Chen Wujin, cleared her throat, and proclaimed, "This item is the renowned Xianyuan eggstone, a specialty of the Xiantian waterfall in central continent, capable of stimulating spiritual energy and Dao intent. It would greatly benefit young Master Chen's cultivation," Bai Muyang added. "Especially in a confined space, its effects are even more pronounced." Having stumbled upon a treasure, Chen Wujin felt elated. Was this akin to receiving something for nothing? Regardless, he dismissed the thought, content in his joy. Chen Wujin's lips curled into a smile as he earnestly examined the contents of the brocade box. The suspended mysterious stone, shaped like a droplet, was a translucent azure, approximately the size of a thumb, perfect for crafting a pendant. His eyes sparkled like crescent moons as he let out a soft hum, leaning closer to Bai Shaoqing. In a gentle whisper, he said, "This miniature pagoda is handmade by me. If you like it, I can create many more for you. Anything you desire. Houses, gardens, flowers, trees, birds, beasts, and fish. There are no limits." Perhaps he was too close, or perhaps it was the ticklish sensation at her ear, but Bai Shaoqing's cheeks flushed a bright crimson. And her voice, barely above a whisper, replied, "MMM." This scene caught the old man, Bai Muyang, off guard, causing the corners of his eyes to twitch. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. After all, the two children were merely 8 years old. He felt discomfort and grievance. Turning his head away to devour the dishes, deliberately selecting the more expensive items that filled little of his stomach. Concepts of nascent souls and fasting, of celestial feasts and elixirs, seemed to mock him. It was just right that he had gone a month without food. He intended to reclaim all that he had missed through this meal. Meanwhile, the two children exchanged the brocade box in a daze, with Bai Shaoqing now cradling the miniature pagoda. Suddenly, a little white snake leaped onto the pinnacle of the pagoda, drooling around the stem of the azure flower. Its lively eyes seemingly urging, "Little flower, grow quickly." Chen Wujin gently patted the little white snake's head, tucking away the brocade box gifted by Bai Shaoqing. As he regaled the little girl and the white snake with stories and jokes, he deftly attended to their culinary needs. His knowledge of the dishes was extensive, occasionally mentioning their origins and peculiarities, embodying the demeanor of a miniature adult. This display of maturity once again astonished Bai Muyang. While simultaneously deepening his suspicions, such composure seemed too refined for a child. Surely the little fox must have received guidance from his parents. After all, old Liao's intelligence could not possibly be so wildly erroneous. Well, settling in here allows for a closer examination of what sort of person this young master of the Chen family truly is. Time serves as the ultimate arbiter. And with time, one's true nature will inevitably reveal itself. Bai Muyang nodded, and then raised his glass to toast with Chuchuru, drinking 7 cups in succession. Observing Chuchuru's evident lack of inebriation and her smiling demeanor, he inwardly scoffed. If she thinks to intoxicate me, she ought to consume fewer dishes. That is utterly futile. I am a man who has bested the legendary Taoist wine master of the central continent. Today, I shall indulge, shedding all restraint, and aim to recoup the worth of half a suspended Xian egg stone in a single sitting, driven by the instincts of a seasoned gamer seeking information. Chen Wujin kept a keen eye on Bai Shaoqing. She is among the principal characters to be courted in the game. According to the storyline, her character embodies the traits of a willful and capricious young lady, reminiscent of Chen Wujin's own disposition yet distinctly different. Marked by the unique pride of the Bai family from the central continent, she exhibits humility towards ordinary folk while being exceedingly fastidious and disdainful towards the second-generation cultivators, those affluent heirs of prominent cultivation sections. Consequently, in the original game narrative, their first encounter as childhood friends was far from pleasant. Nevertheless, through a twist of fate, she stubbornly remained at the spirit-taming sect. This serendipity was none other than the arrival of Yulinchin, who presented her with a bouquet of azure flowers, prompting her to tenaciously await that young man for 7 long years. Chen Wujin's eyes suddenly sparkled with mirth as he mused. Now, the one presenting the flowers is I. Surely the fate of that Yulinchin must change as a consequence. Whether for better or worse remains unanswered. Yet Chen Wujin is acutely aware that he has indeed played a trick on destiny, rather than harboring mutual disdain. He and Bai Shaoqing have instead nurtured the tender buds of friendship. Thus, in Chen Wujin's eyes, the little lowly Shaoqing becomes increasingly adorable. And even her occasional bouts of mischief only serve to accentuate her vivacity. A beautiful girl's slight caprice can indeed be a form of charm. Chen Wujin inwardly sighed, his expression beaming with joy. The two dignitaries, exchanging toasts, cast sidelong glances, fully aware of the children's antics. My son has a promising future. This daughter-in-law is half secured. Chuchuru's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Bai Mu Yang's gaze danced exuberantly, leaping with unrestrained delight. This expression was entirely genuine, not dissimilar to that of the old man in his youth. The little vixen was undoubtedly a flirt. His vigilance heightened once more. He occasionally stole glances at Chen Wujin, meticulously collecting and analyzing him from various angles. He did not expect to uncover Chen Wujin's secrets in just one or two encounters, but he believed time would reveal all. Chapter 6. The nemesis of the irritable matriarch. After the banquet concluded, Bai Mu Yang and Bai Shaoqing took residence in the Caixia courtyard. As they prepared to part, Chen Wujin waved and suggested, "Sister Shaoqing, perhaps we could let Grandpa Bai stay here while we take another room." His words trailed off, unable to articulate the remainder of his thought. Chen Wujin's throat seemed bound by an invisible restraint, rendering his vocal cords motionless. Bai Muyang's forehead appeared to sprout multiple dark lines as he silently ushered Bai Shaoqing into the depths of Caixia courtyard. Chu Churu wore a look of astonishment, at a loss for words. To everyone's surprise, Chen Wujin, breaking all norms, pressed his hand against his neck and continued, "Let us reside in a small courtyard together. My place is quite delightful. I can craft little trinkets for you every day. Truly, my skills in handiwork are exceptional." His words flowed forth like a relentless river, causing the veins on Bai Mu Yang's forehead to throb ominously. Just as the little girl Bai Shaoqing was about to turn back, Bai Mu Yang hastily waved his hand to manifest a barrier, severing the connection between the interior and exterior of Caixia courtyard. TCH. Just because today is not feasible does not imply tomorrow will be the same. There is ample time ahead. Chen Wujin scoffed as he turned to stride away. Suddenly, his mother, Chu Churu, grasped his ear, exclaiming, "At such a tender age, where have you learned such cunning tricks? Is it your father's escapades that have influenced you?" Such was her peculiar reasoning. Her father, why are you caught in the crossfire? I truly have no idea, he thought. Chen Wujin hurriedly shook his head, feigning ignorance as he said, "Mother, what are you talking about?" Humph. Chu Churu slapped his forehead with a resounding smack, insisting, "You must divulge the truth about your activities outside today." After an intense exchange of words, Chen Wujin finally confessed, nursing the small bump on his head as he returned to his residence, the Qingzhou courtyard. Is she truly not a stepmother? Her methods are rather harsh. After all, I am a prodigy now. Does she not fear injuring me? While he grumbled, he scanned the surroundings. The familiar figure of Qing Zhao was absent from the courtyard. Chen Wujin retreated to his room. Could she still be in the kitchen? Never mind. I shall sleep first. Lying on his bed, his thoughts drifted far and wide, his eyes seemingly piercing through the ethereal fabric of fate to glimpse the people and objects beyond the sect, searching for the elusive Yulinshan. At this moment, on a certain island in the South Danhai continent, the butterfly effect was at play. In the center of a hexagram formation sat a young boy with snow-white hair, his features presenting an absolute neutrality that obscured his gender. This was the 9-year-old Yulinshan, his attire flowing gracefully, moving as if stirred by an unseen wind, surrounded by an aura of 8-colored spiritual energy. Already having attained the pinnacle of qi refining, his vitality astonishingly abundant. Elder Yi Yongxing of the Elemental Clan proclaimed him an unprecedented genius, destined to lead the clan to renewed glory. However, today, the Elder's carefully devised first step had not succeeded. Without obtaining the life and death Thunder Flower, the young master could not approach the legitimate daughter of the Bai family. What are your subordinates doing? Have they languished for so many years without learning how to accomplish their tasks? After venting his frustrations, Yi Yongxing couldn't help but feel helpless. The members of the Elemental Clan must refrain from revealing their identities to evade the supreme enemy dwelling far within the celestial realm. He even dared not allow his kin to approach the small cliff on southern Dahan Sea, as the flowers that flourish there belong to the 3 dominant powers, allocated yearly in fixed quotas. Should any member of the Elemental Clan be captured, just one, it would likely alert the celestial adversaries, inevitably resulting in catastrophic consequences. The young master, however, was an exception. Yulinshan possessed an extraordinary bloodline, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone in the lower realm to recognize him as the ever-changing sacred body of the Elemental Clan. As long as he advanced to the Foundation establishment stage, The sacred body would stabilize temporarily, allowing him to traverse the mortal world. To this end, the Grand Elder devoted immense effort, deciphering the celestial mysteries, ultimately identifying the turning point in Shinwujing. By seizing that azure flower known as the thunder flower of life and death, the young master could draw closer to Bai Shaoqing. However, with the current plan in ruins, he was compelled to initiate a secondary strategy. In the expansive and inviting kitchen of the Spirit Control Mountain, everything was meticulously arranged. The knives had their designated area, while pots, bowls, and utensils were categorized and organized. A flurry of spirit-patterned monkeys chattered incessantly, yet their exchanges were meaningful, such as reminders from the head chef about the proper placement of knives or the arrangement of bowls and chopsticks according to their patterns, lest they become misplaced and difficult to find. 13-year-old Qing Zhao stood at the heart of the kitchen, occasionally glancing at those scrubbing pots, washing dishes, and sweeping the floors. The utmost priority in the kitchen was cleanliness, ensuring that any item could be located with precision, thus avoiding any delays, especially during the stir-frying process, where a mere second's hesitation could lead to a loss of flavor. Being a chef was a meticulous profession. One should not assume that their youthful status as monkeys would lower the standards I held. At the kitchen entrance stood Chu Churu, observing Qing Zhao, who appeared strikingly different from the world outside the kitchen, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. What a perfect daughter-in-law she was. As for the scale of matters, that was beyond her concern. As long as she was her daughter-in-law, that was sufficient. Her laughter resonated into the kitchen, momentarily halting the movements of the spirit-patterned monkeys. Qing Zhao let out a light snort, turning to face the entrance as she approached. Chu Chura raised her hand, waving from side to side. Qing Zhao, we have a slight issue. Bang. The kitchen door was firmly closed by Qing Zhao, and then the seal on the door illuminated, radiating a brilliant light as tiny tadpole-like spiritual characters crawled across the walls and windows of the kitchen. This was a seal with three primary functions: to reinforce the structure, to ensure absolute soundproofing, and to notify the sect leader. The first two were intended to prevent Chu Churu from acting out in a fit of rage, while the latter aimed to inform Chen Yushuan, for his sweet nothings were one of Chu Churu's nemesis. However, at that moment, Chen Yushuan was thousands of miles away, engrossed in a money-making scheme for the Spirit Master sect, his spirit form still lingering in the crooked neck willow tree before Mushoju. Undoubtedly, no one could impede Chu Churu now. Her temples throbbed, her spiritual energy surged violently, and her right fist clenched tightly at her waist, poised to strike the door. You mustn't make a move. A melodious voice resonated from all directions as thin layers of seals rose beneath Chu Churu's feet, constructing a formidable barrier. She cast a glance and pinpointed the source of the voice. What if I insist? In the dim twilight, a young girl clad in a pale yellow robe approached gracefully from a distance of over 10 paces, arriving in an instant to stand outside the kitchen's glow. The girl swept aside her long bangs and uttered lines reminiscent of a youth with an overactive imagination. Then you might meet your demise. Oh, why is that? Chuchuru arched her brows like swords, naturally continuing the dialogue. The girl formed a sword shape with her fingers, raising them before her. I have cultivated for a millennium, waiting for the right moment. In truth, she was merely 16 but enjoyed embellishing her age. What moment? Chuchuru was fully engaged, playing along with the girl. Indeed, this was the second great nemesis of Chu Churu's tempestuous temperament, the Spirit Master sect's steward, Chu Qingxi, indulging in her fantasies. With her fingertip pressing against Chu Churu's waist, Chu Qingxi turned her head toward the darkness, seemingly averse to the sight of bloodshed. You stand with your back to me. The outcome is already apparent. Do you truly believe the flaw you perceive is genuine? Chu Churu was entirely absorbed in the role, laughing heartily. Isn't it? Chu Qingxi countered defiantly. The two laughed like howling winds, sending the spirit beasts and small creatures of the wilderness scurrying away in fright. Suddenly, the kitchen door swung open abruptly. Qing Zhao looked at the two women, who appeared to be laughing like lunatics, with a perplexed expression. Her lips moved slightly, but Chu Churu swiftly covered her mouth. Qing Zhao, I beg you, say nothing, ask nothing. I've suddenly come to Kuei Shui and have a stomachache. I must take my leave. With that, the pinnacle master of the sixth realm, a half-step into divinity, Chu Churu employed her skill in spatial displacement, vanishing without a trace. All thoughts of her son's troubles were cast aside. In the vast forests of the Spirit Master mountain range, atop a low hill, Chu Churu nestled her legs together, pressing her forehead against her knees, curling up like an ostrich. It was unfortunate to be seen by anyone, but to be spotted by Qing Zhao was particularly distressing. Oh dear, what am I to do? For so many years, I have concealed my theatrical soul, ashamed, deeply ashamed. Speaking of which, at the entrance of the kitchen, our esteemed housekeeper of the Spirit Master sect remained unperturbed. Chu Qingxi, a true embodiment of youthful eccentricity, exhibited no awareness of her bizarre demeanor. In other words, her heart was utterly tranquil. With an elegant flick of her skirt, she turned 90 degrees and dispersed once more. The little monkeys have all departed. Qing Zhao. Come with me, I have something to say to you. What is it? The sect master has sent word, asking about your whereabouts earlier today, and what you and the young master were engaged in. Chapter 7. Was it possession? Beneath the nascent moonlight, the mountains and woods appeared vaguely ethereal, encircling the brightly lit kitchen. At the kitchen threshold, Chu Qingxi and Qing Zhao stood facing each other across the threshold. The girl, radiating an aura of youthful whimsy, gazed intently at Qing Zhao, anticipating the moment she would step out of the kitchen. Why was Qing Zhao so dramatically different inside the kitchen compared to outside? This remains one of the 7 unsolved mysteries of the Spirit Master sect. The concept of unsolved mysteries was introduced by Chu Qingxi herself, who fervently promoted it within the sect, captivating both the spirit beasts and their devotees. Qing Zhao was evidently aware of this, yet she herself could not fathom the reason. Within the kitchen, her demeanor was as placid as still water. As she stepped over the threshold, she spoke in a tone that hinted at desolation. It ultimately leads to no conclusion. Such inexplicable words are most likely to ignite the spirit of youthful eccentricity. To try something, anything, is surely better than doing nothing at all. Similarly perplexing, a simple act of stepping over the threshold was articulated as though it held great significance. Chu Qingxi's keen eyes sparkled with intent as she employed her early-stage foundational cultivation to execute a subtle form of ocular technique. The grand name of the technique, imbued with an air of mystery, simply translates in modern terms to slow-motion frame-by-frame playback. Subsequently, in her gaze, a series of images unfolded. Qing Zhao's expression transitioned from calm to slightly restrained, her once relaxed arms now folding neatly in front of her chest. The palpable pressure in her profound eyes suddenly dissipated without a trace. After witnessing this at least 100 times, I still gleaned nothing, my face aching. Chu Qingxi shook her head, no longer entangled in her thoughts. She reached out and rested her hand on the shoulder of Qing Zhao, and beneath their feet, vibrant crimson maple leaves swirled with ethereal energy. In an instant, they vanished, only to reappear at the Heart Inquiry platform. The Heart Inquiry platform sprawled over 2 to 3 acres, shaped in the form of the bagua. Its surface was intricately engraved with the 8 trigrams, Qian, Kuan, Kan, Li, Jin, Sun, Jin, and Dui, symbolizing the natural phenomena of heaven, earth, water, fire, thunder, wind, mountain, and marsh. At the very center lay a taiji diagram, where the intertwining black and white yin-yang fish gracefully converged. The black eye of the white fish and the white eye of the black fish each reflected a shimmering water mirror, positioned opposite one another, with Qing Zhao standing at the midpoint connecting the two. Do not be anxious, my dear. Uncle Chun is merely inquiring casually, Chu Qingxi assured with a gentle smile as she strolled towards a small pavilion beyond the taiji diagram. Qing Zhao responded with a soft though her body involuntarily trembled slightly. This was the sacred ground of the Spirit Master sect, often employed to assess the mental fortitude of disciples or the spiritual beasts of the sect. Standing at the center, where the 2 water mirrors intersected, she grasped the significance of the moment. She had yet to reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment and thus did not require a hard inquiry trial here. There was only one possibility. She needed to guard against any untruths during the forthcoming questioning. Could she still lie in the presence of Chen Yuxuan, the master of the 7th realm of transformation? She was uncertain, and further contemplation was futile, for at the center of the water mirror, the image of Chen Yuxuan began to coalesce. Qing Zhao, there is no need to fear. We are merely engaging in light conversation. Qing Zhao nodded obediently, yet her intertwined fingers betrayed the tension swirling within her heart. Chen Yuxuan appeared calm and composed, a gentle smile gracing his features. He reflected on the places visited during the day, particularly noting the events that transpired in the presence of Xiao Jin. Was the master suspecting that something was amiss with the young master? This was troubling. It recalled the incident at the small cliff when the young master had fallen and struck his head. Qing Zhao's mind involuntarily stirred with tumultuous thoughts as Qin Yuxuan, possessing profound cultivation and familiar with the geography of the Heart of Inquiry, swiftly grasped her concerns. Did Xiao Jin bump his head? What were his subsequent symptoms? Qin Yuxuan's expression turned serious. The flustered Qing Zhao gasped, feeling exposed in her emotional turmoil and worrying about the young master's injury. An orphan taken in by the spirit tamer's sect, she had been raised half as a servant and half as a daughter, harboring a deep fear of leaving the warmth of the sect. Earlier that day, a Zhao had accompanied the young master to the small cliff to collect the thunderflower of life and death. For reasons unknown, he had suddenly lost his footing and fallen. By the time they found the young master, he was already unconscious. The small cliff was not particularly high, and the grass below was the soft and tender mist spirit grass, unlikely to cause significant harm to the head. Qin Yuxuan seemed to speak to himself as he analyzed the situation before abruptly raising an eyebrow and inquiring, how long was he unconscious before waking up? Qin Yuxuan's speech quickened, deviating from the norm as he refrained from addressing Qin Wujin as Little Jean, sitting beside him on the stone bench of a small pavilion. Chu Qingxi slightly moved her ears and furrowed her brows. Uncle Qin harbors suspicions that Xiao Jin may have been possessed by another. Faced with one of the formidable rulers of the South Dahan Sea continent, it seems unlikely that such a fool would exist. This hints at a deeper conspiracy. But what could it be? Chu Qingxi secretly resolved to send out a portion of spirit beasts to investigate. As this matter pertains to the young master of the spirit tamer sect and allows for no margin of error, she gestured to release several trails of spiritual energy signals, then resumed her focused observation of the situation within the heart-seeking platform. Qing Zhao pondered the moment when Qin Wujin fell into unconsciousness, yet in her state of panic. The exact timing eluded her. In the water mirror, as they sat upon the stone bench, the weight of anticipation grew heavier. Perhaps today. Qing Zhao's voice interrupted their contemplation, her tone laced with uncertainty. He should have been unconscious for about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Are you certain? Not entirely sure. There may be a discrepancy of about a quarter of an hour, she timidly replied. The dark clouds that lingered between Qin Yuxuan's brows suddenly dispersed. Ha. Then there's nothing to worry about. Xiao Jin bears a seal that can resist possession for at least an hour. After uttering this statement, he was struck by a sudden doubt. If he has not been possessed, how could Xiao Jin suddenly become so intelligent? Today, the young master has also been rather peculiar, delighting in catching ordinary clouds, seemingly content merely with collecting them. A change in temperament for an 8-year-old may merely lack an opportunity. Since Xiao Jin's transformation today is a positive development, Uncle Qin, you need not fret excessively. Chu Qingxi swung one leg, her voice drifting from a distant pavilion. She is the chief steward of the spirit-taming sect, overseeing various prohibitions within the sect. To put it bluntly, within the spirit-taming sect, her combat prowess is elevated to a formidable level, and there is no doubt about it. She monitors both significant and trivial matters within the sect, thus acquiring first-hand information regarding Qin Wujin. Nevertheless, to the oddly behaving Chu Qingxi, today's Qin Wujin appeared entirely normal. Although Qing Zhao and Qin Yuxuan held a different opinion, and Chu Chiru, on a certain mountaintop, felt a sense of inferiority, she nevertheless defended Qin Wujin, who has not experienced an awakening. Some achieve it in their youth, others in their prime, and some even remain oblivious throughout their lives, living in a state worse than death. Such words, when spoken by her, always carried a hint of youthful bravado. Qin Yuxuan, however, remained unfazed, having long since grown accustomed to such matters. After careful consideration of Qing Zhao's report and Chu Qingxi's remarks, alongside the wealth of experience he had amassed over the years, he arrived at a definitive conclusion. Xiao Jin had not been possessed. He was still of the old Qin lineage. Far away, thousands of miles distant. He was unable to verify the status of his son personally. However, having heard the words of the two young ladies within the clan, his doubts significantly diminished, allowing him to focus earnestly on the lucrative endeavors planned for the next fortnight. Thus, the connection with the water mirror was severed, and the figure within the mirror dissipated, leaving only Qin Yuxuan's words lingering in the air. Today's events should not be disclosed to Chu Rou, lest she act recklessly. In this manner, the unaware Qin Wujin narrowly evaded a disastrous fate. On the following morning, Qin Wujin stretched lazily and sat up, taking his first thorough glance at his room. The antique wooden furniture exuded a tranquil aroma that soothed the spirit, and beside the bookcase stood a water mirror. Curiously, he approached and extended his finger to touch it. Indeed, it was water. What a fascinating principle. Gazing into the mirror's surface, the reflection was strikingly clear, akin to a 4K high-definition display. Qin Wujin chuckled softly, gazing intently at his reflection in the mirror. With a lustrous mane of black hair, he pondered whether he would face the specter of baldness by the age of 30. After a moment of self-deprecating humor, He dismissed any further scrutiny of his appearance, resolutely concluding that he was, in a word, handsome. As he strolled to the center of the room, Chen Wujing lifted his gaze towards the ceiling, where a vine of hanging lights gracefully swayed. This was a common method of illumination in the southern region of Danhezu. Chen Wujing released a wisp of spiritual energy, attempting to regulate the brightness and determine the timing for illuminating or extinguishing the hanging lantern vines. After several attempts, he grasped the technique, silently marveling. Isn't this the essence of smart home technology? Life in the realm of cultivation is indeed remarkably convenient. Stepping out of his humble abode, the daytime Qingzhou courtyard revealed its extraordinary charm. The courtyard boasted a pond, crystal clear to the bottom, adorned with colorful pebbles, where elusive, almost invisible mystical fish seemed to dwell. Surrounding it were lush, verdant bamboos, not merely ornamental but endowed with various functionalities such as attack and defense. Casting a glance at his surroundings, Chen realized he resided in the eastern wing of the courtyard, while the western wing remained unoccupied. As for Qing Zhao, she occupied the second room in the eastern wing. Since she was not in the courtyard, it was unlikely she was indulging in slumber. Among the entire Yiling sect, none were as industrious as Qing Zhao. She was responsible for the meals, catering not only to people but also to various spiritual beasts that had attained sentience, capable of human speech and possessing a preference for cooked food. Any spiritual beast fortunate enough to partake in Qing Zhao's culinary creations was invariably a formidable creature of the fourth realm, the golden core stage or higher. Even certain demon plants, though reluctant to assume human form, delighted in consuming the rich broth prepared by Qing Zhao, substituting it for their daily watering. Currently, it was the first quarter of the hour, still within breakfast time. Chen Wujing's eyes darted playfully. The adorable Qing Zhao, a diligent little girl, was undoubtedly busy with her tasks. Thus, he decided to seek out the charming Xiaoqing, intending to provide her with a thorough introduction to the Yiling sect. Indeed, I am quite the exemplary youth. In front of the Caixia courtyard, before the entrance of the courtyard, Chen Wujing assumed a robust stance, his hands resting upon his abdomen, and called out loudly, "Sister Xiaoqing, do not indulge in slumber. The plans of the day are determined in the morning." Once, no response came. 10 times, still no reply. After 100 attempts, he deemed it unseemly to persist. Resorting to a tactic of provocation, he declared, "I shall take you for breakfast. The meal prepared by Qing Zhao is delightful. Moreover, I wish to introduce you to her. She is both capable and amiable." Suddenly, the courtyard door swung open, and the magical barriers rippled. From within came the voice of Bai Mu Yang, aged yet robust. "Leave, leave, leave. Such a young lad with so many tricks. I have no fondness for you. Grandfather Bai, your disfavor matters not. I seek Sister Xiaoqing." "Who is your sister?" "Certainly not you." Inside the Caixia courtyard, Bai Mu Yang furrowed his brows and muttered softly, "Impudent boy." He glanced towards the closed door of Bai Xiaoqing's chamber, which was enveloped in a swirling mist, punctuated by occasional hissing sounds. Surely, Yunlinger's ailment had improved and perhaps even progressed. Xiaoqing and Yunlinger shared a symbiotic bond, and this was indeed an opportune moment for cultivation, which must not be squandered. Bai Mu Yang smirked, his gaze shifting back to Chen Wujing outside the barriers. "Today you shall depart. Return again tomorrow." Chapter 8. Bai Mu Yang schemes day after day. Chen Wujing's pursuit of Xiaoqing's affections remained unwavering. Each day at the first hour, he would appear punctually at the entrance of the Caixia courtyard, calling for at least a quarter of an hour. When his throat grew parched and his voice hoarse, Qing Zhao would finish her morning culinary duties, transitioning to her usual demeanor and present breakfast to Chen Wujing. Subsequently, he would immerse himself in the embrace of Qing Zhao, wondering about to gather inspiration. Ah, this boy truly possesses a cunning heart. He is quite clever, arriving at the appointed hour to call out, then quenching his thirst and partaking of breakfast before departing. He hardly disrupts his daily routine, playing and resting as he pleases. Am I enduring him, or is he enduring me? Bai Mu Yang sat cross-legged in meditation, suspended in midair within the Caixia courtyard, his gaze penetrating the barriers to observe Chen Wujing as he turned to leave. This lad indeed possessed extraordinary talent. Even in the central continent, he could carve a niche for himself. Yet, his disposition, Bai Mu Yang's self-reflection faltered, his brow furrowing one moment and blooming with cheer the next, fluctuating like the weather. After a prolonged silence, he sighed deeply. This mere 8-year-old child eludes my understanding. Is he perhaps a reincarnated being or a possessed ancient spirit? No, Bai Mu Yang dismissed the notion. The Spirit Master sect, though its rise was recent, stood as one of the three dominant powers of the southern Danai state. Qin Wujin, being the direct offspring of the sect master, could not possibly conceal his identity. Even if he were a reincarnated celestial being, the couple, known for their protective nature, would undoubtedly annihilate anyone who dared to usurp their biological son's essence without a moment's hesitation. Alas, it is perplexing. One can only attribute such behavior to an innate cunning, rather than wisdom. How despicable and morally corrupt. The incessant image of Qin Wujin's attentiveness towards Bai Shaoqing plagued Bai Mu Yang's mind. His eyes twitched uncontrollably, prompting him to forcibly channel his spiritual energy to regain composure. Putting aside thoughts of that scoundrel, he resolved to assist his great-granddaughter in analyzing the various forces within the South Dahensi region. As he spoke, a wave of spiritual energy emanated from him, delineating the essence of purity and chaos, with one rising and the other sinking, gradually coalescing into the topographical map of the South Dahensi continent. This revelation was not conjured from thin air. Rather, it was facilitated by a jade slip delivered by a little monkey at the behest of Chu Qingxi a few days prior. Bai Mu Yang had once been the pinnacle of the infant transformation realm. Though he had since fallen to the nascent soul stage, his divine consciousness remained formidable. In a mere span of days, he had committed to memory the vast topography of the South Dahensi continent and could manifest it with spiritual energy. Such exquisite mastery of spiritual technique was rare, even among those like Chu Churu, who had barely reached the half-step to the God transformation realm. As for Chen Yuxuan, at the God transformation stage, he was on an entirely different plane, rendering comparison unnecessary. The seventh realm, which begins the upper three realms, holds extraordinary significance and power. Bai Mu Yang's gaze, piercing as a torch, turned toward the easternmost expanse of the South Dahensi continent, where vast tracts of land and sea belonged to the ancient dominator, the Bai Tao sect. Under the manifestation of spiritual energy, this territory came to life, even simulating the shifts in weather. The Bai Tao sect's domain could be broadly categorized into three regions: the southern Dahensi, rich with untold treasures; the flourishing 9 bright moons along the eastern coast, specifically denoting the 9 cities of the Bai Tao sect; and the misty forest that leans toward the interior. The 9 bright moons symbolize the ascendant moon over the sea, illuminating the extreme east and controlling the most vital trade route of the South Dahensi continent. Despite the fact that even those at the chi refinement stage can roam freely in this world, such privilege belongs only to a select few among the great powers. The myriad of wanderers cannot afford such costs. They are compelled to traverse trade routes, the safest of which lies along the eastern coast, dominated by the 9 bright moons of the Bai Tao sect, known among wanderers as the Dragon King's Path. Conversely, there exists another secure trade route leading to other continents, governed by the second great dominator, the Ku sect, which employs unique Ku spirit ships for aerial transport. The former route offers greater freedom, while the latter is subject to the jurisdiction of the Ku sect, leading wanderers to choose according to their needs. Those lacking substantial treasures who seek expediency opt for the Ku spirit ships. Conversely, those fortunate enough to acquire valuable artifacts from certain ruins must embark on the Dragon King's path to reach other continents. Who knows, perhaps a century later, another formidable figure will emerge. Bai Mu Yang's gaze roamed over the topographical map, finally resting on the central region of the South Dahensi continent, the spirit-taming mountain range. The spirit-taming sect's rise amid the rivalry of the two great powers is no mere coincidence. The exceptional methods of Chen Chu and his wife enabled them to gather numerous spirit beasts and establish a spirit-taming mountain range in the heart of the spirit beast stronghold, the nameless Lian Mountain, which is nothing short of miraculous. However, their most significant criticism lies in their lack of successors. Firstly, it is said that the spirit-taming sect faces a crisis, with few humans willing to apprentice under them, particularly among the youth. Secondly, there is the matter of their biological son, Chen Wujin. After extensive investigation, it has been confirmed that he is indeed a prodigal scion. However, that was before a certain point in time. Although his actions may sometimes appear rather peculiar, they often yield unexpected results. Extraordinary deeds beget extraordinary outcomes. During the brief period of Bai Shaoqing's seclusion, Chen Wujin engaged in several noteworthy exploits. For instance, he ventured into the endless mountains of the spirit manipulation range to unearth materials, only to return and receive a sound beating from the anxious Chu Churu. He also traversed the outskirts of the misty forest to consort with a spider spirit transformed into a beautiful pipa player, acquiring the precious and delicate silk thread, only to be met with the furious wrath of Chu Churu upon his return. Furthermore, he journeyed to the largest trading market on the territory of the K-West sect. At Crescent Lake, where he fortuitously discovered saplings of demonic plants with the potential to transform into infant forms, subsequently attracting the attention of some ill-intentioned individuals. Chuchur summoned 10 spirit beasts of the infant transformation realm to assist in vanquishing the enemies alongside that second-rate sect, before taking Chen Wujin home and administering another thrashing. While this recounts only 3 incidents, in truth, Chen Wujin faced punishment on a daily basis throughout that fortnight. Chuchura could endure no more. That nearsighted second-rate sect had unwittingly drawn her ire, and thus, there were no further consequences. Feeling somewhat fatigued from his meditation, Bai Muyang descended to the ground to stretch his limbs, while simultaneously rubbing his aching lower back and lamenting, half dead, half dead, half dead. What nonsense is this? Such exaggeration in the reports. On that day, he was nearly vanquished by a peak expert of the infant transformation realm, yet the very next morning, he returned to knock on the door, brimming with vitality, indulging in food and merriment. Curse you, old Liao. Should I ever find you, I shall make you experience the sensation of having a fist the size of a sandbag lodged in your mouth. The thought of this peculiar source of information, old Liao, prompted by Mu Yang to shake his head vigorously. The elusive dragon, unseen and unheard, whose identity remains a mystery, always finds a way to deliver messages to him via jade slips. At times, the very monkeys delivering the intelligence are mere errand runners for the spirit manipulation sect. Though Bai Mu Yang cannot discern whether the monkeys are one or many, he can sense their presence through their eyes, always a few in number. They possess a unique flair for monetary gain, consistently rubbing their fingers together while delivering messages, accompanied by their chattering laughter. Initially, Bai Mu Yang was oblivious to the meaning of this gesture, only later to realize that the little monkeys were soliciting payment from him. Curiously, he once inquired of the monkey regarding the origin of such a humorous gesture, only to discover, as expected, that it was the infuriating Chen Wujin behind it all. Truly, his thoughts are thoroughly askew. It is said that he is already 8 years old, yet has yet to attain the consummation of the qi refinement stage. A significant disparity in cultivation indeed. Bai Mu Yang's assertion is not without reason. It is universally acknowledged that children can begin to comprehend principles at the age of 3. And by 6, they may embark on their spiritual cultivation. Delaying such endeavors until after the age of 7 is considered somewhat tardy. Indeed, most independent practitioners find themselves lagging. For elite sects, however, children initiate their qi refinement at the tender age of 6, with the attainment of 2 minor realms in a single year being a reliable and expedient approach, absent any extraordinary training. It is generally expected that the exceptional disciples of these sects reach the pinnacle of qi refinement by the age of 9, thereby preserving the sect's reputation. Suddenly, Bai Mu Yang's gaze sharpened. The little monkey's willingness to relay information for old Liao was pivotal, particularly given that the Yuling sect, despite being a dominant power, is remarkably impoverished. Thus, sect master Qin Yuxian is perennially engaged in endeavors to amass wealth, while the internal and external overseers, Chu Qingxi and Chu Chu Rou, turn a blind eye to his exploits. In light of this, the Yuling sect proves to be an unsuitable match. Their lack of financial resources may offer some assistance on Shaoqing's journey home 7 years hence, but what follows? It is prudent to prepare for contingencies. Firstly, one must explore alternative options for Shaoqing, seeking out other factions or hidden clans boasting prodigious youth. Secondly, a span of 1 or 2 years should be devoted to discerning whether Chen Wujin is indeed as inexhaustible as the abyss. Only then can the true Qilin child be identified as the optimal choice for Shaoqing. Should Chen Wujin be privy to the old man's thoughts, he would undoubtedly raise an eyebrow and smirk. You wish to raise the stakes, do you? Is this not the most challenging subplot of childhood sweethearts amidst a tempest of fate? I accept your challenge. Chapter 9. Destiny's subtle shift in proximity to the Yuling mountain range lies a city named Lingyuqing, with a permanent population of approximately 1 million. The city often sees high-ranking practitioners and shape-shifting spirit beasts traversing its streets, rendering it the largest trading hub within a 1,000-mile radius. On this day, in the year 30964 of the Xian Ling calendar, during early summer, a youth strolled through the city. This individual, possessing an exquisitely neutral countenance, exuded an aura both mundane and extraordinary, leaving a profound yet fleeting impression upon those who beheld him. He was none other than Yi Linchen, the bearer of the ever-changing sacred body. As he walked along the bustling streets, curiosity led him to gaze at the myriad of street vendors and the dazzling array of shops, eliciting a smile from his lips. The Grand Elder's words rang true. The world beyond was indeed more entertaining. Yet, amidst the amusement, he remained steadfast in his mission to await a certain individual within the city. This person's name was Chun Wu-jin, whom the Grand Elder had foretold would serve as a stepping stone for his ascent. However, the elusive threads of fate had shifted unexpectedly, and he could very well become a lifelong adversary. I must remain here for a month, engaging in close contact and subtle probing to discern what sets him apart, enabling him to sway destiny itself. Concurrently, I must showcase my talents before Baijia's noble daughter, by Shaoqing, redirecting the course of fate back to its intended path. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the misty forest, Chun Wu-jin was diligently gathering timber and clay blocks when suddenly, a wave of unease washed over him, prompting him to gaze skyward. Why did it feel as though he were being watched? This sensation seemed to arise from the depths of intuition, rather than from any physical presence trailing him. It was as if an event of significance was on the brink of unfolding. Qing Zhao, we've collected enough materials for today, let us return. Yet, they are not yet sorted, Qing Zhao replied, crouching down and deftly categorizing the materials with her small hands. That's why I sent you to the irritable matriarch to speak on my behalf. Surely, acquiring a spatial item for me would expedite matters. Upon hearing this, Qing Zhao pouted in response. Aunt Rose's decisions are immutable. You should consult Sister Qingxi instead. Why? Shouldn't I be seeking my father? Qing Zhao recalled Chu Churu's strict decree and quickly shook her head. It's nothing at all. Consulting me would be of no use. What was Qing Zhao so apprehensive about? It seemed there was something she was concealing from him. It pertained to the irritable matriarch and also involved the capable steward, Qingxi. It was unlikely he would elicit the truth through direct inquiry. Chun Wu-jin was perplexed. It was entirely understandable. He had not encountered Chu Qingxi for several days, and his memories of her lingered only as vague impressions in his mind. As someone who had traversed into this realm, his recollections required a specific trigger to fully awaken. For instance, it was only upon seeing Chu Qingxi that he would truly realize she embodied the traits of a whimsical individual, someone who could barely be considered a kindred spirit. Indeed, it had been quite some time since he had paid a visit to the esteemed steward of the Spirit Master sect, and a subtle smile played upon his lips. Chu Qingxi typically spent her days in the observation pavilion situated on the neighboring peak of the heart-searching platform. Although this was not the highest point of the Spirit Master sect, it offered the most expansive view. One did not need an exceptionally high level of cultivation to pierce through the layers of mist. It was ideally suited for someone at the golden core stage like Chu Qingxi. She found herself pondering how to make the observation pavilion more comfortable. A set of tables and chairs, perhaps a bit of tea, and some pastries would create a delightful ambience. Yet, the location's vast openness and the strong winds posed a challenge. She could not rely on spiritual energy to cast barriers every time she visited. Was planting a few trees nearby the answer? Chu Qingxi muttered to herself, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, just as fate would have it. Chun Wu-jin overheard her. Approaching her with measured steps, Chun Wu-jin clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, Sister Qingxi, it has been quite some time since we last met. What have you been occupied with lately? His words instantly bridged the gap between them. Chu Qingxi turned to him with a radiant smile and teased, You carry a hint of faint miasma. Have you been wandering in the misty forest again? Aren't you afraid Aunt Ro will give you a scolding? Upon seeing the youthful beauty of her delicate face, memories flooded Chun Wu-jin's mind, filled with the amusing anecdotes of her past. He concluded that while Chu Qingxi was meticulous in thought, she was indeed in the throes of a whimsical phase. Her words and actions distinctly different from those of ordinary individuals. Yet, at that moment, she appeared perfectly normal, exchanging casual greetings. The suspense lay in when she would next reveal her true colors. After Chun Wu-jin brushed off the miasma clinging to him with his sleeve, he smiled and remarked, I see you can't discern it now. Thank you for the reminder, sister. Qing Zhao followed closely behind Chun Wu-jin, waving her hand at Chu Qingxi and mouthing a greeting. This girl is entirely different from the person she is in the kitchen. Chu Qingxi shook her head, her gaze shifting to Chun Wu-jin's face, and with a mischievous grin. She said, Then you must show your gratitude. Show gratitude for what? Do you mean money? In this realm, currency is not gold, silver, or copper, but spirit stones. All treasures of heaven and earth, divine weapons, and mystical techniques can generally be exchanged for spirit stones. The classification of spirit stones is quite distinct. Inferior spirit stones are large and cumbersome, containing little spiritual energy and abundant impurities, thus seldom used directly. Medium spirit stones, refined or processed, are about the size of a thumb and contain a moderate amount of spiritual energy, commonly used by wandering cultivators and disciples of significant factions. Superior spirit stones maintain their size but are rich in spiritual energy, with an exchange ratio to medium spirit stones of approximately 1:100, typically fluctuating by 10 to 30 based on regional variations. As for top-grade spirit stones, their primary distinction lies not in the spiritual energy content, but in the profound Tao rhythm they encompass, possessing numerous extraordinary properties. They are roughly equivalent to gold in a low martial world, considered luxury items and seldom used in everyday transactions. Qin Wujin, with a wistful expression, retrieved 2 medium-grade spiritual stones, giving them a gentle shake before tucking them back into his pocket. Sister Qingxi surely does not lack for pocket money. I shall create a small trinket for you. Who claims to be devoid of spiritual stones? Within the Yuling sect, from the esteemed leader to the humble servants, is there anyone who does not yearn for spiritual stones? If an abundance of spiritual stones truly existed, how could it be that the vast inner sect is devoid of disciples in any significant sense? Contemplating these thoughts, Chu Qingxi's face clouded with melancholy as she reached up to touch her cheek. Qin Wujin approached her, tilting his head upwards. From this angle, the girl's chin appeared exquisitely delicate, the curve enchanting. The hazy twilight resembled a brush, outlining the contours of the girl, evoking a multitude of adjectives that could be crudely summarized as breathtakingly beautiful. After all, Qin Wujin's soul had long matured. He found warmth and charm in the innocence of youthful girls, adopting a mindset of both admiration and protection. Yet, the stunningly whimsical girl, steeped in youthful fantasy, stirred his heart with eagerness. In his recollection, the character Chu Qingxi had limited screen time in the game, but he firmly believed that any girl who entered his field of vision could be won over with genuine effort. Qin Wujin commenced his endeavor with sweet words, "Sister Qingxi." Suddenly, a delicate finger pressed against Qin Wujin's lips, and waves of spiritual energy surged around him, rendering him immobile. Chu Qingxi smiled gently. "Xiao Jin, as the chief steward of the sect, it is quite customary for me to requisition your spirit stones, is it not?" Qin Wujin was at a loss for words. She reached into Qin Wujin's pocket, rummaging for a moment before withdrawing her hand. Tossing 5 mid-grade spirit stones into the air, Chu Qingxi smiled with a hint of mischief, exclaiming, the quality is rather decent." After catching the 5 mid-grade spirit stones, she lightly tapped her forehead, recalling, "How forgetful of me. I arranged a business meeting today at Taihe Building in Linyu City. These mid-grade spirit stones will serve perfectly to settle the bill." Pausing momentarily, she affectionately ruffled Qin Wujin's hair, saying with sincerity, "Little Jean has grown up, becoming thoughtful and understanding of the sect's needs, truly worthy of being the young lord." With that, Chu Qingxi transformed into a fleeting silhouette, soaring toward the horizon. As the restrictions on her lifted, Qin Wujin pouted, rummaging through his pocket only to find it empty. "A devoted admirer ends up with nothing," he mused. "My lord, what did you say?" Qing Zhao giggled, covering her mouth. "Nothing," Qin Wujin replied with a roll of his eyes, turning his gaze toward the direction in which Chu Qingxi had vanished. Suddenly, the cold voice of the steward of the spirit control sect drifted from afar. "I also trouble little Jean and Qing Zhao with the pavilion matter. Remember, it should shield from the wind without obstructing the view." Hearing those words, Qin Wujin's face twitched. How brazen. Does he truly believe I am a mere sycophant? Humph. As long as there are enough women around me, I shall not be a sycophant, but the sovereign of a harem. I shall seek Sister Xiaoqing shortly. Qin Wujin gestured mockingly at the sky. Standing beside Qin Wujin, Qing Zhao tilted her head and inquired, "My lord, what shall we do now?" Qin Wujin turned around, tiptoed, and gently brushed the delicate nose of Qing Zhao. "Little Zhao, come assist me. Let us swiftly arrange the pavilion before we head to the Kaixia courtyard. The young master is younger than you." Qing Zhao suddenly felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks, lowering her head and murmuring in response. Strange materials were handed to Qin Wujin, who, like a child playing with building blocks, crafted peculiar architectural models and inscribed them with corresponding incantations. In about a quarter of an hour, the appearance of the lookout pavilion transformed dramatically, featuring restful hammocks, transparent windbreaks, and rudimentary telescopes for passing time. Qin Wujin and Lian Yijiohong exchanged a high five, and then the two ascended upon a cloud, soaring towards the colorful mist courtyard. Chapter 10. With the old man absent, an excellent opportunity arises. At the entrance of the colorful mist courtyard, Qin Wujin dismounted with a graceful bend at the waist and called out loudly, "Sister Xiaoqing, it has been many days since we last met, akin to 3 autumns apart. When will you conclude your seclusion?" I shall take you to wander through the spirit-taming sect. He repeated this an endless number of times. Once, twice, 10 times, 20 times. Nearby, Qing Zhao stood at a distance, appearing as though she wished to speak yet hesitated. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Wujin immediately inquired, Qing Zhao, have you discovered something? Is there anything you wish to convey? At the entrance of the Kai Xia courtyard, there were footprints leading inward, indicating that they had most likely departed. Qing Zhao, appearing somewhat bashful, pointed them out. Why did you not mention this sooner? I intended to, but you, young master, are rather quick with your words and have already called out. Implicitly, was it my fault then? It pains me, a futile exertion, and yet it thwarted an opportunity. Chen Wujin shook his head gently and said, Qing Zhao, feel free to speak your mind. There is no need for formality when addressing the young master. It's perfectly acceptable. He chuckled heartily, masking his inner embarrassment, and then turned to stand beside Qing Zhao. Together, they stepped onto the auspicious clouds, soaring into the sky. It was then that they noticed a distant black dot approaching steadily and swiftly, drawing nearer until it soon stood before them. Upon the clouds stood two figures, Chuchuru and Bai Shaoqing. With the old man Bai absent, a golden opportunity had arisen. Chen Wujin deliberately curled his lips, skillfully leveraging his youthful advantage. Mother, have you taken my little sister Shaoqing to visit our spirit control sect? He teased, the impudent boy blaming himself for his own mischief. If it weren't for the presence of guests, I would show you a lesson. Chuchuru subtly nodded, betraying no hint of irritation. Little Jean, your voice carries rather loudly. Even from a distance, it's quite audible. Even a boy should feel a bit embarrassed. If action was not an option, then sharp words would suffice. Such verbal jabs could only be understood implicitly, and Chen Wujin grasped this, yet he refrained from engaging. He turned his head coolly, directing his gaze away from his mother to his sister. Today, Shaoqing, the adorable little girl, donned a flowing white dress, her hair styled into two playful ponytails. Her face remained as charming as ever, and though the petite white snake resting on her shoulder had not changed in size, its eyes sparkled with a captivating essence. It flicked its tongue at Chen Wujin in a friendly manner, bouncy and endearing, with a round and spirited demeanor. She was destined to blossom into an unparalleled beauty in the years to come. Chen Wujin nodded imperceptibly and approached the edge of the auspicious clouds. Is Miss Shaoqing free this evening? Bai Shaoqing, naive to the ways of the world, pouted slightly as she gazed at the sky, her tone uncertain. I suppose not. At this moment, it was crucial. She was clearly torn between the childlike desire to frolic and the insecurity of being in an unfamiliar place. Chuchuru discerned the subtle turmoil within the young girl and gently nudged the situation along. Shaoqing, you have been with our spirit control sect for quite some time now without venturing out to play. Since you finally emerged from seclusion, it is indeed time for some relaxation and a harmonious balance of work and leisure. After a brief pause, Chuchuru raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Wujin before continuing. It is still well before the hour of shun. Let Xiao Jin and Qing Zhao accompany you to Linyu City for dinner at Taya Tower. That glance seemed to imply I should be grateful for my mother's subtle encouragement. The issue, however, was the looming crisis. Taya Tower served exquisite delicacies with ingredients beneficial for cultivation, and the average expenditure was roughly equivalent to one mouthful for a mid-grade spirit stone. Chen Wujin's little treasure trove had just been emptied, and he certainly could not afford to put on a brave front. Leaping onto this auspicious cloud, he gestured for Chuchura to lower her head. Seemingly aware of his intent, Chuchura spread her hands and shook her head resolutely. There was no money to be had, and she would not part with her life. Regardless, she could only assist him to this extent. Observing her unwavering and destitute demeanor, Chen Wujin's mind sparked with a clever idea. Mother, I have only lent my mid-grade spirit stones to Sister Qingxi. Could you lend me a few? You can settle the debt directly with her later, by eliminating the middleman. The arrangement would be much more comfortable. Chuchuru, skeptical of Chen Wujin's recent cunning demeanor, turned to Qing Zhao, just as Qing Zhao was about to speak. She noticed Chen Wujin's hands behind his back, clasped in a gesture of entreaty, seemingly pleading with her. Young master, madam, Sister Qingxi. Three faces swirled in Qing Zhao's mind, leaving her somewhat dazed. She finally replied, Sister Qingxi indeed borrowed 5 mid-grade spirit stones from the young master. 5. When had Jean accumulated such a substantial sum? The thought flashed through Chuchuru's mind, and she felt a flush rise to her cheeks, self-mockingly reflecting, look at this. One of the 3 dominant powers of the South Danhezu, reduced to utter poverty, even sending their spirit beasts out to earn extra coins. In her mind, her little abacus clicked rapidly, calculating. All three were merely children. A meal at Taya Tower would cost 2 mid-grade spirit stones, and a shopping spree would not exceed 1 stone. Thus, with 2 stones remaining, as long as I reclaimed them from Qingxi, there would be no problem. Seeing Chu Chura deep in thought, a smile flickered in Chun Wujin's eyes. He had successfully baited her. He deliberately shook his head and said apologetically, "Sister Xiaoqing, it seems today is not fortuitous. I will have to treat you to Taihe Tower another time." Having spoken, Chun Wujin leapt back onto his own auspicious cloud. His words and actions were consistent, lending him great credibility. With the allure of 2 mid-grade spirit stones before her, Chuchuru no longer hesitated and decisively declared, "3 mid-grade spirit stones are yours, and I shall take on the debt owed to you by that girl Qingxi." Chun Wujin stifled his laughter, feigning a look of having suffered a significant loss, and reluctantly nodded. Chuchura beamed, her demeanor warm and kind, as she utilized her spiritual energy to escort Bai Xiaoqing onto the cloud beside Chun Wujin. She certainly did not wish for the Bai family's spirited girl to be as mischievous as her own son, leaping between the 2 clouds. After clapping her hands, Chuchura began to anticipate the moment she would confront Chu Qingxi to settle accounts the following day. She mounted her cloud and took flight, leaving behind her voice to linger in the air. With a few more passengers, the cloud should not travel too swiftly. Safety comes first. Aside from this audible caution for all to hear, she also deliberately conveyed a message to Chun Wujin. Spirit stones are but external possessions in times like these. Their absence is indeed felt. Consider it a lesson for my son, beneficial for his growth. Do not harbor resentment, dear child. Mother acts for your own good. And you too act for Mother's benefit, right? Next time you encounter such muddled affairs, you should know better than to engage. Though inwardly chuckling with satisfaction, Chun Wujin's brows gradually furrowed. His mother, with her meticulous scheming and earnest counsel, was only concerned over a mere handful of mid-grade spirit stones. It appeared that the sect's financial situation was rather grim, seemingly in dire need of funds. Furthermore, it had been nearly half a month since his father had returned in his true form, likely due to this pressing issue. It seemed I must devise a strategy to assist the sect in generating revenue. Chun Wujin gazed thoughtfully into the distance, while Qing Zhao tugged gently at his sleeve. "Young master, Miss Xiaoqing is still waiting. Shall we proceed directly to Linyu City?" Let us go." Qing Zhao summoned the cloud. "I have matters to ponder." Chun Wujin replied absently, his mind clearly elsewhere. Bai Xiaoqing quietly gathered her skirt and sat cross-legged atop the auspicious cloud, observing Chun Wujin for a moment. He seemed so peculiar. Just moments ago, he had been eager to engage her in playful activities, not unlike the boys from Zhangzhou. Yet now, he was suddenly ignoring her. Was it intentional? No. The nursemaid had once mentioned that when boys are deep in thought, they exude an enchanting focus. Perhaps that was precisely what he was experiencing now. Bai Xiaoqing felt a flush of embarrassment at her own musings and hurriedly leaned closer to Qing Zhao, seeking to dispel the swirling thoughts in her mind. "Sister Qing Zhao, you may simply call me Xiaoqing from now on. I look forward to your guidance." Qing Zhao turned to her, smiling gently and shyly. "Next time, I shall prepare something delicious for you. What do you particularly enjoy eating?" "Anything is fine. I am not picky." Those who claim not to be picky are often the most discerning. It seemed that the previous dishes had not truly captured the heart of Miss Xiaoqing. This was an unspoken challenge to the culinary prowess of Qing Zhao. A fiery determination sparkled in Qing Zhao's eyes, as if countless flames were igniting within her. She almost transformed into a master chef at that moment. Closing her eyes to compose herself, she subtly nodded, her thoughts drifting to how Miss Xiaoqing would place her order at the Taya Tower. Chapter 11. Young Master, what a coincidence. The trio rode upon the auspicious cloud of friendship, soaring through the lofty skies above. The spirit control sect's cloud dragon, Yulong, gracefully stretched its serpentine form, gliding through the clouds as it safeguarded the children. After escorting the three into the city, Yulong transformed into a regal figure. A man with a dragon's head adorned in splendid attire, quietly following them in shadow. Although Chun Wujin is merely 8 years old, he has already attained the Qi refinement stage, his stature being comparable to that of an average 10-year-old child. Regrettably, he finds himself shorter than the girls flanking him. Qing Zhao, being slightly older, observes her young master with a discerning eye, the disparity in their heights being self-evident. Bai Xiaoqing, with her 2 braided pigtails, surpasses him in height, a fact that catches Chun Wujin off guard. Feeling a touch of dejection, he leads the 2 girls forward, and before long, they arrive at the entrance of Taya Tower. Pausing, Chun Wujin beams and says, "Xiaoqing, we have arrived at Taya Tower." Please feel free to express your culinary desires. The young attendant at the door, perceptive and astute, discerns the extraordinary nature of the three children simply by Chen Wujin's demeanor. He bows with a courteous smile, striving to match the height of his esteemed young guests. Esteemed guests, today brings you good fortune. The master chef has prepared a signature dish, braised pheasant in abalone sauce. Available only today. Thereafter, it shall be in limited supply. Naturally, it is Qing Zhao who is most exhilarated at the mention of food. Is there such a thing as a chef who does not indulge in culinary delights? She believes not. From a tender age, her desire to learn cooking was largely driven by the joy of eating. Now that she is a chef, the plethora of exquisite ingredients she encounters, many of which are too humble to grace the table, are simply too abundant to ignore. Delicacies such as the fatty flying fish oil from the southern damp sea, the formidable pincers of the giant ants from the misty forest, and the mysterious yellow crabs from the thousand islands of the southern damp sea come to mind. Suppressing her drool, Qing Zhao even steps ahead of her young master, exclaiming, "Xiaoqing, let us hurry inside to savor this dish." "Very well, Qing Zhao, you are the most discerning eater among us, so you shall place the order." Chen Wujin replies with a gentle smile. No, Xiaoqing must order the first dish as our esteemed guest," Qing Zhao insists, recalling the chef's ethos of captivating others through their palate. For this, she must ascertain by Xiaoqing's preferences. One dish will suffice, and a sense of quiet pride swells within her. Taiha Tower boasts 3 levels, the third of which is reserved for private rooms that require a special fee, something children like them do not require. Thus, the trio ascends to the 2nd floor. Although mealtime is still a while away, all the prime window side tables are occupied. With no other options, they settle at a table near the staircase. The attendant's professionalism shines as he brings cushions to elevate their seats for the 3 special little guests. Once seated, the menu finds its way into Bai Xiaoqing's hands, prompting Qing Zhao to add with a playful smirk, "No need for Xiaoqing to order the braised pheasant in abalone sauce. I am certain we will be having that." She fears that Bai Xiaoqing might feel shy and directly order what the attendant suggested without revealing her personal tastes. Chen Wujin was acutely aware of the sentiments harbored by his versatile maid, Qing Zhao, yet he chose not to address them openly. Firstly, such trifling thoughts were harmless and rather amusing. Secondly, he had long harbored intentions of winning over the heart of the young girl, Xiaoqing. As the adage goes, to capture a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach. Although he did not cook himself, the dishes prepared by Qing Zhao were, in essence, his own creations. It mattered little, for he would never foolishly differentiate between his wives. Qing Zhao gazed intently at Bai Xiaoqing, who was perusing the extensive menu of delicacies. This was one of the hallmarks of Taiha Tower. Its dishes were so plentiful that they could be compiled into a tome, boasting offerings from the skies, the earth, and the waters, proclaiming that nothing was beyond consumption. It is worth noting that this was a world of cultivation, where myriad spirits had taken shape in various forms. To utter such claims and to spread the name of Taiha Tower across the grand cities of southern Dahan Sea was indicative of the formidable power wielded by its enigmatic proprietor. Bai Xiaoqing found herself in a quandary, confronted with numerous ingredients she had never encountered, wholly absent from the central continent, leaving her uncertain about her selections. The girl's inner turmoil manifested subtly. Her fingers occasionally tightening around each other revealed her apprehension. Observing her, Chen Wujin's brow slightly furrowed as he gently encouraged, "Trust your instincts. The dishes that make your mouth water must surely be delectable." His words flowed at a measured pace, clearly resonating with Bai Xiaoqing. Originally, Bai Xiaoqing possessed a somewhat willful disposition, often resistant to others' guidance. However, Chen Wujin had saved her cherished little white snake, Yinlinger, which lent his advice a different significance. With a slight nod and a murmured acknowledgement, she pointed to a dish that, while not ostentatious, appeared indulgently rich, the whole roasted sea cow, a preference for bold flavors. Qing Zhao dutifully noted this in her mental ledger. This dish, laden with oil and salt, required a generous brushing of royal jelly, categorically a hearty fare, complemented by abalone sauce braised quail, ensuring an ample meat course. Qing Zhao, ever adept, ordered a trio of dishes and requested a jug of beverage. The waiter, momentarily taken aback by the briskness of the order, quickly regained his composure. "Ah, very well. Please hold on as we prepare the following for table A3 on the 2nd floor. Whole roasted sea cow, abalone braised quail, chilled snow lotus, stir-fried southern coral, fragrant floral cake, and mysterious Thousand Island spring," the waiter announced as he retreated, ushering in a prolonged wait. The sounds of neighboring patrons feasting filled the air, each moment stretching into eternity. To divert his attention, Chen Wujing engaged in conversation with Xiao Qing and Qin Zhao, while his gaze wandered about the surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed Chu Qingxi descending the stairs, accompanied by two youthful maidens. Today, I have brought everyone to Taya Tower for a taste of its unique offerings, truly a gem of the southern Dahan Sea. Beyond this region, one cannot savor its delights. Qingxi, this truly is extravagant. A meal for one costs a middle-grade spirit stone. Where have you found such fortune? The girl clad in a vibrant red robe chuckled. As the grand steward of the sect, such an expense is manageable. Chu Qingxi revealed 5 middle-grade spirit stones with a flick of her wrist. The shape and aura were all too familiar to Chen Wujing. They were indeed his 5 middle-grade spirit stones. Chu Qingxi also noticed Chen Wujing and calmly transmitted her thoughts. This involves a transaction of tens of thousands of middle-grade spirit stones. Children should play quietly and refrain from chatter. Given the seriousness of her tone, Chen Wujing could only acquiesce. However, upon ascending to the second floor, Chu Qingxi surveyed her surroundings and found all the tables occupied, which presented a rather awkward predicament. The first floor was bustling with transient patrons, raucous and unrefined, not befitting the sensibilities of young ladies, while the third floor was prohibitively expensive, demanding a minimum of 5 middle-grade spirit stones for a private room without ordering. Thus, the second floor was the most suitable option. Yet, as Chu Qingxi was well acquainted with Taihe Tower, she did not summon the waiter. Descending in a dejected manner would be far too humiliating. Surprisingly, even before mealtime, the establishment was packed. The girl in the red robe gasped softly. The young lady in a pale yellow feather-patterned dress remained silent, though her previously tranquil demeanor had noticeably diminished. Their gazes involuntarily fell upon the most conspicuous table. 3 children were engaged in lively conversation, eagerly awaiting their meals. Among them, a little boy with a mischievous smile seemed to be glancing in their direction. Confused and unaware of the situation, Chu Qingxi observed as the boy beckoned with his finger. The Grand Steward of the Spirit Control Sect, Chu Qingxi, slightly bowed her head and approached, saying, "Young Sect Master, what a coincidence. Shall we share a table?" Chapter 12. Unmoved by material gains or personal sorrows, we are but children. Adults wishing to discuss business should take their leave, Chen Wujing replied nonchalantly. Chu Qingxi's lips moved, her spirit energy carrying her words directly to Chen Wujing's ears. "Xiao Jin, this truly involves a significant business deal. Please be accommodating. But we have already ordered our dishes." Chen Wujing gestured dismissively, glancing at Xiao Qing and Qin Zhao, suddenly brightening his expression. Unless, there seemed to be a twist in events, and Chu Qingxi needed to seize the opportunity. "Use the money you have to settle the bill." "Absolutely not." The money-minded Chu Qingxi blurted out. "Then, there is nothing to discuss." Chen Wujing was about to refuse outright when he was interrupted by Chu Qingxi, who gritted her teeth and insisted, all right, I'll pay. But we must order a few more dishes." Chu Qingxi's eyelids twitched as she emphasized, "You, Sister Qingxi, your tone is quite off. The 5 spirit stones were originally mine. This should be considered as me treating you all to a meal, and I even reserved a spot for you. You ought to thank me." Whether to speak or remain silent was a choice. Today Xiao Jin was entirely different, resembling a cunning old fox. Uncle Chen's suspicions are not without merit. Experiencing the boundless eccentricity of Chen Wujing for the first time, Chu Qingxi found herself momentarily unable to accept it, standing awkwardly in place. Chen Wujing waited with great interest, only to see a vivacious woman in a bright red dress leap to Chu Qingxi's side, resting her hands on her shoulders and peering over. "Thank you, young master of the Spirit Control Sect." The woman in red beamed, then inquired, "How old is your little brother this year?" Without waiting for a response, she continued, "I am Fu Hongye." The mention of her name ignited a spark of memory in Chen Wujing's mind, rendering him oblivious to the rest of her words. The second female lead of the Flag Destruction storyline, Fu Hongye. How could her arc have commenced so prematurely? According to the original script, she was not meant to make her first appearance until the protagonist was 12 years old. Chen Wujing seemed to sense the subtle ripples of fate undergoing transformation. Just as he was lost in thought, a woman clad in a delicate yellow robe approached gracefully, bowing gently with a demeanor that was both modest and courteous. Xiao Qiqian. Although he failed to comprehend the entirety of her words, amidst his confusion, another name echoed in his mind, Xiao Qiqian, the third protagonist of the Doomed Flag storyline. How astonishing it was that the heavens chose not to adhere to convention, unveiling 2 Doomed Flag narratives simultaneously. Chen Wujing keenly sensed the fangs of fate revealing themselves. Has my mockery intensified the challenge? How intriguing. Let me witness the intertwining of the three lines of shattered flags. Xiao Qing and Qing Zhao subtly adjusted their positions, drawing closer to Chen Wujin to provide the three young ladies with a space to settle. Subsequently, Chu Qingxi began to place the order. With a resounding clap, 5 mid-grade spirit stones were placed upon the table as she declared loudly, "Waiter, bring the menu." At that moment, Chen Wujin was completely jolted back to reality. Rising, he bowed respectfully to the two newly acquainted women, saying, "I am Chen Wujin. It is only proper to present gifts to my esteemed sisters upon our first meeting." Humph. Gifts? The sect is as impoverished as can be. This Grand Steward possesses no surplus spirit stones to procure gifts. How audacious for a mere child to speak so boldly. As Chu Qingxi internally mocked him, she perused the menu, eagerly anticipating Chen Wujin's folly. Chen Wujin's eyes flickered slightly, signaling Qing Zhao to present the materials he had gathered. After selecting delicate threads, thin sheets of mist, slender twigs, and other components, Chen Wujin remarked, "Ladies, please hold for a moment." With that, he fell into a deep contemplation. Fu Hongye hailed from the Yuan sect of the Divine Tree Continent, being the youngest daughter of the Fu family and the favored one of the family matriarch, thus wielding considerable influence. Xiao Qian, on the other hand, originated from the Haomiao sect of the Misty Mountains, never revealing her true identity. However, Chen Wujin, who had played through all the endings, was aware that she was the granddaughter and the cherished disciple of the supreme sect master. Both the Yuan and Haomiao sects held remarkable power, yet still fell short of being considered hegemonic forces, which explained the reason for their visit to the spirit control sect to seek mutual development. Chen Wujin nodded subtly, his mind conjuring the geographical map of the three continents. The northwest of South Dongjai continent borders the Divine Tree continent, while the southwestern region adjoins the misty Green Mountain continent. These three continents form an irregular triangular landmass, each pair touching. As he illuminated the positions of the three sects, they perfectly constructed a trade route resembling an equilateral triangle. A sudden understanding dawned upon Chen Wujin. Thus, this collaboration was not merely a necessity for the Spirit Master sect, but also a mutual requirement for the two other sections. The interactions between Sister Qingxi and the two sects could be regarded as a preliminary friendly exchange. Subsequently, it was likely that his father would find the time to sign a trade contract with these two continents. If such an agreement were truly to materialize, it would yield far more than mere tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. Chen Wujin smiled faintly as he observed Fu Hongye and Xiao Qingshan. Seizing this rare opportunity, he decided to showcase the skills he had recently mastered, employing both hands in a harmonious display. Standing atop a chair, he divided the selected materials into two heaps, gently resting his hands on each pile. His left hand methodically constructed the foundational framework, while his right hand moved like the wind, swiftly unraveling the delicate threads to weave them into a plump, white goose. The waiter, who brought the dishes, was left spellbound. Those two hands seemed to belong to two distinct individuals. What a splendid technique, esteemed guest. He often shouted out orders in the bustling tavern, his voice resonating with greater volume than others, drawing the attention of those nearby. As the gazes focused on him, they were instantly captivated by Chen Wujin's artistry and youthful prowess. The 5 young ladies at the same table remained silent, with the exception of Qing Zhao, who gazed intently at Chen Wujin's movements. Qing Zhao gently tidied away the excess materials. She was unperturbed by the possibility of her young master requesting more supplies. These past few days, she had accompanied him in gathering materials and crafting. Her master had never faltered, always exuding confidence, utilizing materials judiciously without waste. Hence, her trust in Chen Wujin bordered on blind faith. Seated atop Taihe Tower, Longing observed Chen Wujin with surprise, pondering when the young lad had acquired such a skill. Not far from Longing sat Bai Mu Yang, who was also employing a concealment technique. After completing his business in Linyu City, he had sensed the presence of his precious great-granddaughter and had come to offer covert protection. Bai Mu Yang remarked curtly that Boy's abilities extend far beyond this. I once witnessed his mastery of the words of spirit. Oh, I have heard whispers of Xiao Jin's study of the words of spirit, but isn't that a bit exaggerated? Long Ying's beard fluttered upwards. He is merely 8 years old. It is understandable for you to find it exaggerated, had I not witnessed it myself. And you not being a venerable member of the Spirit Tamer sect, I would never have revealed such information. As Bai Mu Yang spoke, Chen Wujin's craftsmanship was nearing completion. The two exchanged a knowing glance, their expressions becoming serious as they turned their attention to the second floor of Taihe Tower. Indeed, the final step for Chen Wujin was to inscribe the words of the spirit. With his left hand, he crafted the character for mastiff, and with his right, he pinned the character for goose. The moment these two inscriptions took form, the surrounding spiritual energy surged in a small radius, converging upon the two characters before they seamlessly integrated into the handcrafted items. A soft glow flickered, and there emerged a miniature azure mastiff and a plump ivory-colored goose, both vividly animated. They trotted along the table, the mastiff dashing towards Fu Hongya, while the goose flitted towards Xiao Qingqian, both leaping into the girl's embraces. "Wow, how adorable!" exclaimed Xiao Qingqian, her brows lifting in delight. Her lips curled into a subtle smile. Bai Xiaoqing, with her large, blinking eyes, gently tugged at Qin Wujin's sleeve. "I want one too." The onlookers had been holding their breath, and only now did they erupt into applause. An unknown woman, seemingly envious, remarked, "Which young master is this? Such remarkable talent, and such a heartwarming gift. How splendid, how splendid." The charming youth, surrounded by blooming flowers, bows his head and smiles. Mused a scholarly figure clad in azure robes. "This little master, not exceeding 10 years of age, has grasped the art of spirit words, and with such profound intent. It seems that in due time, our southern Dahan continent shall witness the rise of another great talent," exclaimed a robust bald man, stroking his gleaming head in amazement. No, my bald friend, you overlook a crucial point. What is truly rare is the spirit and confidence he exudes. One who possesses such assurance can achieve anything," interjected an unassuming middle-aged man. "You are all right and yet all wrong," declared a Renosed elder, his table laden with wine jars, as he belched. "What is required here is not just raw talent, but the ability to wield it with duality. This is not merely about divine skills or techniques. It stems from his very being. This implies that the young master's body can serve as two, for instance, wielding a sword with his left hand and a dagger with his right. How troublesome it must be for his opponents." Hearing the tide of praises surrounding him, Chu Qingxi fell silent, pondering. "You are all lauding our young master to the heavens." She cast a sidelong glance at Qin Wujin, who remained unfazed, nodding slightly in acknowledgement of the compliments. He then leaned in to whisper something to Bai Xiaoqing, eliciting laughter from the little girl. Before engaging in light-hearted banter with his two friends, he radiated a sense of complete contentment. Chu Qingxi covered half her face, switching to a melodramatic tone. "Xiao Jin, you possess all the good fortune. Are you not afraid of making enemies of the world?" How does that even relate to making enemies of the world? Qin Wujin's thoughts flickered, his youthful visage radiating an air of detached wisdom, neither elated by external joys nor disheartened by personal sorrows. On the rooftop of Taya Tower, Bai Muyang abruptly rose, attempting to feign a mischievous demeanor. After much contemplation, he found himself at a loss for adjectives. Longing chuckled, his beard quivering with mirth, and insincerely advised, "My friend, temper your anger. After all, these are merely children at play. Why take offense?" Bai Muyang cast a sidelong glance at Long Ying, retorting, "Your esteemed junior sect leader benefits, and naturally, you rejoice. If you wish to laugh, do so heartily, lest you stifle yourself." "Nay, ha, my friend misunderstands. I am merely delighted by the young master's innate talent." Long Ying's words belied his true sentiments, and that phrase, neither elated by external joys nor disheartened by personal sorrows, held a certain wisdom. Ha. Want it not to be overly joyous amidst a throng of beauties. Nor should one be overly intoxicated by the praises of the crowd. What sorrow could possibly compare? To hell with the notion of being unaffected by worldly joys and sorrows. Out of sight, out of mind, ignorance is bliss. Bai Muyang chose to close his eyes and meditate, refraining from further dialogue. Soon, the time for merriment and feasting passed joyfully, and after a hearty meal, Qin Wujin and his companions departed from Taihe Tower, making their way towards the bustling snack street of Linyu City. On the snack street, a remarkably poised young boy with an androgynous appearance stood behind a stall. Having waited patiently for some time, dressed in flowing garments, he gazed towards the far end of the street. "Come forth, my destined rival, my stepping stone to greatness. The first step in my quest to save the world." Chapter 13. Little Stories and Great Surprises. The snack street of Linyu City is situated in the southeastern part of the town. The long street winds gracefully, revealing a tranquil river on one side and a series of shops and vendors bustling along the riverside on the other. Qin Wujin engaged in light-hearted banter with 5 young ladies, creating a harmonious atmosphere as they strolled through the snack street. Xiao Qingqian, cradling a mini plump goose, remained slightly reserved, often silent, yet whenever Chu Qingxi or Qin Wujin cast a glance her way, she would respond with a gentle nod and a smile. Dressed in a striking red outfit, Fu Hongya occasionally erupted into a hearty laugh, reminiscent of a youthful boy, proudly balancing the mini mastiff atop her head. Observing the joy of the two guests she had brought along, Chu Qingxi felt little inclination to converse further with Chen Wujin, though she would occasionally steal glances in his direction. Little Jean was not quite the same as before, less easy to manage, and not as amusing. The spirit stones she had painstakingly saved were nearly all spent today. What a pity. Chen Wujin sensed her gaze and always responded with a smile before leading the group onward. Without glancing at the three young maidens on his left, he shifted his attention to the two little girls on his right. Swiftly approaching them and conjuring a small snake made of grass. Xiaoqing, you mentioned wanting one earlier, so I made this for you. Wow, thank you, young Master Wujing. Bai Xiaoqing exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the creature, placing it upon her shoulder. This grass snake was approximately the same size as the little white snake, Yunling, though its eyes lacked the same vivacity. The little white snake, Yunlinger, swirled around the grass snake, playfully hissing and flicking its tongue in a display of delight. Qing Zhao, the young girl, walked closely beside Bai Xiaoqing, engaging in soft conversation, and the two little girls occasionally erupted into peals of laughter reminiscent of tinkling wind chimes. Joyful and light, their snacks never ceased, and after a while of walking and eating, they grew weary and wandered to a quiet stretch along the riverbank to admire the moonlight reflected on the water. As it was early summer, fireflies danced like stars above the river, stirring memories within Chen Wujing. He recalled an anime he had watched in a previous life, which contained a story that resonated profoundly. Thus, he stood along the winding riverbank and, with a steady voice, recounted the tale of a woman who fortuitously encountered a disabled werewolf, forming a bond with him. The werewolf, forgetting life and death in his longing for the woman, eventually vanished, waiting for her by the enchanting Firefly River until old age. Upon reaching the conclusion of the story, the girl's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. The somewhat impatient Fu Hongya inquired, and then? Where did the woman go? Did she truly not return to find him? Chen Wujin stood by the riverbank, casting a glance over his shoulder, speaking softly, devoid of sorrow or joy. In this world, there exists a creature, hidden beneath the water in its youth, emerging only as an adult, living a day and dying by dusk, known as the mayfly. The mayfly, basking in the essence of the sun and moon, through fate and chance, can transform into a spirit, possessing beauty and wit, understanding all things. The young maidens instinctively filled in the narrative, captivated by the transformation of the mayfly into a woman, enamored by this unrequited love, filled with regret. The usually taciturn Xiaoqing sighed. It turns out she had already. Fu Hongya had covered her crimson lips, her voice slightly choked. The younger Qing Zhao and Bai Xiaoqing gently embraced, burying their heads together, their eyes reddened, their delicate backs trembling softly. Only Chu Qingxi remained unaffected. Her mind was preoccupied with the expenditure of 5 mid-grade spirit stones, gazing at the seemingly endless street, clutching the last spirit stone in her hand. Moreover, it contained only 2/3 of the spiritual energy. What was to be done? Her gaze met Chen Wujin's starry eyes, and he clicked his tongue. This woman is devoid of emotion. Worrying about money and not savoring the story, she is an absolute rationalist. Yet, why does she exhibit traits of a terminally ill adolescent? This must surely rank among the 7 unfathomable mysteries of the Spirit Master sect. Chen Wujin observed Chu Qingxi's frantic gestures and, with a hint of resignation, raised his small hand, revealing a spirit stone rich in energy, of medium quality. As he had only attained the qi refining stage, he was unable to transmit sound and resorted to mouthing the words. Only the last one remains. Combined with the one you hold, it is just perfect. In an instant, Chu Qingxi understood that her display of the spirit stone before others would remain unblemished. She felt a weight lift from her heart and approached a small stall to purchase several skewers of candied hawthorn. Each of the 6 took 1 skewer, leisurely enjoying their treat as they strolled along. In the distance, a youthful figure with a gender-neutral visage clenched his right fist tightly. At last, he spotted you, Chen Wujin. Indeed, this androgynous youth was Yilinchen, whose primary objective was to showcase his talents before Chen Wujin and Bai Xiaoqing, aiming to induce feelings of inadequacy in Chen and admiration in Bai. Simultaneously, he sought to create an opportunity for the elder of the elemental clan to engage with Bai Muyang and gauge his attitude towards the clan. However, an unexpected complication arose. Accompanying him were 3 young women, none of whom were to be underestimated. Their mere presence exuded an aura that made Yilinchen hesitate. To provoke them now? Did he not notice the steward of the spirit master sect, Chu Qingxi, standing amongst them? The cultivation of the core formation stage was not to be trifled with. The energies of the other two young women remained ambiguous, but they were likely at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Charging recklessly would surely result in his swift defeat, with a distance of over 100 paces still separating them. Yulinchin was compelled to think rapidly and devise a prudent approach. The first step in rescuing his kin could not waver. He must forge ahead. Determination gleamed in his eyes. Meanwhile, concealed behind the long street, two formidable experts moved stealthily. Long Ying and Bai Muyang trailed Qin Wujin and the others from a distance of 50 paces. This proximity, thanks to their cultivation in the nascent soul and transformation stages, allowed them to reach safety in an instant. Yet, what if a minor trial originated from their protectors? Bai Muyang had waited patiently, engaging in conversation to discern the disposition of Long Ying, one of the 10 spirit beasts revered by the spirit master sect. He appeared serene and unperturbed, like a cloud drifting without conflict. Simultaneously, he dispatched a unique signal to the informant Lao Liao, entrusting him with the coordination of personnel. The aim was to test the true nature of Qin Wujing. How to test this? It was simple. When an individual confronts an insurmountable calamity, their initial reaction and ultimate actions reveal their true character. Long Dao friend, if the younger generation suddenly encounters peril, should we, as elders, not refrain from intervening until the very last moment? Bai Muyang posed the question, to which Long Ying, caught off guard, waved his hand dismissively, responding, more or less. With a hearty laugh, Bai Muyang's surroundings shimmered with ethereal energy, swiftly weaving into a protective barrier that enveloped Long Ying. I kindly ask you, fellow dragon, to refrain from interference. Rest assured, I have no intention of harming your young master. This is merely a modest test. As his words settled in the air, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From the river emerged a corpulent, gelatinous water creature, an arrangement orchestrated by Bai Muyang. Yet, from the depths of the night, a group of cloaked figures descended, launching themselves at Qin Wujin and Bai Shaoqing. Bai Muyang, uncertain if this was the doing of old Liao, maintained his composure, remaining concealed. Simultaneously, Long Yin's vertical pupils radiated with brilliance, and the formidable power of his mid-stage transformation surged forth without restraint, executing the first form of the Cloud Dragon 9 manifestation's Cloud Claw. With a resounding impact, the barrier shattered. As Long Yin passed by Bai Muyang, he left a parting remark. The spirit control sect does not entertain tests. These unforeseen events diverted Bai Muyang's attention, while his barrier hindered Long Yin's assistance. 3 children, Bai Shaoqing, Qin Wujin, and Qing Zhao, were ensnared within the dark shroud cast by the cloaked figures. Concurrently, a diminutive figure clad in flowing garments darted into the black veil. Moments later, the shroud fell to the ground. Long Yin, with a swift leap spanning 50 zhang, summoned an immense surge of spiritual energy that transformed into a dragon of clouds, ensnaring each cloaked figure. However, to his astonishment, they detonated with a thunderous blast. Mere manifestations of spiritual energy. Rushing forward, Bai Muyang seized the fallen shroud, only to find nothing within. His countenance darkened considerably. Long Yin fixed his gaze upon Bai Muyang, interrogating him. Was this not your doing? Bai Muyang shook his head, gesturing towards the particularly repulsive gelatinous creature. This is indeed my arrangement. He paused momentarily, waving dismissively at the water creature. You may return now. Obediently, the creature leaped back into the water, vanishing from sight. I do not believe you. Long Yin's pupils glimmered with a perilous light, as clouds of energy coalesced around him, manifesting a divine form of a coiling dragon. How can I trust you? Only through soul-searching. As a master of the nascent soul stage, Bai Muyang could not remain passive. Surrounding him, radiant spiritual light shimmered. Embodying the essence of truth, I assure you, my words bear no falsehood. Our immediate priority must be to locate those taken. Bai Muyang's heart raced with urgency, equal to that of Long Yin's. His granddaughter had been abducted, marking one crisis, while his prior decision to restrict Long Yin's freedom posed yet another peril. Qin Wujin is the sole heir of the Qinshu couple, and this only child, even if he were a dandy, is absolutely not to be harmed by others. Moreover, upon observation today, it is evident that Qin Wujin is an extraordinary genius. His significance is beyond question, should he completely vanish. It is highly likely that the spirit control sect would be compelled to engage in conflict with the Bai family of Zhongzhou. This is no trivial matter. The Bai family possesses formidable power, surpassing that of the spirit control sect tenfold, without a doubt. However, the spirit control sect is particularly adept at combat, with one at the divine transformation stage, another at the cusp of divine transformation, and 10 at the infant transformation stage. This formidable force cannot be easily disregarded by any hegemonic faction, especially considering that there are myriad ways to seek revenge. As long as the spirit control sect refrains from direct confrontation with the Bai family, they could dismantle the Bai family's various enterprises and operate as a band of elusive marauders, leading to catastrophic consequences. The tension between the two parties is palpable, and a clash seems imminent. Chu Qingxi strides confidently into the space between them, raising her palms before Bai Muyang and Long Yin. Esteemed seniors, she implores. Both of you possess divine consciousness at the nascent soul stage. It would be prudent to seek out the missing individual rather than engage in futile combat. After a brief pause, Chu Qingxi casts a meaningful glance towards Bai Muyang. Should anything unfortunate befall Xiaojin and Qing Zhao, I shall stand by Uncle Chun and Aunt Ro, alongside all the spirit beasts of our spirit control sect, to obliterate every valuable asset of the Bai family in Zhangzhou, allowing your adversaries to consume you entirely. We shall devote our entire lives to ensuring the complete eradication of your lineage. With that, she turns without a backward glance, addressing her two sisters. I apologize, but unforeseen circumstances have arisen within the sect, and our outing must conclude here. I urge you both to remain within the city and prioritize your safety. Chapter 14. Whose scheme is it, after all? In the spacious, tranquil courtyard, the air trembles slightly as a strand of spiritual energy dances like an accomplished calligrapher, sketching the outlines of four diminutive figures. Qin Wujin swiftly surveyed his surroundings and, upon seeing Bai Xiaoqing and Qing Zhao beside him, felt a slight sense of reassurance. They were still there, not lost, which meant they could immediately commence their escape. However, an additional figure had appeared nearby. Chun Wujin's gaze was imbued with a sense of caution as he cast his eyes in that direction. The young boy possessed a gender-neutral visage, his brows exuding an air of aloofness, complemented by his flowing garments that seemed to dance without the slightest breeze, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens. Yilinchen. Upon encountering the original protagonist of the game, memories surged within Qin Wujin's mind like turbulent waves. At this moment, Yilinchen had yet to reach the third realm, and his gender remained unestablished. He could be he or she. Logically speaking, Yilinchen was merely 9 years old, having just entered the foundation establishment stage, and should have had no interaction with him, aside from perhaps a fleeting encounter with Bai Xiaoqing. Could it be that the butterfly of fate had fluttered its wings once more? If that were the case, it would disrupt the original narrative trajectory. The previous secondary and tertiary heroines appearing on the same day, coupled with an early meeting with Yilinchen, certainly hinted at something extraordinary. At this juncture, there was no need to ponder how the heavens had altered the script. The focus should be on how to navigate the forthcoming upheaval. If this spectacle were orchestrated by Yilinchen's kin, then at the very least, my life would not be in jeopardy. However, should it be the machinations of another sect, the situation would become precarious indeed. Qin Wujin's thoughts raced, seemingly slow yet remarkably swift. He approached Yilinchen and asked, "Are you not the metamorphic sacred body of the elemental clan?" This single query stirred profound shock within Yilinchen. The Grand Elder had asserted that no one from the lower realms could identify the metamorphic sacred body. How could such a young child discern it? With the safety of his kin at stake, Yilinchen's gaze hardened, and several strands of sharp, ethereal energy coalesced at his fingertips. Qin Wujin cast a fleeting glance at Yilinchen's palm, and, as if oblivious, inquired, "Are you not going to introduce yourself?" Being a youth of relatively innocent disposition, the thought of murder that had surged forth was swiftly interrupted, rendering it difficult to rekindle such notions. Yilinchen slightly furrowed his brow and replied, "I am Yilinchen. Since you are already aware of my identity, I shall forego further introduction. Instead, I must ask you, did your kin orchestrate this situation?" Qin Wujin, having discerned Yilinchen's affiliation with the elemental clan, posed this question directly. He needed to swiftly ascertain the current circumstances, leaving no time for frivolous banter with Yilinchen. If he did not confront Yilinchen about his elemental heritage, it was likely that Yilinchen would masquerade as an exceptionally talented youth, seeking to display his prowess before the young girl, Bai Xiaoqing. With his aspirations of showcasing thwarted by Qin Wujin, Yilinchen felt a sense of discomfort, particularly as his knowledge of certain identities had been exposed, suggesting premeditated intent. This sentiment was far from pleasant, as the entire rhythm of their conversation lay firmly in Qin Wujin's control, while Bai Xiaoqing's gaze towards him brimmed with skepticism. Any attempt to force the issue would only serve to incite further disdain. Having formed a judgment, Yilinchen scrutinized Qinwujin, seemingly attempting to peer through his eyes to unveil the secrets concealed within his heart. After a moment, Yilinchen stated, "I am not entirely certain, but I suspect it is highly unlikely that my kin are involved. Your need for speculation indicates that your kin have not informed you. If you are not lying, then they are assuredly not members of the elemental clan. Let us depart and explore the surroundings. We should not linger in one place." Qinwujin nodded slightly, leading by Xiaoqing and Qing Zhaowei, deliberately maintaining a certain distance from Yilinchen. He quietly warned the two girls, "Be wary of this unexpectedly appearing androgynous figure. He may very well be an infiltrator sent by the enemy." The rationale behind his caution was threefold. First, to avert the catastrophic consequences that could arise from Yilinchen's potential deception. Second, to cast a slight shadow over Yilinchen's character, rendering him less virtuous. Those who had navigated the entirety of the game through Yilinchen's perspective were acutely aware of the true nature of his thick-faced and cunning disposition. Third, Qinwujin's body instinctively reacted with aversion to a fated adversary, prompting him to unintentionally speak ill of him. Perceiving the vigilance of the trio, Yilinchen, with a sense of propriety, refrained from encroaching upon their space, though he could not help but muse, at such a tender age, harboring such cunning thoughts. He is certainly not a good individual. Qinwujin, I have etched your name in my memory. As I meander through the courtyard, an eerie atmosphere thickens. The night is heavy, and the surrounding flora and fauna lie in a silent stupor, as if lifeless. The only ones capable of movement are the four of us. Suddenly, a spark of insight flickers through Qinwujin's mind. Previously, two attacks had occurred simultaneously, one by a repulsive, gelatinous water creature with little offensive capability, and the other by those shadowy figures clad in black. It is evident that these two entities do not belong to the same faction. I can ascertain that I am wandering in the city of Linyu, clearly intending to explore by night. Thus my mother must have arranged for a guardian to accompany me. Yet, the guardian has not responded in a timely manner, indicating that some unforeseen circumstance has hindered their intervention. What could this circumstance be? Qinwujin suddenly recalled the peculiar occurrence of the day. Bai Muyang was not by Xiaoqing's side. To the best of his knowledge, Elder Yinyu would rarely leave the child unattended during their excursions, demonstrating utmost diligence. Could it be that he placed absolute trust in the spirit control sect? That seemed implausible. After all, they were all esteemed cultivators. Who among them could be so naive? Thus, it was highly probable that today's circumstances were orchestrated by that old man Bai Muyang. If so, there could only be one objective: to assess my reaction. Upon reflecting on this, Qinwujin felt a slight alleviation of the urgency in his heart. Taking refuge beneath a concealed wall, he turned his head and whispered, "Xiaoqing, this is likely a prank orchestrated by your grandfather, intended to tease us." Bai Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled momentarily, yet after a prolonged contemplation, she dejectedly shook her head, replying, "That is unlikely. Today my grandfather went to see old Uncle Liao." "Old Uncle Liao? He is the one responsible for our safety and provides my grandfather with intelligence regarding the South Danhai continent." As Bai Xiaoqing spoke, she hastily covered her mouth. She shot a fierce glare at Qinwujin, her expressive eyes revealing a hint of reproach, as if to say, "You deliberately misled me about what should remain unspoken. If it is neither the old man Bai nor the elemental clan, then it must be the adversaries of my spirit master sect. Could they be foes unrelated to the shattered flag? Or perhaps they are elements within other intricate subplots that I have overlooked?" Qinwujin's heart ebbed and flowed, yet his expression remained relaxed as he waved his hand in a gesture of innocence. Qin Zhao, covering her mouth, chuckled softly. As long as she was near the young master and saw his brow unfurrowed, she felt at ease. Yilinchen, on the other hand, was engulfed in a sense of frustration, nearly ready to spew blood. The way Qinwujin addressed Bai Xiaoqing, along with his tone, conveyed a familiarity that left Yilinchen perturbed, although it did not reach the level of admiration. Yilinchen had been instilled with a sense of selflessness from a young age, making him particularly sensitive to displays of superiority before him. After surveying their surroundings, Qinwujin led the way, flanked by two young girls. As for Yilinchen, he was not a girl, so why should they concern themselves with him? After approximately a quarter of an hour, the spiritual energy within the group grew increasingly stifled, and they began to experience a sense of discomfort in their circulation. The little white snake lay languidly on Bai Xiaoqing's shoulder, appearing as though it were on the verge of suffocation. Bai Xiaoqing carefully withdrew it into her spiritual energy, temporarily housing it within her body, and then nervously exclaimed, "Yinlinger has communicated to me that the moon above is siphoning our spiritual energy." Once it is drained from the courtyard, it will turn to extract it from us. We must leave at once. Chapter 15. An 8-year-old child, willing to defile himself. Terrifying. Upon hearing this, Chen Wujin felt an unexpected surge of joy and declared, "I understand." He abruptly lifted his gaze to the moon. It was not a crescent, nor a new moon, but a full orb with a notch missing, resembling a modern clock face, yet lacking the segment from 11 to 12 o'clock. Not a moment more. Precisely 1/12 of the whole. This was the formation of the missing moon sect, the residue of the missing moon array. As memories sparked to life through the moon and the little white snake's message, Chen Wujin felt an overwhelming certainty. This trap had been laid by the missing moon sect, and their target was likely me and Sister Xiaoqing. Why? Yi Linchen inquired, his question layered with dual meanings. First, why were they targeting the two of them? And second, how could he be so certain it was the missing moon sect? Chen Wujin rolled his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Linchen, engaging in analytical reasoning and deduction. Then he silently added to himself, "For I have witnessed the unfolding of the narrative." This moment essentially preempted the potential crisis of the shattering flag, foreseeing the imminent alliance between the spirit control sect and the Bai clan of Zhongzhou, thereby instilling a sense of urgency within the Keiwa sect. Consequently, they resolved to address the matter at its origin, for to untie a knot, one must first identify the one who tied it. But what if the knot tier were to perish? Chen Wujin cast a discerning glance over all his companions, including Yi Linchen. We must unite our efforts to shatter the moon in the sky. Otherwise, we shall all perish here. Even the deficient moon sect. What could possibly justify their desire to slay us? Yi Linchen was not intentionally being contentious. Rather, he genuinely did not believe the situation warranted such grave concern. Chen Wujin shook his head, casting a sidelong glance at him. Even when you heard me mention the elemental clan, a glint of hostility flickered in your eyes. How old are you this year? After a brief pause, Chen Wujin pointed towards the crescent moon hanging in the sky. My spirit master sect is the third most powerful force in the southern Dahan Sea, yet unlike the other two major powers, we are an emerging force, built through the relentless efforts of my parents. To speak of their struggles in a more evocative manner, it was forged through fists and blades. Thus, when it comes to mere physical strength, it is hard to determine the superiority among the three dominant powers of the southern Dahan Sea. Perhaps the deeply rooted Bitai sect may be stronger, but undoubtedly, we, the Spirit Master sect, are the boldest in combat. However, we have a weakness: insufficient financial resources. At this juncture, establishing a connection with the Bai family from the central continent could resolve our issues. What do you think the Moonlight sect would feel in such a scenario? Despite Yi Linchen's exceptional talent and remarkable temperament, he was still merely 9 years old. With limited experience, suddenly confronted with such matters, he found himself at a loss for analysis. Thoughts muddled in his mind, words caught in his throat. And Yi Linchen's extraordinary visage turned a deep shade of crimson. Chen Wujin averted his gaze from him and turned to Bai Xiaoqing. Rest assured, my dear sister Xiaoqing, what I speak of is merely the aspirations of the Keiwa sect, not the schemes of my Yuling sect. As the saying goes, a man must strive for self-improvement. My Yuling sect seeks to extricate itself from financial constraints, disdainful of the machinations of others. He spoke with fervor. Yet it was evident to Chen Wujin that his parents harbored a profound desire to retain Bai Xiaoqing as a student. The esteemed daughter of the Bai family and central continent studying at the Yuling sect would undoubtedly attract throngs of aspiring disciples in the coming spring, along with countless other advantages. However, Chen Wujin maintained an impassive demeanor, pointing skyward as he continued, "Heaven's movement is vigorous. A gentleman must strive unceasingly. The earth is vast and accommodating. A gentleman must possess profound virtue. Having established a stronghold, my Yuling sect is firmly anchored in its dominion, scornful of petty tactics." Upon finishing, he stood resolute, relishing the gazes of the three young spirits. Qing Zhao's unwavering trust seemed to have evolved, now tinged with a hint of admiration. Bai Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled like stars. Although she had not comprehended Chen Wujin's earlier remarks, she sensed an inexplicable sense of awe and the quintessential masculinity spoken of by adults. Yi Linchen initially intended to scoff, yet he found himself resonating with the grandiloquence of Chen Wujin's words and the indomitable spirit they conveyed, which was precisely the foundational ethos pursued by the elemental clan. This left him, or perhaps her, bewildered. Had the past persona of Chen Wujin merely been a facade? Was the frivolous exterior, the mischievous childhood, and the absurd antics all an illusion? Was he, in truth, an extraordinary individual yearning to ascend to greatness, much like himself? A kindred spirit in this life, yet a fated rival? Alas, it aligns perfectly with my own temperament. I acknowledge you, Chen Wujing. Chen Wujing floated away, concealing himself. The feeling of displaying one's prowess before others was truly delightful. Just look, even that simpleton Yi Linshan is on the verge of becoming my devoted admirer. Oh. With the moon in hand, I reach for the stars. As he marveled within, a voice, ethereal and transcendent, suddenly echoed from the heavens, resonating from all directions. Ha ha. Today's endeavor has truly paid off. Who would have thought that the notorious wastrel of the Spirit Master sect from the South Danhai continent harbored such grand ambitions, hiding them so deeply? The world whispers tales of you teasing maidservant Qing Zhao at the tender age of 6, and forming an intimate bond with the chief steward Chu Qingxi by 7, destined to grow into an unabashed libertine, acting absurdly and disregarding societal norms, lacking respect for your parents, leading many to believe that your sect would perish with your generation. Little did I know, these rumors were mere fabrications, a deliberate smear on your character. If our spies from the Shuyue sect confirm this, then all these deeds are solely yours, while your formidable parents remain oblivious. It is simply astonishing and lamentable. Who could have imagined such cunning from an 8-year-old? The voice lingered, enchanting and persistent. Suddenly, the crescent moon in the sky radiated its brilliance, casting a beam directly into the courtyard, from which a figure emerged. A scholar clad in black stepped forth, gently wielding a folding fan, his gaze piercing as it fixated upon Chen Wujing. In his eyes, there was no one else, as if only this individual warranted his attention, while the others were mere insects. Yi Linshan, never having faced such disdain, felt a surge of indignation. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned spiritual energy, unleashing blades of energy as sharp as knives and as straight as swords towards the black-clad scholar. The momentum was fierce, yet alas, his cultivation fell short. The scholar remained expressionless, making no move as he dismantled all the energy blades and simultaneously bound Yi Linshan's next actions. Suddenly, Yi Linshan felt his spiritual energy drain away, flowing towards the black-clad scholar's hand. Within the realm of the waning moon's residual spirit formation, one could not recklessly wield spiritual energy, Chen Wujing reminded. Yi Linshan, seated on the ground, gasping for breath, retorted with a roll of his eyes. Why didn't you say so earlier? Was this intentional? Your strike was too swift. I couldn't stop it. I was still conversing with the black-clad brother here. I cannot fathom why you acted. It was quite rude. Ha ha ha, indeed impolite. You shall be punished. The black-clad scholar flipped his fan, lightly waving it downward. Bang! Yi Linshan was struck, sprawled on the ground, gasping for air. Seeing that the destined protagonist had not perished, Chen Wujing felt a slight relief in his heart and turned to the black-clad scholar. Pondering if you truly intended to eliminate me today. Initially uncertain, it now seemed imperative. The black-clad scholar smiled with a gentle demeanor. What are the others? Chen Wujing sought to buy time, his small hand discreetly tracing runes behind his back, inscribing the words of the spirit language. Still not willing to give up? The resilience of the heart is truly remarkable. Yet, the disparity in cultivation remains evident. As a dignified golden core practitioner, I cannot afford any errors. The scholar clad in black, noticing Chen Wujing's subtle movements, allowed admiration to blossom in his eyes like a flower, yet he slowly shook his head and lamented. What a pity, such a prodigious talent, cut short at the tender age of 8, a profound regret in life. However, fear not, since your demise is imminent. I shall ensure you do not depart in solitude. His implication was clear, all present must perish. Chapter 16. The 8 trigrams true words emerge. And I shall determine the universe. The intent to kill surged forth, stirring the winds and clouds. The black-clad scholar ceased his words, as a shadow of deep ink began to coalesce behind him, towering nearly 10 feet high, resembling a devil or specter, swaying in a dance. The shadow surged forth, enveloping everything around, leaving only the moonlight untouched. A heavy aura of death pressed down, amplifying the moon's ethereal glow. The shadow loomed close, as though the scythe of the Grim Reaper had descended upon each person's neck, their thick blood churning restlessly within. Devoid of spiritual energy, there would be no means of self-rescue. Qing Zhao and Bai Shaoqing stood in a daze, their bright eyes brimming with tears. Despair spread like wildfire in their hearts. Lying motionless on the ground, Yi Linshan could only move his lips, lamenting, "My destiny is not yet fulfilled. How can I so easily perish here?" His voice gradually fell, shifting from resolute defiance to a tone of sorrow, even tinged with a hint of feminine fear. Suddenly, Chen Wujin spoke rapidly, urging, "You must attempt to gather your spiritual energy and employ your most potent means of survival." Spiritual energy? It had all been sealed away. From where could it possibly arise? A question flickered in Yi Linchen's mind, and to his astonishment, the spiritual energy within him surged like a spring. What could this mean? His inquiry echoed the thoughts of the two young girls, as well as that of the black-clad scholar. The scholar had chosen to ensnare several children with the Broken Moon residual spirit array for various reasons, foremost being the esteemed status of Chen Wujin and the others, who likely bore protective measures left by their sections. Only when spiritual energy was nearly depleted or entirely sealed could he strike down these prodigious youths at will. Yet, he could not fathom why the spiritual energy in this courtyard had suddenly surged, even escaping the grasp of the waning moon above. The Broken Moon residual spirit array had never been known to outsiders. It was inconceivable for it to falter. His mind was in disarray, yet the killing intent remained. His eyes hardened, and the shadow instantly enveloped the four children, beginning its insatiable consumption and strangulation. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Barriers imbued with the essence of the Tao rose like a forest, transitioning from transparent to semi-transparent, ultimately coalescing into an oval protective shield. The essence of the Tao, the power of the spoken word. No, this was the might possessed only by the language of the spirit. The black-clad scholar could hardly believe his eyes. 8 years old, what extraordinary talent. I shall risk my life to eliminate you. With a slight shrug, Chen Wujin replied, I am truly terrified. He curled his lips into a mischievous grin, inviting the brother in black to witness the peculiar trinkets I regularly crafted. With a simple acknowledgement, Qing Zhao opened a small pouch adorned with swirling blue and white wave patterns, which seemed to transform into actual ocean waves. Countless bizarre creations erupted forth, some cascading to the ground, others hovering in midair, while a few clung to the transparent protective barrier. They stood ready, assembling into a formidable formation. Furthermore, Yi Linchen activated the protective gem that had remained nestled at his neck, radiant beams of iridescent light entwining around his figure before radiating outward. Upon encountering the transparent barrier, the light willingly ceased its expansion to reinforce it. Meanwhile, Bai Shaoqing's eyes shimmered with a verdant glow, her form emanating wisps of white smoke that penetrated all, tearing through the void to signal Bai Mu Yang across the vast terrain. Atop her head coiled a small white serpent, which let out a piercing cry. With each hiss, it grew larger, its power doubling with every increase in size. As these protective measures unfolded, the children instantly recognized their safety was secured. The elemental clan's iridescent stone, once activated, would unleash the protective might preserved by the elder, sustaining for at least half an hour, impervious to all but a peak strike from a master. Bai Shaoqing's protective art was even more profound, embodying the essence of the ancestral spirit, capable of both offense and defense. After a few more hissing sounds, the black-clad scholar at the golden core stage would likely find himself fleeing for his life. Just as he had finished his earlier bravado, he now found himself in a precarious position. The black-clad scholar's face morphed through a spectrum of colors, ranging from pale to deep purple, resembling a painter's palette. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed from the heavens. To kill or not to kill is no longer a dilemma. The plan has failed. Gather your wits and depart at once. As long as you evade capture, our West sect can disavow any responsibility. This message came from the true mastermind, far removed by countless miles. Upon witnessing the curling white smoke, the true puppeteer of the West sect understood that their scheme had unraveled. While the assassination of a sect's genius was not entirely uncommon among the various sects, it was also not an everyday occurrence. Since they had failed, as long as no evidence remained, the dominant factions need not worry. Yet, Chen Wujin had anticipated this very outcome. His eyes, sharp as blades, pierced through the very soul. And with a chilling tone, he declared, Think you can leave without consulting me? Being ambushed yet refusing to retaliate was a disgrace to a master strategist. Chen Wujin would never acquiesce. With a fierce gesture, he pointed like a sword and inscribed fervently in the air, The heavens are ever vigorous, a gentleman must strive unceasingly. The evolution of the word spirit has reached a remarkable pinnacle, surpassing mere vocabulary. This phenomenon is revered by the world as the formation of phrases through the word spirit. The profound essence of the Tao not only coalesces spiritual energy but also captivates the soul. Before one's eyes, a robust and dynamic aura of the Tao unfurls across the transparent sky, shrouding the waning moon against the backdrop of night. To possess the ability to write is to be a genius. To be capable of forming words is to be a prodigy. To construct verses is to attain sanctity and become a revered ancestor. The scholar clad in black found his thoughts entangled like a chaotic web, fixated on a singular phrase. He stood in a daze, witnessing the unfolding scenes before him, having missed the final opportunity to escape. Chen Wujin's entire being was infused with a surging energy, his fingertips radiating brilliance as he continued to inscribe. The terrain is expansive. A gentleman carries the weight of virtue. The earth sealed, and all lifeless objects that made contact with it emanated a profound earthen hue, severing any means of evasion. The scholar clad in black bit down on his tongue, regaining his focus, then waved his hand to invoke the moonless sect's shattered moon escape, dark mist swirling around his form, yet there was no further change. How could this be? You are merely at the chi refinement stage, yet you possess the ability to seal heaven and earth? Chen Wujin shook his head in silence, continuing to weave words of spirit into sentences. With the wind as a guide, a gentleman acts in accordance with his command. As the thunder gradually rumbles, a gentleman cultivates self-reflection through fear. As these four phrases emerged, a profound resonance pervaded the cosmos, the majestic essence of the Tao intoxicating those who heard it, yet instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. The scholar in black, possessing the highest cultivation and the deepest understanding, felt an inundation of fear akin to standing on the brink of an abyss, as if gazing into the vast heavens. He was 4 parts enraptured by the profound Taoist principles encapsulated in the utterances, 3 parts regretting his belated action, 2 parts marveling at Chen Wujin's innate talent, and the remaining part begrudgingly spoke. This is unequivocally beyond your comprehension. These sentences contain the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, capable of causing the very cosmos to upheave, rendering me unable to escape. Indeed, he spoke true. It was not something I could fathom. Yet, how could I resist? Being a traveler from another realm? This ancient and magnificent wisdom has been graciously bestowed upon me. What power do you possess to hinder me? Nevertheless, despite my thoughts, I must continue to present myself as a figure of significance before others. Chen Wujin smiled calmly, disregarding the beads of sweat on his forehead that resembled grains of rice. With a hand as steady as steel, he inscribed, "Benevolence is like water. A gentleman begins his endeavors with deliberation. Fire unites people. A gentleman discerns among kin. Treading upon the earth, a gentleman discerns the aspirations of the populace. The humble mountain teaches a gentleman to gather the many to benefit the few." With each line penned, the terror on the face of the scholar in black intensified exponentially. The 4 phrases intertwined, corresponding to a total of 8 hexagrams: Qian, Kuan, Sun, Jin, Kan, Li, Dui. In general, the symbols of the I Ching suddenly manifested, solidifying the surrounding space, rendering it impervious to those within and without. The black-clad scholar ground his teeth, fixating his gaze upon the architect of this phenomenon, Chen Wujin. Monster, aberration, genius, prodigy, none of these descriptors sufficed. Surely, a natural-born sage or a true immortal descending to the mortal realm could not be more extraordinary. The scholar murmured to himself, staggering backward to the ground, ultimately conceding defeat and abandoning any thought of flight. In the distant sky, 2 swift shadows raced like phantoms, pursuing the wisp of white smoke ascending into the heavens, their sonic booms resonating like thunder. Chen Wujin's ears twitched slightly as he turned towards the source of the sound, a warm smile gracing his face. For the reinforcements had arrived, stabilizing the situation. Suddenly, he glanced back with a radiant smile, as brilliant as summer blossoms, yet he added, "However, Yi Linchen, your kin may suffer as a result. Would you care to heed my words?" Chapter 17. A word that pierces the heart. Yi Linchen, having regained a modicum of spiritual energy, pushed himself up from the ground, sitting upright with unwavering resolve in his gaze. "If you intend to use me as leverage against my kin, then you are sorely mistaken." "Of course not," Chen Wujin replied, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, a grin spreading across his face. "The man in black is now aware of your identity. If he were alive, it would pose quite a dilemma for you, wouldn't it?" "Indeed, but why?" Yi Linchen could not fathom this boy, who was merely a year younger than himself. Moments ago, he had nearly slain Qing Zhao and Xiao Qing, a transgression that was utterly unforgivable. Chen Wujin's voice rang clear, as if he were discussing a casual outing, yet they were, in fact, determining matters of life and death. The peculiar scene further solidified the black-clad scholar's assessment of Chen Wujin, a natural-born sage, a true immortal gracing the mortal realm. The sect had incurred such formidable enemies. It would be difficult to escape ruin. I have earned the trust of the sect, rising from humble beginnings, All my cultivation is a gift from them, and my death would be inconsequential. However, I must leave a trace for the sect, informing them to eliminate Qin Wujin. No. I aim to elevate Qin Wujin's reputation across the realm, seizing this opportunity to eradicate the spirit-handling sect, thus alleviating the sect's greatest concern. The black-clad scholar pondered deeply, hoping to devise a method to leave a message within the intricate 8 trigrams. Within the transparent protective barrier, Qin Zhao and Bai Shaoqing stood close together, fully aware of Qin Wujin's protective words. A warmth enveloped Qin Zhao's heart, her face blossoming into a sweet smile as her charming eyes discreetly observed her young master's profile. Conversely, Bai Shaoqing, whose complexion was easily flushed, suddenly turned crimson and hurriedly covered her face, turning away to confide in the robust figure of Yun Lingyu, whispering intimate words. In the distance, 2 figures, Long Ying and Bai Mu Yang, rushed towards them, witnessing the shattered remnants of the crescent moon spirit formation. They beheld the profound 8 trigrams incantation and the layered defensive measures of the transparent shield, along with the individuals within. The protective measures activated, but those inside remained unharmed. Bai Mu Yang landed on the ground, the tension in his expression easing slightly. Thankfully, the children are all safe. Indeed, Long Ying transformed into his human form, landing with a notably colder demeanor. Bai Mu Yang understood, if someone else had orchestrated such a scheme resulting in Shaoqing's disappearance, his own attitude would likely have been 100 times worse. He offered a sheepish smile, grasping for conversation. Your spirit-handling sect possesses remarkably intricate techniques. This subtle 8 trigrams incantation is indeed well concealed. It is not a technique of the sect. Long Ying shook his head, contemplatively gazing at Qin Wujin, who appeared wise beyond his years. Qin Wujin was engaged in conversation with a youth he did not recognize. Long Ying's gaze shifted, alighting upon the black-clad scholar seated on the ground, and his pupils suddenly constricted, radiating a fierce light. The black-clad scholar shuddered involuntarily, yet remained undeterred, persistently pondering ways to leave a message. After a moment, Long Ying withdrew his gaze, only to hear a loud thud. Bai Mu Yang lifted his foot to step into the Bagua true words, only to find his cultivation inexplicably ineffective. He collided with the air as if a wall stood before him, his steps utterly immobilized, and the sounds from within and outside were entirely isolated. How did he come to this realization? Because Bai Shaoqing had seen him, yet she, along with Qin Zhao and the enlarged Yun Lingyu, pointed at him and laughed. Their lips moved distinctly, but he could hear not a single sound. Bai Mu Yang, a seasoned wanderer, was naturally adept at navigating such situations. Seizing the moment, he remarked, "Such prowess, it must surely be the work of your young sect master." Long Ying nodded in agreement. Both could clearly discern that the black-clad scholar posed no threat to the children. Thus, their attention turned to the Bagua true words. Standing before it, gazing upward, they were able to better appreciate its profound mysteries. The Bagua true words floated in midair, divided into 8 positions, perfectly corresponding to the innate Bagua diagram. Every element, from the meanings embedded in the words to the shapes they formed, and the subtle essence of Tao emanating from it, captivated both men. Had circumstances not been pressing, these 2 formidable experts might well have closed their eyes in meditation, engrossed in contemplation. Yet, urgency dictated their actions. They had no choice but to sweep their divine senses over the Bagua true words, etching its contents deeply into their minds before knocking on the door. However, Qin Wujin turned to them with a smile, yet did not dispel the barrier of the Bagua true words. He then redirected his gaze towards Yilinchen. The elemental clan was a race sought after by the heavenly realm. However, the celestial and mortal realms had always been at odds. As the dominant force, the Yuling sect had no need to curry favor with the heavenly realm, nor did the Bai family of Zhongzhou. Only the Keiwa sect was untrustworthy. Why should the Yuling sect and the Bai family be deemed trustworthy? Merely because I say so, Qin Wujin proclaimed, raising his thumb towards himself. Yilinchen was taken aback. He had encountered shamelessness before, but never to such an extent. He had considered himself quite arrogant, yet he found someone even more so. While he was momentarily stunned, Qin Wujin smiled and continued, "The 2 elders outside must be eager to interrogate the black-clad brother. He will undoubtedly endure the torment of soul-searching. As for me, I can achieve 2 merits with 1 act. Not only will I assist you in eliminating him, thus eradicating the possibility of your elemental clan's intelligence leaking, but I will also help the black-clad brother to end his suffering prematurely, sparing him the anguish of soul-searching that could lead to his utter demise, leaving no chance for reincarnation and recultivation." How shameless, Yilinchen thought, utterly exasperated. The black-clad scholar, seated and resigned to his fate, suddenly raised his head and asked, "Is there truly reincarnation in this world? Who can say? If you believe, there is. If you do not, then there is not. It all depends on you." Qin Wujing replied to the cloaked scholar, expressing his desire not to extinguish his 3 souls and 7 spirits. A spark of inspiration flickered in the scholar's heart as he nodded in acknowledgement, subsequently immersing himself in contemplative silence. Qin Wujing gazed at Yulinshan, contemplating whether to provide a decisive answer. Very well, but as a mere qi refining practitioner, can you truly accomplish such a feat? Yulinshan's eyes reflected skepticism. The ability to protect oneself in a perilous situation was already a formidable limit. To slay a 4th realm golden core cultivator while being at the 1st realm of qi refining? Who could possibly achieve that? Such absurd tales were not even spun by the storytellers beneath the bridges. Sensing Yulinshan's disdain, Qin Wujing smiled faintly, asserting, "Though this may not be within my capability, it is indeed within my reach." His meaning was clear. While he could not vanquish his opponent directly, he could harness the overwhelming power of the Bagua mantra, which had emerged because of him. If you harbor any doubts, simply keep them to yourself. With that, Qin Wujing extended his hand, fingers splayed, before abruptly clenching them into a fist. The Bagua mantra coalesced inward with his gesture, penetrating the transparent barrier to concentrate on the figure of the black-clad scholar. The scholar's heart raced with trepidation as he awaited his impending doom. He aimed to wait until the final moment to channel the lethal message against Qin Wujing into the ethereal 7th soul. This gamble, steeped in the essence of death, was his sole recourse, though he was uncertain if his sect would receive it. The 7th soul was inherently divided into the ethereal and the corporeal, with the ethereal residing within him and the corporeal ignited within the commemorative lantern at the sect. Should his gamble succeed, the sect would discern his death through the lantern. Receiving the message he transmitted, Qin Wujing is a true immortal. Take advantage of his weakness and eliminate him. Despite a 50% chance of being overlooked by the lantern's keeper, the black-clad scholar paid it no mind. Resolute, he embraced the moment of death, inscribing his message into the 7th soul before succumbing to eternal silence. Suddenly, in the fleeting instant before oblivion, he heard Qin Wujing declare, "Messages cannot reach their destination. The Bagua mantra obstructs all. Your thoughts are but delusions." With that utterance, his heart was pierced. The black-clad scholar was dead, his grievances left unvoiced. Chapter 18. Why should adults interject in children's conversations? In the shroud of night, the Bagua mantra annihilated the black-clad scholar, akin to an eraser wiping away pencil strokes, leaving not a trace behind. The illusory mansion crumbled slowly, dispersing into ethereal energy. The 2 formidable experts were profoundly shaken, witnessing a child vanquish a 4th realm golden core adept. The annihilation of a golden core by a qi refining practitioner was a tale that even mythological legends would deem exaggerated. Even if he had harnessed the forces of heaven and earth to achieve this, it still spoke volumes of his strength. Should he possess further insights? Could he not dispatch yet another golden core master? Longing might have felt little impact, yet Bai Mu Yang, having directly encountered the Bagua mantra, could distinctly sense its elevated complexity. If a peer among his contemporaries, no, even a golden core cultivator, were to wield this 8-character mantra, he would likely need to exert all his might, with only a 30% chance of escape. Was this boy truly a prodigy of such astounding caliber? Bai Mu Yang's heart trembled as he gazed at the youthful visage before him, observing Qin Wujing's radiant smile, a chill spreading within him. Could Shaoqing truly transform him into an ally? Was there a possibility that one day, this young lad might consume the entire Bai family? Just as this thought emerged, Bai Mu Yang chuckled softly, reasoning with himself, he is merely a child, even if he possesses extraordinary talent destined for the celestial path. He cannot possibly rival the vastness of the Bai family. He cast a sidelong glance at the completely relaxed Long Ying. An 8-year-old child performing such remarkable feats, could one even fathom it? The young master surpassed even his father. It seemed that destiny favored my spirit master sect. Long Ying laughed heartily, the long whiskers upon his dragon-shaped head fluttering wildly. As the 2 conversed, they were astute enough to discern that Qin Wujing was engaged in dialogue with another unfamiliar youth. This individual was none other than the figure that had dashed into the black curtain at the snack street. It appeared to be a youth imbued with a sense of justice, or perhaps a maiden. They scrutinized the figure closely, yet could not ascertain whether the youth was male or female. How peculiar! Bai Mu Yang and Long Ying exchanged glances, both perceiving the immense question mark in each other's eyes. Shaking their heads, they deemed it unwise to inquire directly, yet they could eavesdrop. Little did they anticipate what would unfold next. Chun Wujin, shaking out his robe, stretched out his fingers towards the heavens, exuding an ethereal yet commanding presence as he proclaimed, "With the moon in my grasp and stars within reach, there is none in this world like me. A scoundrel, devoid of shame, breaking through the skies without a hint of embarrassment, deceiving the innocent youth." Unbeknownst to him, Bai Muyang had begun to regard Chun Wujin as an equal among peers. "We are all cunning foxes. It is only natural that I scheme against you while you plot against me. However, when a cunning fox preys upon a child, that is simply unacceptable." Such was the sentiment. Yet, Bai Muyang remained oblivious to his subtle feelings as he approached his obedient great-granddaughter. "Xiaoqing, you weren't frightened, were you?" Bai Xiaoqing, upon hearing his words, furrowed her brow and huffed, giving the old man a kick. "I saw it all. It was great-grandfather's fault. Why on earth did you trap the offering of the spirit control sect?" Her assertion was not based on genuine observation, for her chi refining stage did not allow her to perceive the old man's invisibility technique. Rather, it was through the intuition of her little white snake that she sensed the peculiarities of the bustling street, yet the ensuing chaos swept her into its tumult. Having been in a state of heightened tension, she could finally revert to her normal demeanor. Having narrowly escaped death, she resorted to her impetuous antics to relieve her stress. Stamping her feet upon Bai Muyang's cloth shoes, Bai Muyang spoke softly, offering comfort while probing for details, eager to uncover the specifics of the event. As he listened, his astonishment grew, his parched lips parted wider and wider. Beside him, Long Ying's pupils dilated and constricted, captivated by the poetic essence of Chun Wujin's words, which resonated deeply with his draconic nature, accustomed to soaring amidst the clouds. Suddenly, he heard Bai Xiaoqing softly recounting the harrowing sequence of events, a narrative that both he and the old man had not witnessed firsthand. It turned out to be a thrilling ordeal. Had Xiaoqing made even a single misstep, it would have led to irreparable consequences. Long Ying cast a profound glance at Chun Wujin. "Young master, how meticulous you are in your scheming, even against a mere child. It borders on the shameless." He certainly did not regard Chun Wujin as just an 8-year-old child. Chun Wujin was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of the two esteemed seniors. Approaching Yi Linchen, he smirked mischievously. "You owe me a debt of gratitude for saving your life. I shall need to collect on that next time. We ought to exchange contact information, no?" The peculiar term left Yi Linchen momentarily speechless. Hey, you aren't planning to renege on this, are you?" Chun Wujin playfully nudged Yi Linchen's calf with the tip of his foot. Just as Yi Linchen opened his mouth to respond, an unexpected voice descended upon them. "Young friend, you have saved the life of our clan's young master. We are profoundly grateful and shall never forget this kindness." "Huh, such sweet words. If it weren't for my success in unlocking the game's ultimate conclusion, I might have believed your words," Yi Linchen retorted. The voice was imbued with a capricious aura, carrying a unique significance, and Chun Wujin immediately discerned that it belonged to Yi Yongxing, the elder of the elemental clan. Emerging from the shadows, a figure cloaked in black robes, shrouded in aquamarine energy, concealed their visage. One could not merely rely on words to ascertain whether the newcomer was a foe or an ally. Long Yin and Bai Muyang maintained a vigilant stance, resolute not to repeat past mistakes. Given their proximity to the Spirit Master sect, Bai Muyang refrained from speaking first. In an unusual turn of events, Long Yin remained silent, his deep-set eyes fixed intently on Chun Wujin. This gaze conveyed a multitude of meanings, prompting Bai Muyang to reflect. It is truly astonishing that the proud Dragon Clan would allow this young lad to take the lead. Chun Wujin, displaying unwavering confidence, smiled at Long Yin and then clasped his hands respectfully towards the figure in the black robe. "I am already aware of the origins of the young master you mentioned. However, considering the formidable enemies your clan faces, there is no need to spell it out." The black-robed figure turned to Yi Linchen, who nodded in affirmation, prompting a response. "Very well, we shall not elaborate. Rest assured, we will remember the kindness shown by the young friend, and there is no need for repayment." The veiled insinuations indicated that Yi Yongxing, hidden beneath the black robe, still wished to assist Yi Linchen in his endeavors. He was keen on facilitating Yi Linchen's connection with Bai Xiaoqing. The stance of Bai Xiaoqing was indeed crucial. The Bai family of Zhangzhou was a dominant force. That much was undeniable. However, they, along with the other three great families, were part of a clandestine organization known as the Alliance of the Descendants of the True Immortals. This was of significant consequence, as it likely contained secret records of the elemental Saint Lord's ascension to the pinnacle of existence in ancient times. Yi Yongxing sought access to those documents, and the only way to do so was to forge a connection with the Bai family. Chen Wujing perceived these ulterior motives with clarity. The young master, having navigated through all possible outcomes, was perhaps underestimated, choosing not to engage with that particular aspect. He contemplated how Yi Yongxing would proceed. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Chen Wujing decided to leverage his youthful age of merely 8 to his advantage. He politely inclined his head towards the black-robed figure and stated, "Since your young master is present, it suffices for me to converse with him while you await the outcome." Chapter 19. How to repay a life-saving grace. The implications of Chen Wujing's words are twofold. First, you are the senior, and I am the junior. Do you really have the audacity to engage in petty squabbles with me? Second, with your young master present? What right does a mere figure in a black robe have to converse with me? Having reached the yuanying stage in cultivation, one possesses a lifespan of 1,000 years. Such subtle undertones are not lost on me. Bai Muyang observed the black-robed figure with keen interest, assessing his cultivation level while casting a sidelong glance filled with derision. Encountering such a prodigy, one is destined to face humiliation. How delightful that must be, Bai Muyang thought to himself, reveling in the prospect. It is far more enjoyable to share in the misfortunes of others, especially when everyone suffers. It brings me a sense of comfort. However, with longing beside him yet unscathed, and clearly immune to any misfortune, Bai Muyang could not help but shake his head and sigh. What kind of fortuitous luck does the spirit-taming sect possess? The young rascal Chen Wujing, at merely 8 years of age, is already remarkably gifted. With 7 more years to interact, he may very well ensnare Shaoqing's very soul. This cannot be allowed. Absolutely not. I must keep a vigilant watch over my precious great-granddaughter. Beneath the black robe, Yi Yongxing found his throat constricted, feeling discomfort and frustration. His complexion shifted through shades of blue, white, red, and purple, cycling endlessly. Unable to endure any longer, he contemplated striking down this little brat with a single blow. Yet, despite his thoughts, his body remained paralyzed with fear. The spirit beast serving the Yuling sect, the dragon essence, is an ancient and extraordinary creature, undoubtedly stronger than the majority of cultivators at the same level. As both he and I are in the late stage of the infant transformation realm, should we engage in combat, my defeat would be certain. Thus, I must endure once more. Consequently, Yi Yongxing, enshrouded in his cloak, nodded twice, remaining silent. Chen Wujing smiled broadly, approaching Yi Linshan and extending his hand in an attempt to lift him from the ground. Suddenly, his arm hovered in midair, and he furrowed his brows, saying, "You should hasten your ascension to the core formation realm." "Why?" Yi Linshan, slightly bewildered, paused for a moment before inquiring. "Do you think I am too weak?" Indeed, he had intended to charge in and showcase his strength, rescuing them all. Yet, he had been swiftly knocked to the ground by the cloaked scholar, becoming the first to lose his combat capability. It was utterly humiliating. Even more so than the 2 girls who, at least, had coordinated with Chen Wujing, while he had barely managed to activate his life-saving technique with Chen Wujing's assistance. Consequently, the Grand Elder had left the clan's secret island, daring to venture into the mainland. Yi Linshan felt increasingly ashamed, bowing his proud head for the first time. "A great favor is not to be expressed in words. I owe you a debt that I shall repay one day." However, unexpectedly, Chen Wujing waved his hand confidently, saying, "I am quite strong, and that day may never come." As his voice trailed off, a flash of inspiration crossed Chen Wujing's mind. The elemental clan's ever-changing sacred body had no distinction of gender in its youth. Since his fate was intertwined with Yi Linshan, why not let him, or her, fully transform into a woman? That way, whether as a rival or an adversary, it would at least be visually pleasing. Yet, would this not lead to unforeseen consequences? After all, in every scenario he had played through, Yi Linshan had always been male. Forget it. This is my real life. Not merely a game. Moreover, overthinking would surely exhaust my brain cells, leading to baldness. I wonder if there exists a miraculous hair growth tonic in this world. The thought amused him, and Chen Wujing chuckled softly before adding, with a mix of sigh and jest, "Relax, life is like a game. And a game is akin to life. Simply follow your heart." Immediately after, a mischievous grin crept onto his face, his lips curling slightly as he proposed, "Why not wait until you break through to core formation and directly transform into a female body and mind?" Upon hearing this, Yi Linshan's mind was flooded with confusion. Bai Shaoqing and Qin Zhao, initially taken aback, found themselves momentarily dazed, processing the implications of Chen Wujing's words. Beneath the black robe, Yi Yongxing's gaze sharpened. He recognized that Lynchen was the ever-changing sacred body. A surge of murderous intent stirred within him, affecting the nearby Long-Een. Long-Een, with his dragon horns faintly glowing, stepped forward decisively, closing the distance to stand before the cloaked figure. Vast clouds billowed from the earth and sky, instantly enveloping the two, forming a massive inverted bowl. Why do you harbor such murderous thoughts, my friend? Yi Yongxing remained silent. Any additional words at this moment would only betray a hint of trepidation. The two stood in a stalemate, poised to engage in combat when the languid voice of Qin Wujing drifted through the mist. Uncle Long-Een, fear not. This old fool has likely been dazed in the secret realm, unaccustomed to the world. Let us excuse him this time. Long-Een's gaze fixated intently on the figure in the black robe, seemingly attempting to pierce the veil that concealed the individual within. After a brief pause, he spoke in a low tone. Xiao Jin, are you certain he will not harm you? Yes, absolutely, Qin Wujing replied, his tone relaxed. Very well. I shall trust your judgment. As the mist parted, the cloud dragon ascended from the ground, revealing its true form. This was its most optimal battle stance. Should the figure in black make even the slightest move, it would unleash a devastating strike. In the midst of this tense atmosphere, Bai Muyang observed the two hesitant combatants and let out a soft click of his tongue. These two are anything but decisive. Allowing a younger generation like Qin Wujing to determine whether to engage is rather beneath them. Perhaps his voice carried a touch too loudly. For Qin Wujing cast a sidelong glance at Bai Muyang. An inexplicable chill surged within Bai Muyang. What now? I have not provoked you in any way. Moreover, this lad harbors intentions toward my precious granddaughter. Should he not be more eager to curry my favor? Perhaps the roles ought to be reversed. With this thought in mind, Bai Muyang narrowed his eyes, his aged, murky gaze widening, wishing he could unleash a radiant light from his eyes to send Qin Wujing flying. Qin Wujing regarded Bai Muyang with the perspective of an adult observing a child, slowly shook his head, and chose to disregard him. Bai Muyang felt as though 1,000 alpacas were trampling through his mind. Have you made up your mind? Qin Wujing waved his hand, summoning Yi Linchen's thoughts back. Does he wish for me to transform into a woman in the future? Why? Is this the condition for saving me? Yi Linchen fell into a peculiar line of thought, hastily uttering two words. Wait a moment. If this is the condition for my salvation, would it not be rather effortless? This was already within my range of choices. To easily negate it indicates that he does not wish for me to owe him such a favor. It seems that Qin Wujing is even more remarkable than I had anticipated. If that is the case, then it is not impossible. I shall directly agree to him. Yi Linchen's lips parted, words caught in his throat, when suddenly he recalled. I have not even contemplated the difference between being male or female. No one in the clan has ever mentioned this to me. It appears that women have fuller bosoms, while men possess sturdier limbs, and there are also mustaches, leg hair, and eyelashes. Yes, indeed, men have denser hair, excluding the hair on their heads. Women have sparser hair, yet their tresses are thick and long like a waterfall, with lengthy eyelashes. I understand now. Very well, I shall agree to you. Once I reach the core formation stage, I will transition from a boy's body and mind to that of a girl. However, this alone does not suffice to repay the debt of gratitude for saving my life. Having said that, Yi Linchen rummaged behind his waist, producing a sound-transmitting conch and a book, which he then handed to Qin Wujing. Chapter 20. The Cloud Dragon falls a few meters. The auspicious clouds descend seemingly influenced by Qin Wujing's words. Yi Linchen experienced a subtle shift in his mentality, inexplicably leaning towards a more feminine transformation, his thoughts becoming increasingly delicate. When presenting the items, he offered them without granting Qin Wujing a chance to refuse, though he had never intended to decline. Yi Linchen kindly added, as long as you remain in the human realm, this conch will allow you to send messages to me, although there may be some delay depending on the distance. Regarding the book, I am lending it to you. I will ask for it back in the future. It contains a comprehensive record of ancient formations, but only the first volume. I do not possess the second volume, so if you come across it, please remember to lend it to me. Moreover, Yi Linchen suddenly transformed into a babbler, chattering incessantly, much to Qin Wujing's surprise. Even more so, Yi Yongxing, shrouded in a black robe, covered his already concealed face in despair. To think that a single utterance could transform the young master into a woman. This thought has taken root. It will be difficult to alter. Linchen's heavy promises are a nature he was born with. This is nearly impossible to defy. Thus, all members of the elemental clan must accept Linchen's transformation from young master to saintess. How shall I report this to the Council of Elders? Alas, my negligence has led to this, and thus I shall relinquish the esteemed position of the Grand Elder, devoting myself to the proper guidance of Lin Chen henceforth. This child possesses cunning, yet values promises. Without proper direction, he may suffer greatly in the future. Yi Yongxing's eyes, filled with bittersweet sorrow, were fixed upon Chen Wujing, whose aura radiated a profound resentment, intertwining with the ethereal energy around him. However, the dragon spirit, Long Yin, remained motionless above. Long Yin was acutely aware of the black-robed man's emotions, particularly as he observed the subtle shifts in Yilin Chen's demeanor. The thought alone was terrifying. What if one day, the young master, upon returning from a journey, were to suddenly transform into a woman? Good heavens! A shiver coursed through Long Yin, manifesting as his dragon scales quivered, rising and falling like a line of dominoes. A cold tremor swept from his whiskers to his horns, traversing his body and tail, then resonating back. He almost tumbled from the sky. Fortunately, his mastery of the infant transformation realm was robust, and soaring through the air was an innate ability of the dragon clan. After a slight descent of several meters, he steadied himself. On the ground, Bai Muyang, who was safeguarding the two young girls, felt a peculiar sensation within. He relished the predicament of the black-robed man, especially as this predicament was rather significant, transforming a clan's young master into a saintess. After traveling the world for over a century, he had never encountered such a bizarre request. The most astonishing aspect was that the diminutive individual had actually acquiesced, which brought him immense delight. Conversely, Bai Muyang felt a twinge of discomfort as his understanding of Chen Wujing deepened into several layers. First, his thought processes diverged from those of ordinary individuals. This young man cannot be measured by conventional standards. Second, his maturity belies his years. He is composed and astute, adept at leveraging his youthful identity, truly formidable. Even more unsettling was his apparent knowledge of matters of the heart, exuding an air of a natural seducer. Third, his prodigious talents were unparalleled, even in the central continent. Having witnessed countless exceptional individuals, none seemed to rival Chen Wujing. Comparatively, the other prodigies in their teens paled beside the mere 8-year-old. Contemplating these thoughts, Bai Muyang was beset by a headache. In the foreseeable future, his cherished great-granddaughter would undoubtedly take a liking to this insufferable young lad, unless a more exceptional contender emerged. Yet, through this incident, Bai Muyang shed many of his preconceived notions about Chen Wujing. This boy's nature was refreshingly genuine and unpretentious, unbound by societal conventions. One could imagine that even Chen Chu and his wife would find him a source of great concern. If such a capricious temperament could be feigned, then the old man had no choice but to concede. Bai Muyang glanced at Bai Shaoqing beside him, his lips moving silently, conveying a thought. Regardless of the circumstances, it is indisputable that the Chun family lad has protected Shaoqing. He gazed at Chen Wujing in the distance, a flicker of acknowledgement from elder to junior shimmering in his eyes. As night ascended, the bright moon climbed higher into the sky, signaling that time was fleeting. At the discreet gesture of Yi Yongxing, the loquacious Yi Linchen was compelled to halt his incessant chatter, agreeing to a future reunion with Chen Wujing. Subsequently, she followed the figure in black, vanishing into the tranquil embrace of the forest. Until we meet again, Chen Wujing's smile blossomed into a broad grin, his hands waving vigorously, laughter echoing through the stillness. Upon hearing these words, Yi Yongxing, stepping into the quiet woods, stumbled slightly, nearly twisting his ankle. Inwardly seething, he muttered, "Curse that impudent little brat, return my family's young master." He firmly believed that mere words would not outweigh the teachings instilled within the clan over many days. With this proclamation, he set a flag for himself. Whether it would be realized or shattered remained known only to heaven, earth, and the author. Clapping his hands, Chen Wujing approached Shaoqing and Qin Zhao, his gaze drifting slightly to the right, landing upon Bai Muyang. A glimmer of mischief sparked in his small eyes, and a chuckle escaped his lips. Bai Muyang observed him closely, a sense of alarm ringing in his mind. Oh no! The boy had taken inspiration from that unfamiliar little rascal and understood the necessity of a reward. Indeed, it was a matter of life-saving grace. Failing to present an appropriate gift would lead to unsavory gossip. Rumors would likely evolve into, the Bai family of Zhongzhou faced financial hardship, their direct descendants rescued. Yet their savior went unthanked. A mere child outsmarting a golden core realm expert, liberating the Bai family's direct descendant, yet, lacking wealth to repay, resorting to offering oneself. Would one dare to bind their fate at such a tender age? Is it enmity, love, interest, or reputation? None of these. A prodigious youth. The Bai family of Zhongzhou resorting to desperate measures, their noble daughter destined to wed him. Contemplating the sect known for its rumor-mongering, the Yinling sect. Bai Muyang felt a profound headache. This elusive sect seemed omnipresent, lacking in other abilities yet excelling explosively in the art of slander, with a knack for self-preservation. Once, a formidable master from the ninth realm boasted of uprooting the Yinling sect, only to find his words twisted into a flurry of half-truths and sensational tales, leaving him powerless against their machinations. Ultimately, he was forced to concede defeat, receding from the public eye. As Bai Muyang's thoughts wandered, his mouth did not falter. Rest assured, I shall prepare a substantial gift for young Master Chun, for such a life-saving grace cannot be overlooked. The old man had grown shrewd. The situation was no longer amusing. Chen Wujin pursed his lips, emitting a disinterested "Oh, you insufferable rascal. I ought not to have held any esteem for this young man." An unnameable fury surged within Bai Muyang, with a flourish of his sleeve. He summoned Bai Shaoqing and ascended into the skies upon a cloud. Chen Wujin waved his hand and called out, "Old Master Bai, has the fury of this unknown fire arrived too swiftly? Is it not somewhat inappropriate that no gifts were presented on the spot, compelling you to flee in haste?" His voice echoed into the distance. Moments later, a cloud of auspicious mist suddenly descended from the heavens, only to accelerate away. Chapter 21. The Lackmoon Sect. The Lackmoon Sect, established upon an ancient ruin, is perpetually shrouded in dark clouds, with only the moonlight gracing the earth during the night. Within the somber atmosphere of the council chamber, four black stone pillars stood tall, and in the center lay a long table, surrounded by 9 grand chairs. Seated at the head was undoubtedly the contemporary leader of the Lackmoon Sect, Qin Shang. His countenance was striking yet exceedingly cold, with narrow eyes squinting as he fixed his gaze upon a figure. "Zhao Shirua, you are responsible for this plan. Please elucidate the reasons for its failure." The individual, clad in a black scholar's robe, bore eyes devoid of luster, seemingly blind, and stood not far from the end of the long table. He maintained a composed demeanor, slightly bowing his hands as he spoke. "Sect Master, esteemed elders, the forceful assassination of the young master of the spirit-controlling sect was never my endorsement. And that is beside the point. When the plan was entrusted to me, it was already set in motion. If you seek to assign blame, there is no need for such theatrics. If you desire my life, you may take it here and now. I shall not flinch." "Haha, do you still possess eyes? What a jest. Regardless, you are the one in charge now. Is it not just to hold you accountable?" The speaker, seated to the right of the sect master, was the influential elder of punishments, Zhijioma. With black hair and a beard, he appeared aged, his obscure gaze fixated on Zhao Shirua. "Having ascended to this position, you, as the head of the scheme, must dedicate yourself wholly to the Lackmoon Sect. There is no room for shirking your responsibilities here." Zhijioma struck the air with a powerful palm, producing a resounding boom. The sect master, Qin Shang, smiled amiably. "Elder Zhe, let us discuss matters without such fiery tempers. Zhao Shirua, do not adopt such an attitude. It is unbecoming. We have summoned you, the head of this scheme, merely to inquire about the personnel involved in this plan, who executed it, and at what level of cultivation." Zhao Shirua nodded subtly, reflecting for a moment before responding. "There were 2 individuals dispatched, one responsible for the assassination, the other for support, as is customary for our scheming hall. The assassin was Yuan Qing, a senior steward from the battle hall, while the support came from Xiaoku, a mid-level steward of the concealment hall. Xiaoku possesses a unique technique that allows him to transform his spiritual energy into a human form, tasked with this capture and assistance. His role should have been the most challenging, yet due to fortuitous circumstances, he completed it with ease, even departing without revealing his identity." "What fortuitous circumstances?" Qin Shang inquired. "It seems Bai Muyang's design to ensnare Long Ying was intended as a test for the young master of the spirit-controlling sect." No one offered comments, nor did anyone respond. Zhao Shirua continued. "The one responsible for the murder, Yuan Qing, is at the 4th level of the Golden Core and possesses the ability to independently construct the remnant spirit lunar array. His formation is indeed set up. Under such circumstances, these exceptionally talented young men and women would be unable to utilize even their defensive techniques, leaving them with no chance of survival. Absolutely none." Giorgio Emo spat out a small bead of spiritual energy, striking Zhao Shirua on the shoulder. A crack echoed as the bone in his arm shattered at the shoulder. Yet the flesh remained unscathed, hanging limply. Zhao Shirua frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. The pain pierced to the bone, yet to him, the punishment was virtually inconsequential. Unperturbed, he continued, "After failing, it seems he did not escape immediately due to some circumstances, ultimately unable to flee, and then seemingly intended to leave a message." "Oh, How do you know this? Qinshan inquired. Before the task commenced, I dispatched someone to watch over the memorial lantern. Before Yuanqing perished. The flame of the lantern flickered, as if it were about to convey crucial information, but Qinshan's narrowed eyes slightly opened, yet he could not manage it. Yes. When he died, Long Yin and Bai Muyang had already caught up. It is quite normal for a being in the infant transformation realm to extinguish a spirit. The Yunlong clan, being an ancient race, possesses extraordinary means. No, in my estimation, Long Yin and Bai Muyang did not intervene. Absurd. Zhejiu Mo again propelled a bead of spiritual energy. Suddenly, a hand formed from spiritual energy intercepted in midair. Qinshan turned his head, saying, Zhao Shirua has already been punished. Zhelao, you should know when to stop. Zhejiu Mo nodded, bowed his head, and remained silent. The entirety of the lunar sect is merely a monologue dictated by you, Qinshan. Must you perform such a charade for my blind eyes? Ridiculous, pitiful, lamentable. Zhao Shirua scoffed inwardly, awaiting the next move of sect leader Qinshan. Suddenly, an arm rested on his shoulder. Sect leader Qinshan appeared beside him, speaking softly. Share your thoughts, but only with me. The leader's spiritual energy probed into his being, causing Zhao Shirua to immediately set aside any extraneous thoughts, articulating his doubts and conjectures with a calm voice. After a moment, Qinshan positioned himself directly in front of Zhao Shirua, placing both hands on his shoulders, stating, Are you suggesting that among Qin Wujin and the others, someone delayed time, and this individual could be that unfamiliar youth or Chen Wujin himself? Furthermore, Yuan Cheng's demise was at the hands of a child, likely Qin Wujing. The reason Yuan Cheng did not flee was that he was moved. Despite his extensive experience in assassination, he rarely let emotions affect him. It must have been the encounter with an exceptionally gifted individual that led him to sacrifice his life for the sect, aiming to eliminate that prodigy. As for who this prodigy is, you do not know, but you can only ascertain that it is one of the 4 children present. In a series of hushed, chilling utterances, Zanchang suddenly grasped Zhao Shirua by the throat, his hand brimming with spiritual energy, rendering him breathless. Why does it sound so much like your excuse? It's akin to saying, the plan, the executor, none of the steps were flawed, yet the intelligence faltered. If my memory serves me right, the intelligence was the responsibility of the hidden pavilion. Consequently, it seems it wouldn't fall upon you, Zhao Shirua. That is your line of thought, is it not? Zhao Shirua remained silent, unwilling to respond. The head of their sect, Zanshang, was obstinate and self-serving, rendering the strategist's existence merely nominal. Over 7 years in charge of the sect, he had dismissed their counsel, acting solely according to his whims. With a resounding thud, Zanshang tossed Zhao Shirua to the ground like a dead dog. This failed assassination implicated the leaders of the strategists, hidden pavilion, and battle hall, yet he chose not to pursue the matter this time. Haha. What a convenient decision not to pursue. You've severed my arm. What of the other 2 hall leaders? Is this what you call not pursuing? It is patently a personal vendetta. Simply because my surname is Zhao, being a distant relative of the previous sect master, you, Zanshang, are nothing short of a beast. You annihilate the core and purge its lineage, then use heart-devouring poison to compel those of us from the branch families to serve you. How vile indeed. I refuse to believe that heaven will remain oblivious. I shall endure and await the day of your tragic demise. Lying on the ground, Zhao Shirua's countenance remained icy. Yet his heart burned with fury. Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice echoed from the heavens. You audacious moonless sect, dare to ambush the son of Chun? Today, I shall drive you to despair, leaving you utterly destitute. Accompanying this proclamation, ethereal spirit beasts descended from the sky, as if a rain of mystical creatures fell. Among them were various divine and ferocious beasts, the vermilion bird, Qilin, azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, Kuanpeng, and Taotai. They surged towards the protective array of the moonless sect, tearing and colliding, swiftly dismantling the outer defenses. As the inner edifices were laid bare, the figure of Chun Yuxuan in white robes appeared in the sky, fingers coalescing as he grasped the ground. Instantly, beams of spiritual light surged upward, accompanied by explosive sounds that shook the heavens and the earth. Boom, boom, boom. Zanshang emerged from the conference hall, gazing at the domineering figure in white above. With a courteous gesture, he smiled. Sect Master Qin, it is but a trivial matter. Is there truly a need for such fervent wrath? In the sky, Chen Yuxuan looked down upon Zanshang, his eyes ignited with spiritual flames, unleashing a swift, profound light that pierced through the protective array of the moonless sect. Heading straight for Zanshang's forehead. His intent to kill was sharp and pure, his spiritual energy was vast and overwhelming, and his words were succinct. Today, I shall see half of the moonless sect brought to ruin. Chapter 22. 500,000, 5 million, 50 million? After proclaiming his bold declaration, Chen Yuxuan's aura swirled into a misty sea, enveloping the heavens and the earth. The ethereal spirit beasts, descending like a torrential downpour, grew even larger, their forms shifting from illusion to reality, intricately detailing every nuance. Their offensive power surged exponentially, radiating a fierce and menacing presence. Some opened their gaping maws. Others extended their fearsome claws, and some unfurled wings of iron, unleashing their most distinctive innate abilities, the gluttonous devouring of the Tao Dai, the South Mingli fire of the vermilion bird, and the thunderous might of the azure dragon. In an instant, they tore through the second protective formation of the Kwes sect. Moreover, a beam of spiritual energy, emanating from Chen Yuxuan's gaze, pierced through layers of formations and surged towards Qinshang. The progress of Sect Master Chen's cultivation was indeed commendable. Qinshang smiled, palm facing upward, summoning a black mist that rapidly spread. When the spiritual beam collided with the black mist, they appeared incompatible, producing a cacophony akin to boiling water, sizzling and hissing. Qinshang clasped his hands before his chest, bowing slightly, and inquired, "Why is Sect Master Chen so enraged? Is there something that spirit stones cannot resolve? Such cold-blooded intent. And yet you wish to settle matters with material means? Qinshang, you truly are a heartless individual. How could you fathom the thoughts of a normal person? Everything is negotiable? Little do you know, the bonds of affection in this world are the hardest to purchase. How much more so is the bond between father and son?" Zhao Shu rose from the ground, a cold smile lingering in his heart, when suddenly he heard Chen Yuxuan's resounding voice thundering from the heavens to the earth. But Zhao Shuru's previously serene facade shattered. His mouth gaped wide, as if to accommodate a goose egg. "Are you truly Chen Yuxuan? What of the fierce words you uttered last chapter? Have you forgotten so soon, as if they hold no weight? The Kwes sect intends to eliminate your own son. To so casually accept another's terms, have you even consulted your wife? Quite intriguing, yet the spirit stones are insufficient, after all. Shaojin is the deputy lord of my spirit conjuring sect and my son. If he were to perish, how many tears would I shed?" Chuchuru's voice chimed in, her figure appearing with a shimmering spatial movement. "This is not real. This cannot be real. How can parents so brazenly use their child as a bargaining chip? Moreover, from their words, it seems this was premeditated. The earlier grandiosity was entirely a facade, merely a ruse to reap benefits." Zhao Shura stood dumbfounded, stumbling out of the conference hall, gazing up at the couple in the sky with hollow eyes. He had already lost his sight and should have relied on his spiritual perception to navigate his surroundings. This behavior was the height of impropriety. Qinshang's squinted eyes sparkled with insight as he patted Zhao Shuru's shoulder. "In this world, matters are but this. Where do emotions and affections stand against the enduring nature of profit?" The corners of Qinshang's mouth curled up, laden with irony. After casting a deep glance at Zhao Shurua, he ascended into the air accompanied by the 8 esteemed elders of the Kwes sect. Treading upon the clouds, he advanced a few steps forward and offered a courteous nod. "Since it is acknowledged that my sect has erred, I shall leave the pricing to the two of you. With ample resources at your disposal, will you freely propose your demands, displaying such audacity?" Chen Yuxuan and Chuchuru exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual surprise, and simultaneously extended their hands, displaying 5 fingers. Observing this, Qinshang chuckled. 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones, that should suffice. They shook their heads in silence. "Then how about 10 times that? 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. Surely that is ample?" A glimmer of desire sparkled in their eyes. The Yuling sect was indeed impoverished, burdened by the needs of so many spirit beasts, and it had been ages since they had experienced such a surplus. This influx of spirit stones would afford them a few months of comfortable living. However, the couple was resolute in their refusal. With a determined yet arduous shake of their heads, they replied in unison, "Not enough. Not enough." Qinshang's eyes twitched slightly. "Do you wish for another tenfold increase?" Precisely, a youthful voice unexpectedly chimed in. Qinshang hastily looked up towards the source of the voice. High above the clouds, Long Ying's true form, a majestic cloud dragon, manifested as it released its innate powers. It descended with breathtaking speed, akin to a shooting star. Amidst its horns stood a diminutive figure, likely a child. Surrounded by protective clouds, the child remained steady, shielded from any violent impact, and conveyed a clear message, regardless of the circumstances. It was your Shuiyue sect that initiated the attack, seeking to take lives without wishing to bear the consequences. Do you not find that absurd? Is a life at the Golden Core stage, along with 5 million mid-grade spirit stones, insufficient? Qinshang retorted. longing then transformed into his human form. Standing in the void, conjuring a wisp of cloud to escort Chen Wujing to the side of Chen Chu and his wife. Chen Wujing flicked his cuffs and brushed off his garments, exclaiming, as the esteemed leader of a sect, "Do you not find such words utterly ludicrous?" Without awaiting Zanchang's response, Chen Wujing continued, "The assassination of a sect's young master carries an entirely different weight." His insinuation was clear. The status of a golden core practitioner and that of a young master are not to be compared. This young man exhibited a certain sharpness in his rhetoric, proving far more formidable than his parents, who had never encountered spirit stones. Had he not been present, the offer of 5 million medium-grade spirit stones would have undoubtedly shattered the psychological defenses of Chen Chu and his spouse. Yet, this child appeared oblivious to the significance of several million spirit stones. It was evident that Chen Chu and his wife were also acutely aware of this fact, deliberately allowing the child to speak. What a predicament! A torrent of thoughts surged through Zanchang's mind as he turned his head aside, deliberately ignoring Chen Wujing, who stood before him as the leader of the spirit control sect, allowing a child to engage in discourse. He had intended to elevate the conversation to a dialogue between sect leaders, but how could Chen Wujing possibly grant him such a wish? Chen Wujing smiled slyly, before arriving. I had already made an agreement with my parents that I would determine the final amount. After all, it is my life you seek to take. Chen Wujing's words effectively stifled the possibility of further discourse from Kanshang. Even more astonishing to Zhao Shuru on the ground was the realization, what manner of beings is this family composed of? It's one thing for the parents to remain indifferent, and quite another for an 8-year-old child to engage in such conversation. Remarkably, he had anticipated the response of the Kwei sect long before. This was truly extraordinary. Perhaps he embodies the glimmer of hope I seek for the downfall of Kanshang. Chen Wujing touched his lips and raised the stakes. If the Xianwei sect cannot reach an agreement with us today, then brace yourselves to face the dual pressure from both the Spirit Master sect and the Bai family of Zhongzhou. At that time, even if you wish to negotiate, we shall not grant you any opportunities. Upon hearing these words, Zhongshang had yet to express his stance, but the 8 elders behind him could no longer contain themselves. Among them, the most exuberant, Zhejiao, floated to Zhongshang's side and whispered, "The legitimate daughter of the Bai family in Zhongzhou is also on our assassination list." Moreover, the mission failed, leaving behind traces that Bai Muyang witnessed firsthand and likely recorded through special means. The reason he has not come personally may be due to the injuries from his fallen realm. He is currently at most in the nascent soul stage. This creates an exceedingly troublesome consequence. If he wishes to reclaim his honor, he will undoubtedly reach out to the Bai family, and since Bai Shaoqing is their legitimate daughter, the Bai family will not let this matter rest easily. Since a cost is inevitable, let us indulge the appetites of both families. This lengthy discourse caused Zhongshang's eyes to narrow to mere slits, filled with an unexpressed, pent-up fury that was difficult to release. Perhaps the only solution lay in locating the young genius Zhao Shuru had mentioned. No, it could also be assumed that this genius was indeed Chen Wujing, for he was present at the time. Zhongshang's schemes were momentarily set aside, as he had to address the current situation. He stated, 50 million medium-grade spirit stones will suffice, but you must assist us in resolving the grievances with the Bai family. Having relented, it seemed that there was indeed a glimmer of hope. Chen Wujing nodded repeatedly, opening his small mouth as if to agree, yet he smiled slyly and said, "No, that has nothing to do with us." This statement ignited the flames of resentment within Kanshang, who bitterly retorted, "You offer not a single concession, and yet you dare to speak? Shall we not simply engage in battle?" Chen Wujing immediately picked up the phone, saying, "All right, since the Spirit Master sect is rather impoverished. We may lack other skills, but we certainly know how to fight, ha ha ha. That damned little ghost does not play by the rules." Zhongshang raised a hand to press against his forehead, sweeping down to his chin, adopting a calm demeanor. As a dominant force, are you truly unafraid of war? Chen Wujing took a step back, intentionally hiding behind Qin Yushuan's thigh, feigning a look of trepidation as he remarked, "You simpleton, our Yuling sect possesses overwhelming combat prowess. Yet we lack any substantial industry. We could easily outmaneuver you in guerrilla warfare. This is what it means to be unencumbered by footwear." His words were like daggers, piercing the hearts of Chun Chu and his wife with relentless precision. Poverty, 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 devoid of industry, the unshod fear no shoes. Yet, it is indeed true that the sect lacks resources. If the Yuling sect were to possess such assets, they would not be in dire straits. They refrain from mining precious materials in the nameless mountain range, having even entered into a mutual assistance pact with it solely to fend off external threats. Furthermore, Both Qin Yushuan and Chu Churu are not particularly adept in management. Their ability to maintain the vast Yuling mountain range relies not on spirit stones, but rather on strength and camaraderie. With the power of transformation and half a step towards it, combined with 10 formidable infant transformation spirit beasts in their service, this constitutes the might of the Yuling sect. As for camaraderie, the couple has rescued countless spirit beasts, which is why they are blessed with these 10 revered guardians. A moment of maternal affection leaves one's head in a whirl. Let us speak of other matters and refrain from invoking poverty. Chu Churu shot a glance at Chen Wujin. Chen Wujin clutched his head and exclaimed, I cannot bear this humiliation. If you continue to strike my head, I shall refuse to assist you in procuring these worthless spirit stones. This is simply unacceptable, as the sum ranges from 5 million to 50 million. Chen Yushuan chuckled, No, my dear son, you mustn't take your anger towards your mother out on me. After all, I am the esteemed leader of the Spirit Master sect, am I not? He waved his hand, releasing spiritual energy that gently caressed Chen Wujin's head. The transformation realm, belonging to the upper 3 realms, remains subtle yet formidable, evoking the sentiment of an immortal bestowing blessings, signifying longevity. The prominence on Chen Wujin's head suddenly vanished, and he nodded slightly, yet remained silent, leaving both leaders of the formidable powers in suspense. Was this scene a mere act? The elders of the Xianyue sect were uncertain of the truth, hesitant to make presumptions. Only the perceptive Zhao Shuru discerned the essence. This young man was simply being exaggeratedly mischievous, even disregarding his own parents. However, upon recalling how Chen Chu and his wife unhesitatingly leveraged the assassination incident for spirit stones, he found it quite understandable. Such is the nature of parents. Such is the nature of their offspring. Observing that Chen Wujin still appeared irate, Qin Yushuan discreetly communicated, Beloved son, ponder this carefully. I am the sect leader. You are the deputy leader, and your mother? At best, she is merely an assistant leader. Therefore, you must not let your grievances with the spirit stones, which the Yuling sect is about to acquire, cloud your judgment. A divine logic indeed, were it not for the knowledge of your submissive nature. I might have been swayed by your words. Chen Wujin silently scoffed, then shook his head as he released his father's pant leg and took a step forward, reinitiating his mode of banter. Our spirit master sect possesses no assets, only a mountain gate in need of protection. Can you fathom the number of formidable experts we could dispatch to assault your enterprises? And can you guess how many spirit beasts remain hidden within the nameless mountains? Eager to emerge for some amusement? Just give it 3 to 5 years, and I assure you, your business will be utterly in shambles. Chen Wujin paused momentarily, then suddenly tapped his forehead and exclaimed, Of course. What about the missing moon cloud ship leading to other realms? There must be a plethora of treasures aboard. His words struck at the very core of the missing moon sect. Any business could be forsaken, yet the missing moon cloud ship was indispensable. The cold, piercing gaze of Kinshang slightly widened as he scrutinized Chen Wujin intently, then replied with a chilling tone, Very well. I agree to your terms. 50 million mid-grade spirit stones. Chapter 23. Wait until you grow up to annihilate the missing moon sect. Upon hearing this response, a smile graced Chen Wujin's face. This was more like it. However, he added, 50 million mid-grade spirit stones is rather excessive. I would appreciate it if you could convert it at a rate of 100, 1 to high-grade spirit stones. Such audacity. Converting lower-grade spirit stones for higher-grade ones typically incurs a reduction, yet Chen Wujin audaciously demanded a full 100, 1 exchange. This was indeed excessive, for according to the standard exchange rate of the southern Danhai continent, 1 high-grade spirit stone could be traded for 120 mid-grade spirit stones. With a mere utterance, he transformed 50 million into 60 million. When Chen Wujin articulated his demands, he fixed his gaze upon Kinshang, only to notice the slightest arch of his brow. How delightful it is that your heart shall ache. If you wish to take my life, I shall not permit your heart to be unscathed. For what satisfaction would that yield? A sharp crack reverberated, capturing the attention of all present. Zhe Jioma was seething with indignation. Utterly absurd that a mere child would dare to insult the Keiwa sect. He turned to Kinshang and bowed deeply, imploring the sect leader to summon the sect's profound heritage. Before he could finish his entreaty, his voice faltered, lodged in his throat. Ink-like spiritual energy coiled ominously about his neck, and Kinshang warned, Utter another word, and you shall perish. The sect's heritage is not something to be summoned lightly. Such a request demands a tremendous sacrifice, one far exceeding mere millions of spirit stones. What does Jijioma intend? What schemes lie behind his proposal? Does he aspire to usurp my position? No, he is not the sect leader and surely does not comprehend the immense cost of invoking the sect's heritage. Yet, perhaps he has surmised it, given that I invoked our heritage when I dispatched my master all those years ago. My mind raced with myriad thoughts, all stemming from Kinshang's obstinacy and suspicious nature. He, who sought to usurp the Kwei sect, naturally fears being usurped himself more than anyone else. Consequently, Kinshang unleashed an enigmatic and formidable aura, pressing down upon the hearts of the Kwei sect elders. After all was said and done, he regarded Qin Wujin with a smirk. You are quite impressive. Yet, merely impressive does not suffice. Qin Wujin, or Xiao Jane, evidently transcends the bounds of normalcy to an extraordinary extent. The term prodigy scarcely suffices to encapsulate his essence, compounded by his divine talent for weaving words into spells. Such a child, with a modicum of maturation, is destined to astonish the world. The subsequent events unfolded with greater simplicity. The Spirit Mastery sect acquired a pouch filled with superior spirit stones. Qin Yuxuan, employing his divine sense to assess the quantity, confirmed the count and, with a mere flick of his sleeve, invoked the transcendent ability of the seventh realm, the divine transformation realm, executing a mass spatial shift. Once the members of the Spirit Mastery sect departed, Kinshang turned to leave. Zhujiao Mo promptly followed, stating in a level tone, Sect Master, has there been an issue with the sect's foundation? In such times, even a mere display of our aura could serve as a bargaining chip. A sardonic smile graced Kinshang's lips, revealing his pearly white fangs. Zhalao, your words today have been excessive and contradictory. You were the one urging me to offer spirit stones, yet now you suggest I refrain from doing so and instead showcase the sect's foundation. Are you perhaps attempting to probe something? The moment he observed the sect master's demeanor, Zhujiao Mo felt a chill run down his spine, contemplating. The sect master has truly harbored murderous intent. Why? Is it due to that little imp from earlier? He immediately bowed his head in submission, declaring, I dare not. I dare not. All is for the sake of the sect. My earlier proposal was merely for the sake of harmony. Yet transforming 50 million mid-grade spirit stones into 500,000 superior spirit stones is indeed egregious, a moment of rashness on my part. As he spoke, he mentally repeated his assertions, though he found no genuine resolution. Their thoughts had drifted to entirely disparate realms. Zhujiao Mo, as the most loyal supporter of Kinshang, was acutely aware of his own positioning, yet a single ordinary remark today, due to its stark contrast in tone, had sown seeds of doubt in Kinshang's mind. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Shirua, standing below, grasped the subtext of Kinshang's words. Zhalao, your demise is not far off. The sect master harbored suspicions, thus. They would investigate. Should they find nothing, the doubts would only deepen, leading to irrevocable consequences for those under suspicion. Back at the Spirit Mastery sect, Qin Wujin could never fathom that his brazen demand for spirit stones would inadvertently incite a crisis of trust between the sect master of the Lac-Moon sect and a certain elder. Sect master, that little imp is exceedingly vexatious. Should we seek an opportunity for Zhujiao Mo to further tempt fate? Kinshang turned his back, responding. For the next 3 to 5 years, let there be no actions taken. Should he appear within our territory, we must ensure his protection. Why? Zhujiao Mo feigned ignorance. To prevent other sects from framing us. Their conversation was subdued, yet the astute Zhao Shirua, possessing exceptional hearing, captured every word with clarity from his position on the ground. His eyelashes trembled slightly, revealing his intense agitation. Such a talent, and you wish to grant him 3 to 5 years of time. Ha ha ha. You are bringing about your own demise. I shall wait patiently. Zhao Shuru suddenly felt a surge of hatred, loathing himself for having lost his sight. He yearned to behold the extraordinary 8-year-old child with his own eyes. In the sky, the 8 esteemed elders departed. Songshang landed before the council chamber, his voice chillingly cold. Surely what you have heard today has brought you great joy. The Kwei sect has suffered a tremendous loss at my hands. Do you not feel a sense of exhilaration, Zhao Shuru? The pitch of his voice abruptly rose, and with a swift motion of his long sleeves, he swept across Zhao Shuru's severely injured arm. A spray of crimson erupted, transforming into a mist of blood within moments. Zhao Shuru's arm was severed and dissipated into a dark haze. Clenching his jaw, Zhao Shuru endured the agony of his severed limb, resolute in his decision to remain silent, unwilling to reveal any sign of weakness before Songshang. From the vacant shoulder of his left arm, blood seeped forth, trickling down his black sleeve to the ground below. Drip, drop. Songshang stood quietly, observing the bloodstains on the ground. 1 drop, 2 drops, countless drops. After a quarter of an hour, a pool of blood formed. spreading across the floor. The vexation within Tsangshang began to dissipate. He closed his eyes and opened them once more, gently patting Zhao Shuru's shoulder where the arm once was. Inform everyone. This loss shall be recouped from the Kwe cloud vessel. The passage fees for all will be raised by 20% for the latter half of the year. Zhao Shuru, having lost too much blood, was on the verge of fainting, yet he bit his tongue to regain consciousness and managed to utter a single word. Ha ha. I admire your stubbornness. Remember, the day you bow to me, the entire Zhao family shall perish. Tsangshang declared before turning to leave. Once alone, Zhao Shura dragged himself back to the strategy hall and shut the door with a resounding thud. Unable to support himself any longer, he collapsed onto the floor. His fingers twitched slightly, and his lips moved to form a faint sound. No, I must not faint yet. I need to apply medicine. I must survive. I must live. Crawling along the floor of the strategy hall, his extended sleeves left a long trail of blood to stave off unconsciousness. He murmured as he crawled, the suffering of the Zhao family I shall bear alone. I must witness the death of Tsangshan. Chun Wujin of the spirit manipulation sect is my only hope. A prodigy like him will never tolerate the existence of a force that once sought to assassinate him. I, Zhao Shuru, will await your growth, and I shall rely on you to obliterate this wretched Kwe sect. Chapter 24. Breakfast time for the beloved son and the frugal father spirit manipulation sect. Inner hall dining room. Breakfast time at Chinshur. Chun Wujin, after finishing the nourishing congee infused with spiritual essence, lifted her small face from the large bowl and delicately licked the glistening remnants from her lips. Father, I told you. The doghouse of the missing moon sect possesses an abundance of spirit stones. Indeed, Qin Yushuan nodded, continuing to savor his congee in small sips. That foolish sect leader. Is he named Kinshang? Ha ha ha. He must truly be lacking in intelligence to consider sending someone to assassinate a person blessed with such fortuitous luck as myself. Surrounded by countless shattered flags of failure, Qin Wujin indeed exemplifies, to a certain extent, an extraordinary degree of fortune. Qin Yushuan remained silent, seemingly evading something. To be candid, the Lac Moon sect was indifferent to whether the matter involved 50 million or 60 million. After all, the profits from a single journey on the Lac Moon cloud ship would undoubtedly recoup any losses. As Qin Wujin spoke, he took a couple of bites of his meal. The sound of crunching filling the air as he chewed and swallowed, his chopsticks now ceasing to reach for more. Tilting his head and making exaggerated facial expressions, he said, Father, I wish to discuss something with you. Each morning, I am dragged here for breakfast, and this has been going on for 3 consecutive days. Is it never-ending? Can I simply enjoy a leisurely sleep with my wife? After finally accumulating a bit of surplus spiritual stones, I hope for a few days of respite. Yet I am still compelled to rise early. Son, do you have no regard for humanity? Qin Yushuan yearned to express the thoughts that weighed heavily on his heart. Yet upon gazing at Qin Wujin's youthful visage, he found himself at a loss for words. He feared his son might inquire, what is the purpose of lingering in bed so early in the morning? To which he would respond, it is to pursue that which one loves. But such sentiments were beyond the comprehension of little Jean, who was merely 8 years old. Qin Yushuan was startled by his own thoughts, pondering why such dangerous notions resided within him. How could one possibly convey such matters to an innocent child unaware of the complexities of the world? Overwhelmed by a profound sense of shame, he swiftly consumed his meal, the clatter of chopsticks echoing in the silence. Once he set the table in order, he spoke nonchalantly. It's nothing. I shall take my leave now. Wait, father, the child interjected. You have been away for so long. Don't you wish to engage in a heartfelt conversation and strengthen our bond? The tone of the child's words suddenly took on an odd quality. Yet, I had meticulously checked multiple times. Indeed, he had not been possessed. Qin Yushuan, feeling disinclined to ponder further, casually brushed his hair aside and remarked, Are you yearning for some spirit stones? Father, your wisdom is unparalleled. Qin Wujin clasped his hands over his chest and bowed respectfully. He then raised his head, a broad smile adorning his face, and said, Father, if I were to procure 500,000 top-tier spirit stones for the sect, would it be unreasonable for me to request a modest reward? Indeed, it is not unreasonable. If your desires are modest, you may directly go to Qingxi to collect them. Qin Wujin hurriedly leapt off the stool, scurried beneath the table, and tugged at his father's pant leg. There was no other choice, after all. His father was a formidable master at the transformation realm, capable of vanishing with the mere snap of his fingers. Thus, grasping his pant leg was the most prudent course of action. Qin Wujin spoke somewhat bashfully, saying it is merely a tad excessive. Which is why I mentioned it to you, father. With 5,000 middle-grade spirit stones, Qingxi can take full responsibility. Is that not sufficient? You are merely 8 years old. Even if you wish to bring along Qing Zhao and Xiaoqing for an outing, it surely would not require 5,000 middle-grade spirit stones, would it? Chen Wujin remained silent. Gazing upwards at his father with a 45-degree angle, his eyes fixed intently upon the old man. He blinked, blinked, blinked. If he were a tad older. Such an action might seem rather irksome. However, at the tender age of 8, he was free to indulge in this mannerism, maximizing his advantage. Chen Wujin's innocent onslaught ultimately prevailed over Chen Yuxuan. Merely utter a number, and his father would gladly shoulder the burden. As this thought flitted through Chen Yuxuan's mind, he forcefully summoned his spiritual energy to calm his turbulent thoughts. Little Jean was no ordinary child. Should he request an exorbitant sum, it would pose a significant dilemma. Perhaps it would be wise to inquire how much he truly desired first. Chen Yuxuan gently ruffled Chen Wujin's hair, then pondered before asking, "When you say a little, just how much do you mean?" Raising a finger, Chen Wujin replied, 1%, and it's a diminished 1%, amounting to 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Damn it! Chen Yuxuan exclaimed involuntarily, immediately retorting, "Is this truly what you consider a little? This is clearly a staggering sum. It's 10 times more than my annual expenses for official outings." Chen Wujin's small face was filled with countless expressions of confusion. How could his cheap old man also be a traveler? How did he come to know of this trope? Perhaps it was time to test the waters. He feared discovering that his father was also a traveler, perhaps even equipped with a system. However, given his low cultivation level, any attempt at probing would surely expose his identity, leading to one of two outcomes. Firstly, if his father was not a traveler, he would realize that his precious son had transformed into a high-level player, and that would spell disaster for him. Secondly, if his father was indeed a traveler, the fact that he was aware of this trope might suggest that he frequently browsed the internet and could not be too old, likely a peer or, worse still, a junior in middle or even elementary school, which would be exceedingly awkward. Forget it, with so many potential pitfalls, why should he create more for himself? Chen Wujin shook his head, choosing to forget his father's outdated notions. "Father, you cannot perpetually dwell on the hardships of the past. Your son has gained insight and learned the art of earning. The future of the Spirit Master sect will undoubtedly flourish, so rest assured." Chen Wujin began with a statement, seamlessly continuing with his thoughts. Therefore, the 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones should not be regarded with excessive weight. Furthermore, I am not as superficial as you might think. My intentions do not revolve around indulging in pleasures with spirit stones. I have legitimate purposes for them. For instance, Chen Yuxuan inquired. Formations, architectural renovations, and handcrafted creations are my passions, all of which require a substantial amount of spirit stones, as Chen Wujin earnestly raised each finger in emphasis. Formations, I comprehend. Architectural renovations? Handcrafted creations? What exactly do you intend to do? Are you planning to dismantle your home? Chen Yuxuan questioned in confusion. But wait. Hasn't anyone mentioned to the thrifty old man that Xiao Jin is a genius capable of constructing various things from diverse materials? Chen Wujin shook his head, casually grasping a pair of chopsticks from the cafeteria. Father, watch closely. With deft movements, his hands danced with such swiftness that they seemed to dissipate into mist. One by one, the chopsticks formed the octagonal foundation, intertwining to create the nascent shape of a tower. So fast. Chen Yuxuan gazed intently, his previous skepticism entirely vanished. In a mere moment, the miniature tower took form, standing approximately a foot tall. The structure comprised 7 layers and 8 facets, each level featuring a square window, crowned by an observation deck that extended outward with 8 wooden planks, suggesting that one could stand upon them. Chen Wujin smiled gently, gesturing as he inscribed the words of the elemental language, steadfast, buoyant, as the characters melded into the tower. He chuckled softly and whispered a few words into Chen Yuxuan's ear. Chen Yuxuan nodded thoughtfully for a moment before snapping his fingers, causing the spiritual energy to materialize into human form atop the watchtower and within the tower itself. A few miniature arrows of spiritual energy shot forth. After observing for a while, Chen Yuxuan's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. The craftsmanship displayed by the little one was indeed extraordinary, as she effortlessly produced intricate handmade items. With proper guidance, she would undoubtedly master the art of mechanisms in the future. Concealing his astonishment, Chen Yuxuan deliberately remarked, "What purpose does this serve?" "Spiritual energy can accomplish the same. Of course it's useful, father. If you were to prepare 100 of such items during battle, Launching them would be akin to hurling treasures, providing you with numerous advantages. Quite trivial, he sighed. It seems one must not merely rely on superficial abilities. By installing crossbow mechanisms within, the tower could automatically launch attacks. However, I lack the necessary materials. Please wait. Father, I shall seek out Qing Zhao for some. Chapter 25. What is the structure of your mind? Patiently awaiting in the dining hall, Qin Yuxuan toyed with the miniature tower, growing increasingly fond of it. With merely a pair of chopsticks, he could construct such a meticulously designed tower. Perhaps the little one truly possessed a talent in this regard. The combination of mechanism techniques and formation stands as one of the most formidable auxiliary abilities for self-preservation. If he could master them all, it would indeed be remarkable. It is said that he already possesses a volume of ancient formation techniques, and our sect steward, Qingxi, is an expert in formations and prohibitions. Thus, there is no need to seek other teachers for this field. But what about the mechanism techniques? Qin Yuxuan pondered over the several hundred years of his cultivation, and it appeared that he had not encountered any noteworthy mechanists. No, there were indeed a few particularly formidable ones. However, it seemed that he had leveled their sects, causing them to withdraw from the southern Danjai continent. Truly, it was a reflection of his youthful ignorance in the past. As Qin Yuxuan reminisced about the past, a sense of melancholy washed over him as he pondered how to find a skilled master of mechanisms for Chen Wujing. At the entrance of the cafeteria, Chen Wujing appeared, cradling an assortment of peculiar materials. He hurriedly approached the dining table, casting the materials onto its surface, before leaping onto the table and settling cross-legged to commence his work. His movements were deft, steady, and flawless. Observing the success rate of the materials used by Chen Wujing, 100, Qin Yuxuan marveled, "Little Jean, have you ever mistakenly selected the wrong material? Why would there be any errors?" Chen Wujing glanced over, his eyes brimming with disdain. How could one avoid mistakes? Even the most accomplished masters, who have cultivated their spiritual awareness to great depths, are still human. The absence of errors in their techniques is the result of years of rigorous training. Yet, how could a mere 8-year-old like me possibly accumulate such experience? Is it not akin to my own talent with the word spirit? You continue your work. I shall merely observe in silence, Qin Yuxuan thought, feeling a twinge of discomfort as he reflected on his own arduous path of cultivation. I toiled so hard in the past, and yet I feel as though I resemble a fool. This time, Chen Wujing took a bit longer, approximately a quarter of an hour, to create a series of exquisitely small crossbow mechanisms, each no larger than a fingernail. He cleverly integrated these mechanisms into a miniaturized tower. Look, father. This is my specially crafted portable mini-tower, boasting an attack power roughly equivalent to 1/10 of that of a beginner in chi refinement. Qin Yuxuan stared at him blankly for a long moment before saying, "Did you already reserve the mechanism for the crossbow trap when you were constructing the tower?" "Of course. If one cannot manage such a trivial task, wouldn't that be rather embarrassing?" Chen Wujing smiled confidently. "Your father simply cannot do it." Qin Yuxuan coughed lightly and inquired, "Is this something you conceived on your own? Or have you perused certain texts?" He added nonchalantly, "Just do it casually." At that moment, Qin Wujing silently made his presence known. In truth, these abilities stemmed from his instincts as a devoted gamer and anime enthusiast in a previous life. After all, how many true otaku refrain from indulging in figurines and Gundams? Could one approach the crafting of figurines and Gundams with a lackadaisical attitude? Clearly not. Painting figurines, handling the seams, refining the assembly, aging effects, and making magical modifications. Each task demands exceptional skill and unwavering patience. This is what has honed his techniques to an instinctual level. In this realm, when combined with his linguistic magic, the results are simply extraordinary. For instance, the labor-intensive task of sanding components can be effortlessly accomplished by sketching linguistic symbols with spiritual energy, which are then affixed to the newly crafted models. Akin to enchanting items in a vast online game, remarkably convenient. Moreover, there is a unique aspect to this process, as the linguistic symbols embody profound principles. The resulting objects can be roughly attuned to their master. Once attuned, these items can be wielded through the power of thought. Chen Wujing grasped the miniature tower and tossed it into the air, where it hovered gracefully, his gaze fixed upon the white porcelain bowl on the table. With a subtle shift of his thoughts, he commanded, "Attack." Instantly, the miniature tower released a wooden needle that pierced through the porcelain bowl. "Father, do you think this technique is satisfactory?" Satisfactory is an understatement. Just a moment ago, I was contemplating where to find a master of mechanism arts for you. But it seems you are already poised to teach others, Qin Yuxuan replied, his voice filled with a sense of pride and amusement. It was a delightful revelation that would save some expenses. Suddenly, the curtain separating the back hall from the front hall of the dining area was drawn aside, and Qin Zhao emerged, rubbing her shoulders. She had just completed breakfast for the esteemed family of the spirit manipulation sect. Upon seeing the young master and the elder, she refrained from greeting them immediately, for the dining area was considered an extension of the kitchen, and she remained in the state of a master chef of the spirit manipulation sect. Her eyes were sharp, entirely devoid of the usual softness. In an instant, she assessed her surroundings, her focus drawn to the essential elements of her craft, ingredients, utensils, and cooking tools. Then, her gaze fell upon the white porcelain bowl, now marred by the wooden needle. "Who did this?" she inquired, her voice tinged with gravity. Chen Yuxuan shook his head and raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. A glance at the floating object in midair would reveal the true culprit. Qin Zhao's gaze shifted to the miniature tower and then to Chen Wujin, who was stealthily inching toward the door. The tension felt palpable. Chen Wujin no longer hesitated. He swiftly dashed out of the cafeteria, leaving behind his voice lingering in the air. "Old man, remember your promise of the mid-grade spirit stone? I shall come to collect it this afternoon." Young Jin, ever mischievous, remained unchanged in his antics. Chen Yuxuan squinted with a smile, resembling a cunning old fox. The desire for 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones is certainly understandable, as he is my cherished son. However, what is consumed will inevitably return tenfold, 100-fold. It is rumored that mechanism masters and formation masters earn spirit stones exceptionally well. If Xiao Jin were to excel in both disciplines, would the results be even more remarkable? I eagerly await the outcome. At the entrance of the Kaiwa courtyard, Chen Wujin leaned against the archway, gently tapping on the transparent barrier. "Is Sister Xiaoqing there?" "She is not," Bai Mu Yang replied tersely. Upon hearing the aged voice, Chen Wujin clicked his tongue. "Old senior, you promised me a gift. Though I am not particularly anxious, do take your time in preparing it. I assure you, I shall not count any interest in my records. To boldly demand a gift is indeed a display of shamelessness." Suddenly, Bai Mu Yang's wrinkled visage appeared on the transparent barrier, startling Chen Wujin, causing his small hands to tremble. Chen Wujin abruptly stepped back, waving his hand in disdain. "Oh, old man, how revolting. You suddenly pressed against the barrier, and I thought you were up to some glasswork." Although he did not comprehend the meaning of glasswork, it was evidently not a compliment. Bai Mu Yang dispelled the barrier and cast a glance of annoyance at Chen Wujin, saying, "Come in, but do not disturb Xiao Qin. She is truly engrossed in her training." Chen Wujin smiled and nodded, extending his palm upwards, fingers of the index, middle, and thumb pressed together, rubbing back and forth. This gesture was familiar to Bai Mu Yang, as the little spirit monkeys who often ran errands for him frequently employed it as a reminder to provide some spirit stones as a fee for their services. Bai Mu Yang shook his head in resignation, then playfully smacked Chen Wujin's forehead, genuinely curious about the workings of his mind, wondering how he conjured up such whimsical notions. After speaking, he lifted Chen Wujin and gently placed him on a stone bench in the courtyard. He then swiftly seated himself on the opposite stone bench, revealing 5 tomes. With an expression of mild exasperation, he said, "Choose." Chapter 26. The shift of the world lying gazing at the spread of tomes on the stone table. An image of the old beggar retrieving a manual surfaced in Chen Wujin's mind. He chuckled, saying, "At this moment, shouldn't there be a line where the old man adds, 'Young one, I see your extraordinary bone structure. You are a rare talent in martial arts and cultivation. The task of maintaining world peace is entrusted to you.' That would be perfect." Bai Mu Yang's forehead creased in confusion, his nasal tone revealing his bewilderment. "What? Nothing." Chen Wujin shook his head and waved his hand, then turned his attention to the tomes. "Old Bai, why don't you introduce them to me?" With a barely perceptible nod, Bai Mu Yang extended his finger, resting it upon the first tome, sequentially elaborating on the general functions of the 5 texts from left to right. The first, Thunderblade Technique, converts spiritual energy into lightning attribute, sword energy, significantly enhancing the attack power of the spiritual essence. The second, Spirit Control Technique, begins with the premise that all things possess spirit, and through the application of the technique, they can be controlled. It is derived from the principles of linguistic and written spirit. The third, 5 Elements Concealment Method, intricately details the interaction of the 5 elemental forces, particularly focusing on the concealment aspect, which reflects the author's somewhat cynical character. The 4th and 5th tomes pertain to life-preserving techniques. Remarkably, 3 out of the 5 tomes are dedicated to survival. Chen Wujin rolled his eyes in exasperation and remarked, "Old Bai, are you truly the disciple of the ghoulish sect?" The ghoulish sect? Members of the Bai family from Zhangzhou have never affiliated themselves with such teachings. Bai Muyang propped his chin with one hand while gesturing with the other, shaking his finger in disapproval. "Among the techniques you provided me, 3 are solely for self-preservation, which is rather excessive." Chen Wujin, at a loss for words, rubbed his forehead in frustration. "And yet, you still have the audacity to be picky." Bai Muyang, with his slightly quivering mustache, pouted and replied, "There are 2 techniques that are not for mere survival. You may choose one of them at your discretion." Chen Wujin's eyes sparkled with cleverness as he lunged onto the table, gathering all the secret books into his embrace. A true scholar makes choices, but a child should seize everything. Before his words had faded, his hand swiftly swept up all the tomes and tucked them into his bosom. Bai Muyang was taken aback by Chen Wujin's audacity. "You little rascal, you took all 5 books right in front of me, leaving my hidden treasures completely depleted." "Oh, I'll leave 2 for you," Chen Wujin replied nonchalantly, tossing aside the 4th and 5th books, the titles of which he hadn't even bothered to remember. Bai Muyang was left utterly speechless. How could it be that I, the giver, am left feeling shortchanged? It was apparent that Chen Wujin would only take 2. Yet this cunning lad had claimed them all. When I attempted to refuse, he promptly discarded the 2 books he deemed unworthy. That little scoundrel is utterly shameless and exceedingly sly. Seizing the moment while Bai Muyang was momentarily distracted, Chen Wujin stealthily made his way toward the entrance of the Caixia courtyard. His heart swelled with satisfaction, not merely due to the acquisition of the foundational texts, but also because he had outmaneuvered the old man. For the technique of evasion, 1 book suffices, and the one on 5 elements evasion, with its detailed explanations, would greatly benefit him. The sword technique, from its very name, conjured vivid images in Chen Wujin's mind of myriad sword energies assailing foes. A man's dreams need not be elaborated upon. They must be grasped firmly. The spirit control technique, which inspired him with its use of elemental language, was an absolute necessity. Throughout, he had indeed focused solely on these 3 volumes. To his surprise, the old man did not impede his escape, allowing him to exit the courtyard unchallenged. With 1 foot inside and 1 foot out, he turned back and called, "Old man, I really am leaving now. Go on, go on. Out of sight, out of mind. Hurry along." Bai Muyang chided with a chuckle. After watching Chen Wujin depart, Bai Muyang stroked the left side of his mustache thoughtfully. To strive without greed. Splendid. Had this lad been obedient and selected only 1, I would have felt a twinge of disappointment. But if he takes all 5, I shall certainly not permit him to accompany Xiaoqing back home after 7 years. His grasp of the situation was impeccable, and what was even more formidable was his understanding of human nature. By initially claiming all 5 books, he had already calculated that only the 3 useful ones were truly his rightful possessions. This was Bai Muyang's final test, compounded by previous crisis responses and the personal insights he had gathered over recent days. Chen Wujin, having garnered the recognition of Bai Muyang in terms of capability, disposition, and virtue, stands unparalleled among his peers in the present-day southern Danhai continent. The passage of time, like flowers gently swaying with the morning breeze and snowflakes drifting in the evening chill, has swiftly elapsed over 7 years, transforming Chen Wujin into a strikingly handsome youth. His hair is lustrous and thick, his visage defined by sharp contours, a prominent nose, and slender lips, complemented by a pair of sword-like brows and captivating starry eyes. Seated cross-legged upon the verdant grass of a quaint bamboo courtyard, he appears to be in a meditative trance, eyes closed and mind focused, exuding an aura of profound insight. His entire being is suffused with an ethereal energy, undeniably emanating from his perfected cultivation at the 2nd stage of foundation establishment. The remarkable strength of his foundation envelopes him in a celestial atmosphere, yet a mischievous grin at the corner of his mouth anchors him firmly in the realm of mortals. This is merely a habitual gesture he exhibits while deep in contemplation. Chen Wujin was engaged in a monumental calculation, meticulously devising a blueprint to dismantle the impending flags in his mind. Over the past 7 years, certain developments have defied his expectations. Firstly, Hua Fiwo, who was supposed to be Chen Wujin's childhood friend, has yet to make an appearance, the reasons for which remain unclear. Hua Fiwo was meant to be brought to him by an elder from the Bitao sect, when Chen Wujin was merely 10 years old. From that moment, they were to share a deep camaraderie, becoming inseparable companions. However, their friendship was ultimately torn asunder by Yi Linchen's insidious machinations, leading them into a rivalry. The absence of such an intriguing flag dismantlement has not rendered Qin Wujin's 7 years dull. This is largely due to the presence of two frequent visitors in the inner sect, Fu Hongye and Xiao Qingqian, marking the second unexpected twist. Upon encountering them and learning their names, a multitude of flag dismantlement scenarios associated with Fu Hongye and Xiao Qingqian flooded his mind. Nonetheless, despite their frequent visits to the Yuling sect, their bond remains primarily with Chu Qingxi, and their relationship with Qin Wujin is neither particularly close nor distant, merely that of ordinary friends. Consequently, the lines of their flag dismantlements have yet to be activated. Lastly, the unforeseen awakening of Qing Zhao's innate divine ability, the food god incarnation, has paved a prosperous path for her cultivation. A development that was entirely unmentioned in the original narrative. Qin Wujin is unable to ascertain whether a new catastrophic event will unfold, thus he must adapt spontaneously. The unknown connotes a lack of ease, signifying genuine peril. In addition to the most conspicuous matters, numerous subtle changes have led Qin Wujin to sense that a storm of fate is brewing. Notably, the condition of the Spirit Master sect is worth mentioning. The news of Bai Shaoqing, the direct descendant of the central continent, cultivating within the Spirit Master sect has circulated widely, attracting many from afar, thus gradually elevating the sect's popularity. Over the past 7 years, an influx of young disciples has joined the sect. However, none possess exceptional talent, as even the internal assessments established by Chu Qingxi are beyond their reach. Nevertheless, the Spirit Master sect's spiritual stones are no longer in short supply. This is primarily due to 2 reasons. First, the Spirit Master sect of South Danjai, the Yeyuan sect of Divine Tree Continent, and the Haomiao sect of Misty Green Mountain Continent have established a flourishing trade triangle. Second, Qin Wujin has mastered the first half of the ancient array techniques, combined with his innate skills in mechanical arts, leading to a modest renown for his handcrafted creations in South Danjai. As various changes, both favorable and unfavorable, converge, Qin Wujin is increasingly convinced this world diverges from that of the game. The timeline has shifted. Chapter 27. The news of an extraordinary genius, Xianjin calendar. Year 30795. 7th day of the plum moon. A gentle drizzle saturates the entirety of South Danjai, as on a nameless peak of the Spirit Master mountain range. A youth is engaged in excavating an artificial pond. With hands deftly forming sword gestures, he commands dozens of levitating hoes, hastily digging into the earth. Nearby, beside the still-forming pond, stands a girl clad in pure white garments beneath a lush tree, her hair elegantly styled in a bun, with droplets of water adorning her wisps. Evidently, just arrived from the rain. Wujin, significant news has arrived today. Qin Wujin was not like the straightforward and unyielding men who were solely focused on excavation. He gestured with his fingers, performing the spirit-controlling technique, silently reciting the incantation, "I am a diligent little hoe." Upon receiving this phrase suffused with ethereal radiance and profound significance, the hoe required no further control, though its efficiency would markedly diminish. With a smile, he mused, "Could it be that another peculiar spirit beast has emerged? If I wish to acquire it, Yunlinger will undoubtedly be displeased." Suddenly, a small white snake appeared, coiling around by Xiaoqing's shoulder. Its lively gaze seemed to convey the haughty sentiment of a pouting girl, declaring, "No other spirit beast can compare with me. I shall not be vexed." Bai Shaoqing gently comforted the small snake before turning her attention back to Qin Wujin. "This news is of utmost importance, especially for you. I have heard that a peerless genius has emerged from the Baitao sect, the most extraordinary of its kind, in the southern regions of the South Danxi continent. Rumors swirled that he was the greatest talent in a century. Is he truly that formidable? Might his name be Huafeiwa?" Qin Wujin's lips curled into a mischievous grin. Bai Shaoqing gasped, her eyes widening in surprise. "Oh, Wujin, you know? How could you possibly know? I specifically asked Uncle Qin and Aunt Chu to keep it a secret. The wise man has his own clever schemes. It cannot be divulged." "Such a mysterious demeanor you possess," Bai Shaoqing retorted, giving Qin Wujin a pointed look as she tugged at his sleeve. "Come now, cease your excavating and return with me. No rush. I shall dig a while longer. Soon enough, I shall create a pond that is warm in winter and cool in summer." Bai Shaoqing huffed, "We must go. I need you to accompany me to Linyu City." "How have we come to that?" Qin Wujin feigned confusion, for he had no desire to accompany Bai Shaoqing on a shopping spree. The mysterious endurance of a woman's legs during such outings was indeed formidable. "I do not require you to accompany me shopping." "Then what is it?" "It is regarding this genius, the the peerless genius whose emergence is rumored to be the secret weapon of the Bai Tao sect. No. It should be stated that he is the next generation's holy son. The Bai Tao sect is unlike other sects. Within it are two individuals wielding the greatest authority, the sect leader and the holy son. Routine matters are managed by the sect leader, who is typically a highly accomplished cultivator, though not necessarily the pinnacle of expertise. The most formidable individual within the Bai Tao sect has always been the holy son. This current holy son, having lived for over 900 years, now has less than a century remaining, making it the opportune moment to select the next holy son. Huafei was evidently the chosen one. However, the Bai Tao sect will not readily acknowledge him, even if the entire sect has been won over by his prowess. A grand ritual known as the Wave Challenge must still be conducted. The premise is simple: waves are ever present, and tides are abundant. To ascertain who is the best, one must withstand the challenges of the entire world. Only then can one claim to be the best. The finest talent is the holy son of the Bai Tao sect. Naturally, the Bai Tao sect, with its profound heritage, would never allow young prodigies to participate in the grand competition of the waves without cause. They have established unimaginably generous rewards for this purpose. Chen Wujin cast a glance at Bai Shaoqing, tinged with disdain, his voice laced with profound incredulity. You wish to participate in the wave battle? What sort of look is that? Do you hold me in contempt? Bai Shaoqing straightened her chest defiantly, yet her flatness, akin to an airport runway, stirred no turbulence in Chen Wujin's heart. He chuckled softly, opting to disregard this prime opportunity for a heartfelt jab. After all, merely mocking Bai Shaoqing for her lack of curves would inevitably provoke her ire, revealing the true, capricious nature of the spoiled by family heiress. It is not that I look down upon you, but your foundation has yet to reach perfection. How could you possibly compete? I shall register myself and, out of kindness, also enroll you. Wait, why would you assist me in registration? I have no desire to participate. Chen Wujin merely wished to remain comfortably in the Yuling mountain range. He glanced back at the nearly completed artificial pond and remarked, "Isn't it more pleasant to establish a sect? However, this is your sect, not mine," Bai Shaoqing thought privately. She then took Chen Wujin's hands and vigorously shook them. "Wujin, just agree to it, won't you?" Upon hearing this, Chen Wujin was overcome with goosebumps. "Please, do not call me Wujin Gij like that, all right?" Chen Wujin could not help but cover his forehead and heart. He should never have imparted such peculiar knowledge to the young Bai Shaoqing. The same words spoken by a genuine little lowly sounded so endearing. Why then? Did it feel so discordant when uttered by a girl of not yet 15? Is it truly as those reclusive individuals assert, anyone over 13 is akin to an ant? He took a couple of breaths, his brows arching slightly, and said, "All right, enough with the coyness, I shall accompany you." Outside Linyu City, a gentle rain fell. A cloud descended near the northern gate of the city, from which emerged a pair of young men and women. The young man was handsome and dashing, while the young woman was strikingly beautiful. They walked side by side, making their way into the city. The guards at the city gate were inspecting other entrants, but the two of them were granted passage without delay. The captain of the guard greeted them with familiarity. "Young Master Wujin, accompanying Miss Shaoqing on a shopping expedition again? That must be quite a laborious task." "No, I heard there is a significant event in the city, and I came to see." "Oh, you must be referring to the Langdao Grand Competition," the captain exclaimed, his eyes glinting with excitement. "The Bitao sect has been boasting about their genius far too much. I, for one, find it quite displeasing. Now that young Master Wujin is here, we can finally give that so-called first genius of Nandan Haizhou a good lesson." A loud voice, overheard by a burly man who had just entered the city, turned towards the captain and the blue-robed Chen Wujin. What audacity! The talent of Bitao sect, Huafei, is unparalleled. At the tender age of 16, he has already reached the late stage of the third realm of the Golden Core. Pray tell, how does this young Master Wujin intend to avoid a beating? The man had dark skin, likely a result of years spent toiling by the sea, and was presumably from the vicinity of Bitao sect. In Chen Wujin's heart, a judgment crystallized, restraining the furious city guard captain, yet failing to quell the impulsive outburst of Bai Shaoqing. If one were to speak of genius, Wujin surpassed others by tenfold or even 100-fold. He simply had no desire for fame. The man shook his head, sighing. These two fledgling cultivators, oblivious to their own limitations, mistakenly believe that others' reputations stem from mere fortune or the backing of powerful factions. How pitiable. After a brief pause, he removed his hat, revealing his visage. and pointed to the scar on his nose, stating, "I am but a humble individual who had the fortune to spar with young Master Hua 3 years ago. During our bout of over 100 exchanges, I was struck here by a single blow, conceding defeat wholeheartedly without any grievances." He gazed deeply at Qin Wujing, adding, "If you could best me, perhaps at the grand competition of the waves, you would not suffer too great a humiliation." Chapter 28. A chance encounter with a fearsome individual? The commotion at the city gate piqued the interest of the surrounding crowd. As they gathered, they did not shy away from discussing the influence of the Spirit Master sect, expressing their opinions candidly. Young Master Qin's appearance was indeed remarkable, yet his talent fell short of the extraordinary. The grand competition of the waves was not a stage where one could rely solely on sect influence. Only true prodigies could stand out. Young Master Qin Wujing was a mischievous child, now somewhat subdued, yet he is not renowned for his cultivation. Indeed, as the young master of the Spirit Master sect, nearing 15 years of age, he had yet to break into the core formation realm. Evidently, his innate talent was not exceptional. Rumors circulated that young Master Wujing was skilled in both mechanical arts and formations, a rare polymath whose handcrafted creations ranged from grand edifices to delicate ornaments, all both aesthetically pleasing and practical. His talents were misapplied, as the heir of the sect, having insufficient cultivation is untenable. With his potential, reaching the transformation of infant stage will be challenging. Most cultivators shared a consensus: one should refine Qi by 6, attain the foundational stage by 9, and be hailed as a prodigy after 3 years of foundation establishment. Those who could stabilize their foundational stage for over 3 years were undoubtedly the C'Army de la C'Army. However, due to the nature of his understanding of the language of spirits, Wujing's spiritual energy remained concealed, leading others to vaguely gauge his cultivation as merely foundational, unaware that he had achieved full foundation establishment by the 3rd month of his 9th year. In truth, he had solidified his spiritual foundation for nearly 6 years. This matter was so astonishing that he had not even confided in his parents, only revealing his full foundational mastery on his 11th birthday. Thus, his failure to break through by 15 was perceived as a positive in the eyes of the Spirit Master sect and related personnel. A 3-year suppression of his abilities undoubtedly marked him as a genius. Furthermore, his spiritual foundation was far more robust than that of the newly emerged prodigy from the Baitao sect. Amidst the skepticism of the crowd, Qin Wujing declared, "You wish to compete? Yet I have never engaged in a contest before." The man, with dark skin and a scar running down his nose, said, "Fear not, esteemed sir. Rest assured, with my cultivation at the late stage of the core formation realm, I possess sufficient control to ensure that you remain unharmed." Qin Wujing revealed a smile and sincerely stated, "No, you have misunderstood my intention. I meant that such contests should be conducted with restraint. Yet it seems I am not adept at exercising such moderation, and I most likely will not spare you." Upon hearing these words, Bai Shaoqing felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. Was Wujing intending to employ that ruthless method of combat? This was excessively harsh. Contrary to her thoughts, the dark-skinned man furrowed his brow, his voice low and weighty. "Youngster, regardless of which esteemed family you hail from, uttering grandiose claims comes with a price." Qin Wujing gave a barely perceptible nod, the corners of his mouth curving upwards slightly to reveal a set of pristine white teeth. His smile morphed into a mischievous grin, shattering the ethereal quality he once possessed. The first strategy involved intricate mechanisms, the second revolved around formations, and the third was centered on sword energy. "Which of these paths do you wish to falter upon?" Qin Wujing inquired earnestly, seemingly as if he were the one transcending the other in a grand realm. The distinction between the foundation establishment and the core formation stages may appear negligible, yet they are worlds apart. Numerous techniques only manifest their true essence within the core formation realm. However, his condescending demeanor provoked an intolerable response from the man. With a fierce roar, he declared, "I am Huang Mang, a disciple of the inner sect of the Lianxuan blade sect. Please enlighten me." As his words echoed, the man unsheathed his dual blades, unleashing an aura that surged around him. The moment he drew his swords, a stunning flash of blade light captivated the onlookers. It was he, the esteemed senior brother of the Lianxuan blade sect, a formidable practitioner of the Lianxuan mad blade technique. The prowess of the Lianxuan blade sect is readily discernible. One need only observe his swordsmanship, one blade drawn, the other at the ready, embodying the essence of the Lianxuan mad blade. Those who master this technique are invariably individuals of unwavering resolve. The training involved is excruciating, and those who achieve such mastery have endured countless hardships. each bearing the scars of their struggles. How ferocious! Yet, he still holds the likes of Huafei Wu from the Bitao sect in such high regard. The city guard captain glanced around, contemplating intervening in this sudden duel. However, Chun Wujin and Huang Mang had already made up their minds. And as a mere city guard captain, he found it unwise to assertively interfere. In the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails. Such customary duels frequently occur in Linyu City and do not breach the city's regulations. Thus, he could only advise Chun Wujin, with whom he was more familiar, a person whose heart is as steadfast as iron, wielding a blade of unmatched ferocity, is indeed perilous. Moreover, the Lianquan Blade sect harbors no affection for the spirit control sect. They have even been robbed by your esteemed father on multiple occasions. Are you truly intent on robbing them again? Does your father still engage in such activities? Chun Wujin was taken aback and turned to glance at the captain of the city guards. The captain understood the implication in Chun Wujin's eyes and quickly waved his hand, clarifying that it was not a matter of robbery, but rather a reasonable competition while salvaging treasures in the South Dance Sea. Ah, understood. Chun Wujin replied with a smile before turning his attention to Bai Shaoqing. Since the elder brother is not opting, why don't you make a choice, Shaoqing? Which plan would you prefer? Bai Shaoqing pursed her lips, contemplated for a moment, and then stated, as long as we avoid using mechanical arts. The other two options are entirely up to you. She was aware that the mechanical arts were excessively forceful and rather dull, characterized by Chun Wujin carelessly tossing out a plethora of peculiar contraptions, ultimately securing a steady victory. In essence, the style of mechanical arts was simple and unadorned, yet monotonous. Very well, I shall accommodate your request, but you must treat me to snacks later, Chun Wujin replied with a mischievous grin. Ah, Bai Shaoqing exclaimed, displaying a reluctant demeanor. Since the age of 8, under the culinary prowess of Qing Zhao, she had completely transformed into a foodie. To have a foodie treat you to something to eat is akin to asking someone with a heart full of love and tears to part with their cherished delights. Each morsel of food is an irreplaceable affection. Chun Wujin pretended to be oblivious, stealthily stepping forward a couple of paces, jesting with the scarred-nosed Huang Mang. You possess quite a remarkable patience. However, does holding that posture for so long not tire you? Since the young master has consented to the duel, let us commence. Huang Mang lifted his foot, poised to charge forth. Hold on. You propose the challenge. As the one being challenged, I reserve the right to propose a wager. Chun Wujin extended his hand, palm flat against his chest. Huang Mang maintained his dual-knife stance, perpetually poised for an explosive eruption, accumulating his momentum. Just as he was about to surge forward, he was abruptly interrupted. His discomfort was palpable. His teeth clashed together in rapid succession. And after a slight alleviation of his inner agitation, Huang Mang inquired, "Are we wagering spirit stones?" Chun Wujin disdainfully shook his head, deeming it trivial and lacking originality. Wagering spirit stones was unacceptable. Instead, he proposed a condition. Should you lose, you would be obliged to assist me with a certain task. And what if you were to lose? Huang Mang inquired, his eyes gleaming with defiance. I cannot conceive of any task that would require your assistance. Chun Wujin shrugged nonchalantly, uttering audacious words. I could defeat you with a single hand. How could I possibly lose? Do you think a mere shout of flying dragon? Face the challenge. From your toxic supporters would aid you? Chapter 29. Even the golden core stage is not worth the effort. Huang Mang had witnessed countless braggarts before, but he had never encountered someone quite so peculiar. A flicker of confusion surged within him as he lamented the boy's mental state. If one lacks the courage, one should concede gracefully rather than resorting to such underhanded tactics. This was a veiled insinuation that Chun Wujin was undermining his own momentum. Yet, he failed to realize that accumulating one's own momentum before a battle had commenced was, in itself, a form of deceitful maneuvering. Chun Wujin strolled forward, gradually approaching Huang Mang, the mischievous smile still playing at the corners of his mouth. I have always been waiting for you to make your move. Waiting for me? What a joke. It is evident to any discerning observer that it is I who have been anticipating your actions. Huang Mang's left hand began to rotate the blade, circling around his wrist. This was the preparatory stance of the Lianquan sword technique's departure blade. Chun Wujin raised an eyebrow and smiled, beckoning with a finger. The coordination of his movements and demeanor exuded disdain. Huang Mang, consumed by anger, felt the veins on his forehead bulge as he charged forward with a fierce intensity. Simultaneously, his left-hand blade whirled through the air, tracing an arc as it aimed for the back of Chun Wujin's head. Unaware of his own limitations, he sought to test the situation with his body. A thunderous shout erupted from Huang Meng as he closed the distance, his right-hand dagger poised to strike upward. The blade, infused with an overwhelming aura, shattered the ground beneath him, leaving deep gashes in its wake. Just as the blade was about to cleave Chen Wujin's chin, he merely smiled and snapped his fingers. The sound, a rapid crescendo, resonated through the air, akin to a bomb detonating in Huang Meng's ears. The shockwave caused Huang Meng's blade to veer off course, missing its target. Meanwhile, the dagger he had released was effortlessly countered by Chen Wujin. Chen Wujin silently chanted, causing several words of spiritual energy to materialize. These characters swiftly formed a barrier, intercepting the spinning dagger that had been launched from behind. Concurrently, Chen Wujin extended a finger in a sword-like gesture, directing a surge of lightning-infused sword energy to strike the dagger's point of impact. Disrupted by the force, the spinning blade wobbled and veered away from Chen Wujin's head, instead carving a trajectory towards Huang Meng's face. Just as Huang Meng emerged from the disorientation, he caught sight of the blade and hastily attempted to block it with his right-hand dagger. This hasty maneuver disrupted the flow of his energy. The clash of the two blades resonated with a sharp clang, leaving Huang Meng's arm numb from the impact. Seizing this opportune moment, Chen Wujin advanced with a sly grin, declaring, "You have lost." As these words fell from his lips, his palm descended, pressing firmly against Huang Meng's chest. In Chen Wujin's palm, ethereal energy surged forth, manifesting as a visible mist that sent Huang Meng flying. After taking the brunt of that strike, Huang Meng stumbled back over 10 paces, leaving a deep imprint where his foot landed. Regaining his footing, he clutched his chest, fighting to restrain the blood that threatened to erupt. However, the severe blow had gravely injured his central dantian, significantly impairing his control over his vital energy. With a violent cough, blood erupted, filling the air with a crimson mist. Indeed, expelling blood brought relief. Once released, it allowed for comfort, for holding it in was an unbearable agony. It was only when Chen Wujin uttered this sentiment that the onlookers began to comprehend the situation. Wow, is it truly possible to wield the power of spoken words in such a manner? How extraordinary! Yet, why has young Master Chen never showcased his prowess before? His subtlety and restraint exuded the air of a seasoned sage, far removed from the impulsiveness of youth, resembling instead a worldly veteran traversing the realms. With great effort, I discerned that the words he had just invoked were slow, still, and swift. Indeed, these 3 words commanded the flying blade to decelerate, then to come to a halt, followed by a surge of speed. This masterful manipulation of the spoken word was no trivial feat. It embodied Chen Wujin's profound understanding of the art of verbal magic, augmented by the first volume of the spirit control technique acquired from the Elder Bai. While the men were captivated by the spectacle, the women were entranced by Chen Wujin's striking demeanor. Those enamored with his visage, whether youthful maidens or elegant matrons, gazed at him with sparkling eyes, radiating admiration and fervor. Their glances roamed from his face to his neck, torso, limbs, and beyond, creating a palpable stir among them. How ethereal and celestial he appears, responding with such poise without shifting a single step, merely extending his hand to deliver a gentle press. Young Master Wujin's grace is evident, manifesting only a flicker of thunderous sword energy, without revealing the intricacies of his technique. If only there existed a day when a dashing hero could duel for my favor. This sentiment echoed among the pure-hearted maidens, while another faction, the mature and assertive women, reveled in a more playful appreciation. Their slightly flirtatious demeanor was endearing. Indeed, the perpetual smile gracing his lips is utterly charming. I yearned to embrace him. With his handsome features, tall stature, impressive physique, and formidable cultivation, he excelled in every regard. Alas, I am already wed. The surrounding commotion grew increasingly absurd, and Bai Shaoqing, with her keen ears, shot an intense glare at the several women who were conversing loudly nearby. In truth, the women were merely engaging in routine dialogue, yet Bai Shaoqing's heightened sensitivity caused her to capture every remark that stirred a pang of bitterness within her heart. Despite her fervent glares, her eyes soon grew weary, for there were simply too many adversaries to focus on. She could only console herself internally, muttering that proximity to the source of advantage would ensure her victory. Even if she were to lose, it would not be to them. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, burying her head like a quail. Meanwhile, Chen Wujin chuckled cheerfully, remarking, "I've held back. It's merely 3 moves back and forth." Upon hearing Chen Wujin's words, Huang Meng, already in a poor mood, felt a wave of shame wash over him. He lowered his head, unable to fathom how he could possibly lose. His opponent had yet to reach the core formation stage. and many of the profound techniques of their cultivation had yet to manifest. What was employed were merely the common words of spiritual incantation, accompanied by an extraordinarily rich aura of spiritual energy. "Dear sir," he thought, "I haven't struck so harshly. Must you wear such a deathly expression?" Chen Wujin smiled gently, extending his hand to assist Huang Mang. As the saying goes, it is better to resolve enmity than to harbor it. As the young master of the Spirit Master sect and the future leader of the world's preeminent sect, Chen Wujin understood well the path he ought to take. However, the expression on Huang Mang's face was rather peculiar, shifting from pale to flushed. Was the core formation realm truly so fragile? It was all the fault of the bystanders, who claimed that those who mastered even the full blade technique were formidable. Where was the ferocity in that? With merely a snap of the fingers and a few words, accompanied by a palm strike, he was subdued. Chen Wujin's thoughts were scattered, yet he heard Huang Mang enunciate each word with a fierce intensity. Gritting his teeth as he declared, "I have just turned 20 this year. I am certainly no old man." "Goodness," came the retort, "you do indeed appear rather aged." Chen Wujin's eyelids trembled slightly, yet he felt no inclination to elaborate further. He cleared his throat a couple of times, deftly shifting the topic. "You still owe me a favor. Let us discuss this matter first." "Very well." A certain Huang Mang, renowned and reputable, would never default on a debt. Chapter 30. Yet to truly make a move, curiosity enveloped the crowd. What was it that Chen Wujin sought from Huang Mang? The throng of onlookers remained unyielding, when suddenly a procession emerged from the city gates. "Make way. Step aside. What are you blocking the entrance for?" The commanding voice was coarse and gravelly, unmistakably belonging to one accustomed to servitude, tasked solely with barking orders. At the city gates stood a caravan of supply-laden carts, approximately 30 in number. At the forefront, a cart bore a flag emblazoned with a fantastical creature, its design both peculiar and unsettling, as though it were being mercilessly lashed and enslaved. It was none other than the Beastmaster sect, the arch-rival of the Spirit Tamer sect. The Beastmaster sect is one of the dominant powers of the Qingshan Misty Continent, boasting a history as venerable as that of the Baitao sect in the southern Dahan Sea. This signifies a profound depth of heritage. However, their doctrine diverges sharply from that of the Spirit Tamer sect, emphasizing the treatment of spirit beasts as mere servants rather than companions. This philosophical discord is a matter of significant depth, yet for various reasons, both sects have maintained a degree of restraint, avoiding outright conflict. Nevertheless, this did not diminish Chen Wujin's disdain for the Beastmaster sect, and the interruption of his conversation was decidedly irksome. Feeling uncomfortable and affronted by the other party's rudeness, he thought, "Let us teach them a lesson." Turning around, he beheld the leader of the caravan. The individual rode a 9-legged golden pattern lizard, exposing half of his torso, revealing a thick mat of chest hair, his physique robust and muscular, reminiscent of a coiling dragon. The coarse and gravelly voice did not originate from him, but rather from a middle-aged man of average stature beside him, whose complexion was sullen and bore distinct burn marks on his neck. A throng of commoners blocking the city gates, the people of the southern Dahan Sea truly lacked decorum. With the Beastmaster sect's caravan approaching, "Why do you not clear the way?" This statement was a blatant affront. Who could endure such insolence? What kind of sect could behave so arrogantly in a foreign territory? Even a colossal entity like the Bai family of the central continent would bring a token of goodwill when visiting the Spirit Tamer sect. Chen Wujin was in a state of displeasure, and thus, someone was bound to face misfortune. He called out, "Qing Zhao, fetch me the materials." The moment his words left his lips, an unexpected embarrassment washed over his face. Qing Zhao had been preoccupied with cooking and cultivation in recent days and had not accompanied him. Beside him stood Bai Shaoqing. Turning to the young lady from the Bai family, he caught a glimpse of annoyance flickering in her apricot eyes. After awkwardly managing a smile towards her, Chen Wujin retrieved an assortment of mechanical items from his spatial necklace and tossed them into the air. There were over 10 pieces, including pagodas, arrow towers, crossbow platforms, and a variety of uniquely shaped metallic spheres, each distinct from the other. He then resumed his conversation with Huang Mang. "The request I have for you is quite simple. Make a trip to the Baitao sect and extend an invitation to Hua Fei Hua, asking him to visit the Yuling sect." Chen Wujin was acutely aware that Hua Fei would inevitably intersect with his destiny. However, he harbored a disdain for passively awaiting the arrival of fate. He preferred to take the initiative and seize control. Huang Mang was taken aback, for he had not anticipated that the task presented by Chen Wujin would prove so effortless. He pondered whether to voice his confusion, yet recalling his recent dismal defeat, He ultimately chose silence, nodding in quiet acquiescence. At that moment, a commotion erupted near the city gate, where a caravan was stationed. What was transpiring? Why were these entities able to hover effortlessly in the air, launching assaults and constraining the carriage convoy? Moreover, cast your gaze upon the ground. The onlookers, not blind, had already observed a formation illuminating the earth, encompassing a radius of approximately 6 to 7 feet, effectively sealing the convoy within its grasp. The outermost ring of the formation displayed an enigmatic pattern infused with Taoist principles, while at its heart lay a Taiji diagram, swirling with yin and yang, exuding an ancient and profound aura. Interwoven between these two elements were layers of shifting spiritual script. The transitions were so rapid that the inscriptions remained indecipherable. Yet the ethereal resonance distinctly severed the connection between the two realms. What manner of formation is this? The elder, who had spent hundreds of years in cultivation, marveled aloud. The question seemed destined to remain unanswered. Yet, amidst the cacophony, Qin Wujing discerned the elder's position. Offering a gentle smile and a nod before articulating clearly, the formation is known as the Lesser Qian Kuan Array, possessing the capabilities of confinement and isolation. What a formidable young man! How could he possibly locate me? The elder scrutinized Qin Wujing deeply. Following the gaze of the crowd, Wang Meng turned to observe. Only then realizing the extent of his fortune, I merely received a light blow to my chest, sustaining minor injuries. Yet that entire convoy was comprised of elite cultivators at the core formation stage. The leader among them was evidently at the pinnacle of the core formation realm, on the cusp of breaking through to the golden core stage. Yet, astonishingly, these 30 or more individuals had been rendered utterly defenseless. This young scion of the Qin family has yet to truly make his move. Within the confines of the Lesser Qian Kuan Array, over 30 individuals lay prostrate on the ground, with only 2 remaining in a desperate struggle. A burly man, muscles taut, swung a pair of iron hammers, attempting to fend off the increasingly relentless onslaught. Meanwhile, a grim-faced man, clad in tattered garments, appeared as though he might expose himself at any moment. Nevertheless, he adeptly dodged and weaved, managing to evade complete subjugation. They exchanged curses within the formation, but those outside could not discern a single word. Do not waste your efforts. Surrender your weapons and admit your mistakes, and I shall grant you passage. Qin Wujing smiled like a mischievous little demon, arms crossed, gazing in anticipation. The floating mechanical contraptions emitted beams of ethereal energy. These rays penetrated the formation, intertwining into complex patterns that transcended the mere elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The reason the 2 individuals stubbornly resisted was their aversion to becoming bald as a cue ball. Each person who fell to the ground would immediately be struck on the head by the fiery energy, which, while not injurious, singed only their hair. It reduced every single strand of hair on their bodies to ashes. Even with boundless abilities, it was impossible to differentiate between hair and clothing for the fiery energy. Thus, he commanded the mechanical entities responsible for the finishing blows to focus their aim on the upper bodies, at least leaving each individual with a semblance of modesty. The 2 within indeed possessed some skill, proving difficult to eliminate swiftly. Qin Wujing had originally intended to accompany by Xiaoqing. Thus, he was certainly reluctant to squander any additional time. He was eager to return swiftly and complete the construction of the artificial pond. The corners of Qin Wujing's mouth curled into a wicked smile upon catching a glimpse of this expression. By Xiaoqing's heart brimmed with curiosity, Wujing must be concocting some mischievous scheme, and these 2 individuals are about to face calamity. Indeed, just 3 snaps of his fingers later, within the confines of the small Qian Kuan formation, several smaller magical arrays sprang to life. Wood element tree spirits entwined around, as tender sprouts emerged from the ground, rapidly growing and breaking through the surface, intertwining to form resilient and sturdy vines. These vines spread across the ground of the formation, leaving the 2 individuals trapped within with no means of escape. Suddenly, they found their ankles ensnared, causing them to lose their balance. Simultaneously, mechanisms floating in midair unleashed streams of spiritual energy, striking several vital points on their bodies and sealing their ability to circulate spiritual power. As the dust settled, Qin Wujing effortlessly subdued a guard squad composed of golden core realm cultivators. This scene left the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Whether they were hidden senior masters, proud young talents, or graceful young women, their eyes reflected a single emotion: shock. Chapter 31, the one with double pupils at the bustling city gate. An eerie silence descended. All eyes were fixed upon Qin Wujing, eagerly anticipating his next move. Qin Wujing flashed a grin, revealing his sharp canines, and bestowed a benevolent smile upon the crowd. An unexpected chill enveloped the onlookers, reminiscent of the sensation one experiences when warm water suddenly turns icy in the depths of winter, piercing through to the core. Approaching the two individuals suspended by vines, Chen Wujin's eyes twinkled with a hint of mischief. After a brief pause, he pronounced gravely, "You two have danced long enough. Squandering much of my time. A small reprimand is in order." With that, peculiar contraptions floating in midair unleashed several beams of fiery spiritual energy, incinerating the garments, hair, and brows of the suspended duo without a trace. Huang Ming, seated on the ground, swallowed hard, resolutely resolving to promptly embark on the task that Chen Wujin had entrusted to him. Chen Wujin summoned the captain of the city guards and said, shortly, "I will contact the Spirit Master sect to retrieve these individuals. Until then, they must remain here to properly showcase themselves. By the way, I would appreciate it if Captain Zhao could seal the spiritual energies of those on the ground." "Thank you." The captain, taken aback, marveled that young Master Wujin remembered the name of such a minor character as himself, pondering that he had never mentioned it to him. Captain Zhao's thoughts drifted, and he chuckled inwardly, recognizing that the Spirit Master sect, as a dominant force, would certainly maintain a strong grip on their surrounding territories. Regaining his composure, he quickly replied, "Young Master Wujin is too modest. These outsiders, who look down upon the South Dawn Sea continent, ought to experience a bit of hardship, indeed. Ah. After a polite nod. However, beads of perspiration began to form on Captain Zhao's forehead. Young Master Wujin, though seemingly unassuming, possessed formidable strength, having guarded Linyu City for over 7 or 8 years. He had witnessed countless extraordinary techniques, yet he had never encountered the likes of Wujin's prowess. The seamless integration of the floating mechanisms with the formations on the ground was truly terrifying. Were this to be rumored, few would likely believe it. To ascend from the foundational stage and overturn more than 30 opponents in one fell swoop was a feat even the most daring novels would shy away from documenting. Captain Zhao's thoughts eluded Chen Wujin, who took Bai Shaoqing by the hand and proceeded toward their intended destination. Nearby, the young ladies and girls observed him grasping another woman's hand, their hearts sinking with melancholy, their expressions evoking sympathy from the surrounding men. A bold gentleman, seeking his beloved, approached with tender words, only to be met with a disdainful glance and a cold huff. "You are not even a handsome lad." A group of rugged men should take a moment to gaze into the mirror at home, refraining from embarrassing themselves in public. Hurtful words linger subtly in their hearts, while the women depart without a backward glance. No, they cast a few lingering glances toward the direction in which Chen Wujin vanished before parting ways. The two individuals suspended upside down were engulfed in despair, their eyes scanning the surrounding crowd, while the burly man, whose name Chen Wujin was yet to learn, wore a face etched with confusion. The initial aura of dominance he exuded had utterly dissipated, vanishing without a trace. All he wished for was to find a cloth to shield his modesty. Meanwhile, the sullen-faced man shamelessly opted to feign unconsciousness, perhaps embodying the classic ostrich mentality, "If I cannot see you, you cannot see me." In the thoroughfare bustling with onlookers, the Beastmaster sect's contingent was displayed for a full quarter of an hour. Outside the northern gate of Linyu City, a resplendent cloud steed finally descended, bearing a young maiden of striking elegance. Clad in dark ink-hued attire that accentuated her graceful curves, she commanded the attention of those nearby. Though the surrounding men dared not stare too long, most recognized her as Chu Qingxi, the esteemed steward of the Spirit Tamer sect. Her visage radiated a distinctive air of confidence, as if proclaiming, "I am a master," serving as the finest testament to her prowess. Approaching Captain Zhao of the city guards, she clasped her fists and inquired, "The individuals my young master has vanquished, are they indeed those still hanging from the ground?" "With keen insight, my lord. You may take these individuals and goods directly, as our city lord has long since declared that the Spirit Tamer sect is a senior unit and requires no formalities." Captain Zhao nodded with deference, his demeanor significantly more subdued than when he faced Chen Wujin. There was no alternative. The reputation of the Spirit Tamer sect had become renowned across tens of thousands of miles. The esteemed Master Chen possesses a tranquil temperament, while Vice Master Chu is known for his fiery disposition. The junior master exhibits a genial nature, yet the chief steward finds communication challenging. This difficulty in dialogue creates a chasm in understanding, leading to certain psychological misunderstandings. The unknown and the suspicion often serve as the deepest roots of human fear. The Bai Tao sect's office in Linyu City features a modest courtyard with a simple, unassuming faade. Yet the name emblazoned on the sign draws the attention of passers-by. An elderly man serves as the gatekeeper, seated in a rocking chair crafted from wood and wrought tan. From a distance, he observed the approaching figures of Chun Wujin and Bai Shaoqing, and a glimmer of recognition flickered in his eyes as he identified Chun Wujin's status. The Bai Tao sect maintains offices in every major city across the South Dan Sea continent, each serving simultaneously as a hub for intelligence. While this is widely known, fewer are aware of a particular detail. Those who seek to uncover the truth often employ unorthodox methods, resulting in many meeting untimely ends. Each office is invariably presided over by a formidable master of at least late-stage transformation. The gatekeeper, with his distinguished aura, may very well be that esteemed expert. Chun Wujin approached, his mind igniting with sparks of contemplation, adhering to the principle of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. He extended a small handful of mid-grade spirit stones and inquired with a warm smile, "Esteemed elder, may I ask how to proceed with the procedures for the wave competition?" The old man slightly lifted his eyelids, revealing a pair of piercing, profound eyes. The sudden sight startled Bai Shaoqing, causing her to take a step back. Standing at the edge of the steps, she found herself teetering precariously, but Chun Wujin instinctively caught her slender waist, offering a gentle smile to dispel her fright. This was not entirely his fault. The old man, with his goat-like beard, initially exuded a subdued aura. However, as his profound eyes were revealed, his innate spiritual energy surged forth, unmistakably radiating an aura of at least the nascent soul stage. Moreover, the pair of profound eyes was not merely two, but rather an eerie trio. Each of the three eyes exhibited distinct colors: black, white, red, blue, yellow, and green, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. "You must be Chun Wujin. I have awaited your arrival for several days. What took you so long?" The elder twirled his goat beard, adopting a tone of familiarity befitting a senior. "Do you know me, esteemed elder?" Chun Wujin inquired, not out of ignorance but genuine curiosity. This was an intelligence outpost of the bidding sect, so it was expected they would recognize him, yet he was taken aback by the elder's tone. Chapter 32. At most, I shall help you fill the gap. At the entrance of a humble abode, a rocking chair gently swayed back and forth. The elder, seated in the chair, imperceptibly nodded. The young master of the spirit control sect, indeed a dragon among men. The nearby young lady was the legitimate daughter of the Bai family from the central continent. She was momentarily captivated by the nascent soul aura he had deliberately released and the enigmatic triple eyes. Yet, the young master seemed entirely unfazed, treating the elder merely as an ordinary doorman. His steadfast character was evident, and the earlier commotion at the city gate indicated he was no feeble individual. He shunned the spotlight, yet showed no fear of trouble when faced with a dominant force from another region. His readiness to engage in conflict spoke volumes of his true mettle. The elder nodded. "I have collected a mechanism crafted by you. Hence I have been attentive to your endeavors." While speaking, the elder scrutinized Chun Wujin's physique, observing the subtle Taoist essence he inadvertently emanated. The elder grew increasingly astonished. This young man possessed an innate understanding of the Tao, with a foundation of cultivation that was remarkably robust, appearing not merely at the foundation establishment stage, yet truly embodying it. Could he possibly surpass the renowned Hua Fiwa within the sect? "Some minor handcrafted items are not worth much," Chun Wujin replied modestly. His expression calm and unperturbed, though his mind raced with thoughts. "He has been keeping an eye on me for quite some time. Not merely during the period of the wave competition. He collects my mechanisms? This elder is likely the strongest force stationed at the Bidong sect's outpost. With his cultivation, he would not require my devices for defense. Perhaps it is merely for the sake of adding some amusement to his life? Works that enhance the joys of life often appear to be mere trinkets reminiscent of children's toys." Upon reflecting on this, Chun Wujin could not help but darken in countenance. This matter touches upon his past, a time when, as a mere 8-year-old child, he was preoccupied with constructing intricate yet practical towers and pagodas, devoid of any childlike whimsy. His mother would often regard him with a peculiar gaze, compelling him to create numerous toys that aligned with the inclinations of children. Thus, one could deduce that this elderly gentleman is likely indulging a particularly cherished younger relative, acquiring gifts for them. Chun Wujin beamed with a confident smile and remarked, "Sir, I doubt you purchased this for mere collection. My creations hardly merit the admiration of a grandmaster in the realm of transformation." His piercing eyes sparkled with brilliance as the elderly gentleman slightly adjusted his posture and, with evident intrigue, responded, "Oh, I surmise your collection predominantly consists of whimsical treasures such as woven floral patterns and wooden carvings of birds and beasts. What leads you to this conclusion? You likely have no need for the mechanical contrivances I craft. If you were to acquire one, it would probably be as a gift for your grandchildren." to amuse and delight them. Qin Wujing continued. The initial reasoning of Qin Wujing is indeed accurate. The items he has collected are not mechanisms, but rather whimsical treasures. However, his subsequent conclusions are misguided. The old man is a romantic at heart, having devoted his life to a single beloved, yet fate has been unkind. After marrying her, she succumbed to illness, leaving him without heirs. Thus, these whimsical items were genuinely acquired for his personal enjoyment, to infuse a modicum of joy into his solitary existence. After all, remaining in one place for too long can lead to a sense of ennui. Yet, this sentiment is too embarrassing to articulate. The old man could only nod slightly, lowering his gaze, and pretentiously proclaimed, "Your conjecture is not far from the truth." Despite the overwhelming sense of shame within, as the embodiment of intelligence, he continued to deliberate in his mind. This Wujing youth possesses a remarkable sensitivity, which is rather formidable. In every regard, he is undoubtedly a worthy adversary for my young disciple, Hua Feimo. It would be splendid for him to participate in the Langtao Grand Competition, allowing these two to engage meaningfully, thus fostering Hua Feimo's advancement. After a brief encounter and a few exchanged words, the old man was already convinced that Qin Wujing would emerge as an exceptional rival for Hua Feimo. He could sharpen the skills of this sect's most promising junior, infusing his path of cultivation with greater passion and ambition. The old man squinted his eyes once more, smiling as he said, "Young friend Wujing, to participate in the Langtao Grand Competition, simply register in the first room of the East Wing. By the way, you might inform Old Li to grant you direct entry into the next stage, bypassing the preliminary rounds." Qin Wujing nodded in acknowledgement, and then, with a contemplative expression, inquired, "Elder, has the specific prize for this grand competition been announced?" Cannot say, the elderly man replied, a hint of mystery in his tone, which only served to heighten the allure. The glow emanating from his unique double pupil suggested, "If you inquire further, I might divulge more." However, Qin Wujing turned to Bai Shaoqing, his countenance turning grave as he said, "Shaoqing, based on my experience, the organizing parties of competitions typically refrain from announcing rewards in advance for two reasons." Bai Shaoqing giggled, feigning innocence. What reasons might those be? Either they possess no commendable prizes to showcase, or they intend to engage in some underhanded dealings, Qin Wujing declared, deliberately amplifying his voice. The old man's double pupils quivered, perplexed by the insinuation. Does this lad doubt the integrity of our esteemed Bitao sect? Preposterous. Noticing the elder's expression, Bai Shaoqing eagerly fanned the flames. I understand. If the victor is a disciple of Bitao sect, there will be substantial rewards, such as bestowing a superior magical artifact. However, if the winner hails from an external sect, it could merely be exchanged for a mid-grade artifact, considering that no rewards have been disclosed. Cough, cough, not at all. Regardless, Bitao sect is reputable and well-regarded. At most, they would merely substitute a rare superior artifact with a more commonly found variety. Qin Wujing defended Bitao sect, yet exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Shaoqing, suggesting she was a promising student. Bai Shaoqing raised her left eyebrow playfully, her eyes sparkling with triumph. The elder, fully aware that the two youngsters were merely engaging in a playful provocation, found himself unable to resist their banter. There is absolutely no possibility of any underhanded dealings. You may refer to the prizes from previous Langtao competitions. Bitao sect has consistently held this event every decade, even without selecting a holy son. And the rewards have always been substantial. This is a matter of historical record, and as this is a once-in-a-millennium selection for the holy son, the rewards will undoubtedly surpass those of any previous occasion, by a significant margin. The old man spoke rapidly, his beard seeming to flutter with excitement. By how much exactly? Is it as high as 7 or 8 stories? Still not addressing the specifics. It seems this Langtao competition is not worth entering. Qin Wujing rolled his eyes and, grasping Bai Shaoqing's hand, turned to leave. Suddenly, a surge of water-like spiritual energy manifested, forming a small waterfall that barred his path. Rest assured, young friend Wujing, an elderly voice echoed, in the grand competition of waves, as long as you secure a position within the top 8, you shall receive at least one human-level 9th tier treasure, spiritual weapon, or technique. If that proves insufficient, I shall gladly fill the gap myself. Chapter 33, The New Rules of the Grand Competition of Waves in This World. Items are classified into 3 tiers, heaven, earth, and humanity, each comprising 9 ranks from low to high. Heavenly corresponds to the upper 3 realms, earthly to the middle 3, and human to the lower 3. Obtaining a human-level 9th tier treasure is already the pinnacle of rewards within the lower 3 realms. The fact that the venerable elder would offer to supplement any shortfall is nothing short of extraordinary. His words brimmed with an overwhelming sense of encouragement, revealing his high regard for Chen Wujing. He genuinely aspired for Chen Wujing and Hua Fiwo to become formidable rivals, mutually inspiring and progressing together. This would greatly benefit both prodigies, instilling greater confidence in the stronger of the two, while providing the necessary impetus for advancement to the slightly weaker individual. Chen Wujing was somewhat taken aback, not expecting the venerable elder with dual pupils to possess such a commendable willingness to personally fund the public cause. Impressive indeed, though I certainly shall not emulate this. Given the elder's genuine intent and the fortunate circumstance that I have recorded this conversation, it seems the elder cannot renege on his word. As he spoke, Chen Wujing produced an object resembling a conch shell. This was a sound recording shell he had inadvertently crafted while attempting to replicate the communication shell gifted by Yi Linshan. He extended his hand, directing the recording shell towards the elder, requesting, "Might you kindly state your name? This would lend further credence." Excessive. This young rascal dares to question my character. The elder's dual pupils faintly manifested a triadic intertwining pattern, with spiritual energy subtly converging within. Any disciple or elder of the Bai Tao sect who witnessed this would undoubtedly exclaim, "This is an omen that the innate pupil technique, dual pupil annihilation, is about to be unleashed. Danger. Evacuate immediately." However, the elder was no longer the man he once was. He had since gained mastery over the innate pupil techniques of his dual pupils. He closed his eyes, taking a moment to compose himself, then responded with a hint of irritation. "Very well, I am steadfast in my identity. Hao Lianlianshan, the seventh elder of Bai Tao sect." "Excellent. You are a forthright individual. I shall accompany Sister Shaoqing to register now, and should we find the rewards insufficient, we may return to seek your assistance once more." Chen Wujing scratched the back of his head, a silent smirk gracing his lips, embodying the archetype of one who profits while feigning innocence. Old Master Hao Lian turned his head and waved his hand dismissively. A pained expression etched upon his face as he remarked, "This time, the wave tide competition is attended solely by those of the lower three realms, which essentially means only those in the core formation stage. If you can break through to this stage, your ranking will undoubtedly not fall below the top 8. I have great faith in you. Perhaps you are the sole individual capable of besting Hua Fei." Hao Lianshan wished not to intrude upon Chen Wujing's thoughts, holding back a cautionary sentiment that lingered unspoken. After all, young individuals, when overly coddled, may easily lose their way. Should they misstep one day, they might find themselves plummeting to the depths, often resulting in utter ruin. Lianshan had no desire to serve as a misguided guide in such matters. Shortly thereafter, Chen Wujing and Bai Shaoqing entered the inner sanctum to register. Before returning to the entrance of the estate, having not yet parted with the spirit stones, Chen Wujing acquired a whimsical mechanical golden bird, delightful in its design. The bird chirped melodiously, its song reminiscent of a babbling brook, akin to the purest of celestial sounds. Upon receiving the mechanical bird, Lianshan's brow visibly relaxed, a glimmer of joy illuminating his countenance. "Ah, what is this twinkle in your eyes, venerable elder? At your age, one would think you would not be so easily stirred by a mere mechanical bird," he mused. "Wujing, why are you in a daze?" Bai Shaoqing's voice jolted Chen Wujing back to reality. Chen Wujing hesitated and said, "It's nothing, let us go." They meandered through Linyu City for over half an hour, with Chen Wujing accompanying Bai Shaoqing as they traversed the bustling snack street 3 times. They also visited the renowned Yinxin Pavilion, where he spent 10 mid-grade spirit stones to purchase exquisite yet impractical delicacies that merely satisfied their culinary cravings. Chen Wujing's legs felt as though they were on the verge of breaking. This sensation did not arise from a physical standpoint, but rather from a psychological one. It resembled the experience of modern men accompanying the women in their lives on shopping excursions, while the women are often filled with enthusiasm. The men gradually lose their interest as they continue walking. Once that enthusiasm wanes, shopping transforms into a tedious and meaningless endeavor. In such moments, straight men may find themselves pondering, is the game unentertaining? Or is the anime unappealing? How absurd to venture out for a shopping spree. However, there exists a notable advantage in the realm of cultivation. One is not required to carry the woman's bags, particularly those heavy purchases. Individually, each item may not seem burdensome, yet the accumulation of many can lead to a significant transformation. Often, for the sake of pride, men must endure the sweltering heat, feigning ease. Such self-inflicted tribulations are truly inescapable. Chen Wujing sighed softly, forcibly bringing Bai Shaoqing to the city gate. just as he intended to release the auspicious cloud and depart. A blue-haired cloud steed descended from the heavens, seemingly waiting for him for quite some time. "Big Blue, how is it that you have come to fetch us?" Bai Shaoqing exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace the steed's neck. Although Big Blue had yet to attain the Golden Core realm and could not speak, it had begun to learn the written word, using spiritual energy to inscribe vivid azure characters that conveyed the sect has matters to attend to. And the young master and Miss Bai are requested to return, accompanied by a horse's neigh. Hee. Indeed, Big Blue's cultivation had significantly advanced, as it flew back to the spirit-taming sect from Linyu City in merely a quarter of an hour. At the third watch, the sun hung low in the west. The trees of the spirit-taming mountains cast elongated shadows, which intermingled to form a natural shade. Beneath the shelter, soft yet resilient Bailing grass flourished, where a small gathering sat upon the verdant expanse, some in lotus position, others with legs crossed, as if on a leisurely outing. A circle of comfortable stones surrounded them, cushioned with cotton, clouds, and pillows crafted from flowers. This was the open-air assembly hall of the spirit-taming sect, a creation of the 13-year-old Shen Wujing. The financial situation of the spirit-taming sect had improved, relieving the sect leader, Shen Yushuan, from the need to seek external income, thus allowing him to preside over the meeting. It was evident that, as a novice in such matters, he was quite exhilarated. Previously, when affairs arose within the sect, Chu Qingxi would take on the role of presiding officer, a position Shen Yushuan had long envied. However, today, the chief steward, Chu Qingxi, was occupied with settling the aftermath of the beast control sect's debacle instigated by Chan Wujing and could not lead the meeting, necessitating Shen Yushuan to step in. Sitting upright in lotus position and clearing his throat, Shen Yushuan announced, the Bitao sect has extended an invitation for the wave competition, specifically requesting that Wujing represent the spirit-taming sect. However, this year's competition is not a mere arena bout. The rules have been amended. It will require a team competition of 3 against 3. I invite suggestions for the other 2 candidates from the esteemed elders present. Upon hearing these words, the 5 spirit beast offerings present, along with Bai Mu Yang, fell into deep contemplation, particularly Bai Mu Yang, who had spent 7 years at the spirit control sect, was well aware that the sect possessed very few truly competent disciples. His agile mind immediately turned to Bai Shaoqing. Participation in such a grand competition would undoubtedly benefit his cherished great-granddaughter immensely. Chapter 34. Unexpected opposition. As the discussion unfolded, Bai Mu Yang proposed that Bai Shaoqing be granted a spot in the competition. This suggestion was reasonable, considering that Bai Shaoqing had dedicated 7 years to her studies at the spirit control sect. She had even mastered several of the sect's techniques, such as the swift swallow technique, the cloud body defense art, and the willow fluff softening technique. The core cultivation method remained the Bai clan's authentic Bai Emperor technique, which was the one constant. Given her extensive training in various techniques of the spirit control sect, it was indeed justifiable to classify Bai Shaoqing as one of their disciples. In fact, such a situation is not uncommon among large sects, and these disciples are often referred to as registered disciples. There was a need for further discussion regarding this proposal. As the sect leader, Qin Yuxian chose to remain silent, wanting first to gauge the opinions of the various spirit beast offerings. Bai Mu Yang was evidently familiar with this procedural norm. Most sects follow a similar pattern where elders and offerings debate before the sect leader weighs the opinions and makes the most favorable decision. As he stroked his beard, Bai Mu Yang narrowed his eyes, scanning the crowd. With longing present, he considered their previous amicable encounters. Surely, he would not oppose the proposal outright. However, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted. No. 2 offerings voiced their objections simultaneously. One was a tall, striking beauty with silver hair cascading like a waterfall. Her fierce visage bore the essence of a wolf, exuding a unique wild beauty. The other was a corpulent man with a shiny bald head and a round belly, munching on food with an expression devoid of emotion. Their vehement reactions were unexpected. This was unusual, as it was common for registered disciples to represent their sects in competitions. Moreover, over the past 7 years, Shaoqing had garnered considerable popularity within the spirit control sect. The silver-haired woman, named Yu Qianhua, was a wild beast of the moon wolf variety. Despite her fierce appearance, she was an adventurous spirit who relished hunting across vast terrains and shared a close bond with Shaoqing. Why then was there such fervent opposition? Just as Bai Mu Yang's puzzled gaze swept over, he heard the remaining 3 offerings sequentially declare, no. Even Long Yin did not support Bai Shaoqing's representation of the spirit control sect in the Grand Wave competition. What could possibly be the reason for this? Bai Mu Yang, typically composed, found himself in an uncommon display of disarray. He believed himself well acquainted with the Yuling sect, regarding its members as old friends. However, he failed to consider the intrinsic differences that exist between spirit beasts and humans. The 5 spirit beast attendants possessed a rather simplistic mindset, as their quota had already been fulfilled. Chen Yuxuan cast a gentle glance at Bai Mu Yang. The latter, realizing his indiscretion, hurriedly offered an apology. His gaze now fervently fixed on Chen Yuxuan, eager for a response. At that moment, the esteemed leader Chen Yuxuan could not afford to make any sudden movements. For the true master of the Yuling sect, the vice master Chu Churu, was seated serenely, her upper body slightly inclined, resting her head upon Chen Yuxuan's shoulder. Chen Yuxuan smiled gently, his lips barely moving. They were not targeting you and Xiaoqing. It's simply that my selection for the Yuling sect is already complete, with Wu Jin, Qingxi, and Qing Zhao making 3. His voice was particularly soft, clearly not wishing to disturb the rest of his esteemed wife. Nor did he intend for her to partake in this meeting. However, the open-air style of the assembly hall received unanimous praise from the members of the Yuling sect. It is especially comfortable to sleep or rest here, enjoying the gentle breeze while listening to the sounds of nature, which adds a unique charm to the atmosphere. Thus, Chu Churu came here to nap and observe. The earlier fervent discussions had failed to rouse her, indicating her disinterest in voicing an opinion. Otherwise, she would have awakened simply through her spiritual perception. At first, Bai Mu Yang was somewhat reluctant, but upon reflection, he acknowledged the reality of the situation and realized he could not force the issue. Chu Qingxi, as the chief steward of the Yuling sect, naturally had the qualifications to be present. Although Qin Zhao appeared to be merely Qin Wujin's personal attendant, Bai Mu Yang, having spent 7 years here, could easily discern her true standing. The most accurate analogy would be that within the inner sanctum of the Yuling sect, offending the 10 revered spirit beast offerings, angering the Chen couple, or even incurring the wrath of Chief Steward Chu Qingxi could still leave room for redemption. However, offending Qin Zhao was an entirely different matter. The young girl had a remarkably gentle temperament. Aside from the kitchen and dining hall, she never raised her voice at anyone. But should anyone dare to wrong her, they would soon witness the wrath of the fierce Chen Wujin, the protective strongest 12 kings of the Yuling sect, Chen Yuxuan, Chu Churu, and the 10 spirit beast offerings, the darkened version of Chu Qingxi, and a horde of enraged spirit beasts. How did Bai Mu Yang know this? Because a small town at the far western edge of the misty deep forest was obliterated by a tide of spirit beasts from the Yuling sect, and he himself had intervened. The reason was simple. The small town had caused Qin Zhao to weep. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Mu Yang felt at ease. The upcoming wave competition was also intended to broaden Xiaoqing's horizons. If this time did not work out, there would be another opportunity, and in the central continent, various prodigies were gathering for ranking battles. This time, it was indeed a miscalculation on my part. As soon as Bai Mu Yang's words fell, 2 colorful cloud steeds soared down from the heavens. One arrived from a northern sect, while the other descended from the southeast, from Linyu City. They landed gracefully on the ground in succession. Chu Qingxi was the first to dismount and approach the crowd, followed by a scene that left Bai Mu Yang astounded. Chen Wujin rode upon the vibrant cloud steed, while Bai Xiaoqing nestled against his back, her arms gracefully encircling his waist. This infuriates me to no end. That little scoundrel has once again lured my precious granddaughter away for frivolous escapades, deliberately avoiding the use of the auspicious clouds for travel. His intentions are nefarious, premeditated. He is a vile creature, lower than the basest of animals. Bai Mu Yang abruptly rose to his feet, ready to charge forward. Suddenly, a gentle yet potent surge of spiritual energy ensnared his ankles and knees, compelling him to allow Wu Jin to exhibit the gentlemanly demeanor he had boasted about. Meanwhile, Chu Churu, still caught in a dreamlike state, wore a radiant smile. With that, she winked playfully in the direction of Chen Wujin. Chen Wujin subtly nodded, realizing the assistance he could provide. Bai Mu Yang found himself at a loss for words. His cultivation was inferior, leaving him somewhat frustrated. Fortunately, he understood that Xiaoqing would not truly suffer any loss. Chen Wujin gently patted Bai Xiaoqing's delicate hand and said, "Xiaoqing, it's time to wake up. We have arrived home." How absurd to call this place home. Bai Mu Yang's eyebrows twitched as if a mischievous child were bouncing on a trampoline above him. Bai Xiaoqing, still in a state of drowsiness, let out a yawn and turned her small face back from Chen Wujin's back. Having leaned against him for too long, her right cheek bore a faint red mark, and a trace of glistening remained at the corner of her mouth. suggesting she had indulged in a sweet slumber during their journey. Chapter 35. The selection for the grand competition. Chen Wujin dismounted first and then extended his hand to assist Bai Shaoqing down. It was only after they had moved a short distance closer that Bai Shaoqing's gaze shifted from a haze to clarity, and upon a fleeting glance, she spotted Bai Muyang. Ah, great-grandfather is here too. A flush of crimson adorned Bai Shaoqing's cheeks, and her brows knitted slightly. Causing her to feel a touch of shyness, she deliberately slowed her pace, retreating to Chen Wujin's side, observing the subtle movement of his precious great-granddaughter. Bai Muyang understood the closeness she shared with Chen Wujin. They had grown up together, a bond untainted by the innocence of childhood. After all, they had spent the most cherished moments of their youth together, and time indeed breeds affection. Bai Muyang could not help but silently lament. What is it that he possesses? Merely a handsome face, charming words, and impressive skills. Beyond that, there are no remarkable traits. Once Chen Wujin, Bai Shaoqing, and Chu Qingxi took their seats, the discourse regarding the upcoming wave competition resumed. After hearing the elders expound on the significance of this competition, Chen Wujin, with a relaxed demeanor, reassured, "Do not worry, I shall not be idle this time. I have promised Shaoqing that I will attend with her." The expressions of those around him shifted noticeably. The several spirit beast offerings exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, as they turned their gaze towards Chen Wujin's father, hoping that this paternal figure would personally deliver the unwelcome news. Chen Yuxuan would never consent to be the villain in this situation. Helplessly glancing at his wife, he found her already fast asleep, resting her head once more upon his shoulder. One can never rouse a person who feigns slumber. Chen Yuxuan sighed inwardly, realizing that this villainous role must be assumed by himself. Given the deep bond between Shaoqing and Wujin, it was indeed difficult to address this matter directly. Suddenly, Bai Muyang took the initiative to speak. "Wujin, we have just received some news. This time, the wave competition is unlike any previous iterations. The format has shifted from individual duels to survival battles among teams of 3. Chen Yuxuan felt an immediate sense of relief upon realizing he would not have to play the villain. A glimmer of gratitude appeared in his gaze as he looked at Bai Muyang, prompting him to decide to share a fine bottle of wine with him. Meanwhile, Chuchura subtly lifted one eyelid, casting a fleeting glance around before resuming her rest with closed eyes. Subsequently, Bai Muyang clearly recounted the rules of the competition, adding, "This time, the Yuling sect has only 3 available slots, so Shaoqing, you cannot participate unless you are willing to team up with the Wanderers." Even if Bai Shaoqing were amenable, Bai Muyang would not consent, rendering that option effectively null from the outset. Bai Shaoqing, who had been enjoying her pastries, abruptly found herself confronted with this unfortunate news and took a moment to process it. After swallowing her bite, she declared, "I intend to participate alongside Wujin." Her tone bore no hint of petulance, merely an unwavering determination. Such an exhilarating event would be a waste to miss, and besides, she had never before taken part in a survival battle of 3-person teams. Bai Muyang's face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, despite Shaoqing's demeanor being less willful than during her time in the central continent, once her temper flared, there was no reining her back. This situation posed a considerable dilemma for the Yuling sect. Just as the atmosphere fell into a tense silence, Chu Qingxi prepared to speak, but was preempted by Chen Wujin. With a puzzled expression, he voiced, "If I recall correctly, only cultivators below the 3rd realm are allowed to participate in the Langao Grand Competition, correct?" "Yes. What seems to be the issue?" Bai Muyang countered. "Certainly. There is an issue. Sister Qingxi has just recently advanced to the Golden Core stage. Are you all unaware?" Chen Wujin retorted. "What? Chu Qingxi has broken through?" The surrounding experts were astounded, yet none had detected any change in her cultivation level. Observing her countenance, she did not exhibit the traits of one in the Golden Core stage. This was indeed perplexing. Chuchura cleared her throat softly, casting a warm and gentle gaze at Chu Qingxi. Shaoqing would not speak idly on such matters. "Qingxi, your technique is unique. Please release some of your innate aura by unbinding your restrictions." "No, my body is sealed with the power of myriad demons. Should I fully unleash my aura, it would bring calamity to the world." Chu Qingxi responded solemnly, articulating her self-imposed, somewhat melodramatic narrative. Every time Chen Wujin heard such declarations, he was tempted to inquire if she had indeed traversed from another realm or if she were a seasoned otaku steeped in countless stories. However, after years of subtle inquiries and discreet observation, he had long since concluded that Sister Qingxi's eccentricity was an innate quality, pure and unadulterated, emanating from the depths of her soul. Chen Wujing may very well be the only individual in this world capable of grasping the thoughts of Chu Qingxi. It is evident that everyone understands that the only nemesis capable of transforming Chu Qingxi into this state is none other than him. And all eyes are turned towards Chen Wujing. Chen Wujing chuckled softly and replied, "There is no need to fully unleash the power of the seal. Merely revealing a hint of my cultivation will suffice. Sister Qingxi, the myriad demonic forces within you will undoubtedly remain under control." "Oh, on what grounds do you possess such confidence?" "Alas, to speak such words in front of everyone is akin to a public execution." Chen Wujing, suppressing the inner shame, retrieved an exquisitely crafted wooden hairpin from his spatial necklace. The hairpin, entirely adorned in a vibrant orange hue, were layered with grains reminiscent of cascading waterfalls. At the broader end, it was inscribed with shimmering words of spirit language, seal. This artifact, a relic of ancient craftsmanship, was specifically designed to counter the forces of myriad demons. Having aligned himself with Chu Qingxi's whimsical discourse, Chen Wujing decided to indulge in a bit of playful nonsense. Did such an object truly hold any efficacy? Certainly not. It was merely a prop to bolster your pretense. Though internally critiquing, he maintained an air of coolness as he tossed the hairpin to Chu Qingxi, proclaiming, "The vastness of the cosmos is boundless, and the myriad demon forces can scarcely invoke any considerable catastrophe. You are overly concerned. Rest assured and give it a try." The onlookers regarded Chen Wujing with expressions tinged with peculiar amusement, mingled with a sense of extraordinary admiration. It was indeed a trial for Wujing to accommodate Chu Qingxi's words, a task laden with embarrassment. Chu Qingxi, too, was diligently managing her facial expressions, striving to conceal her delight. She must not allow anyone to discern that, aside from relishing such dialogues, she cherished even more the gifts bestowed upon her by Wujing himself. This marked the 984th item. Only 16 more to reach 1,000. "Very well, I trust you." As she deftly secured the hairpin in her hair, she unveiled her true cultivation aura. Her technique was exceptionally unique, a secret transmission from the celestial realm known as the Hidden Saint's art. As long as she refrained from revealing her aura, even a formidable master of the ninth realm could scarcely discern the depth of her cultivation. Convincing Chu Qingxi was no small feat. Upon the revelation of her aura, it indeed exuded a harmonious resonance akin to gold and jade. This was one of the most significant markers of the Golden Core stage. Bai Mu Yang felt an undeniable surge of joy within. Chu Qingxi had ascended to the fourth realm of Golden Core, rendering her ineligible for the grand competition of the waves. Within the vast confines of the Spirit Master Sect's inner sanctum, no particularly outstanding disciples were evident, and the list was nearly finalized. Chen Wujing, Qing Zhao, and Bai Shaoqing constitute the participant roster for the Spirit Tamer sect in the wave competition. The Spirit Beast custodians raised no further objections. Chen Chu and his wife exchanged a knowing smile, and then Chen Yuxuan remarked, "Wujing, Shaoqing, now that you are aware of the rules, after dinner, you should join Qing Zhao for training. After all, the competition is merely a fortnight away." Chapter 36, Subtle Changes After Growing Up. Spirit Tamer Sect, Opulent Grand Kitchen. Chen Wujing descended at the entrance, retracting the auspicious clouds used for his journey. He was devoid of a companion, for Bai Shaoqing had been detained by the imposing Bai Mu Yang. The sizzle of stir-frying emanated from the kitchen, while wisps of smoke ascended toward the heavens. Even before he crossed the threshold, the tantalizing aroma of the dishes wafted toward him. This fragrance, a harmonious blend of various spices, fully unleashed the essence of the meat, permeating the air and provoking an uncontrollable salivation. Chen Wujing quietly swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva as he entered the kitchen, where the first sight to greet him was his devoted maid, Qing Zhao. She was clad in the customary attire of a chef, her hair neatly tied into a bun that allowed for unhindered movement, her hands a blur as they danced with dexterity. The sound of her knife slicing through ingredients was a symphony of precision. The radish slices were as thin as the crescent moon, each piece soaring gracefully through the air, tracing an arc above her head before landing in the pot. This was not the exaggerated spectacle of a novice chef defying the laws of physics, but rather a display of her mastery, enhanced by the ethereal energy of her cultivated skills. Qing Zhao wielded her knife with swiftness, accuracy, and decisiveness, leading the spirit monkeys in completing all preparatory tasks in no time. She then commenced the cooking process, expertly controlling the heat. Just as the hour of Shin passed, all the dishes were ready. She set aside her work and instructed the spirit monkeys to serve the meals in the dining hall. "Young master, you've been watching for quite some time. Surely you have something on your mind," she remarked, her demeanor in the kitchen markedly aloof, akin to a flower upon a lofty peak. Though her height barely reached Chen Wujing's shoulder, The aura she emanated was anything but ordinary. Chun Wujin is one of the few individuals who remain indifferent to this sense of oppression. Indeed, you are likely aware of the Wave Grand Competition of the Bitao sect. Well, go ahead, I am listening. Qing Zhao turned to the edge of the pool, beginning to clean the knives, iron pot, and iron spoon she had just used. This is Qing Zhao in the state of a master chef, exhibiting a somewhat aloof demeanor towards everyone. Chen Wujin is the only one who can enter the kitchen without her explicit consent. Although he harbors a fondness for the adorable and bashful Qing Zhao, it is impractical to pull her away from the kitchen. She will not leave until her tasks are thoroughly completed. Thus, Chen Wujin assisted her with the kitchen chores while elaborating on the details of the upcoming grand competition, subsequently arranging to train together on the outskirts of the nameless mountain after dinner. As the smoke from the cooking wafted gently into the air, the sun dipped below the horizon. Mealtime was always a joyous and fulfilling occasion, especially when savoring the delectable dishes crafted by Master Chef Qing Zhao. The spirit beasts in the dining hall devoured their meals ravenously. However, as a member of the human race, Chen Wujin had eaten his fill and was preparing to leave when he suddenly heard his companion, Sister Qingxi, seated beside him, say, "Xiaojin, how did you know I had broken through to the golden core stage?" "Just a lucky guess," he replied. "You're teasing me again. Be careful, or I might unleash my death gaze upon you," Chu Qingxi retorted, covering her right eye with her hand, her face contorted in a pained expression, as if she were struggling to resist the urge to open her eye. Upon witnessing this, Chen Wujin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as he spoke the truth to himself. "The day you made your breakthrough was at the open-air bathhouse I constructed, and I inadvertently caught a glimpse." Of course, this revelation was something he could never disclose to Chu Qingxi, for doing so would likely compel him to bear the responsibility. Having yet to savor the splendid joys of life at merely 15 years of age, he was resolute in not allowing such a circumstance to dictate his fate. Furthermore, he had seen nothing substantial, merely a silhouette and a profile, which he deemed a fortuitous blessing from the heavens, rather than the result of any deliberate scheme on his part. In his heart, Chen Wujin sought to absolve himself with a few self-reassuring remarks, then sweetly exclaimed, "In the past few days, Sister Qingxi's skin has become remarkably smooth and fair, her beauty soaring to celestial heights. She is undoubtedly in the Golden Dan realm." "Ah, so slick." Chu Qingxi playfully flicked her fingers, leaving a red mark upon Chen Wujin's forehead. "Today, you were so eager to declare that I have reached the Golden Dan realm. Are you not being overly partial to the Bai family, sister?" "Ah, could it be?" Chen Wujin glanced around, seeking a way out, only to suddenly notice Bai Xiaoqing on his left. She pursed her lips, straining to listen for more. At that moment, he found himself in a dilemma, whether to affirm or deny the statement, a veritable conundrum. "Ahem, I am quite full. Xiaoqing, Qingxi, please enjoy your meal at your leisure." With that, Chen Wujin transformed into a wisp of wind, elegantly departing. To avoid being ensnared by their persistence, he cleverly left behind two charming gifts. A cascade of delightful little bells tinkled as they fell, alongside a delicately crafted rabbit figurine. These handmade treasures landed gracefully before Bai Xiaoqing and Chu Qingxi's tables. In an instant, both ladies seized their respective gifts, simultaneously reaching for the others. Their tussle was purely physical, devoid of any spiritual energy. Yet, as practitioners, their physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary folk, their arms becoming mere shadows. As the sounds of their playful conflict echoed, they declared, "Sister Qingxi, how many gifts have you received from Wujin already? Can't you spare a little for your younger sister?" "Xiaoqing, some matters can be yielded, while others cannot. But you were not particularly close to him during his childhood." "That is not the case. When he was younger, I kept my distance. And who could resist his charm as he grew into such a handsome young man, adept at countering the myriad demonic forces within me? Ah, I too possess the ability to restrain. Only his spiritual energy can subdue the myriad demons within me." Their exchange grew increasingly fraught, leaving the revered 10 great spirit beasts in astonished silence, while the Chinchu couple, preparing for a leisurely stroll, were momentarily stunned. These two girls always seemed to engage in inexplicable rivalry. It was uncertain whether their relationship was one of camaraderie or contention. Sighing, by Mu Yong lamented, "Oh, the great-granddaughter has grown, and the old man is left to ponder." With a wave of spiritual energy, he levitated his meal away, seeking to avoid the unfolding drama. Suddenly, a petite figure emerged from the kitchen into the dining hall, brandishing a kitchen knife. Thud. The knife struck the solid wooden table, landing perfectly between Bai Xiaoqing and Chu Qingxi. "To quarrel in the dining hall disrupts my rules. From now on, You two are forbidden from partaking in my culinary creations." Master Qing Zhao raised her brow with an air of fierce determination, her silhouette behind her transforming into an indistinct figure whose gender was indiscernible. With hair as white as snow, one hand wielded a kitchen knife while the other grasped a ladle. This was her awakened divine talent, the culinary deity's incarnation. To forego the meals prepared by Qing Zhao was tantamount to facing hunger, an utterly distressing prospect. Chu Qingxi and Bai Shaoqing promptly yielded, sincerely acknowledging their faults. Qing Zhao, retrieving the kitchen knife with a commanding gesture, coolly declared, "Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. From this day forth, you will remain here to wash the dishes and truly appreciate the toil of a chef. Only when you comprehend your errors shall you be permitted to dine." At the juncture where the endless mountain range met the spirit-taming mountains, within a uniquely styled simple pavilion, Chen Wujing gazed at the crescent moon rising in the sky. Muttering to himself, "Why is everyone so late?" Chapter 37. The distinctive mastiff on the outskirts of the nameless mountain, the trees were lush and verdant, while the streams babbled gently along their course. The training of Chen Wujing and his companions has persisted for 5 days, unyielding to the passage of day and night. As he, Bai Shaoqing, and Qing Zhao dwell in the mountains, having not returned to their sect. During this time, they have traversed the nameless mountain range, engaging in spirited encounters with spirit beasts, emerging victorious each time. Furthermore, the Spirit Tamer sect maintains amicable relations with the nameless mountain range, allowing them to inflict injuries without causing fatalities. After subduing their targets, they would plunder the spirit herbs and fruits from the beast slayers. Should they fortuitously come across the flesh, pelts, or materials of other spirit beasts, they would accept them without hesitation as long as they did not personally slay them. As time passed, tales of their exploits began to circulate within the depths of the nameless mountain range. "Old Bear, have you heard? Recently, the younglings from the Spirit Tamer sect have come to seek amusement in our nameless mountain range, seemingly overpowering the younger generation," spoke a shadow mastiff with the bloodline of a celestial dog. Its sleek black fur glistened, and its sharp claws were retracted beneath its padded paws, while its 2 pairs of grayish-white eyes gazed into the distance, seeming to penetrate the layers of trees and reach the periphery of the nameless mountain range. A gray bear languidly reclined against the roots of a massive tree, exuding no signs of extraordinary prowess. It yawned, its human-like expression resembling that of a salted fish devoid of dreams. Indifferent to the events outside, it pondered whether to indulge in royal jelly or to savor the delicacies of spirit fish that evening. After scratching its armpit, the gray bear nonchalantly remarked, "It is merely a matter for the younger generation. Perhaps the youngsters of the Spirit Tamer sect could breach the periphery of the nameless mountain range?" The shadow mastiff suggested eagerly. The gray bear grunted in acknowledgement, shifting its bulk into a sprawled position, feigning slumber. With no one to converse with, it grew somewhat bored, prompting the shadow mastiff to decide to venture forth and witness the descendants of Yunlong and Yueling. "Oh, by the way, those two have taken on names. I believe they are called Longyin and Yuqianhua. Quite a mouthful. Our name, however, is far more stylish. Let's go with Mastiff Shadow, much more impressive." On the evening of the 6th day, Chen Wujing, Bai Shaoqing, and Qing Zhao tread softly, following a gray-maned steel-clawed bear. This spirit beast possessed commendable qualities, corresponding to the 3rd tier of the Earth grade. However, it was still a juvenile, at the foundation stage of cultivation. Otherwise, it would have ventured deeper into the nameless mountain range long ago. Once it returns to its lair, we will encircle it. I shall first seal off the perimeter to minimize noise. I've heard that the spirit beasts in the nameless mountain range have been devising strategies to counter our presence in recent days. Chen Wujing remained at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, unable to transmit sound, and he lowered his voice as much as possible. The trio continued to lurk, trailing behind the leisurely moving gray-maned steel-claw bear. The dim sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled patterns on the edges of the tall grass. Suddenly, a shadow flitted by, extinguishing the remaining light on the ground. The 3 little ones were quite alert. It took me an entire day to locate them. Seemingly all due to this lad named Chen Wujing. I had heard from the Moon Wolf that he is the son of the sect leader of the Spirit Tamer sect. Chen, the proud fellow, Yunlong, also seems to hold him in high regard. It is indeed rare, and I am curious to see if he truly possesses exceptional qualities. A voice emerged from the shadow that continuously darted over the treetops. This was the innate supernatural ability of the shadow mastiff, allowing it to blend into shadows, transforming itself into mere darkness. It sought out Chen Wujing and his companions, merely to witness the commotion they could create. Suddenly, The shadow mastiff stepped upon an inconspicuous dry twig. The crack resonated, and the surrounding trees collapsed with a thunderous sound, revealing the fiery red sunset. No shadow could evade detection. No, it still had its own shadow. However, a peculiar formation illuminated, shimmering with radiant brilliance on the ground, obliterating its shadow and instantaneously obscuring its vision. That lad has noticed me? When? I did not expose myself. Could it be? The shadow mastiff pondered this perplexity, which only heightened its curiosity. Meanwhile, at the moment the trap was triggered, Chen Wujin led by Xiao Qing and Qing Zhao deeper into the dense forest. Both Bai Xiaoqing and Qing Zhao placed their trust in Chen Wujin, asking no questions as they hurriedly followed him through the jungle. Chen Wujin led the way while remarking, "An impressive spirit beast accompanies us. It likely harbors no malice, yet it undoubtedly seeks to witness our folly." Chen Wujin did not wish to become a source of ridicule for the spirit beast residing in the mountains of Wuming. Over the past few days, they had managed to suspend numerous spirit beasts, subjecting them to utter humiliation. Should a formidable spirit beast decide to intervene, they would find themselves bound and helpless. He certainly did not want that. "Stop, immediately halt," Chen Wujin reiterated emphatically, then proceeded to inscribe an array on the ground while casting a knowing glance at Qing Zhao. Understanding his intent, Qing Zhao opened a small pouch adorned with blue and white wave patterns and extracted 3 paper figurines along with 3 mechanical humanoid figures. She affixed the paper figurines to the chests of the mechanical beings, and instantly, the forms of the mechanical figures morphed to resemble substitutes for Chen Wujin, Bai Xiaoqing, and Qing Zhao themselves. Chen Wujin skillfully crafted multiple formations upon the ground: the group concealment formation, the breath elimination formation, the scent erasure formation, and the spirit chi obscuration formation. These 4 intermingled, and as the formations flickered to life, they quickly dimmed, allowing the 3 of them to complete their concealment and huddle in an open space devoid of any cover. Subsequently, Chen Wujin concentrated his spirit words, spirit chi converged, exhilaration surged, and scent was imparted, repeated thrice, enveloping the figures of their substitutes. The doppelgangers then set off, racing towards the western horizon where the sun was descending. After a few moments, a figure resembling a towering mastiff emerged, standing beside a colossal tree at the edge of the clearing. It slightly raised its head, inhaling the scents wafting through the air. Immediately, a glimmer of amusement sparkled in its eyes as it muttered to itself, "The little ones from the spirit tamer sect possess some skill, don't they? If it were the old bear or tiger brother, they would likely lose the trail. Ha ha ha. Unfortunately, you are still a tad too inexperienced. I shall allow you a bit more time to flee." As the mastiff mused, unbeknownst to it, the 3 of them were merely a yard away, observing and listening with perfect clarity. They each covered their mouths and noses, struggling to suppress their laughter. Do not misunderstand. This mastiff bore no air of dominance, nor did it exude a formidable spiritual pressure. Their mirth stemmed solely from their overwhelming desire to laugh. If they were to reveal themselves at that moment, this venerable mastiff would undeniably suffer a social demise. To spare the elder from such an embarrassing predicament, it would be prudent to wait until it departs. As a spirit beast of the assassin variety, its penchant for soliloquy was rather unbecoming. This mastiff, undoubtedly possessing cultivation above the nascent soul stage, would have gone unnoticed had it not been so fond of its own chatter. Chen Wujin inwardly lamented, striving to suppress the laughter that threatened to escape. At last, the shadowy mastiff, having had its fill of mischief, strode forth in pursuit of the 3 doppelgangers. Once its form had completely vanished from sight, Chen Wujin and the others waited for a good while longer, ensuring that the mastiff would not turn back. Chen Wujin and his companions revealed their presence and then retraced their steps. During their swift run, he remarked, upon returning to the sect, "We should inquire with Aunt Wolf to see if she recognizes this loquacious and uniquely spirited black mastiff." With a sweet smile, Qing Zhao replied, "Young master, let us proceed with our original plan. Let us strike back with a surprise attack." Bai Xiaoqing formed her fingers into a sword-like gesture, pointing towards the distance. Chen Wujin nodded, a mischievous grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, he had successfully raided the lair of the gray-maned steel-clawed bear. Chapter 38, The Hollow Point. The secret realm within a cavern of earth and stone nestled in the nameless mountain range. A gray-maned steel-clawed bear's claws scraped against one another in a rhythmic clatter. Sparks cascaded from its talons, igniting the dry foliage beneath. Soon, smoke began to rise from the charred debris as the bear lowered itself and gently blew on the embers. Upon seeing the flames ignite, it joyfully waved its paws, proceeding to add the carefully gathered twigs and logs to the fire. The flames consumed the wood, growing ever more fervent. Saliva pooled at the edges of the bear's mouth, which it wiped away with its forearm before deftly skewering several flying spirit fish with its right paw, placing them over the flames to roast. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed. All right, it has devoured all the flying spirit fish. This utterance served as a signal. Within the cave, 3 layers of formation sprang to life. The first layer sealed the ground, ceiling, and walls, its purpose simple: impenetrable fortification. The second layer summoned countless vines that surged through the entrance, enveloping the gray-maned, steel-clawed bear in an instant. These vines, imbued with formidable strength and swift movement, ensnared it tightly. The bear yelped in pain, exclaiming, "A woo! A woo!" Then, the third layer of formation emerged, muffling the commotion within the cave, preventing its anguished cries from escaping. At that moment, 2 young maidens appeared before it. Bai Shaoqing, with her snow-white hair, conjured a massive white spiritual python on her shoulder, an advanced combined technique from her companion, the little white snake, Yunlinger. With a swift bite to the bear's neck, it released a small dose of paralyzing venom. However, the bear's colossal size and tough skin rendered it only partially incapacitated. It fiercely thrashed its arms, as if on the verge of breaking free. At this juncture, a girl wielding a kitchen knife and a black iron pot dashed to its head, striking its skull vigorously with the back of the knife and the base of the pot. Thud, thud, thud. The blows were swift, fierce, and relentless. Consequently, the gray-maned steel-clawed bear could no longer endure. With a final, defiant howl, it succumbed to unconsciousness. Chen Wujing stood at the cave entrance, alternating his gaze between the outside and the interior, evidently on the lookout. While the gray-maned steel-clawed bears resided individually in their respective caves, they maintained a mutual vigilance within their group. "Let us handle this swiftly and depart," Chen Wujing remarked towards the depths of the cave. However, his words met with silence, leading him to suspect something amiss as he ventured further inside. After rounding a slight bend, he was greeted by the sight of Bai Shaoqing and Qin Zhao, both young maidens unscathed and exhibiting no signs of injury. Naturally, they bore no wounds. The efficacy of his formation had enabled them to subdue the bear without harm. Yet, they did not emerge from the cave, clearly captivated by something within. They were gathered around a fire, their backs turned to the entrance, each holding a wooden stick adorned with plump flying spirit fish. Meanwhile, a black iron cauldron, repurposed as a weapon, simmered with a fragrant fish soup. "Ah, so these 2 little girls wish to conceal their indulgence from me?" Chen Wujing smiled and stealthily approached the 2 individuals from behind. "Ha," he exclaimed, playfully patting one of them on the shoulder. "Why didn't you invite me to cook something?" To his surprise, as the 2 turned to face Chen Wujing, their expressions were filled with bewilderment, as if they did not recognize him at all. Something is amiss. At the moment when Chen Wujing's heart was engulfed by doubts, Qin Zhao and Bai Shaoqing each draped their arms around his neck and waist. He found himself unable to move and dared not exert excessive force, primarily out of concern for Qin Zhao and Bai Shaoqing's well-being. However, the 2 of them did not increase their grip. It appeared they merely wished for Chen Wujing to remain seated, patiently awaiting the delectable fish soup. Chen Wujing furrowed his brow in contemplation. What could be the matter with these 2? It seemed as though they were under some form of control, reduced to mere primal desires and hunger. The gray-maned steel-clawed bear had already been subdued, and it was evident that it was not the culprit behind this strange occurrence. Judging by the large lump on its head, it was likely rendered unconscious by Qin Zhao's forceful strike, further compounded by the venom released after Shaoqing and Yunlingo had harmonized their energies. This bear would most likely remain in slumber until the following morning. If it was not the bear, then there must be something amiss within this cavern. Chen Wujing sat cross-legged, with Bai Shaoqing on his left and Qin Zhao on his right. Both were closely nestled against him. One wrapped her arms around his neck, while the other embraced his waist. It was truly the dream of any man, a tantalizing fantasy. Were the circumstances not so peculiar, it would indeed be a blessing beyond measure. Suddenly, he inhaled deeply. Aside from the delicate fragrance of the 2 young women, he could detect the savory aroma of fish soup wafting from a distance, with no other unpleasant scents to be found. There was no cliché plot unfolding where the 2 ladies inadvertently caught a whiff of some floral essence, leading to a chaotic frenzy, leaving Chen Wujing to merely comply with their whims until dawn broke. But what could have caused Qin Zhao and Bai Shaoqing to suddenly lose their senses? Surely, there must be a reason. They had restrained him here, facing the wall. Perhaps there was something peculiar about the wall itself. Chen Wujing's eyes were fixed intently as he scanned the walls of the cavern. Suddenly, he was drawn to an unremarkable indentation. Peering into the recess, he discovered a radiant point of light, shimmering like a constellation. How peculiar. Just a moment ago, there was nothing here at all. Chen Wujin, caught in a delicate balance of resistance and surrender, decided to embark on a tentative exploration. The luminous point flickered between obscurity and brilliance, exuding an enchanting rhythm of the Tao that persistently beckoned his spirit away from the corporeal realm, as if inviting him into a secret domain accessible only to the soul, with no retreat available to restore Qing Zhao and Bai Shaoqing's consciousness. Chen Wujin chose to relinquish his mental defenses, yielding to the allure of the radiant beacon. In the next instant, the world spun chaotically, as if he were ensnared in a tempestuous vortex of spiritual energy, rendering everything before him indistinct and nebulous. Whoosh! Chen Wujin's spirit transcended his corporeal form, spiraling into the void. His expression grew vacant, the divine light in his eyes dimmed, and his pupils lost their focus. The soul struggled within the boundless vortex of spiritual energy, as if confronting the infinite might of the cosmos. Chen Wujin was unable to discern the cardinal directions, only hearing a soft splash as the sensation of spinning finally subsided. His eyes remained tightly shut, fingers pressed into the damp sand, while one side of his face rested against the grains. Waves lapped against his back, neck, face, and ears in a rhythmic caress. A gentle breeze wafted natural aromas, gradually rousing him from his slumber. Chen Wujin opened his eyes, and as his vision sharpened, he beheld a hermit crab nestled amidst the sand. Sensing his gaze, the hermit crab contracted its body, its shell shimmering with earthy hues, before burrowing back into the grains. Chen Wujin supported himself against the ground and rose to his feet, brushing off the dirt and sand from his face, murmuring to himself, "Am I within a secret realm?" After a brief assessment, he grasped the current environment. Behind him lay an endless expanse of ocean. Beneath his feet was a sandy beach, and ahead stretched a dense jungle. Not far away, he noticed two parallel footprints, leading into the heart of the island. Upon seeing the footprints, Chen Wujin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Shaoqing, Qizhao. Chapter 39, The Map. Crimson and azure following the varying depths of the footprints, Chen Wujin ventured onward. After a lengthy journey, he finally arrived at the seemingly nearby jungle. As he stepped inside, the surroundings transformed in an extraordinary manner, with the sky darkening significantly. Suddenly, a magnificent aurora illuminated the scene, capturing his attention. He looked up to behold an expansive map materializing before him, revealing a bird's-eye view of the secret island. On that map, 3 luminous points were discernible. 2 clustered together while 1 stood apart. Chen Wujin glanced and immediately understood that this was himself, along with Qing Zhao and Bai Shaoqing. Why would a map appear in the heavens? Such inquiry seemed trivial to him. After all, the essence of a secret realm typically stemmed from the hands of the enlightened. Those celestial beings, steeped in ethereal charm, delight in concocting peculiar and arcane customs, often adorned with the euphemistic title of celestial fate. Chen Wujin raised his gaze to the aurora borealis shimmering in the sky. After discerning the general direction, he discovered something peculiar. As he ventured deeper into the island, he found himself moving further away from the luminous points. Chen Wujin gazed at the sky, lost in contemplation. There were only 2 possibilities. First, the aurora borealis above him was a mere illusion, existing solely to confound his judgment. Second, perhaps all that lay before him was an illusion, and he was traversing a realm of reflections, rendering all things in opposition. Ordinary individuals might have indulged in further speculation here, but Chen Wujin swiftly discerned the direction of his heart, deliberately disregarding the visual stimuli surrounding him. He kept his head raised, advancing along the map within the aurora. At the center of the island, within a silent volcanic crater, a small star radiating a brilliant azure light emitted a grand will. This little being is intriguing. His heart is devoid of doubt. Does he possess a clear path of enlightenment, or simply exhibit earnestness? The last 4 words, when translated, imply his intellect is rather lacking. Suddenly, another voice emerged. The 2 young maidens are equally fascinating. They promptly sensed the emergence of a third luminescence and then ceased their movements. This suggested that they were undoubtedly acquainted with the young boy and held an extreme level of trust in him. With the voice, a hazy crimson glow ascended, gradually revealing a scarlet star. The blue and red stars appeared somewhat exhilarated, spiraling around one another within the crater. They had awaited for far too long and finally encountered living beings once more. Their rotational speed increased, and after more than 100 revolutions, they finally came to a halt. The scarlet star twinkled and inquired, "Blue, do you recall how many years we have waited?" The blue star retorted without a moment's hesitation, "If you remember, then I do. If you do not, then I shall forget too." Instantly, they fell silent together. After a moment, they spoke in unison. Shall we simply release that object and fulfill our mission? The two stars flickered in a manner that suggested they were chuckling. Yet, they knew they must adhere to their master's commands. Only in this way could they achieve true fulfillment and transform into human forms. The scarlet star swallowed back its earlier words. The azure star muttered, "But the master's trials are exceedingly arduous. How could anyone possibly succeed? Alas, the heavens have been rendered mute." As they conversed, Chen Wujin continued his journey along the map of the aurora in the sky. His eyes did not wander to the ever-shifting scenery around him, nor did he concern himself with whether the path ahead led to a precipice. All sights were but illusions, and all sensations were mere voids. Chen Wujin pressed on beneath the aurora borealis, his resolve unwavering. Within his senses, time seemed to stretch infinitely, far exceeding a millennium. Yet, Chen Wujin could discern with clarity that this sensation was illusory, for his neck had not yet begun to feel the slightest strain, which was decidedly abnormal. Logically speaking, even with his spiritual cultivation, he remained human and should adhere to the principles dictated by human anatomy. For instance, tilting one's head for extended periods would naturally lead to fatigue and discomfort in the neck. Such an angle was already at its limit, proving detrimental to anyone born into this world. Of course, in his previous life, those who perpetually gazed down at their phones might have had their neck ailments counterbalanced by their habits. Continuing along the path, Chen Wujin endeavored to keep his thoughts at bay. Suddenly, he felt his foot slip, plummeting downward, and the briny seawater rushed into his nostrils. He quickly closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, found himself at the bottom of an azure ocean. Strangely, his mouth and nose felt no discomfort. Breathing came effortlessly, and he even found a peculiar enjoyment in the sensation, as if he had returned to the amniotic fluid of his mother. The bottleneck in his cultivation seemed to have loosened slightly. In an instant, Chen Wujin experienced elation. He had long sought the opportunity to break through to the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm, especially with only 7 or 8 days remaining before departing for the Bai Tao sect to participate in the wave competition. Although it was said that the more one suppressed the 9th level while in the Foundation establishment realm, the stronger the spiritual energy would become upon advancing to the core formation realm, he had already surpassed the normal prodigy by several years. There was truly no need for further suppression. Alas, what could he do? It was simply his nature to defy convention, he chuckled to himself. Unbeknownst to him, his musings were overheard. "Wujin, what are you talking about? What have you had more of than others?" Bai Xiaoqing swam up from below, accompanied by her companion. The spirit snake yuling her, she moved with remarkable speed through the water, as if returning to her homeland. Meanwhile, Qing Zhao lagged behind slightly, not quite accustomed to the aquatic environment. The abundance of water exerted a subtle suppression on her fire attribute's spiritual energy. "Young master, you finally made it and found us." Chen Wujin first offered an awkward smile to Bai Xiaoqing, casually deflecting the previous topic with a few perfunctory remarks. He then turned his gaze towards the furrowed brow of Qing Zhao. "Since we are destined to succeed together, let us extract all the benefits this hidden realm has to offer." His smile resonated in the eyes of the two young women, instantly calming their restless hearts. Suddenly, two resounding voices echoed in unison, resembling a double reverberation. Youth is often characterized by reckless exuberance, particularly in the presence of attractive peers, leading to grandiose claims that exceed one's capabilities. As the words settled, the surrounding seawater gradually thinned, slowly dissipating into the air. The scenery shifted dramatically, alternating between darkness and light, as they found themselves within the searing embrace of a volcanic crater. The moisture in the garments of Chen Wujin, Qing Zhao, and Bai Xiaoqing was instantaneously evaporated. Before them appeared two celestial bodies, one crimson and the other azure, spinning like discs in an elegant dance. Chapter 40. Riddle of the characters. The emergence of these peculiar stars did not particularly astonish Chen Wujin. After all, having perused countless documentaries in his past life, he possessed a profound understanding of the vastness of the universe. Even in this realm of cultivation, he merely perceived it as an immensely grand planet. However, Qin Zhao and Bai Xiaoqing clearly lacked such insights. Seeing the two stars up close and experiencing the ethereal essence emanating from their surfaces left them utterly speechless. Bai Xiaoqing, adhering to her upbringing as a refined lady, raised her hand to cover her lips, her eyes widening in astonishment. Qing Zhao, brimming with curiosity, extended her left hand, clutching a black iron pot, seemingly intent on capturing the stars and perhaps concocting a dish to savor their essence. Among the trio, the reactions of two were entirely unexpected to the crimson and azure stars. They exchanged puzzled glances and communicated telepathically. Could it be that our entrance was not as it should have been? The other party had no answers either. As the two stars pondered, a distinctive characteristic began to shimmer. No, to be precise, they flickered whenever their emotions surged with excitement. In an instant, Chen Wujing grasped the essence of the situation. The two stars before him transformed into two mischievous children in his eyes. Ahem. May I inquire if you two are the masters of this secret realm? Chen Wujing posed the question deliberately. Upon hearing his words, the flickering frequency of the red and blue stars surged dramatically. The red star, evidently more impatient, spoke. We are not like the masters. While the masters are human like you, we are not. We are the gatekeepers of the Shaoxian secret realm. The azure star, with a voice as cold as ice, continued. My name is Lan, and my companion is Hong. Subsequently, the two stars chimed in unison. We have lingered on the introductions for too long. Let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. Each of you has 3 opportunities to engage in a game. The game is quite simple. It involves solving riddles. We shall present the questions, and you must articulate your answers using corresponding linguistic symbols imbued with the essence of the Tao. Should you answer correctly, you will be rewarded with treasures left behind by the master. What kind of treasures? Chen Wujing inquired. Unknown, they replied. Upon your correct answers, this volcano will erupt with the corresponding treasures. However, if you fail to answer even a single question, you shall remain here to accompany us as stars. Upon hearing this, a chill inexplicably coursed through the hearts of the 3. To accompany them as stars? Could it be that the very materials used to forge these stars were, in truth, the souls of humans? Chen Wujing recalled the scene of his prior entrance into the secret realm, where indeed his spirit had traversed while his body felt inexplicably tangible. Yet, his memories would not deceive him. It was unequivocally his spirit that had entered this place. The predecessors who left behind this secret realm showed no regard for his life or death, thus the conditions previously presented may not be worthy of trust. Chen Wujing harbors a strong aversion to relinquishing control to others. In other words, he delights in reshaping the rules within the framework of established norms, refusing to abide by others' dictates in the game. To the 2 esteemed gatekeepers, might I request the privilege of tackling these 9 questions alone? Please permit their departure first. Very well, then let them be allowed to leave. However, this is unacceptable. Should you fail to answer 3 out of your 9 attempts correctly, one must remain to accompany us. The celestial beings speaking bore no distinctive tone, yet Chen Wujing discerned a hint of malicious mockery within their words. Perhaps it was a psychological nuance, or perhaps the red and blue stars were inherently so. Chen Wujing slightly eased his spirit, glancing at Qing Zhao and Xiao Qing. You are aware of my talent for the language of spirits. Let me handle this matter, shall we? Qing Zhao never questioned the young master's decisions. Wujing, you are bearing all these dangers alone, Bai Xiaoqing began, her words trailing off. She too could not fathom why a simple cooperative rehearsal had transformed into a perilous expedition into the unknown, one that concealed life and death crises within its depths. A veil of mist clouded Bai Xiaoqing's eyes, obscuring the rhythm of her soul's essence. Do not worry, trust me, Chen Wujing reassured her, firmly grasping her hand. At a loss for words, Bai Xiaoqing merely nodded and subtly leaned toward Qing Zhao. Their actions did not escape the notice of the 2 celestial bodies, who could not help but chuckle inwardly. Ha ha ha, look at the expressions of these 3 little ones. They must think it's a matter of life and death. They are quite amusing. One bears an expression of determination, while the other appears utterly bewildered, both exceedingly lovely. The communication between the red and blue stars went unnoticed by Chen Wujing and his companions. They exchanged playful banter to relieve the tedium of their existence. For being twin spirits, the only advantage was having a companion to converse with. Otherwise, they would surely go mad. The 2 stars believed they had maintained their secrecy. Yet the frequency of their twinkling betrayed their inner thoughts. Chen Wujing inexplicably sensed a wave of joy emanating from the crimson and azure hues. Such exuberance? It hardly resembled a chill atmosphere. Could it be that my previous conjectures were entirely misguided? Regardless, the die has been cast. I must dedicate myself fully to conquering all 9 riddles. Esteemed predecessors, please commence. Azure Star Morning spoke, then step upon this floating stone slab. A slab rapidly ascended from the depths of the volcano, bearing the marks of long exposure to molten lava, appearing somewhat antiquated. Chen Wujing took a step forward, planting his foot upon the stone slab. Now, we shall pose a question. Listen closely. The crimson star emitted a resounding voice. The 2 celestial bodies set aside their playful demeanor, their tone becoming exceedingly solemn. Influenced by the atmosphere, Qing Zhao and Bai Xiaoqing, nestled together, gazed intently at Chen Wujing. their eyes unwavering. After a slight nod from Chun Wujin, he heard the first question. What word describes stepping out from a secluded chamber, unnoticed by anyone? The answer was excellent. Qin Wujin spoke, and the words of the language spirit materialized with his voice. Once formed, the words descended into the depths of the volcano. Correct. The crimson star flickered slightly, taken aback. This young man appeared to possess remarkable skill in the language of spirits. To achieve such mastery of words with mere foundational cultivation was truly astonishing. The term refers to a unique concept within the language of spirits, signifying the ability to manifest words without relying on spiritual energy for inscription. The azure star, composed and unaffected, presented the second question. Cooperation from all directions yields greater contributions. The answer was vessel. Once again, the words were declared and fell into the volcano, without any display of emotion. The azure star continued with the third question. Though the body may be frail, the heart remains unyielding. The answer was breath. With this, he answered correctly once more. The two stars exchanged glances, revealing their mutual astonishment. Could this individual be the successor that the master had long awaited? Over countless years, hundreds had entered the mysterious realm, yet none had ever managed to solve the riddles left behind. Whether they were unparalleled geniuses, mighty sovereigns, or divine beings descended to earth, none had ever answered 3 riddles in succession, let alone inscribed them. It is crucial to understand that these words of the language spirit must embody profound meaning. They cannot simply be scribbled casually. Even if one could guess the corresponding riddles, failing to inscribe words that encapsulate their essence would render the effort futile. At that moment, the crimson and azure stars sensed that the desire to take human form was on the verge of realization, filling their hearts with joy. Yet, in the next instant, they became incensed. The fiery crimson star exclaimed in frustration, "It's all your fault, you fool. This person has already answered 3 questions correctly and should have cleared the challenge. But why did you agree to his request for 9 consecutive trials?" The azure star retorted coolly, "I recall it was you who made that promise." The red and blue stars exchanged a silent gaze, their emotions swirling with helplessness, regret, and disappointment, akin to someone who narrowly missed the grand prize in a lottery. There was no turning back. The remaining 6 questions must proceed. Chapter 41. The meteor that ripped the heavens. The crimson and azure stars alternated in presenting riddles, and Qin Wujin swiftly conquered 3 more challenges. Including the previous 3, he had now completed 6 riddles. After inscribing the 6 words of the language spirit, they plunged directly into the depths of the volcano, seemingly activating the flow of fiery magma. A brilliant yellow light surged upward from below, and the crimson and azure stars appeared to be invigorated, their radiance now tinged with a hint of gold. This extraordinary state uplifted their spirits, and they regarded Qin Wujin with increased warmth, revealing some ancient secrets. "Young man, you must strive to become the first person in history to clear this challenge. Unimaginable rewards await you. The master possesses vast and unparalleled powers, far beyond the beings of the lower realms. Merely receiving a reward is already a divine blessing. Should one succeed in the trials, they might ascend to unimaginable heights. The path to the celestial realm is exceptionally arduous. Yet the master's arrangements are designed to facilitate the ascension of lower realm beings. Their joy stems from the anticipation of escaping the confines of the minor mystical realm today, transforming into human form." Given Qin Wujin's trend of breaking through, the subsequent 3 questions are but trifles, devoid of any real difficulty. The master's encounter with such prodigious talent has not been in vain after several millennia of waiting. As pieces in this grand game, the crimson and azure stars share in the master's delight, eagerly anticipating the moment when this young one claims their reward, which they are likely to obtain. The crimson light sparkles with joy, while the azure star maintains an air of aloofness, responding with a hint of indifference. If one who can traverse 9 barriers is unworthy, then no one in the world is deserving of that treasure. Before the words could settle, the azure star suddenly sensed a profound intent from the heavens above. This was the master's attention. Indeed, this youth was remarkable. In an instant, the consciousness was severed, and the azure star reverted to its original mode, a special restriction activated only by the master's gaze from the celestial realm. Once initiated, the star would no longer be under its own volition. A cold, emotionless voice emanated from the azure star, now adjusting to a higher difficulty. The game has transformed into a word-guessing challenge. "Blue, don't mess with me. Why raise the stakes suddenly? This is sheer folly." Thoughts of despair swirled within the crimson star. Qing Zhao and Bai Xiaoqing looked on in astonishment. The abrupt increase in difficulty seemed to lack the grace expected from celestial beings. The azure star could not respond. Its will was temporarily commandeered by the restriction. The seventh question presented: a barber's hair grows long, a podiatrist's foot festers. Guess the idiom. How perplexing. It was not merely a common term, but a deliberate challenge to this youth. An ordinary practitioner at the core formation stage could barely utilize idiomatic expressions, let alone embody the essence of Tao. This alone could obstruct the young man's path to success. The crimson light flickered wildly, clearly agitated. Yet it understood the reason behind its companion's transformation. That same will was sensed by it as well. When it came time for itself to pose a question, it would likely mirror this state. In the depths of despair, the corners of Qin Wujin's mouth curled in a subtle smile, and his brows twitched slightly. It turned out to be this simple. In the depths of Qin Wujin's eyes, a spirited brilliance danced freely as he uttered the four-character idiom, prioritize others before oneself. After a fleeting pause, the azure star, devoid of emotion, declared, correct. Upon uttering this phrase, the restrictions that enveloped it shifted to the crimson star. Without any hesitation. From the resplendent crimson glow emerged a voice, cold and unfeeling. For the eighth question, time and circumstance compel the day. Identify the idiom. Qin Wujin furrowed his brows slightly. With his impeccable command of the language, one that had earned him perfect scores in literary analysis, he found himself momentarily at a loss to grasp the essence of this statement. Consequently, he chose to forego the innate understanding bestowed upon him by the power of language. Qin Wujin rummaged through the memories of his past life, delving into the indelible recollections of his childhood, engaging in a game of idiomatic word chains and riddle solving. As time flowed inexorably, the radiant glow of the crimson stars seemed poised to dim. An ethereal will from the heavens sighed softly, pondering that even the mighty being in the celestial realm deemed Qin Wujin unable to persist. Just as this will was about to depart, a glimmer ignited in Qin Wujin's dazed eyes, and he calmly proclaimed, I cannot wait. The will from the celestial expanse responded. Simultaneously, the restraints binding the two celestial bodies shattered, unleashing waves of alternating crimson and azure light that radiated in all directions. This aura, imbued with gentle strength and abundant spiritual energy, swept over Qin Wujin, Qing Zhao, and Bai Xiaoqing, purifying their souls further. The consciousness of the two celestial bodies returned to their essence, and the ninth question was no longer theirs to pose. As the crimson and azure auras dissipated, the northern lights suddenly manifested in the heavens, revealing a hazy visage of a man amidst the brilliance. Young friend, what is your name? Qin Wujin raised his head to meet that visage, a radiant smile blossoming between his brows. It appeared this was the segment of the narrative. The individuals who were meant to appear here should have been Yilinchen and Bai Xiaoqing, who inadvertently wandered into the nameless Lianshan and subsequently acquired immense fortunes. To his utter astonishment, following the cataclysmic shift in the world line, this fortune could still be triggered in such a manner. This was indeed a veritable celestial destiny. Moreover, this opportunity had been seized by him. A sense of comfort enveloped him. The fog in his mind began to dissipate, and fragments of memories emerged, which Qin Wujin instantly absorbed and processed. No longer hesitating, he smiled and replied, Qin Wujin. The three syllables transformed into words of essence, manifesting two distinctly different Tao rhythms. This rhythm resonated with the aurora borealis in the heavens, causing the hazy visage to sharpen slightly. A young man with white hair and beard, his eyes gleaming like two radiant stars, nodded slightly and declared, Great virtue. Upon finishing his words, the aurora vanished, and the crimson and azure stars simultaneously proclaimed, the ninth question, correct answer. The passage was as inexplicable as if favored by the very heavens and earth. Qin Wujin felt somewhat dazed. This was not quite in alignment with the narrative unfolding in his mind. The subsequent events should involve a formidable being from the upper realm, casting forth a breathtaking and earth-shattering tome of profound techniques. In a single day, he would master it, astonishing the mighty, thereby earning the status of a closed-door disciple, along with the protection of predecessors who had transformed into the crimson and azure stars. Qin Wujin gazed blankly at the vast sky, pondering if there would be any sign after such great benevolence. Upon hearing his words, two stars inadvertently collided. How audacious of this young man to question his master! Did he not fear the repercussions of such insolence? Suddenly, from the distant heavens, a meteor streaked across the firmament, piercing the chasm between the realms of mortals and immortals. It descended upon the nameless mountain range, crashing through the lair of the slumbering gray-maned steel-clawed bear. And with a swift motion, it embedded itself into a hollow in the wall. The tremendous commotion roused both the Spirit Master sect and the nameless mountain range. Chen Yushuan and Chuchura wore solemn expressions as they summoned the 10 great spirit beasts for their council. The ancient spirit beasts of the nameless mountain stirred from their slumber, emerging into the world. In Chapter 42, titled Even in the Mortal Realm, there are our kindred spirits. Within the depths of the Xianyuan secret realm, the heavens were torn asunder. A streak of meteoric brilliance, imbued with the essence of the Tao, approached with great swiftness, striking Qin Wujin's brow in an instant. The sound reverberated through his mind, yet he remained conscious. The world he perceived transformed. His vision appeared to have undergone a profound evolution. No, it was his soul that had evolved, awakening a nascent consciousness. A mysterious sensation enveloped Qin Wujin's heart as Qing Zhao, and by Xiaoqing each grasped one of his arms, fearful of any misfortune befalling him. After all, the Crimson and Azure Stars had previously played tricks, misleading the two young women into believing this region was the realm of perilous ancient powers. A gentle warmth radiated through his arm as Qin Wujin's newfound consciousness swept across his surroundings. In that fleeting moment, he glimpsed infinite beauty, although not inclined towards lasciviousness. The youthful stirrings within him led him to steal a glance. His expression shifted from the joy of unboxing a long-awaited PS4 to a subtle melancholy. All were mere spiritual forms. The tangible flesh and blood had vanished. Before him, Qing Zhao and Bai Xiaoqing existed in ethereal states, adorned in flowing garments, as if yearning to ride the winds away. The boy's internal embarrassment, known only to himself, dissipated with a cough. Qin Wujin surveyed the surroundings, not merely with his eyes, but enveloped this area with his spiritual sense, perceiving everything with unparalleled clarity. The extent of his awareness was approximately 3 zhang, equivalent to about 10 meters in contemporary measurements. For a practitioner yet to reach the core formation stage, this was an unparalleled boon. Spiritual sense is a standard endowment reserved for those of the nascent soul realm, and Qin Wujin's possession of it at this early stage foretold a smooth and unimpeded path toward his ascension into the nascent soul. The prowess of the experts within the spirit control sect is vast, perhaps rendering the might of the nascent soul realm less apparent. However, one need only observe Bai Muyang, who, despite being of the nascent soul realm, could traverse mountains and rivers with Bai Xiaoqing, ensuring their safe arrival at the spirit control sect, to understand that those of the nascent soul are far from being mere namesakes. This sudden fortune was not the sole method of celestial beings. At the base of the volcano, vibrant orange flames illuminated the surroundings, emanating from the crater, enveloping Qin Wujin, Bai Xiaoqing, Qing Zhao, and the Scarlet Star and Azure Star in a warm embrace. They all sensed the stirring of spiritual energy within themselves. The response of the two stars was particularly intense. Their inherent radiance flared wildly. The Scarlet Star joyfully exclaimed, "I can transform into a human now. Ha! I can finally explore the magnificent landscapes. How delightful to experience the world and the emotions of mortals, just like in those immortal novels. I shall call forth my sword, and with it, shatter all laws of the world." Clearly, his exuberance led him to speak nonsensically. The Azure Star, however, remained more composed, its form gradually unfolding, seemingly shifting toward a human shape. Upon witnessing this, the Scarlet Star regained focus and began to concentrate on its transformation. By Xiaoqing as fortune was intertwined with the little white snake, Yunlinger. The splendid light at the volcano's base allowed this charming little serpent to transform into human form ahead of time. It gradually morphed into her likeness, with its upper body becoming human, bearing a striking resemblance to Bai Xiaoqing. A cascade of snow-white hair fell upon her bare shoulders, while a curtain of silky strands modestly concealed her sensitive areas. The visage of Yunlingo mirrored Bai Xiaoqing almost perfectly, with a flawless, exquisite oval face, willow-like brows, spirited phoenix eyes, and lips that were both thin and rosy. The only distinction lay in a teardrop-shaped gem adorning her brow. Bai Xiaoqing and Yunlingo were born of the same essence. The fortune of Yunlingo was also Bai Xiaoqing's, leading her to instantaneously comprehend a rare technique practiced by the Bai family, soul separation in dual bodies. Qing Zhao's transformation was markedly more subdued. Her hairpin suddenly came undone, and her tresses floated gracefully in the air, reminiscent of dancing flames casting a warm glow. Years of culinary work had lent her skin a somewhat greasy sheen, but it now radiated a fair and rosy complexion, as if the excess oils had evaporated in an instant. She did not take the time to assess her own state. Instead, she tightly clasped the young master's arm, silently gazing at his profile. Had the young master acquired the finest treasure? Could the young master possibly receive all the celestial opportunities within this small realm? Will he transcend the foundational realm, and will he acquire superior techniques? Might he become exceedingly handsome and flawless? In her heart, there exists only the young master, and her fervent desire resonates profoundly within Qin Wujin's consciousness. Qin Wujin turned his head to glance at Qing Zhao, a gentle smile gracing his lips, evoking the warm sunlight and the melodious breeze that stirs the heartstrings. In an instant, Qing Zhao felt a sense of tranquility envelop her, comprehending the young masteress' intentions. She closed her expressive eyes, a delightful smile blooming at the corners of her mouth, then turned inward to embrace the unique opportunities that awaited her. Only by becoming formidable could she remain by the young master's side. After all, how could one not aspire to accompany someone so extraordinary as her young master? Chen Wujing cast a tender glance at Qin Zhao, then shifted his gaze to Bai Xiaoqing, who was also with her eyes closed. He made no attempt to extricate himself from the delicate grip of the two young women, instead extending his spiritual awareness towards the depths of the volcano, murmuring, "It appears my fortune has arrived. Ha ha ha, young friend, do you know who I am?" From the depths of the volcano emerged the ethereal form of a man, enveloped in a hazy aura, stepping gracefully through the air as if descending a series of invisible steps. His movements went unnoticed by the others. Only Chen Wujing was able to perceive and hear him. Chen Wujing shook his head earnestly. Since the elder had long departed from the mortal realm, he must undoubtedly have been a figure of considerable charisma from ancient times. "Oh, how do you ascertain that?" The shadowy figure of the man was clearly testing Chen Wujing. Chen Wujing remarked, "Historical records indicate that for a staggering 7,000 years, no one has ascended from the myriad continents of the mortal realm. The ninth realm, the nine calamities, represents the pinnacle of martial prowess within our world. However, you are mistaken. Beyond the nine calamities lies the realm of the mortal immortal, which embodies the true essence of the mortal realm. Every ancient holy land harbors such an existence." The man's gaze appeared to contain the brilliance of countless stars, piercing through the surrounding ethereal mist. It seemed he deliberately chose to sidestep inquiries regarding his own identity. Chen Wujing did not pursue the matter further. He merely etched those captivating eyes into his memory and met the man's gaze with unwavering courage. Chen Wujing's gaze remained unwavering, fixed upon the man's eyes, which sparkled like a myriad of stars in the vast expanse of the universe. He restrained himself from succumbing to the allure of those depths, yet stubbornly refused to lower his head or avert his gaze. It seemed that such trivial gestures would signify his defeat. Chen Wujing harbors an aversion to defeat. At the core of his being lies an ardent spirit of a player. This fervor grants him profound insight, allowing him to embrace all possibilities, disregard any obstacles, and boldly dismantle illusions that cloud his vision, daring to undertake endeavors beyond the reach of others. Within Chen Wujing lies a stubbornness that seldom manifests in his daily life. Yet, when faced with formidable opponents, he rises to the occasion, akin to engaging in DNF, the arenas of World of Warcraft, or ranked matches in CSGO. Regardless of the number of defeats, he never concedes, relentlessly striving to refine his skills. In the realm of failure, he greedily absorbs the nutrients of experience. Time and again, he faces adversity, yet he perseveres, ultimately conquering his psychological shortcomings and enhancing his abilities to overcome what once seemed insurmountable adversaries. The man perceives the resilience within Chen Wujing's spirit and, taken aback, inquires, "Are you truly unafraid of me?" Despite the interrogative nature of his question, the man requires no answer, for he instinctively knows the response. He cannot fathom the depth of fortitude required to bridge this chasm of cultivation, which appears more daunting than the heavens themselves. This young companion, who can disregard the profound Taoist aura in my gaze and remains unfazed by the vast spiritual energy emanating from my eyes, is a rarity even among the celestial offspring of the upper realm. With an innate Tao heart, a clear sword mind, and an unwavering Zen spirit, none can compare to the singular determination of his mortal heart. There is no need for further contemplation. That object is rightfully his. After all, reclaiming it for the heavenly realm would merely place it as an ornament at my side. What purpose would that serve? The man, satisfied, shakes his head and raises a finger to his nose. There should have been a minor test, yet I did not anticipate that before the trial commenced. You would have already conquered me. It is yours. As he speaks, a sword, sharp as snow, erupts from the molten rock, with a resounding clang. The crisp sound of the sword reverberates throughout the surroundings, transcending all barriers to hover before Chen Wujing. The divine sword is enveloped in a chilling frost, impervious even to the oppressive heat of the lava. Measuring over 3 feet in length, it is a harmonious entity without distinct edges, composed of neither metal nor wood. It resembles jade and ice, its blade straight and unyielding, 3 fingers wide, devoid of blood grooves, adorned with snowflake patterns, and occasionally shimmering with the flow of Taoist energy, emanating an aura both sharp and frigid. It surpasses any mundane weapon by far. Does this sword have a name? Chen Wujing inquires, only to shake his head before the man can respond. Speaking almost to himself, its name should be mine to bestow. The phonetic similarity of its name to the word her carries a subtle distinction, discernible only to those possessing profound insight. The man, with his unparalleled cultivation, is naturally capable of such discernment. Indeed, the name of the divine sword ought to be yours. Its spirit remains in a state of ignorance. You must treat it well, nurture it, and guide it. Oh, why does it feel akin to having acquired a daughter? Chen Wujin's brow twitched slightly as he smiled and nodded. This young man has truly discerned the essence of the words she from my lips. His spiritual perception appears to be no less formidable than his Tao heart. What extraordinary talent is this? With an infinite foundation of Tao, an indomitable heart of Tao, unparalleled spiritual perception, and unmatched Tao rhythm, Chen Wujin has navigated through the riddle of spoken words and characters, leading the young man to this conclusion. The young man's eyes were as tranquil as water, yet his heart surged with tumult as he reassessed Chen Wujin. My young friend, might I inquire your name? This query, though seemingly simple, carried weight. The Qingxian secret realm was crafted entirely by the young man himself, as a fragment of soul. He wielded complete control over this realm and could monitor all within it. Qing Zhao and Bai Shaoqing had mentioned Chen Wujin's name on multiple occasions, so he was undoubtedly aware. Yet, this inquiry signified a newfound respect. The young man no longer regarded Chen Wujin as merely a pawn to be casually discarded. Chen Wujin gave a slight nod, his voice smooth and gentle. As the junior disciple of the Spirit Master sect, he believed that one day he would elevate the sect's branch to the celestial realm. A gasp of astonishment escaped the man's lips. Had the crimson and azure stars beside him not turned inward in contemplation, they would surely have marveled at how such a celestial being could be moved by a mere practitioner from the lower realms. They had witnessed their master obliterate an entire demonic domain, single-handedly vanquishing 3,000 true demons, his eyes, imbued with the essence of countless stars, remaining devoid of any emotion. The man's reaction stemmed from his realization that the youth before him spoke not empty platitudes. He genuinely regarded this as his mission. Furthermore, he firmly believed in his ability to achieve it, as the fervent heat emanating from the boy's fiery gaze seemed to resonate with the man. He laughed heartily towards the heavens. Ha ha ha. This unwavering resolve is both admirable and awe-inspiring. Perhaps this extraordinary game of celestial chess can indeed be overturned by him. With this newfound understanding, the man resolved to devote a fragment of his soul's power, choosing not to withdraw it from the celestial realm. You are remarkable, truly remarkable. And you may know my name. I am the Emperor of the Void and Profound, he stated, though he seemed somewhat unaccustomed to such self-reference. He swiftly altered his tone. Continuing, I shall now reveal to you certain secrets, which you may keep to yourself, for sharing them with others will invite celestial retribution. The path to immortality has been deliberately severed, rendering it impossible for mortals to ascend. This obstruction lies within the spiritual roots, devoid of any celestial energy. In ancient times, the path was not closed. It was the 9 tribulations of the 9 tribulation realm that posed challenges, and overcoming even one would grant a wisp of celestial energy. The fundamental reason for the transformation of spiritual energy. However, after the severance of the celestial connection, while the heavenly realm may descend, the mortal realm cannot ascend. Even prodigies who have endured the 9 tribulations possess no trace of celestial energy, making ascension impossible. Having shared this, the man paused slightly, gazing at Chen Wujin with warmth in his eyes. Chen Wujin absorbed the astonishing revelations within the man's words, yet some were already known to him. Having traversed the main storyline through Yulinchin, after a fleeting moment, Chen Wujin returned to his normal composure and replied, "The younger generation comprehends." No, you do not comprehend. What I have just revealed is an ancient secret. Had you truly understood, you would not remain so tranquil. A fragment of the soul of the Su Xian emperor could not help but squint and then open his eyes repeatedly, lamenting his lack of composure. Could it be that my prolonged absence from my true form has rendered my mind less steadfast? How is it possible that I harbor such peculiar emotions towards a youth of no more than 16? Sighing, he resigned himself to the passage of time, acknowledging its toll. With a firm resolve, the man continued, "Come forth. I shall impart this strand of celestial energy unto you." It appeared he intended to bestow upon him the divine blessing, a rite of passage for eternal life. Chen Wujin subtly nodded, a glimmer of cleverness flashing in his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling into a mischievous arc. Bestowed with celestial energy from his predecessor, does he truly have to tread the same path as his forebear? This statement harbored Chen Wujin's resolute ambition to forge his own unique path. Upon hearing these words, the man was momentarily taken aback, his gaze illuminating with hearty amusement. He cast aside all semblance of authority, vigorously patting Chen Wujin's shoulder, as if encountering an old friend after a long separation. Then, a laughter erupted. A sound infinitely more robust than before, resonating across the heavens and the earth. Indeed, there are comrades of our kind in the mortal realm. Haha. Chapter 43. Rewards and Anticipations Outside the Shaoxin's Secret Realm. The ancient great spirit beasts of the unnamed mountain range were unable to enter the hidden caverns of the Shaoxin secret realm. Beasts with cultivation levels soaring to the stages of transformation and divinity stood nearby, eagerly gazing inward. Some peered into the depths of the cave, while others looked through the gaping holes in the canopy above. Even the laziest of bears had made an appearance. Old hound, have you ventured into the outer areas because you've discovered something in advance? Not even a word to me. How inconsiderate. I did not. Do not speak nonsense. The shadowy hound raised a paw to shield its face, emanating an aura of darkness. How could it possibly reveal to the old bear that its purpose for coming here was merely to pursue a few younger beings, only to find itself being toyed with like a dog? Those younglings seated in the cave, their backs turned to the gathering beasts. The commotion was undoubtedly linked to them. Yet the hound's mind raced with countless conjectures, none of which it pursued further. It nudged the old bear's back and diverted the conversation. There is a young one from your gray bear clan inside the cave. Perhaps you should inquire with it for more clarity. As the hound spoke, it caught sight of the gray bear's unfortunate predicament, bound tightly by thick, sturdy vines. Snoring as spirit beasts surrounded it, clearly subjected to public humiliation, a definitive social death. Moments later, the couple from the spirit tamer sect, Chen Chu and his wife, led 7 of the 10 spirit beasts in attendance. Just as the beasts were about to greet one another, they were suddenly met with a resonant laughter. The sound was distant yet profound, rich with the essence of Tao, shaking the entirety of the southern Danhai continent and beyond. The higher one's cultivation, the more one could perceive the Daoic resonance in that laughter. Such a masterful being existed in this world? This was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of the 9th realm. Who could he possibly be? Questions surged in the hearts of the gathered beings and spirit beasts alike. A mere small restriction rendered the cave a forbidden zone. Even the combined might of all the surrounding experts could not breach it, nor did they even consider attempting to act. Fearful of offending this esteemed individual wielding such a formidable restriction, Qin Yuxuan and Chu Churu exchanged a glance, each reflecting the astonishment mirrored in the other's eyes. Qin Yuxuan communicated through sound transmission. Xiao Jin unexpectedly possesses such fortunate blessings. The voice we just heard likely belongs to a formidable being from the celestial realm. Chu Churu furrowed her brows, contemplating briefly before replying through sound transmission. This individual is most likely not an ordinary celestial being. Perhaps they are a deity at the level of a celestial sovereign. Upon hearing his wife's assertion, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Chen Yuxuan's eyes, which he promptly suppressed with his spiritual energy. Chuchura hailed from the celestial realm, a noblewoman of a prominent family, and her perspective was undoubtedly far superior to that of a mere bumpkin from the mortal world like himself. Her words carried weight, and thus, they were likely accurate. Qin Yuxuan possessed some understanding of the rank of celestial sovereign. Ordinary practitioners, upon ascending, become celestial immortals. Above them are true immortals, followed by great Luo golden immortals. Only by transcending further could one achieve the Tao fruit of a celestial sovereign, a status akin to that of an almost immortal being. Beyond them, only a celestial emperor could surpass a celestial sovereign. Thus, it was evident that Xiao Jin's recognition by such a being heralded an imminent rise to prominence. However, Chuchuda hesitated to elevate her thoughts regarding the laughing figure beyond that of a celestial emperor, as such beings were exceedingly lofty. They existed as singular entities, gazing down upon vast realms, embodying the might of the universe itself, with countless celestial sovereigns serving beneath them. Although it seemed that the distinction between a celestial sovereign and a celestial emperor was merely a single tier, the chasm between them was unfathomable. Fortunately, she remained unaware that the laughing individual was the celestial emperor Xu Huan, nor did she know that prior to his laughter, he had remarked, even in the mortal realm, "I have companions among the likes of you." Otherwise, Chu Churu would likely have been the first to suffer a heart attack at the thought of such a revelation. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, the souls of Chen Wujin, Qing Zhao, and Bai Shaoqing returned to their physical forms. After a brief moment of confusion, Chen Wujin did not rise immediately. He reflected on the final moments spent in the Shaoxian secret realm, after the projection of the celestial emperor Xu Huan had laughed. He scrutinized Chen Wujin with an unprecedented earnestness. Then he spoke, "It is commendable for a young man to possess ambition, yet I am no longer young. I must safeguard you. I look forward to the day you shatter the barriers of the celestial realm and establish a branch of the spirit tamer sect there. With that, he placed a hand atop Chen Wujin's head, directly imparting enlightenment. Within Chen Wujin's soul, two entities entered. Firstly, a fragment of the celestial emperor Xu Huan's soul relinquished its chance to return to its original form, transforming into the purest essence of celestial energy, concealed within Chen Wujin's spirit. Secondly, the entirety of the celestial emperor's lifelong knowledge of formations and restrictions. Naturally, this knowledge was not directly injected into Chen Wujin's soul, as that would have obliterated him. Instead, all this wisdom materialized as a spiritual tome, inscribed with the comprehensive techniques of Xu Huan's formations, bestowed as a gift to the young friend Chen Wujin. Only those whose cultivation does not exceed that of the true Void Emperor's true form are unable to probe into the secret tome concealed within Chen Wujin's soul without his consent. This compendium of void array techniques is a collection of formations and prohibitions from the life of the true Void Emperor, perfectly complemented by the first volume of the ancient array scriptures contained in Chen Wujin's memories. Chen Wujin suddenly acquired thousands of formations, mastering the entirety of the ancient formation compendium. As for the first volume of the compendium, he had already bestowed it upon Yi Linchen several years prior. In addition to the enlightenment he received, Chen Wujin was also granted a frost-laden divine sword, capable of both materialization and dematerializations, which would return to his corporeal form alongside his divine soul. Moreover, he possessed two formidable secrets, the Crimson Star and the Azure Star. Their transformation would require some time. Yet the imminent collapse of this minor mysterious realm dictated that they remain concealed within Chen Wujin's soul. He would assist in their metamorphosis, ultimately allowing them to become his guardians. The spirit of the divine sword manifested as a young girl, while the two stars in the midst of transformation resembled unhatched eggs. How curious it felt for a mere 15-year-old to suddenly embrace the role of a caretaker. It seemed as though his life had transformed into an entirely different narrative, the tale of a nurturing father pursuing immortality. Chen Wujin chuckled softly, attempting to rise, yet found himself hindered by the presence of Qin Zhao and by Xiaoqing, who remained in slumber. Without further contemplation, he resolved to align his actions with theirs, lest he be subjected to an intrusive examination by the eminent figures outside. Although such a scenario was unlikely, considering his esteemed parents were present, he could certainly expect a lecture, perhaps even a few blows from his irritable mother. The mere thought induced a headache. Finding himself in a rather tedious lotus position, Chen Wujin's thoughts wandered freely. Perhaps it was due to his recent mastery of the ancient array compendium that he was reminded of Yi Linchen. In earlier years, he and Yi Linchen would occasionally converse through a sound-conveying seashell. However, in the past 3 years, she had seemingly vanished from existence. He suspected she had long since attained the golden course stage, though he remained oblivious to her current appearance. Let there be no misunderstanding. Our dear Chen Wujin is a paragon of integrity, driven solely by innocent curiosity, devoid of any youthful tumult within. Chen Wujin's thoughts continued to flow, according to the normal progression of the game, at the age of 15. Yi Linchen should have reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. Given this, she would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. She was certain to participate in this grand competition of waves, making her debut on the world stage as an exceptional and independent cultivator. In the depths of Chen Wujin's lowered eyelids, two brilliant glimmers lay concealed, igniting his anticipation for the grand competition of waves. Chapter 44, Buy One Get One Free Promotion. The Woming Mountain and the Spirit Master sect share a commendable rapport, a fact well known among the populace of the southern Dahan Sea continent. To what extent does this camaraderie extend? Chen Wujin had always been somewhat perplexed, but now clarity had dawned upon him. A multitude of spiritual beasts, whether reclining, coiling, standing, or seated, stood before him. At least dozens of them were present, with the lowest cultivation level being that of the infant transformation realm. While some appeared to be masters of the 8th transformation, the profound mortal realm, Chen Wujin's cultivation level was still rather low, and he was uncertain. Yet it was undeniably several hundred skyscrapers taller than his own. He, along with Qin Zhao and Bai Xiaoqing, approached one by one to pay their respects. The experience was akin to suddenly returning home, encountering a myriad of relatives, an array of aunts, uncles, and various family members. Following an exhaustive interrogation, Chen Wujin finally managed to extricate himself. Truly, it was fortunate that his breakthrough in cultivation was imminent. Otherwise, it seemed that this group of elder statesmen could have questioned him for 3 days and nights. Chen Wujin is simply in awe, particularly of the group of ancient spirit beasts who are remarkably earnest, incessantly praising him with phrases like extraordinary destiny, the path to true immortality is within reach, and remarkable bone structure and extraordinary appearance. Well, does that even need to be mentioned? I am fully aware of my own handsome visage. It is indeed quite remarkable. To Chen Wujin's utmost surprise, he received such an abundance of goodwill, yet none of the esteemed spirit beasts of the unnamed mountain uttered a single sarcastic remark. No one urged him to relax and submit to scrutiny. Instead, they offered gentle pats, though it was rather difficult, given the substantial weight of their claws. They could merely regard Chen Wujin with the affectionate gaze of elders towards their juniors. The spirit beast harbored nothing but benevolence towards him, with the exception of the dark, brooding shadow mastiff, whose fur was as black as its demeanor. This particular beast had been thoroughly stripped of its fortunes by Qing Zhao and by Xiao Qing, who publicly exposed its humiliation. It was as if they were performing a comedic duet, recounting how Chen Wujin had cleverly led them away from the shadow mastiff. The depiction was rather lacking in finesse, yet the other spirit beasts either raised their heads, patted their bellies, or thumped the ground, all erupting into laughter. Aha! Old mastiff, how utterly embarrassing. Approaching the seventh realm of spirit beasts, and yet you were outsmarted by a mere child. You are truly amusing. The old bear, closest to the shadow mastiff, remarked without reservation. Nearby, a magnificent black python struck the ground with its head, exclaiming, "Oh my, this is simply hilarious." Old mastiff, you still possess the bloodline of the heavenly dog. A six-armed monkey pounded its chest and belly, roaring with laughter. You are undoubtedly the most disgraceful mastiff in history. Your cultivation far surpasses that of this little one, yet you still falter. Aha! The mockery from these three prominent spirit beasts was particularly representative, their laughter becoming so uncontrollable that it altered their tones. The shadow mastiff's four eyebrows trembled incessantly, suddenly empathizing with the feelings of the small gray-maned steel-clawed bear on the other side: shame, humiliation, and a desire to hide its face. This exuberant atmosphere was infectious. Even to Chen Wujin, the spirit beasts were clearly aware that he was already 15 years old and had yet to break through to the core formation stage. However, not a single one looked down upon him. Their gazes were devoid of any trace of disdain. How pure-hearted and kind they were. I am truly fortunate to have been reborn in the spirit tamer sect. Chen Wujin smiled gently, standing by his parents' side, engaging in conversation with a group of formidable spirit beasts. Each scene and every moment conveyed a sense of joy from the mountains and forests into his heart, inadvertently deepening his sense of belonging to the spirit tamer sect and the nameless mountain range. It also fostered a profound connection to all the spirit beasts in the world. These creatures, far superior in nature to the vast majority of humanity, are akin to the beloved cats and dogs of a past life. Their companionship requires nothing more than presence to bring boundless joy. Their masters represent their entire universe. And perhaps it is for this reason that there are so many individuals who cherish their pets in a reciprocal manner. Just as the spirit beasts show goodwill towards the spirit tamer sect, so too must the sect extend its kindness to these noble creatures. Chen Wujin nodded vigorously, casting his gaze towards the mastiff shadow. There it lay among the numerous formidable spirit beasts, its paw incessantly digging into the earth, as if yearning to bury itself within. An opportunity. A splendid opportunity. Chen Wujin smiled knowingly, resolved to rescue his esteemed predecessor from suffering. The Yuling sect possessed only 10 revered spirit beasts, which were evidently insufficient. In the nameless mountain range, merely from his own observation, there were dozens of venerable figures, including 3 suspected to be superlative masters of the 8th realm. While they may not rival the grandeur of the Xuhuan emperor, their presence was undeniably close at hand. Such formidable combat prowess should not be squandered. Thus, Chen Wujin leaped to the side of the mastiff shadow and proclaimed, "What is tolerable to endure?" What did he mean? The mastiff shadow's dual pairs of eyes simultaneously regarded Chen Wujin, not with anger at the junior, but rather with a recognition of the latter's capabilities, indicating it was a positive development. Its vexation was directed at those old companions who, despite sharing moments of merriment, incessantly mocked it. How tiresome! What was there to incessantly chatter about? Humph! In its role as a chatterbox, it overlooked that it was indeed the most loquacious among them. An uncle can endure, but a grandmother cannot. Chen Wujin offered a baffling explanation, casting a glance of disdain towards the mastiff shadow. Predecessor, I believe it would be best for you to refrain from frequenting the nameless mountain range for the time being. Why not take on a title of reverence at my Yuling sect? Eh? Was this lad mocking me for my disgrace? Or was there something else at play? Moreover, what manner of thinking possessed him? Did he not realize that the ridicule I faced stemmed from his actions? The mastiff shadow suddenly found itself bewildered, blinking its 4 eyes in rapid succession. The other spirit beast elders present had heard Shin Wujin's words and were equally astonished. This lad mirrored his father's audacity. Out of the blue, he sought allies. Yet the old mastiff was undeniably of the wild mountain variety. It would never entertain the idea of becoming a mere honorary figure. The spirit beast elders squinted their eyes, anticipating the predictable outcome. The old bear, most familiar with the mastiff shadow, felt no turmoil within. Instead, it swallowed a flying spirit fish and continued to kindly instruct its own junior, the gray-maned steel-claw bear. Bang, bang, bang. One palm after another, the old bear expressed concern for the pitiable little bear, when suddenly it heard the mastiff shadow respond. That might not be out of the question. Old mastiff, have you lost your sanity? Why venture out when basking in the sun on the mountain is far more pleasant? The old bear turned in astonishment, shouting aloud. In its moment of distraction, its paw, 3 times larger than a fan, inadvertently struck down with excessive force upon the shoulder and head of the gray-maned steel-claw bear. The latter instinctively raised its arms in defense, but was still unable to withstand the old bear's immense strength. Bang! After the thunderous roar, the gray-maned steel-clawed bear even questioned whether its head had been thrust into its chest. It repeatedly probed with its claws, confirming its head was still intact, only to discover that its lower body was completely buried in the earth. At the last moment, the old bear realized that it could crush the younger bear with a single blow, so it harnessed the earth's spiritual energy, shattering the ground beneath the younger bear's feet. This allowed the old bear to retract some of its force just in time, sparing the younger bear from being reduced to a mist of blood. Embarrassed by this blunder, the old bear felt a flush of shame. Without waiting for the old hound's response, it crouched down to comfort the young bear, attempting to mask its reddened face. With a benevolent smile, the old bear extended its paw towards the young bear's head, wishing to offer a token of compensation. However, upon seeing the colossal paw descending like an overwhelming shadow, the young bear was immediately frightened into unconsciousness. The old bear has made quite the fool of itself. Surely, it wouldn't succumb to the conditions set forth by the spirit tamer sect, would it? How perfectly fitting. The old bear and the old hound seemed like brothers from the same family. The previously mocking spirit beasts, who had derided the hound's shadow, now erupted into uproarious laughter without hesitation. The old bear was instantly mortified, its paws covering its face, a muffled, honest voice escaping through its claws. Please, refrain from speaking. I wish to be quiet. What did all this signify in Shin Wujin's eyes? It was nothing short of a heavenly opportunity. These 2 nameless spirit beast lords were akin to a grand sale from a past life. Buy one, get one free. A windfall from the heavens could not be more enticing. Shin Wujin's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he nimbly approached the venerable bear. Due to the bear's colossal stature, Shin Wujin barely reached the height of its knees. He looked up and, grasping the bear's brown fur, ascended to its shoulder, whispering, Senior bear, your bond with senior mastiff is profound. Since your old companion wishes to explore the splendid landscapes, would this not also be an opportunity for you? Though Shin Wujin spoke softly, the presence of formidable figures around him meant that his whispered words were heard distinctly by all. Before the bear could respond, the mastiff stood in silent contemplation. Suddenly, the renowned figure of the 8th realm, the 8-tailed elder fox of Wuming Lianshan, could no longer restrain itself and cast a spell. A sudden apparition of pure white emerged from the ground, lifting Shin Wujin from the bear's shoulder and placing him before the elder fox. The fox, nearly the height of an adult man, was cloaked in a pristine white fur adorned with faint crimson patterns, boasting 8 complete tails and 1 partially severed tail, the tip of which was perpetually engulfed in shadowy flames. Its expression was inscrutable, yet its gaze revealed a sense of lamentation. Brat, you are indeed cut from the same cloth as your father. In the past, he persuaded the most unruly 10 disciples of Wuming Lianshan to venture forth and establish the spirit-taming sect. And now you seek to entice the spirit beasts of the mountain. What is your intention? This was no ordinary figure. It was the illustrious 9-tailed celestial fox, now diminished to 8 tails and having regressed from the 9th realm to the pinnacle of the 8th. With narrowed eyes, its voice calm and steady, the elder fox commanded the attention of all spirit beasts and the couple, Shin Chu and his wife, who dared not underestimate its presence. Should Shin Wujin falter in his response, his life would remain untroubled, for he was kin. However, persuading the mastiff and the bear to leave the mountain was an impossibility. Both were peak practitioners of the infancy transformation realm, and their inclusion would undoubtedly benefit the spirit-taming sect immensely. Having previously met with his aunt, Shin Wujin recognized the celestial fox before him, the formidable nine-tailed celestial fox whose name had instilled fear across the land for centuries. The elder fox, aware that Chen Wujin recognized its title, was curious to observe how this junior would respond. Yet, Chen Wujin displayed no sign of fear or awe, as if he were merely gazing at a mundane old fox. The fox's dim eyes suddenly brightened, becoming clear and serene as it fixed its gaze upon Chen Wujin, ready to commend his steadfastness. However, Chen Wujin anticipated this moment, bowing respectfully and stating, "Elder Celestial Fox, while your reputation resounds throughout the world, you and the other esteemed elders are known for your virtuous nature within the spirit-taming sect and Wuming Lianshan. You and your fellow elders are akin to ancient monarchs, ruling with benevolence and allowing nature to take its course. Surely, you would not interfere with the choices of the younger generation?" The final note resonated with the youthful playfulness characteristic of adolescence. Chen Wujin, with a playful wink of his singular eye, cast a knowing glance that seemed to say, "You understand me." The gaze of the celestial fox shimmered like water, rippling back and forth, revealing its astonishment. Could this lad truly be unafraid of our spirit beasts? Was he unaware of the ancient calamity of the three beasts? Even if we were to assume, hypothetically, that he could disregard my cultivation level and treat the matter with equanimity, that would be one thing. I am a nine-tailed celestial fox, even if my realm has diminished. My spiritual prowess is hardly inferior to that of my ninth-level self. The spiritual energy emanating from a nine-tailed celestial fox, even when suppressed to its utmost limit, should surely be beyond the capacity of a mere youth to withstand. Yet, he can. For even in the face of the ethereal Emperor Shuxuan, Chen Wujin maintained the same endearing demeanor. How could a mere inferior version of a nine-tailed celestial fox evoke any trepidation in him? Moreover, it is merely an elder from his own lineage. Chen Wujin had long regarded the old fox as his trump card. The brilliant emblem atop the old fox S had signified that, at this moment, Chen Wujin's greatest ally in the mortal realm was the inferior version of the nine-tailed celestial fox. The more he contemplated, the more elated he became. The more joyful he felt, the more exuberantly he laughed. His eyes arched into crescent moons, as if a comical visage had materialized. The venerable celestial fox couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, feeling an unexpected urge to reprimand this impudent youth. However, being mindful of his esteemed status, he refrained from intervening, turning his head away to avoid the scene. Clearing his throat, the celestial fox signaled for everyone's attention, addressing the assembly, "Aoying, Xiongda. You need not concern yourselves too much. Simply follow your true hearts." Initially, Aoying and the old bear had lingering attachments. But upon hearing such tacitly approving words from their ancestral celestial fox, their mental state shifted entirely. Aoying felt a burgeoning desire to explore the vastness of the world. With barely a perceptible nod, he encouraged himself internally. This is certainly not the retreat of a weakling, but rather a spiritual elevation of a true warrior. The old bear, however, was not preoccupied with past embarrassments, for Chen Wujin had shouted with glee, "Beyond the southern Dehent Sea lies an innumerable expanse of continents, each brimming with endless delicacies." Upon hearing this, the old bear could no longer contain himself. Saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth as he wiped it away repeatedly, his eyes growing increasingly dreamy. Evidently lost in a delightful reverie, he envisioned those distant continents he had never set foot upon, where delectable treats swam, scurried, and soared, all flying toward him. Thus, Chen Wujin acquired the devoted service of two magnificent spirit beasts. As he departed, he bid a reluctant farewell to the esteemed spirit beasts, his eyes betraying his intentions of usurpation. The venerable celestial fox laughed reproachfully, saying, "Little fox of the Chen family, refrain from wandering aimlessly in the nameless mountain range. Be off with you." Chapter 45, Breakthrough, News, Opponents on the Return Journey. A broad and ample cloud was laden with an array of spiritual herbs and fruits bestowed by the venerable spirit beasts of the nameless mountain range. Within Chen Wujin's body, the spiritual energy surged fervently. The opportunity for a breakthrough could no longer be restrained. He remained silent, his eyes cast down, a contented smile gracing his face as he sat cross-legged in meditation. Behind him, Chen Xuanyu and Chu Chura stood side by side, gazing at Chen Wujin, their son, with expressions that were profoundly intricate. Chen Wujin, Qing Zhao, and Bai Shaoqing ventured into the nameless mountain range for their training. As long as they did not offend the formidable spirit beast residing within, the couple felt content. Ever since this young lad had a change of character at the tender age of 8, he had become quite peculiar. His mind was filled with fantastical thoughts. exhibiting an obsession with matters that most would overlook, while frequently innovating bizarre formations. Which child, when practicing orthodox techniques, does not adhere strictly to the rules, fearing any errors or omissions? Chen Wujin is quite the character. He seems to fear that he cannot devise some peculiar utility. He has relegated the formations to trivial matters of cleanliness and improvements in quality of life. What a misguided path this is. The formidable formations are, of course, meant for protection and offense. Nevertheless, whenever his father, Qin Yushuan, attempts to engage him in conversation, Chen Wujin readily assents. Yet, in the end, he remains obstinately unchanged. Regardless, it is always the mother and father who are right. Whatever they say is true, yet he continues to act as he pleases. So be it. Thus, reflecting on the past in relation to the present, the couple is often filled with trepidation. They fear that their child may act recklessly, inadvertently causing harm to the spirit beasts dwelling within the nameless mountain range. Fortunately, this 7-day trial was completed ahead of schedule, and their beloved son not only avoided calamity, but also garnered the affection of the spirit beasts, particularly catching the eye of the esteemed celestial fox. This outcome greatly surprised Qin Yushuan. He had to exert considerable effort to gather 10 spirit beast offerings in his time. Yet this little rascal managed to charm 2 within a single day, as if it were all prearranged. It seems almost surreal. Chen Wujin journeyed through the nameless Lian Mountain, attaining a remarkable enhancement in his cultivation. He also inherited celestial fortunes left behind by powerful beings of the heavenly realm and garnered the affection of esteemed spirit beasts, successfully bringing 2 notable figures to the spirit-taming sect. The rewards of his venture were indeed bountiful. As a father, there was little more to articulate. Upon his safe return to the spirit-taming sect, Shang Yun promptly escorted Chen Wujin back to his quaint Qizhu courtyard. Qing Zhao and Bai Shaoqing refrained from intruding, as they had their own accounts to share with Chen Chu and Bai Mu Yang regarding the intricacies of the secret realm. Of course, the 2 young women harbored their own considerations. They were fiercely protective of Chen Wujin and instinctively understood what ought to be disclosed and what should remain unsaid. After all, the secrets at stake could have profound implications, and the fewer who were privy to them, the greater the safety. Chen Wujin sat quietly, enveloped by an increasingly profound aura of the Tao, a gift bestowed upon him by nature itself. Yet, within the confines of this small courtyard, a nebulous celestial energy lingered, akin to a divine dragon lurking beneath the abyss, ethereal within the void, and soaring high above in the celestial realms. It was omnipresent yet elusive, embodying the will of the enigmatic heavenly emperor, bestowing upon Chen Wujin the conveniences necessary for his cultivation while serving as an unconventional guardian of his path, without interfering in his quest to forge his own destiny. In a state of reverie, Chen Wujin glimpsed the foundational spiritual root within his being. A peculiar plan of extraordinary nature. Perhaps, he mused, for he was uncertain, it resembled neither a tree in the traditional sense nor a mere vine, but rather an amalgamation of various metals and energies, adorned with an infinite array of formations and restrictions. Indeed, even his parents were unaware of the audacity of his most reckless endeavors. He had dared to experiment with the foundational spiritual root within his body, transforming what was once a remarkably potent spiritual essence into this monstrous root, one that was accepted by myriad paths. Chen Wujin had never contemplated traversing the path of purity. Rather, he sought the intricate and diverse. His ambition was to transform a myriad of elements into finer, more complex forms, internalizing them all before assembling them into shapes of his own preference. He perceived the journey of cultivation as the meticulous refinement of components, akin to the assemblage and integration of intricate parts. In essence, it was a playful endeavor. It was imperative not to merely adhere to the established blueprints laid out by predecessors, but to ingeniously innovate and carve out a distinctive identity. Though the foundation of Chen Wujin's path appears peculiar, it indeed resonates with the essence of the 3,000 paths. Upon the bizarre plant-like spiritual root flourished the myriad creations of heaven and earth, featuring spiritual crystal shards, mechanical puppets, and a diverse array of flora and fauna. A wisp of celestial energy, once it stabilizes the ambient essence, infiltrates his left nostril, playfully peeking out from his right nostril, and subsequently surges into his mind, intertwining with the flow of spiritual energy coursing through his being. While it becomes acquainted with Chen Wujin's form, it does not wholly merge with his body and soul. Concurrently, within the depths of his spirit, 3 distinct items gradually manifest. The crimson and azure stars are the first to be cast aside by his spirit. Discarded in the corner of the courtyard, akin to mere heaps of materials. Should others behold this, they would find no oddity. For Chen Wujin has harbored a penchant for collecting materials since childhood. The extent of the peculiar items nestled within his spatial necklace and Qing Zhao's pocket of Shumi remains known only to them. The third item, a sword imbued with frost more potent than snow, diminishes to the size of an inch, levitating before Chen Wujin's brow, reflecting upon his smooth, fair skin, and imparting a refreshing sensation. With his eyes closed, Chen Wujin found the opportunity for a breakthrough accumulating to its zenith. The spiritual energy within him naturally advanced, devoid of discomfort or elation, as commonplace as the acts of eating or drinking. In this ordinary moment, it seemed as though countless minute miracles were intertwining. Suddenly, a name emerged in his mind, and Chen Wujin murmured, Zhixue. This was the name he had intuitively bestowed upon the divine sword during his breakthrough. Upon receiving this name, the divine sword appeared to awaken, and the sword spirit within surged forth. The spirit manifested as a small girl, approximately 5 years of age, with hair as crystalline and transparent as ice, cascading down to her ankles. Her eyebrows and eyelashes were frosted white, and her eyes shone with innocence and purity, reminiscent of a soul nurtured within eternal ice. She was adorned in a flowing gown of pristine white, interwoven with snowflakes, her skin more delicate than the finest cream. Gracefully descending into the courtyard, the divine sword emitted a melodic hum, expanding from a mere inch to 3 feet, hovering beside the young girl. The girl and the sword appeared as one, their movements perfectly synchronized. With a gentle tug of her gown's edges, she curtsied to Chen Wujin, her expression serene as she spoke. Thank you, master, for the name Zhixue. I truly like it. Her words were somewhat hesitant, as if she were still unaccustomed to speaking. As soon as she finished her sentence, she promptly closed her mouth and soared back into the sword, seemingly shy. Oh my, the cold-faced little girl, with her struggle to express herself, was undeniably adorable. In Chen Wujin's eyes, a brilliant gleam ignited, almost compelling him to rise. Had he not been mindful of his ongoing breakthrough and the instability of his energy flow, he might have succumbed to the terrifying urge to transform into a copper-refining sorcerer. Suppressing that daunting trend, Chen Wujin beckoned the divine sword Zhixue. The moment he grasped the hilt, his internal energy stabilized instantaneously, and his mind became remarkably clear. The breakthrough was complete. This unexpected effect, clarifying the spirit and sharpening the mind to aid in cultivation. Yet, one wonders about the prowess in battle. Chen Wujin's musings were overheard by the petite girl, Zhixue. She softly remarked, in the mortal realm, no weapon can rival me. It solely depends on the mastery of its wielder. Within the sacred sword, her words flowed with greater ease. She was, in essence, a bashful little girl, much like those who boldly navigate any vehicle online yet transform into a model student in reality. Such a delightful contrast, truly charming. Chen Wujin smiled knowingly, then forcefully redirected his thoughts to contemplate the true might of the divine sword Zhixue. In the mortal realm, weapons, magical artifacts, and various objects are classified into ranks, mirroring the 3 realms of spirit beasts, heaven, earth, and man, which are further divided into 9 tiers. Only above the 9th tier of the heavenly grade do divine artifacts reside. As for how divine artifacts are categorized, Chen Wujin was unaware. Yet he was certain that Zhixue undoubtedly belonged to a superior echelon. Chen Wujin slightly nodded and then raised his gaze to survey his surroundings. He realized that his breakthrough had taken such a long time that dawn was nearly upon the horizon. The spiritual energy in the Qingzhou courtyard formed a swirling vortex, gradually assimilating into Chen Wujin's unparalleled Dao foundation. The divine sword Zhixue transformed into an ethereal small blade and entered Chen Wujin's dantian, while a wisp of celestial energy infused through the crown of his head. Yet again, it seems that the caress of an immortal upon my crown is indeed addictive. Not only do mortals find it delightful, but immortals too derive great pleasure from it. With a smile, Chen Wujin pondered for a moment before lowering his eyelids. Focusing intently on sensing his own cultivation, he had finally broken through to the golden core stage, and a surging tide of spiritual energy flowed upward, seemingly boundless. It appeared that his golden core stage would not present any bottlenecks. As long as he accumulated spiritual energy, it sufficed. Moreover, the spiritual energy naturally converged towards his body at an astonishing speed. Chen Wujin's eyes flickered with a subtle tremor as he instinctively placed his hand upon his chest and abdomen. Suddenly, he sensed a gentle summons emanating from the spatial necklace. With a mere thought, he immersed himself within its confines. After a prolonged silence, the sound-transmitting conch began to resonate, undoubtedly heralding a message from Yi Linshan. Chen Wujin cast aside the fortuitous matter of his unbroken cultivation barrier and reached for the communication conch. The moment he activated it, a voice resonated around him. As melodious as the dawn's first songbird and as ethereal as a hidden orchid. Chen Wujin, it has been 7 years since we last parted, and I have transformed entirely in this time. Are you prepared to accept my challenge? Indeed, she was different. In the past, her gender had been a mystery. But now it was clear that she was a woman, one whose voice alone exuded an irresistible allure. With a playful tone, Chen Wujin replied with a smile. I am always at your service. In a fleeting moment, the enchanting voice of Yi Linshan graced the air. As expected, you remain as diligent as ever, showing no signs of complacency. Excellent. This shall be my lifelong rival. It felt as though she was inadvertently establishing a certain expectation for me. Indeed, the destined stepping stone of the protagonist is none other than a lifelong adversary. However, the original fate of Chen Wujin was too tragic. I find this current fate, one that I have cleverly manipulated, far more intriguing. Such a narrative is truly the essence of life. Chen Wujin smiled and inquired, where have you been these past 3 years? Silence enveloped the air as Yi Linshan took a considerable time to respond. Perhaps he was grappling with certain core secrets of the elemental clan. This secret was indeed beyond Chen Wujin's knowledge, as the comprehensive endings he had explored did not encompass this particular segment. Just as Chen Wujin was about to reply, he heard Yi Linshan say, ahem. Those details are of little importance. What truly matters is the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity presented by the grand competition of the waves. This is our finest stage, and I shall surely defeat you in this contest and earn your acknowledgement. Our stage, you say? Such a statement disregards all the prodigies in the world. In her eyes, I am the sole focus. Fortunately, she is a girl, or this would indeed be quite vexing. Chen Wujin smiled lightly, expressing his anticipation for their forthcoming encounter as he confirmed his participation. Chapter 46. You are fated for bloodshed. 7 days later, the team from the Spirit Master sect set forth. The group consisted of merely 7 members, primarily the participants Chen Wujin, Qing Zhao, and Bai Xiaoqing, accompanied by 4 senior guardians, the extraordinary Cloud Dragon, the enigmatic Moon Wolf, and the ever-elusive Shadow Mastiff, who remained in his canine form. The final member was Bai Muyang, the great-grandfather and protector of Bai Xiaoqing, who would not allow her to venture beyond his safeguard for more than 3 days, especially not in uncertain territories. After a day's journey through the skies, the Spirit Master sect arrived at the renowned First Moon City of the 9 Bright Moons, governed by the Bai Tao sect. This city serves as the starting point of the Dragon King's path, where countless formidable masters have embarked on their journeys, ultimately etching their illustrious names onto the grand stage of the world. Notably, over 3 centuries ago, the unparalleled swordsman Nangong Tingao began his ascent from here. Once an ordinary man, he now heralds from a lineage of immense power, dominating the northern expanse of the Divine Tree continent. It is said that Nangong Tingtao gained his fortune within a forbidden area of the South Dan Sea, under the jurisdiction of the Bai Tao sect. Surprisingly, the elder guardian there did not seize the opportunity for greed, but instead aided Nangong Tingao in his discreet departure, leading to the rise of the Nangong family on the Divine Tree continent. Thus, there exists a bond of gratitude and mutual respect between the two. First Moon City lacks conventional gates or walls. It is a floating city upon the sea, enveloped by a water-blue protective formation that remains undetectable at a glance. The members of the Spirit Master sect landed before the teleportation pavilion at the city's entrance, where the imposing figure of the Shadow Mastiff instantly attracted the attention of the onlookers. What a formidable group this is. They appear exceptionally powerful. Indeed, it was an undeniable strength, especially evident in the exaggeratedly high realm of the Great Mastiff, indicating their affiliation with the Spirit Master sect. Ah, the Spirit Master sect. How unremarkable. Rumors speak of their formidable combat prowess, yet it seems their disciples are rather weak, with hardly any inner disciples remaining. My friend. You are too generous in your assessment of the Spirit Master sect. They do not possess any inner disciples at all. Those who voice such opinions, unafraid of repercussions, clearly had confidence in their own strength. In these times, when venturing into the world with disciples, who isn't a nascent soul cultivator. No. The nascent soul is considered to be rather lowly. During this period at the Bai Tao sect, approximately half of the individuals present are here primarily for the Wave Tide Grand Competition, and most of their elders are also at the nascent soul stage. Therefore, They are confident that the spirit tamer sect would not dare provoke widespread anger among the crowd. The first to exude an air of disdain hails from the Beastmaster sect, which recently suffered a setback at the hands of Qin Wujin. As a dominant force in the Qingshan Wu Y continent, the Beastmaster sect is led by an elderly man accompanied by a colossal python, which, despite its formidable nascent soul cultivation, willingly serves as a mount for another. The three spirit beasts of the spirit tamer sect regard this with utter contempt, hardly sparing a glance at the giant python. If it were not for its nascent soul cultivation, one might suspect the python was coerced. However, upon reaching the nascent soul stage, spirit beasts are granted a singular opportunity to break free from the shackles of their souls, akin to a safeguard established by heaven and earth for their kind. Among the ranks of the Beastmaster sect, a young man clad in a tiger skin apron, exposing his upper body, bears two heavy halberds at his waist. He fixates on the spirit tamer sect's group, disregarding all others, his gaze locked onto Qin Wujin's face. Humph. You pale-faced scoundrel, you are the one who injured my cousin without even inquiring about his name. That was not a fair challenge, but a treacherous ambush. Utilizing various formations and mechanical devices, it was utterly devoid of masculinity. The spirit tamer sect and the Beastmaster sect inherently differ in their philosophies of cultivation. The former fosters friendship with spirit beasts, supporting one another and drawing on each other's strengths, while the latter enslaves them, exploiting their potential and controlling their intellect. This fundamental clash of powers is the greatest conflict. In the wave-tide grand competition, old grievances and new enmities shall be settled. I, Wang Tong, shall ensure your utter defeat before me. Qin Wujin. The hatred in the youth's eyes conveyed his intentions directly to Qin Wujin's heart. Qin Wujin smirked mischievously, forming a silent challenge with his lips. If you dare, strike now. Your gaze cannot kill. The impetuous youth, unable to withstand the provocation, clenched his fist against his chest, ready to unleash a volley of defiance. Suddenly, an aged arm settled upon Huang Tingji's shoulder, silencing the words that hung in his throat, rendering them unutterable. The elder's arm was withered and peculiar, resembling a strange serpent. Following the serpentine limb with his gaze, Qin Wujin beheld an old man entirely cloaked in scales. The elder's eyes mirrored those of a serpent, possessing vertical pupils that were utterly incongruous for a human. Such a transformation could only arise from one cause: the elder's cultivation of snake-like prowess. The nature of a master inevitably reflects in their chosen companion, and the massive python he rode must have devoured countless kin. Qin Wujin's gaze was instantly filled with contempt as he mockingly remarked, "Old man, the Beastmaster sect has lost its way. Ha! Ignorant child, how dare you speak of cultivation to me?" The elder's voice was raspy and unpleasant. Those around, upon hearing this, could not help but furrow their brows. Those of slightly lower cultivation even felt their spiritual energy become obstructed, a subconscious reaction, as the Beastmaster sect had long been overbearing in their own territory. Among the surrounding dozen or so sects, none could rival the Beastmaster sect in strength in a one-on-one confrontation. They could only endure in silence. While the elders released their spiritual energy to shield their younger generation, their expressions and gazes revealing their discontent, silently cursing, "Damn the Beastmaster sect." Accustomed to their arrogance in the northern region of Qingshan Wu Y, they will eventually face retribution. The disdain in the eyes and faces of the onlookers was palpable, and the elder of the Beastmaster sect certainly did not miss it. He coldly smiled, choosing not to speak. His demeanor exuded arrogance, as if to say, "If you dare, come and strike me, but be prepared to face the wrath of the Beastmaster sect." This brazen display caused Qin Wujin to raise an eyebrow, clearly stealing the limelight. "I was the one to mock you, and yet this old fool dares to return the favor, as if my spirit control sect and I, Qin Wujin, were mere air." Thus, Qin Wujin approached the majestic shadow and declared, "Uncle can endure, aunt cannot, and grandma certainly cannot." This statement acted as a switch, unlocking the restraints within the shadow's mind. In an instant, the shadow vanished, merging into the darkness. At the same time, Qin Wujin grinned, revealing pearly white teeth, remarking, "For one as ancient and peculiar as you to be so arrogant, attempting to coerce the younger generation with your spiritual pressure is truly disgraceful. Today, you are destined for bloodshed." The serpentine-skinned elder chose not to retort, for he was too preoccupied to heed Qin Wujin's words. From all directions, every shadowy corner exuded a sense of murderous intent that made the disciples of the Beastmaster sect tremble in fear, their pants betraying them. Oh dear! Is there no sense of decorum? How unhygienic! No wonder the people of the Beastmaster sect always wear animal skins. It's utterly disgusting. Chen Wujing pinched his nose and clicked his tongue twice, leading the members of the Spirit Master sect into the pavilion. Take your time, old man, but be cautious. If you fail to comprehend, Subsequently, the group from the Spirit Master sect entered Chua City. Meanwhile, the Beastmaster sect was left humiliated. Yet the Serpent and the Elder were merely at the mid-stage of the infant transformation realm, uncertain of the whereabouts of the vanished Mastiff Shadow. The cultivation of the Mastiff Shadow was at the pinnacle of the infant transformation, just shy of the half-step divine transformation. And the lethal aura it exuded was profound and intimidating, rendering the Elder hesitant to act recklessly. The spirited Huangting was the only disciple of the Beastmaster sect who did not falter, as he fainted the moment he sensed the murderous intent. Showcasing an impressive physiological instinct. Recognizing the presence of a formidable opponent, he instinctively submitted, thus exemplifying his innate responses. Surrounding him, the prominent figures from other sects stifled their laughter, their derision unmistakable. After all, grievances are personal, and any retaliation from the Beastmaster sect must be directed at the Spirit Master sect. Their subtle chuckles and narrowed gazes were sufficient to humiliate the Beastmaster sect further. How disgraceful! How utterly disgraceful! Standing at the entrance, the Elder with the serpent-like skin was visibly distressed, unable to move due to the looming threat. After a prolonged period, as the surrounding sects changed 2 or 3 times, and as the disciples of the Beastmaster sect found themselves in a most embarrassing predicament, the murderous aura finally dissipated. The serpent-skinned Elder, suddenly relieved, could no longer contain himself and spewed forth a mouthful of old blood, resembling a human fountain of blood, thus validating Chen Wujing's ominous prediction of impending disaster. In Chua City, a myriad of scenes unfolded, with prosperity serving as the dominant theme. The ground, paved with stones from the depths of the sea, radiated an unusual clarity, and the wide roads surpassed those of Linyu City, wide enough for 10 massive spirit beasts to walk side by side. Along the streets, a variety of shops lined both sides, yet notably, there was an absence of hawking cries. Even the smallest vendors refrained from calling out. This was because both shops and stalls were equipped with levitating stone signs, varying in size. These signs prominently displayed the names of the establishments and their primary offerings. Some exceptional vendors, even those with modest stalls, had their floating stone signs illuminated with a cerulean spiritual energy, distinctly highlighting their specialties, allowing passers-by to easily discern their needs. Chen Wujing had never set foot in the Bai Tao sect, having only ventured into the misty deep forest. He was utterly unprepared for the dazzling sight of the sea of 9 bright moons at the Bai Tao sect in reality. How remarkably advanced. This could undoubtedly be introduced to the spirit-taming sect. The Bai Tao sect truly deserves its reputation as the foremost sect in the southern Danhai continent, far surpassing the lackluster Moonlight sect. As his gaze casually navigated the surroundings, Chen Wujing swiftly located his destination, the reception area for the Grand Wave competition of the Bai Tao sect, guided by the floating stone signs. This architectural style bears a striking resemblance to the Sihiyuan where the venerable Hao Lianlian resided. Chen Wujing sighed, leading the group from the Spirit Master sect into the premises. The massive form of the Hound Shadow made entry possible, yet its movement proved somewhat cumbersome. Thus, it muttered, "I shall remain in the endless shadows." With those words, the Hound Shadow vanished without a trace. Such a devoted bodyguard indeed. There was no longer any concern about assassination attempts. The sense of having a strong backing was undeniably comforting, as one walked with an inner aura that exuded a certain charisma, if one were to describe it. It might be said, an air of ostentation like the wind. Chen Wujing chuckled mischievously, swiftly pulling Qing Zhao and Bai Shaoqing forward. Behind them, Bai Muyang, Yu Qianhua, and Long Yin stood, shaking their heads, choosing not to follow Chen Wujing, as they remained within the confines of his line of sight. Maintaining such close proximity would undoubtedly diminish the prestige of these seasoned masters. Chapter 47. He appears mortal, yet possesses remarkable strength within the administrative office. Chen Wujing encountered the person in charge. To his surprise, the individual was none other than the venerable Hao Lianlianshan. "Old Master Hao, are you not stationed in Linyu City? What brings you back here?" "Oh, it's you, young Wujing," replied the elderly gentleman, stroking his goatee. "I've returned for a brief respite to observe this year's tumultuous grand competition. One grows old and finds it difficult to remain idle. Hence, I've come to lend a hand." Indeed, given the old gentleman's esteemed status, it was inconceivable that he would occupy a mere reception desk. It was evidently a venture to savor the essence of life. With a smile, Chun Wujin presented the jade token that served as proof of his identity. After a meticulous inspection, Old Master Hao burst into laughter, declaring, "Indeed, it is you, young lad. I shall note you down for the Yuling Sect's competition team. Old Master, I have come this time with the intention of rubbing the pride of the Bai Tao sect into the ground. Do you still dare to let me participate?" Chun Wujin jested. This young man possesses remarkable ambition, seemingly having made significant progress recently. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that his cultivation had reached the third realm of Dan formation. However, this alone would not be a decisive factor. Nevertheless, the name of young Master Wujin has circulated throughout Linyu City for many years, with the most noteworthy trait being his unwavering commitment to his words. His audacity to make such a statement undoubtedly implies that he is well prepared. Thus, my journey here has not been in vain. Helping that rascal Hua Fei with his understanding of the adversary is quite gratifying. As for me, I am merely an ordinary staff member now. After a brief pause, Old Master Hao waved his hand nonchalantly, adding, "You, young lad, have merely broken through to Dan formation, and yet you dare to be so arrogant? Heh. The old fox seeks to extract information from me, not a chance." Chun Wujin gently blinked his left eye and then spread his hands, saying, "Let us wait and see. I'll give you a heads up in advance, so you can prepare yourself mentally. Wujin, you remain as slippery as ever. This hardly resembles the demeanor of a youth. How unbecoming." Chun Wujin shrugged nonchalantly, letting out a light chuckle. He swiftly completed the necessary formalities and grasped the fundamental rules of the competition. This time, the Grand Wave tournament would feature a 3-on-3 survival challenge in a mystical realm, employing a point system. Furthermore, the entire event would be broadcast live via the Celestial Mirror, ensuring the utmost safety for the disciples from various factions while simultaneously eliminating any possibility of unfair competition. The exchange of this information was of little consequence to the venerable Hao Lian, and Chun Wujin, not one to be stingy, allowed the news to circulate among those nearby. Upon hearing the tidings, the listeners exchanged furtive smiles, among them a figure from one of the factions, standing in the corner, whose gaze frequently swept over the disciples of the spirit control sect. Their interest was not malicious, but rather imbued with a gentle camaraderie. Suddenly, a voice, as clear as a rustling leaf, reached Chun Wujin's ears. "You hail from the spirit control sect. Thus, you are our allies." Turning to face the source of the voice, Chun Wujin beheld a gathering of approximately 10 individuals. Their hair resembled leaves, their skin akin to bark, and their entire forms emanated a luminous azure glow, distinguishing them from ordinary humans. Their attire was equally distinctive, crafted from broad brown or green leaves, stitched together with coarse ropes made from plant fibers. "Greetings. I am Chun Wujin, the junior master of the spirit control sect," he said with a smile, his gaze honing in on the leading figure among them. This young man, though clad similarly to his kin, possessed a unique flair. His hair, also leaf-like, was meticulously arranged, with each leaf oriented systematically towards the back, culminating in a small braid at the nape of his neck, from which glimmering azure leaves radiated a serene light. The young man approached Chun Wujin, extending his right hand as he introduced himself. "I am Mu Feng, representing the Tree Witch clan, and I am here as a contestant in this Grand Wave tournament." Feeling his fervor, Chun Wujin clasped his hands. A cool, woody aura enveloped him, igniting sparks of memory within his mind. The distinctiveness of their style was unmistakable. With a mere glance, Chun Wujin recognized their origins. They hailed from the God Tree continent, specifically the southwestern region, belonging to the Tree Witch clan. They were not ordinary humans. Translated into their native tongue, they ought to be referred to as tree spirits. However, to avoid being perceived as outsiders, the tree spirits adopted the moniker of the Tree Witch clan. Each tree spirit was born from the mother tree, devoid of parents, possessing various extraordinary abilities. They did not feature on the strength rankings, yet none would dare to question their prowess, as they undoubtedly held the status of dominators. The depth of the tree spirit clan's heritage was profound, far surpassing that of ordinary sects, primarily due to their lineage. Each tree spirit, even without cultivation, boasted a lifespan of 500 years. They were deemed the creations of heaven and earth, and the geographical environment of the God Tree continent was vastly different from that of other continents, being home to an enormous divine tree growing in the void. The clanspeople of the Tree Witch clan could be considered the favored children of the God Tree continent. Rumors suggested that their combat strength could increase by 50% on the God Tree continent, with survival capabilities multiplying several times. The myriad thoughts swirling in his mind transpired in but a fleeting moment. So they were friends of the Tree Witch clan. What What a fortuitous encounter. Chen Wujin's words were not mere pleasantries. Both the Spirit Master sect and the Tree Witch clan were, in a sense, akin to anomalies. Despite the vast geographical distance resulting in rare interactions, the disciples of both factions had long shared a spiritual connection. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Wujin led Qing Zhao and Bai Shaoqing to reunite with the elders of their sect before departing together. Through this simple introduction, Chen Wujin realized what it truly meant for prodigies to gather. Their handshake lacked the familiar, practiced exchanges of probing one's spiritual energy, devoid of any intricate tactics. Yet, Chen Wujin's intuition informed him that Mu Feng was formidable, an opponent not to be underestimated. Should he encounter Mu Feng or any member of the Treehouse clan in the wooded areas, it would pose a significant danger. They were not merely sheltered within the God Tree continent. Every tree that had matured sufficiently seemed to offer them support. Chen Wujin conveyed this point to Bai Shaoqing and Qing Zhao, urging them to keep it in mind, for the Shima family had dispatched 3 teams, all of whom were present in Chuwei City. Such confidence was remarkable. After the departure of the Yuling sect, the members of the Shimu family gathered around. A diminutive and youthful boy, leaning on a cane, approached Mu Feng. What are your thoughts on the strength of the Yuling sect? Reporting to the third elder, I cannot discern it. I can't even ascertain the nature of Chen Wujin's spiritual energy, he replied hesitantly. Can't you see anything with the eye of the ethereal leaf bestowed by the divine tree? Indeed. My impression is that this young master of the Yuling sect appears almost as a mere mortal, his spiritual energy eluding direct observation through my eyes. Yet, I can sense he is formidable, surpassing any peers I have encountered. Mu Feng, the strongest among the younger generation of the Shimu family, left the surrounding juniors astounded with his words. Chapter 48. A 360-degree all-seeing eye. The disciples of the Shimu family, maintaining their composure, engaged in a flurry of whispered conversations, which irritated the third elder. This is not the time for others to gain confidence. We must not show signs of weakness before battle. Thud. The youthful-looking third elder struck the ground with his cane, commanding silence. Let me summarize. There are 3 scenarios under which Mu Feng's eye of the ethereal leaf could fail. First, if the opponent's cultivation exceeds Mu Feng's by 2 major realms, but this can be dismissed. Second, if the foundation is exceptionally solid. Perhaps this boy established a robust base during his foundational stage. Third, if he is exceptionally skilled in formations. As it was through the path of arrays that young Master Wujin made a name for himself in Linyu City. Thus, I lean towards the belief that he possesses formidable array skills rather than overwhelming strength. In delivering this last statement, the third elder even infused it with spiritual energy to rouse the disciples, hoping to witness their invigorated responses. Unfortunately, the disciples appeared still caught in a mental loop. Mu Feng was the strongest of their clan, and his acknowledgement implied the immense power of the young master of the Yuling sect. Such a formidable adversary may not be confronted directly, however. The third elder did not share this sentiment. Furrowing his brow, he asserted, all past inadequacies are inconsequential. They represent the past, not the present, and certainly not the future. We are the Earth's spirits, born to face the sun. Do not forget that. This invocation of clan ideology finally captured the attention of the youth. Suddenly, a voice from beside them, Hao Lian, interjected, Mu Daoyu, your guidance seems to have had the opposite effect. There is, in fact, a much simpler path. That is to ally with Chen Wujin. During the first round of the secret realm survival, you need not confront him at all. What harm is there in merely observing his demeanor? This sentence articulates the sentiments of most disciples, even reflecting the thoughts of Mu Feng. Standing in place, Mu Feng concealed his emotions, while a whirlwind of thoughts raced through his mind. Indeed, Chen Wujin is a formidable adversary, the only one along this journey who perceives opponents differently. When faced with the unknown, the wisest course of action is to temporarily withdraw, awaiting assistance to unveil the mysteries that lie ahead. Once the unknown is deciphered, my ethereal I shall aid my kin in securing victory. Just as Mu Feng was about to voice his thoughts, he heard the third elder exclaim with fervor, Humph, Hao Lian, you meddling old ghost. Are you attempting to undermine our morale? Glancing over, Mu Feng noticed the third elder's furious countenance and instinctively quelled his own words. Hao Lianshan shrugged and placed a finger to his lips, signaling his silence, yet inwardly chuckled. I've pointed you towards a clear path, and you remain oblivious. Hee. This Wujin lad has indeed grown stronger. He has reached the core formation stage, which is a starkly different concept compared to others who achieve the same. A core formation array master, a mechanism expert, a linguistic prodigy, such a plethora of titles. Just contemplating this sends shivers down one's spine. How could anyone master so many intricate skills simultaneously? As he pondered, Hao Lianshan suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. Wu Jin is powerful. And this Mu Feng is no weakling either. If the two were to engage in a fierce battle, it would reveal more of Wu Jin's hidden cards. In Hao Lianshan's mind, the notion of Chen Wujin's defeat had never crossed his thoughts. After all, Chen Wujin was not one to flaunt his strength. He was a crafty and elusive opponent. Such a combination of intellect and might truly presents a headache. Meanwhile, the third elder of the Shuo clan remained undeterred, continuously encouraging the clan's disciples to bravely confront any foe. His philosophy was straightforward. The sons of the Shuo clan should grow stronger in the face of adversity. The art of cunning is not what a gentleman, or at least not at this stage, should adopt. Having navigated the tides of life, achieving the pinnacle of the infant transformation stage, how could he genuinely be ignorant? Yet, to the juniors, the elder's words seemed mere platitudes, readily acknowledged but not genuinely absorbed. In exasperation, he directed a hopeful gaze towards Mu Feng. Mu Feng nodded slightly, stepping forward among the many disciples of the Shuo clan, declaring, in a 3-on-3 team battle, the paramount factor is not individual prowess, but rather the synergy of the team. Brothers of our clan, you must recognize that the greatest strength of our tree spirits lies in our combined assault, a gift bestowed upon us by the mother tree. With that, he raised his arm and let out a resounding cry, his voice brimming with determination. Much better. He understands how to leverage his strengths against the weaknesses of the enemy. This lad, Mu Feng, appears to be quite promising. Hao Lianshan observed the braided-haired Mu Feng with keen interest, taking note of his distinct features. This young man not only recognizes the might of his adversaries but also inspires the morale of his kin while responding to the expectations of the elders, skillfully transforming praise into encouragement. The realm of cultivation is indeed among the highest echelons. What is most concerning is that the tree which clan boasts an impressive trio of teams. The competition rules do not stipulate that each team must act independently, prohibiting any form of alliance. Hao Lian, with his mustache slightly curling, mused to himself. Perhaps he could discern the true strength of the boundless youth. Meanwhile, after departing from the registration area, Chen Wujin and his companions sought out an inn for their stay. They did not exhibit excessive selectiveness, opting instead for a moderately rated establishment known as Dao Yuan. Contrary to typical inns found in the martial world, this one offered rooms akin to small spiritual energy sanctuaries, with perfect soundproofing. The risk of a midnight intrusion or the use of drugs like sleeping powder was virtually non-existent. This is one of the advantages of the world of cultivation. However, the methods employed here are enigmatic, and one need not be close to execute harm. Common techniques include poison, curses, hexes, flying swords, spells, and restrictions. Strictly speaking, the probability of death is significantly heightened. After securing the inn, they rented 7 interconnected small sanctuaries. And then Long Yin and Bai Mu Yang set off together. They had pressing matters to attend to at the headquarters of the Bai Tao sect, where they were to pay a visit to the sect's master. At this time, the mastiff Shadow remained lazily nestled in the shadow of Chen Wujin, showing little urgency to transcend its current state, hence refraining from retreating to its own small sanctuary. This situation proved rather awkward. Despite being aware that this formidable canine elder was male, the constant presence of a large male figure nearby rendered any action one might take subject to scrutiny, creating a most uncomfortable sensation, akin to being under the watchful eye of an omnipresent overseer. Chen Wujin found himself in a perplexing state, unable to sleep soundly nor remain awake with clarity. His meditation lacked focus, leading the formidable Ao Ing to speculate that something might be amiss with his cultivation. Young one, could it be that your rapid breakthrough has left your foundation somewhat unstable? Not at all, esteemed senior, Chen Wujin hastily refuted, swiftly redirecting the conversation. But don't you feel the need to embark on a journey of exploration? I shall not, Ao Ing replied. You summoned me for this excursion, and my sole purpose here is to ensure your safety while also observing your capabilities. Chen Wujin rolled his eyes and gazed at the ceiling, contemplating inwardly. This state of being incessantly followed by others must persist at least until the commencement of the first round of the Langdao Grand Competition's secret realm survival. He felt as though his body and mind were ensnared in a prison. Firstly, he could not flirt with the lovely girls around him. Well, Wujin is a paragon of virtue. He merely sensed an unsettling presence lurking in the shadows while conversing with Qing Zhao and Xiao Qing. Secondly, It felt as though he carried a 360-degree camera with no blind spots, making it all too easy to accumulate an embarrassing history. Absolutely not. What then could he do to stave off boredom? There were still 3 days until the competition began. Suddenly, the name Lynchen flashed through his mind. It was not an opportune moment to reach out, but he could set up a stall. After all, it was a rare outing, and he could earn some pocket money while also attracting attention. Perhaps he might even encounter Lynchen. However, this was contingent upon the fact that he too was participating in the first round in Chuwei City. Chapter 49. Among the Streets. The young master the following morning dawned bright and sunny. Chen Wujin stealthily slipped away. His actions, of course, did not escape the notice of the vigilant guardians. Yu Lang and Yu Qianhua, Chen Wujin, Qing Zhao, and by Xiaoqing affectionately referred to her as Aunt Wolf. Aunt Wolf is exceptionally protective and tends to treat the three of them as her own children, reminiscent of the doting care often provided by grandparents. In essence, her affection is profoundly indulgent. Observing Chen Wujin stealthily slipping out, Yu Wolf tossed her head back with a light laugh and remarked, "You rascal, remember to return early. I'll grant you an hour at most, and don't forget to bring back breakfast." As Chen Wujin sprinted forward, he suddenly heard the ethereal call of Aunt Wolf. Nearly stumbling in surprise, he swiftly turned around, catching sight of her flowing black hair glimmering subtly in the dawn light. Raising his arm in a gesture of acknowledgement, he conveyed through thought, "I shall return before the 7th quarter of the Chen hour." He had meticulously planned this outing to wander the streets, seeking suitable spots for setting up a stall. Now, as the hour of the rabbit drew to a close, he realized he had only about an hour left. Time was of the essence. Chen Wujin turned and accelerated his pace, soon arriving at the boundary of the western district of Chuwei City. On the other side of a meandering stream, the bustling heart of the city was visible from afar. The morning vibrancy was unmistakable, with pedestrians leisurely meandering around the bun shops, noodle stalls, and spirit dew carts, each holding their own delightful breakfast, witnessing others indulge in their meals. Chen Wujin couldn't help but salivate. After swallowing hard, he hurriedly dashed over. The words of Ao Ing echoed in his ears. "Wujin, please get me a meal for 10. Indeed, he had quite the appetite, requesting enough for 10. One might wonder if Wolfan's true form was somewhat akin to Ao Ying's. Should he perhaps bring back a little extra? Chen Wujin's mind was enveloped in layers of contemplation, and he softly replied, "All right." Moments later, standing before a stall of Lingji noodles, he engaged in casual conversation with the vendor while purchasing his meal. Before the noodles were ready, he had gathered a general understanding of the areas suitable for setting up a stall. However, there was not a single location available for him to establish one. In Chuwei City, every inch of land was of immense value. To set up a stall, one must acquire a floating stone license, the peculiar item they had first encountered upon entering the city. After Chen Wujin finished devouring the delectable noodles, leaving not a trace of broth behind, he took a leisurely stroll around, purchasing an abundant array of breakfast items. He stored them within his spatial equipment, free from the concern of temperature fluctuations. At least for the next hour, there was no need for such worries, as his spatial necklace had been specially modified, effectively serving as a refrigerator. Chen Wujin's approach was rather audacious. Whenever he laid eyes on a small vendor, he would order no less than 20 portions of each item. Faced with such a generous patron, the owners of the stalls and shops were more than willing to engage in friendly conversation with him. This young man was not only charming but also possessed striking good looks, appealing to people of all ages. Within the span of just half an hour, he had transformed the market area into his personal domain. As he made his way back, he waved with a smile, nodding to various vendors. "Uncle Wang, no need to see me off. I'll be back tomorrow. Auntly, your culinary skills are exceptional. I fear that by the time I return to the inn with my 20 portions, I might have devoured them all myself. Aunt Zhang, please prepare 3 more of those pancakes. I've grown hungry after strolling for half an hour." Business people, especially those running small enterprises, naturally feel elated when they encounter someone who not only praises their craftsmanship, but also willingly spends more than others. The owners of the stalls and shops watched as the elegantly dressed Chen Wujin departed for the western district, reluctantly withdrawing their gazes. They were all neighbors, familiar with one another, often sharing conversations during their spare time. When something intriguing happened, they would eagerly discuss it. Aunt Zhang from the pancake stall wiped her forehead with her sleeve and remarked, "Young Master Wujin from the Spirit Tamer sect is truly delightful, so down-to-earth and kind. His words as sweet as honey." Boss Bao from the bun shop squinted his eyes in curiosity. Yet, over the years, there have been persistent rumors claiming that the Spirit Tamer sect neglects its disciples. Is that not a misconception? Indeed, it must be a misunderstanding. Just look at young Master Wujin. Well-educated and knowledgeable about the world, far from the image of a mere wildling who only associates with spirit beasts, chimed in Widow Zhao, who sold spirit dew from her cart, gently fanning herself. Exactly. It must be the work of some ill-intentioned gossip monger, she added. Uncle Wang, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected, what do you all think about sending our children to the spirit tamer sect for training? After all, it is a celestial sect. Even if they don't learn much, acquiring a smattering of knowledge would surely be better than what I can offer, wouldn't it? Haha, that is a valid point. Today, I truly witnessed the young master's kind nature. Earlier, when my chopsticks flew from my hands, he used his magic to retrieve them from the air without a hint of disdain, even with grease on his hands. Chuckled a burly man who was engrossed in his noodles. On an unanticipated occasion while indulging in a morning meal, Qin Wujin inadvertently unveiled a fragment of the unfavorable discourse surrounding the Spirit Master sect. This revelation took the hidden orchestrators by surprise, leaving them unable to discern any flaws in their machinations. Oblivious to the unfolding intrigue, Qin Wujin absent-mindedly patted his belly as he meandered towards the inn. As he strolled, he pondered the predicament. Without acquiring the floating stone tablet, he could not set up a stall. To obtain it, he would need to seek assistance from the members of the Beathouse sect. In light of this, should I not approach the venerable Master Hao Lian, whose seniority is immediately apparent? Qin Wujin, with a clear mind and a cheerful demeanor, returned to the inn. He fortuitously encountered Qin Zhao and Bai Xiaoqing, who had just finished their morning routines. Come, let us partake in breakfast. In the inn's lobby, Qin Wujin greeted the innkeeper and proceeded to arrange 4 square tables together, unveiling the numerous breakfast items he had purchased, with 20 portions of each. They were perfectly laid out, filling the tables to the brim. Innkeeper, please join us, and do invite the staff as well. After all, I have bought more than enough. And it seems unlikely that we shall finish it all. The old innkeeper, with hair touched by frost, initially intended to decline the offer. But upon catching sight of the beloved pancakes from the renowned Zhang Dinyang, the cravings within him compelled him to accept. A shadow loomed as Ao Ing reached for 5 of his favorite delicacies, taking 10 portions of each. As Yulang descended from her room on the 2nd floor, she spotted Qin Wujin amidst the crowd and couldn't help but smile warmly, her lips curving upwards. Wujin is truly wonderful. I wonder how that fiery girl, Churu, managed to raise him. The breakfast was a feast, enjoyed heartily by all, even drawing the attention of other guests in the inn. Qin Wujin welcomed everyone with open arms, inviting all to partake in a meal together. Practitioners from both the bustling streets and the wilds joined the gathering. Those with skills and those without, humans, beasts, and mystical creatures alike filled the tavern. Every individual present, guests, waitstaff, cooks, laborers, cleaning ladies, errand runners, and the old proprietor, one and all savored their food while silently cherishing the kindness of the young Master Wujin. Chapter 50. The Unpredictability of Life and Death After Breakfast. Qing Zhao and Bai Xiaoqing remained in the inn. Aunt Wolf intended to implant a life-preserving spell within them, a process that would require several hours. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Wujin ventured out alone to seek out Hao Lianshan. Qin Wujin meticulously prepared a sumptuous breakfast for the esteemed elder Hao Lian. It consisted of 3 substantial meat buns, a crisp flatbread, a delightful infusion of peanut tea, and 2 elegantly patterned eggs. The elderly man and the young lad perched on the threshold of an unoccupied shop at the street corner, awaiting its opening. Such kindness in honoring me surely harbors ulterior motives. Thus, I shall indulge in my meal while attentively listening to your words. A smile blossomed on Elder Hao Lian's face as the wrinkles smoothed out. This young fellow indeed possesses a thoughtful heart. None of those rascally disciples in the sect have ever treated me to breakfast. Qin Wujin nodded and turned to point towards the center of the rising sun, saying, Old sir, I wish to set up a stall. Oh, how intriguing. You are the esteemed young master of the spirit control sect. Are you truly intending to establish a stall? Indeed, I am. Qin Wujin turned back, nodded, and gazed intently at Hao Lianshan. Hao Lianshan met Qin Wujin's earnest gaze, sensing the sincerity within, and then gave a slight nod. Very well, I shall assist you in procuring a floating stone sign, but I will accompany you to the stall this morning. In the bustling streets of the central district, filled with vendors and hawkers, Qin Wujin and Hao Lianshan walked side by side. The nearby vendors recognized the two and eagerly greeted them. Young Master Wujin, what brings you here? Have you not had your fill? It is only natural for one who cultivates to have a greater appetite than the ordinary. Young Master Wujing, do come and try my spirit dew. It occupies little space and is both refreshing and cool. Each vendor made a point of addressing Chen Wujing. A flicker of confusion crossed Hao Lianlianshan's eyes. This young man has only been here for a day, and already he is familiar with the vendors of the town. Such is indeed a natural talent. Even if he were merely a commoner, he would surely thrive. As they walked, Hao Lianlianshan observed Chen Wujing closely. Noting how he engaged warmly with each person, a smile radiated from his face, while sincerity dwelled in his heart. At such a tender age, he possessed the heart of a child. How commendable. Suddenly, an elderly man with a weathered face and a slight hunch waved his hand, saying, Old Master Lian, it has been quite some time since your last visit. Do try my newly improved donkey meat buns. Turning to see an old acquaintance, Hao Lianlianshan smiled genuinely. Old Wang, it was your son who usually sold the buns, yet here you are today. Is your health holding up? Quite well indeed. No issues here. My old arms and legs still have strength left in them. Old Wang chuckled and then inquired, Are you here to accompany the young master on a shopping trip? Just a stroll, ha ha ha, Hao Lianlianshan jested, then his tone shifted to a more serious note. This young lad wishes to find a place nearby to set up a stall. I promised to help him secure a floating stone sign. But I must first see what he intends to sell. Oh, may I inquire what the young master wishes to set up? Old Wang turned his gaze towards Chen Wujing. Chen Wujing smiled warmly, raising his eyebrows as he retrieved a delicate mechanism from his spatial belongings. A small rabbit, no larger than a fist, its body a lustrous jade green, with ruby red eyes. Its craftsmanship was so exquisite that it was nearly indistinguishable from a mere trinket. How remarkable! Hao Lianlianshan couldn't help but gasp, puffing out his beard in astonishment. Your skills have reached such a level, yet we have not seen your latest creations unveiled? As a fellow enthusiast of mechanisms, particularly those crafted by Chen Wujing, Hao Lianlianshan found the ingenuity behind them utterly unfathomable. He had once attempted to dismantle one of Chen's works, only to end up with a heap of fragments. Despite his understanding of every formation, the materials used, and even the principles behind the mechanisms, he still could not comprehend Chen Wujing's creations. This little rabbit represented an evolution beyond previous works, embodying the brilliance of youth intertwined with the sophistication of adulthood, an exquisite amalgamation of experience and inspiration. The moment Hao Lianlianshan laid eyes on this jade rabbit with its crimson gaze, his heart raced. Of course, it was not romantic. He wished to acquire it. Yet the words had not yet escaped his lips. Chen Wujing, however, took the lead, presenting the jade-eyed rabbit into the rough palm of Old Wang. Such a trinket. This one shall be bestowed upon you for your amusement, my esteemed sir. Amusement is too grand a word. I cannot accept. Old Wang observed it closely. Genuinely fond of it, yet instinctively felt it must be costly. After all, how could a gift from the young master of the celestial family be anything but precious? Holding on to it would invite misfortune should others covet it. Thus, Old Wang hastily declined, saying, This little rabbit is truly fascinating, resembling a living creature. Yet it must be of great value. Young master, please take it back. It is of no inconvenience. I insist you keep it well. Old Wang, resolutely refusing, declined several times. Curiously, how could he not appreciate it? Could it be that the people from Bitao sect do not favor such gifts? No, that cannot be. In recent years, my crafted mechanisms have seen considerable sales to the regions surrounding Bitao sect. Indeed, Chen Wujing scrutinized Old Wang's expression and instantly comprehended the situation. An innocent man bears the burden of possessing a precious item. It turned out that this was his concern. Chen Wujing grinned broadly, his voice resonant with cheerfulness. My dear sir, you need not worry. This item is truly not of great value. You see, as I walked along the street, every stall offered one without hesitation. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Before Old Wang's eyes, Chen Wujing produced a grayish-white, fist-sized mechanical bull and presented it to Xiao Li at the neighboring wonton stall. Only then did Old Wang relax. Subsequently, Chen Wujing continued his generous distribution down the street. This approach would rapidly establish a market for his creations, alleviating his prior concerns about how to elevate the prominence of his mechanical devices. Not only did vendors and shopkeepers receive his gifts, but even passing peddlers and children were included in this bounty. This spectacle caused great distress for Hao Lianlianshan, who followed closely behind, giving gifts, and not just one or two, but countless items. I have been counting meticulously, and in just over half an hour, this rascal has distributed a staggering 374 mechanical devices. Are you not afraid of incurring losses? Hao Lianlianshan stammered. Qin Wujin smiled lightly. Lose money? How could that be? Old master, you probably have no idea where my materials come from. Where do they come from? Pray enlighten me. Hao Lian nearly lost her composure, her nascent soul almost escaping in exasperation. You impudent lad, for me, you merely offer a breakfast, yet for others, you present a contraption. This is not comparable. Not at all. The contraptions are merely hastily crafted and lack intricate workmanship. If I were to gift you one, I fear it might not meet your standards. Otherwise, your descendants would surely look down upon you. Qin Wujin still believes that the mechanical contraptions purchased by Hao Lianshan are merely toys for the younger generation to play with. There is little that can be done. For the old gentleman's collection consists solely of whimsical and delightful trinkets. He disregards items that could assist in combat, defense, or any form of cultivation, opting instead for charming, intricate pieces. Each time, they are merely aesthetically pleasing, animated, and entertaining. They are nothing more than artifacts of craftsmanship. Hao Lianshan's words seemed to be caught in his throat by fate, leaving him in a state of psychological discomfort. After a prolonged silence, he finally cast aside his pride and exclaimed, I also desire one. Why didn't you say so sooner? Here, Qin Wujin replied with a knowing smile. Lifting a miniature falcon. Upon acquiring the mechanical artifact, Hao Lianshan felt a sense of profound satisfaction, which only heightened his enthusiasm for Qin Wujin's stall. Soon, the two finally discovered an excellent location. Qin Wujin unfurled a crimson cloth, displaying an array of handcrafted contraptions, structures, creatures, flora, and weaponry. After arranging dozens of items, he raised his voice, calling out, "Come and have a look." Intricate mechanisms, just one medium-grade spirit stone each. Purchase them to enhance your daily joy and elevate your quality of life. Hao Lianshan was momentarily taken aback by Qin Wujin's unexpected outburst. Cough, cough, cough. Are you truly the scion of the spirit control sect? Why do you seem so adept at the stall business? Perhaps I simply frequent it, replied Qin Wujin, alluding to the various vendor slogans from his previous life game. In truth, it was not a significant matter. The phrase just uttered was already quite shameless. Why do you often set up stalls? Is life in the spirit control sect so dire? He seemed to recall hearing that the sect had few disciples, with an abundance of spirit beasts that consumed much yet contributed little. The spirit control sect was rumored to be in dire straits. However, he also remembered that there had been improvements in recent years, establishing a trade triangle with the Leaf sect of the Divine Tree Continent and the Vastness sect of the Misty Mountains. Qin Wujin's demeanor did not suggest a life of poverty. Could it be that at such a tender age, he ventured out to sell goods to support his family? Hao Lianshan gazed at the back of Qin Wujin's head, his eyes filled with astonishment. Yes, it must be so. This was why Wujin was so close to ordinary folk, blending seamlessly with the neighborhood in just a day. How young must he have been then? Upon reflection, it seemed his contraptions had been on the market for over 6 years. If this were the case, had he not been supporting his family since the age of 8? The spirit control sect was truly fortunate. Such an individual was destined to become their leader. In time, the sect would be guided by one who comprehends the sufferings of the world, understands the ethics of the marketplace, and possesses profound insights into the essence of cultivation, achieving unparalleled heights. Compared to Qin Wujin, even the Qin Yushuan of the transformation realm would merely serve as a backdrop. Excellent, truly excellent. The old man, having never taken a wife or fathered children, found his heart overwhelmed with emotion, summing up his feelings with a single thought: one should bear children like Qin Wujin. Hao Lianshan nodded fervently, resembling a bobblehead. This unusual behavior naturally caught the attention of Qin Wujin, who, possessing keen perception, noticed the old man's unusual demeanor. Did the elder perhaps bear some hidden injury? It made sense. How could an intelligence chief of a region simply take a leave of absence? His exchange seemed rather hasty, perhaps indicating some unspeakable predicament. Could it be that his days were numbered? In that case, he resolved to gift a few more contraptions, allowing the elder to savor the joys of familial companionship in his final days, a small token of his regard. Qin Wujin averted his gaze, looking towards Hao Lianshan, a hint of melancholy concealed in his eyes. Old Master Hao, since you were to assist me with this stall for quite some time, I cannot allow you to lend your aid without compensation. Allow me to offer you a modest wage. As he uttered the words modest wage, Qin Wujin gestured toward the small mechanical creatures adorned on the red cloth. Very well, Hao Lianshan replied with enthusiasm, though a flicker of confusion crossed his brow. He pondered. The tone of this young lad has shifted. It is no longer as exuberant as before. Has he encountered some particularly weighty matter? He contemplated whether it pertained to matters concerning Chuyue City or Bitao sect, thinking perhaps he could extend a helping hand. Observing the change in how Lianlianshan's expression, Chen Wujin's heart sank. Indeed, it was the most dire of outcomes. Reflecting on how little time had passed since he first met the old master, he was struck by the thought that they might soon be separated by the veil of death. Alas, the unpredictability of life and the capriciousness of fate are ever daunting. One ought to cherish the present and live in the moment. Chapter 51. Old Man. It is a hardship for one so young to bear the burden of providing for a family. Unbeknownst to them, a remarkable and profound misunderstanding had taken root between the two. Chen Wujin averted his gaze, choosing not to look at Hao Lianlianshan. He energetically called out to the passers-by, promoting his wares. The surrounding vendors, either intentionally or inadvertently, supported Chen Wujin, and his business began to flourish without him even realizing it. A mere morning snack or a small gift was enough for the vendors to remember the young master fondly, revealing the inherent goodness within people's hearts. Who among us is born with a propensity for villainy? The common folk, each harboring their own aspirations, invariably place these modest hopes within the confines of moral restraint. However, news gradually circulated, inevitably reaching the ears of the two rivals of the spirit control sect, the Beastmaster sect and the Moonless sect, both harboring grievances against the spirit control sect, though the former was overt while the latter remained covert. At least for the time being, this was the nature of their relationship. The morning hours were imbued with a refreshing breeze. Time passed neither swiftly nor slowly. The goods on the stall dwindled, one by one. The space necklace of Chen Wujin resembled an endless abyss, as long as he wished. He could instantly occupy the void left after selling the mechanisms. However, he had set a personal limit of 888 items, seeking a stroke of good fortune. He planned to reserve 12 mechanisms as payment for the esteemed Master Halian, thus neatly totaling 900 items. The first half of the day passed without a ripple, with cordial greetings exchanged, and time slipped away like smoke. At noon, mealtime arrived. Thanks to the abundant spiritual energy in the world, people's dexterity blossomed, and the harvests were consistently bountiful. Occasionally, when drought or flood struck, the cultivation sects would dispatch their disciples to assist. Strictly speaking, this was a realm where, as long as the masters refrained from causing trouble, ordinary folk could live in remarkable comfort. After selling the final 888th item, Chen Wujin politely addressed a customer. I regret to inform you that we have sold out. The remaining items will not be available until after the hour of the unknown. The customer, clearly displeased, retorted, but you still have 12 exquisite mechanisms. Why not sell those? I sincerely apologize, but those 12 are reserved as payment for Master Halian. Chen Wujin remained unfazed by the fact that his interlocutor was merely a mortal, bowing slightly in apology. Surely, young master, you could settle with the old master later? In response to this inquiry, Chen Wujin found himself embroiled in a lengthy debate with the customer. Others nearby began to lend their ears and voices to the exchange. Then, a young man clad in luxurious attire, with an air of aloofness, interjected, perhaps the young master believes this business to be quite profitable and wishes to raise the price. In an instant, a hush fell over the crowd. They turned in unison to regard the well-dressed youth, as if trying to scrutinize him with their very gaze. The young man felt a shiver at the nape of his neck, his heart racing. Did I say something wrong? Why are they all staring at me with such strange expressions? Is this the custom of Chuyue City? Despite a tumultuous wave of discomfort within, he mustered the courage to speak. Please listen. It is entirely normal for prices to fluctuate. We cannot blame the young master. After all, spiritual stones glitter, and all in the world covet them. Bah! Can you hear the absurdity in that statement? Chen Wujin raised an eyebrow and fixed his gaze upon the provocateur. I merely sought to secure a fortuitous omen. On the very first day of business, we sold a total of 888 items, while the remaining 12 were promised gifts to the elder. The proprietor of the adjacent stall, along with the passers-by, typically indulged in idle gossip during ordinary times. This was the audacity of the young scion stirring trouble. However, the reactions of those around him were utterly unexpected. The young master had little regard for such trifling spirit stones. He had set up his stall to showcase his craftsmanship, for he too was an artisan and understood the value of his work. Indeed, his unique skills warranted a price far exceeding a mere middle-grade spirit stone. Even if he tripled the price, it would still be a bargain. One need only visit the Tianji Pavilion in the city to see. Humph. This elegantly attired young man must surely be a pawn sent by some unscrupulous merchant to sow discord. Wu Jin would not inflate his prices this morning. He had generously gifted each stallholder a piece. Not far away, in the pancake stall, and Zhang rolled up her sleeves, clearly ready to engage the finely dressed young master in a spirited discussion. She embodied the essence of a quintessential market matron. The image of himself arguing with such a woman was almost too absurd for the young noble to fathom, prompting him to hastily clasp his hands in greeting. Had he incurred the wrath of the crowd? What was happening? Just moments ago, he was still, confused and flustered. The young master resorted to his prepared retort. I have long heard of Wu Jin from the spirit-taming sect. Rumored to have been notoriously mischievous in his youth and now rather unremarkable, merely tinkering with contraptions to barely improve the sect's finances. Silence, exclaimed Lianlian, unable to bear it any longer. He extended a finger, unleashing 3 points of spiritual energy that struck the young noble's 3 dantians. Immediately, the young master found himself unable to speak, move his hands, walk, or circulate his spiritual energy. Lianlian remarked softly, So, you are from the Lakmoon sect. I can tell you practice the lunar fire technique, one of the 7 fundamental arts of your sect. The elder's expression shifted dramatically, an overwhelming aura enveloping the finely dressed youth. Listen closely, someone of your extravagant attire has never grasped the value of basic necessities. Upon hearing this, the young noble wore an expression of grievance. Was Chen Wujin not also clad in fine garments? He wore the finest silk spun from celestial silkworms, while his own attire was merely crafted from the lesser snow silks. How absurd. Was he being targeted solely for his clothing? Regrettably, the young noble had no recourse to voice his frustrations. He could only obediently listen as Lianlian continued, at the tender age of 8. My young friend Wu Jin has already taken to the streets to help improve his family's circumstances within the sect. Is this not commendable? Do you think mastering the art of mechanics is a trivial feat? What kind of teachings does the Lakmoon sect impart? Furthermore, cannot you discern the intricate formations within these charming mechanical creatures? Have you not pondered why they are so delightful and animated? The venerable Mr. Hao Lian, filled with fury, unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy infused within his voice, reverberating against the eardrums of the elegantly attired youth. The words echoed in the young man's mind like thunderclaps. And then, there was nothing more. He fainted, collapsing to the ground, his rear facing the sky, all in one swift motion. The spectators erupted in laughter, while the man who had been so eager to procure the mechanical creature clasped his hands in a gesture of regret, promising to return in the afternoon before departing. Everyone was aware that Chen Wujin's stall had closed for the day, and thus, the crowd gradually dispersed. Chen Wujin was immersed in a small reverie of self-admiration. How delightful it is to discover my own worth. However, I remain oblivious to the fact that I have been setting up stalls since the tender age of 8. Back then, I seemed to be frolicking in the fields, playing in the mud, fishing for elusive spirits, and rummaging through bird nests. Shaking his head, Chen Wujin turned to the 12 contraptions before him, intending to jest with the elder Hao Lian, when he heard the elder inquire, Young Wujin, why are you so adamant about leaving these 12 little creatures with me? Your tone suggests unwavering resolve, yet I recall you are not one to fuss over trivialities, nor are you inflexible. Just moments ago, had it not been for my intervention, you might have been led astray, and at the very least, it could have tarnished the reputation of your spirit master sect. I am curious. Why? Elder Hao Lian gazed intently at Chen Wujin. Chen Wujin gazed into the old man's eyes, perceiving a serene acceptance of life and death in their vibrant depths. In an instant, he envisioned the grand, tumultuous life of Lianlian. Then, with a slight retraction of his chin and a gentle lowering of his gaze, he spoke in a subdued tone. At this juncture, there is no need for you to conceal anything from me, old man. I am aware of all that I ought to know, and that which I should not. Upon hearing this response, Lianlian's eyelids fluttered as if engaged in a skirmish. What have I hidden from you? How could I possibly be unaware? Each phrase rose in pitch, underscoring the old man's bewilderment. Truly, as a master who has navigated the tides of existence for centuries, his acting prowess is commendable. Chen Wujin subconsciously shook his head. Yet he found it difficult to muster any semblance of enthusiasm, for a familiar soul was nearing the end of their days. This was an experience he had never encountered in either his past life or this one, despite having lived for over 30 years across 2 lifetimes. His spirit remained that of a youth barely 18. He had never faced the poignant parting of life and death, nor did he possess the wisdom to confront such an indifferent elder. Chen Wujin lifted the red cloth, cradling 12 mechanical creatures within, and presented them to the venerable Hao Lian. His arm extended with a certain hesitance, as if momentarily arrested by an unseen force. After a laborious transfer of the mechanical beings nestled within the crimson fabric, his hands gradually withdrew, moving with an agonizing slowness, as though this were a final farewell. Esteemed elder, your time may be drawing near. I assure you, I shall keep this matter confidential. If it pleases you, could you reveal to me who has inflicted this harm upon you? In due course, I shall seek to avenge your grievances. What nonsense is this? Me. Nearing the end of my days? The elder's voice escalated, reaching an octave tenfold higher. Hush. Lower your voice. This is a matter of utmost secrecy. How could you be so reckless? Nonsense. I am in robust health and certainly not approaching my demise. Ah, but earlier you. Chen Wujin voiced his conjectures, leaving the old man both amused and perplexed. Master Hao Lian pointed a finger at Chen Wujin's forehead, saying, You always indulge in fanciful thoughts, your mind wandering to peculiar realms. I merely pity your youth, being compelled to venture into the world to earn a living. However, since fortune has smiled upon you, there is no need to dwell on the past. After all, you are exceptionally gifted, your life is filled with promise, and you have a lovely companion by your side. Realizing he had overly praised Chen Wujin, which could be inappropriate, Hao Lian cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. In 3 days, at the Langao Grand Competition, give it your all. If you fail to secure first place in Chua City, I shall have to discipline you. With that, the old man vanished like a shooting star. Chapter 52. Easy Money. Envious eyes. The mechanical trinkets from the small stall garnered immense popularity, spreading throughout Chua City. Customers included humans, beastfolk, mortals, and cultivators. In short, business was thriving beyond measure. Over the course of 2 days, with the addition of Qing Zhao and Bai Xiaoqing, the stall's success soared even higher. The youthful, radiant girls, the captivating and delightful mechanical curios, the poised yet approachable young gentlemen. Each element formed a stunning tableau. In a narrow alley, where sunlight seldom penetrated, Yu Qianhua spoke to the air. Indeed, Wu Jin possesses remarkable talent, does he not? Yes, this lad has drawn me out of seclusion, so he must be quite capable. Yet, from what I gather, spirit stones are not so easily acquired. A shadow twisted into the form of a mastiff, responding. Indeed, they are not, Yu Qianhua remarked, stroking the shadowy mastiff's brow, his deep gaze tinged with nostalgia. If we turn back the clock 7 or 8 years, Wu Jin was still quite naive. The spirit convergence sect could barely sustain itself, with the sect leader often forced to venture out to earn a living. Spending no more than 7 days a month within the sect, a dark energy emerged from the shadows, morphing into an arrow that pointed at Chen Wujin. How did things improve? It inquired. Was it due to him? Yu Qianhua nodded, saying, from the age of 8, Wu Jin developed a sudden passion for crafting such mechanical creations. Mastiff Shadow, you have witnessed the peculiar structures and odd artifacts within the spirit convergence sect, which are not sights found in every sect across the continent. These creations even sparked a craze, being sold far and wide. Oh, so impressive. Yet, spirit stones are merely stones. I could sniff them out and claim them all. The shadowy mastiff boasted, its visage becoming clearer, sporting a hint of pride. Let it be. If you can sniff them out, then you shan't be led astray by Wu Jin. Yu Qianhua remarked, piercingly addressing the mastiff's pride. Humph, this conversation is futile. It was but a single misstep. Is it truly worth such deliberation? The shadow of the Tibetan mastiff fell silent, its form gradually dissipating into an ordinary silhouette. The old mastiff, Moonlight, barked several times, but received no reply. Raising her brows, she spoke with a light-hearted tone. Ah, pup. Suddenly, the eyes of the moon wolf sharpened, gleaming with intensity as they fixed upon a street vendor. A group of elegantly dressed individuals approached the stall, prominently displaying a crescent moon emblem, unmistakably belonging to the crescent moon sect. At the forefront stood a somewhat aged young man, his features meticulously groomed, yet the skin at the corners of his eyes and mouth bore the parched marks of time, etched with faint lines. His voice was piercing. Chen Wujin, your cunning truly does justice to your name. You come here seeking trouble directly, quite excessively so. Chen Wujin's interest was rather scant, and he cast a fleeting glance at the man. The man, having prepared his opening remarks for quite some time, found his words stifled by a mirror. It was indeed quite vexing. His expression soured, shifting like a watercolor painting, oscillating between shades of blue, red, and green. Meanwhile, the man scrutinized Chen Wujin, pondering. Just as his thoughts began to take shape, Chen Wujin interrupted him again, pointing to the man's standing spot. If this esteemed guest has no intention to purchase, kindly make way for others. Having been rebuffed twice in succession, the man felt as though he were facing a formidable opponent, a sense of irritation rising within him. Well, I shall not comply with such convenience. Just the other day, you made my disciple appear foolish in public. Before he could finish, he was interrupted once more, not by Chan Wujin, but by the surrounding patrons. They spontaneously formed 3 circles around Chen Wujin's stall, effectively pushing the man out of the way. Furthermore, their words were sharp and unforgiving, leaving no room for the man's dignity. The young master is right. If you do not wish to buy, then do not obstruct the space. Chen Wujin casually flicked his fingers, tossing dozens of spirit stones into the air, indicating that his business was thriving. And he had no desire to waste time on the likes of the Xianwei sect. Indeed, what nonsense is the Xianwei sect? Their ships are exorbitantly priced. Are they envious of young Master Wujin's modest enterprise? Observing the scene on the bustling street, Yu Qianhua covered her forehead and chuckled. Wujin, there's no need for you to intervene. The Xianwei sect is utterly foolish. Coincidentally, the man from the Xianwei sect realized that he had been rather dim-witted. Indeed, I am not an ordinary person. I am a cultivator, after all. Though physical altercations were prohibited in the city, it did not hinder him from amplifying his voice with spiritual energy. Thus, the enlightened Xianwei sect man, along with his fellow disciples, used their spiritual energy to bolster their vocal cords, proclaiming loudly, the young master of the Yuling sect, Chen Wujin, has been brazenly selling his homemade contraptions during the 3 days leading up to the Grand Wave competition. They rambled on, accusing Chen Wujin of scheming for the upcoming contest, suggesting that his contraptions might conceal his unique restrictions, potentially becoming the pivotal factor in determining victory or defeat. Such seemingly reasonable assertions succeeded in halting half of the crowd of buyers. The other half, however, were merely ordinary folks engaged in basic cultivation for longevity. They purchased the small mechanical animals, plants, and buildings out of sheer affection. Qing Zhao, Xiaoqing, please continue to attend to the customers. Chen Wujin's gaze swept steadily across the crowd, discerning which guests were particularly invested in the wave competition. The majority were adorned in resplendent attire, exuding an extraordinary presence, accompanied by their weapons, indicative of their martial prowess. Their ages were difficult to ascertain, yet their youthful exuberance and haughty demeanor suggested they were predominantly young. Most likely, they had come to participate in the wave competition. What a splendid opportunity, perfectly suited for a promotional endeavor. With a smile gracing his lips, Chen Wujin stepped out from the small stall, gathering this group of talented practitioners. Simultaneously, a contingent from the Xianwei sect followed closely behind. The man with sunken eyes crossed his arms over his chest, remaining silent. His body language spoke volumes, clearly conveying, I await your words. Chen Wujin cast a fleeting glance at the man, and a smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he produced an intricate contraption, entirely distinct from those found at the stall. This peculiar object, taking on an unusual shape, bewildered the inhabitants of the cultivation realm, who had never encountered a tank before. Indeed, what Chen Wujin held in his hands was a miniature tiger tank, replete with an array of formations and mechanisms within. This ingenious creation addressed certain deficiencies in structural knowledge. In a world of cultivation where scientific understanding falls short, the intervention of metaphysics seems entirely reasonable. Chen Wujin smiled, gazing with satisfaction at the meticulously crafted tank model he had labored over. This is my latest creation, which indeed embodies the unique formations and restrictions that your moonless sect speaks of. Please allow me to finish my explanation before making a decision. With a gentle smile and a slight bow, Chen Wujin held aloft a miniature tiger tank, no larger than an inch, proclaiming, I have named this creation tank. Chen Wujin maintained a calm demeanor, his heart unperturbed, as he mused internally, at least I was the one who introduced this to the world. He then continued his exposition. This model of tank is known as the tiger tank, featuring a barrel, chassis, and tracks imbued with formations, silent acceleration, protective barrier, sunlight convergence, and chi projectile emission. It can transform into 4 distinct sizes, 1 inch, 3 inches, 1 foot, and 3 feet. Moreover, there are the aspects that concern you most, its offensive and defensive capabilities. In terms of offense, a single chi projectile possesses the power equivalent to a full-force strike from an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, with a maximum capacity to store 3 projectiles. Once depleted, it must absorb the essence of sunlight to automatically replenish, taking approximately an hour to recharge a single shot. Defensively, the Tiger Tank's frontal armor can withstand at least a full-force strike from a perfected foundation establishment cultivator. In contemporary terms, one might say, this device is swift, silent, and versatile in size with 4 adjustable settings. It harnesses solar energy for power, capable of launching potent chi projectiles, while offering formidable defense, an essential item for both home use and travel. Such a sophisticated, stylish, and unique item deserves a slightly higher price. I doubt the young prodigies participating in the Langtao Grand Competition would object. Thus, Qin Wujing paused momentarily and declared with clarity, 1 unit for 10 top-grade spirit stones. Who is interested? The air momentarily stilled, even drawing the gaze of another group of guests towards Qin Wujing. Aging, returning to the shadow beside Yu Qianhua, inquired with a hint of confusion. Did this lad mistakenly confuse mid-grade spirit stones with top-grade ones? Yu Qianhua pondered, uncertain herself, and playfully redirected the conversation by playfully scolding. With so many people surrounding Wujing, why aren't you hastening to protect him? The shadowy canine nodded twice, acknowledging the uncertainty. With that, Aging retreated back into Chun Wujing's shadow, silently jabbing at Moonwolf, feeling a sense of relief. Concealed within Chun Wujing's shadow, Aging chuckled softly. The surrounding cultivation prodigies stood still, captivated by the tiger tank in Chun Wujing's grasp. What precisely is this so-called tank? Is it truly as remarkable as Chun Wujing claims? Its offensive power rivals that of an early-stage Foundation establishment strike, and its defense can withstand a perfected Foundation establishment blow. If true, it would be a practical treasure tailored for the Langtao Grand Competition. The cultivation prodigies pondered deeply. Some furrowed their brows in contemplation, while others steadied their minds with their swords, and some calculated the celestial mechanics with their fingers. At this juncture, a voice was needed to shatter the impasse. Yet, none of the prodigies wished to speak, fearing it would make them appear as unsophisticated country bumpkins. The tension lingered. Silence enveloped the atmosphere as they awaited a resolution. After a considerable pause, one finally scoffed, such grandiose claims. Yet who can discern the truth? I, Ku Mu, am the first to remain skeptical. The voice of the person exiting was sharp and unpleasant, yet to the crowd, it resonated like a celestial melody. The talented practitioners turned their gaze towards the man from the Moonless sect, recognized as the one who had persistently provoked Qin Wujing. In this moment, a mixture of gratitude and incredulity shone in the eyes of the gathered talents. The man, with eyes and lips resembling gnarled wood, mused to himself, what is going on? Are their perceptions skewed? I haven't uttered anything peculiar. His eyes, dry and knotted like ancient timber, seemed to compress inward, emanating a chilling and ferocious aura. Soon after, he mobilized the spiritual energy within him, invoking the scattered heart, dead moon technique. This was one of the 7 paramount mental arts of the Moonless sect. And as his spiritual energy circulated, peculiar phenomena enveloped him. Around him, the spiritual energy transformed into a desolate night, forcefully expelling all sunlight within a 10-foot radius. Within this small enclave of darkness that belonged solely to him, scattered dead leaves drifted down, accompanied by a fragmented crescent moon. Among the talented practitioners, someone recognized this technique and exclaimed, the scattered heart, dead moon technique, one of the most challenging arts to master in the Moonless sect. How could it possibly be mastered by someone so dim-witted? The implication was clear to all. How could such a technique be grasped by a fool? However, the man misinterpreted this, feeling a swell of pride in his heart. Now you realize my prowess, don't you? But I won't grant any favor to those who failed to see my worth before. Nevertheless, the fact that he had mastered one of the sect's most difficult techniques testified to his innate talent in cultivation. With a proud chest, he felt his spiritual energy flowing smoothly, intensifying the pressure around him, allowing everyone to distinctly sense his cultivation level at the late stage of the core formation realm, mere steps away from perfection. Coupled with his affiliation to the second most dominant power of the Southern Dahan Sea, the Moonless sect, his methods of cultivation, paths of practice, and medicinal elixirs were all of the finest quality. He, Ku Muzwa, was undoubtedly among the most formidable and well-grounded in the late core formation stage. With this realization, the practitioner's demeanor towards Ku Muzwa shifted significantly. They regarded him with newfound seriousness, reflecting the undeniable truth, a formidable rival. Practitioners possess a heightened sensitivity to the subtleties of the atmosphere. Ku Muzwa felt the delicate shift in the ambience, sensing the scales of victory tipping in his favor. Words alone carry little weight. Seeing is believing. Ku Muzwa pointed at Qin Wujing, declaring, you speak of tanks, let me test your claims and see if they hold any truth. Very well, Qin Wujing replied nonchalantly, shrugging off the pressure of Ku Muzwa's spiritual energy. What I mentioned pertains solely to offense and defense, and the simplest method to demonstrate that is for you to withstand a shot. As the words settled, Qin Wujing's piercing gaze fell upon the figure of Ku Muzwa. An inexplicable chill gripped Kumu's heart, his instincts warning him, danger, peril, extreme risk. Yet, he refused to acknowledge this threat, much less concede that it emanated from Qin Wujin, the adept of the spirit control sect, Qin Wujin, who excelled in formations, prohibitions, and mechanisms. Wielding the power of spoken words with finesse, possessed an array of methods capable of subtly influencing my psyche, this was all too commonplace. Regrettably, I had long anticipated such tactics. You shall not prevail over me. Stealing his resolve, Kumu's spoke in a deep, resonant tone. Come what may, my defensive techniques far exceed your imagination. Let you take the initiative. What of it? His words rang with conviction, yet Qin Wujin retorted with a smile, incorrect. The one taking the initiative is not I, but rather my tiger-style tank. Upon grasping his meaning, the onlookers responded with muffled laughter, smiles, or outright guffaws. Kumu's scoffed. Such words are futile. Fire your shot. Should I evade, then I concede defeat. Is it truly a mockery to be outdone by your trivial contraption? Qin Wujin, your mechanism is priced at 10 high-grade spirit stones, undoubtedly indicating an exorbitant production cost. Await the moment when you unleash a strike upon me, for I shall retaliate with a thunderous blow, ensuring you comprehend the true meaning of power. Boom. A resounding explosion interrupted Kumu's thoughts, severing the flow of his spiritual energy. A spirit cannonball surged forth, enveloped in fierce flames, scorching the air into undulating waves, emitting a series of crackling sounds. The pressure of the spirit energy was several times more formidable than the manifestations surrounding Kumu's. Suspended midair, the spirit cannonball carved a terrifying fissure into the ground solely through its spiritual pressure. A tempestuous wind surged alongside the cannonball, striking the skin of the onlookers with painful force, prompting them to instinctively retreat several steps. In the blink of an eye, the distance of several zhang was traversed, and it came crashing down upon Kumu's face. With no other thoughts occupying his mind, he abandoned all notions of grace and clumsily shielded his head. Bang! The violent collision shattered earth and stone, swirling dust, and dispersing spiritual energy created a chaotic scene that overwhelmed the eyes of the spectators, forcing the ordinary onlookers to scatter in distress. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Wujin stood calmly at the edge of ethereal energy and swirling dust, gracefully sweeping his long sleeves to unleash a barrier. The ground illuminated with the intricate pattern of the bagua, representing the postnatal trigrams, where the positions of Kan and Li replaced the original positions of Qian and Kuan. This formation, known as the two instruments dispelling dust array, serves the purposes of protection, purification, and illusion. Qin Wujin merely sought to employ the initial two effects to swiftly dissipate the haze and shield those around him from disturbance. At that moment, the onlookers beheld the condition of Kumu's. He was sprawled on the ground, his upper garments tattered and fragmented, and his belt lay severed. His arms were desperately shielding his head, obscuring his expression from view. Yet, his body trembled violently, suggesting that his emotional state was far from favorable. Furthermore, his chest, abdomen, arms, and shoulders bore evident burn marks, the remnants of which resembled serpentine scars winding across his skin. It was clear that mere days of rest would not suffice for his recovery. Additionally, with the grand competition set for the morrow, Kumu's would undoubtedly be unable to attend. Thus, he would be unable to participate in the first round of the Secret Realm survival contest. The loss of such a formidable ally, not fallen in the arena but under these circumstances, would be a consequence that the Xianyue sect could hardly accept. Qin Wujin clasped his fists and bowed respectfully to all directions, apologetically stating, "I am truly sorry for neglecting to inform everyone." After expressing his sincere apologies repeatedly, he straightened his posture, a mischievous smile curving at the corners of his mouth, his gaze serene as still waters. He then cast a sweeping glance over the crowd. Those of ordinary cultivation, possessing merely the chi refinement stage, were oblivious to the underlying currents of power. However, the talented individuals or experts with cultivation beyond the late foundation establishment stage felt the monumental waves concealed within his gaze, crashing upon their hearts and forcibly suppressing their pride. What I refer to as the core formation stage is based on my own standards, and perhaps it surpasses ordinary comprehension by a slight margin, Qin Wujin remarked nonchalantly. The aspiring cultivators were suddenly struck with dismay. Was it merely a slight margin? His full-force strike at the early core formation stage could shatter the spiritual barrier of the Crudewood's defense. Moreover, the Crude would practice the most adept defensive technique, the Scattered Heart's withered moon mantra. Even the most exceptional geniuses would require countless attempts to breach such a barrier. wouldn't they? It was terrifying, with one formidable rival diminished. Another demonic overlord had emerged. The first round of the initial Moon City contest was proving to be exceedingly daunting. Chen Wujin remained oblivious to the thoughts of the crowd. He gazed intently at the withered wood, proclaiming, "The grand competition of turbulent waves tomorrow imposes no restrictions on any items from the lower realms. Even if my humble trinket possesses some insidious prohibitions, would not all you talented practitioners choose to acquire it?" Up to this point, the withered wood had yet to rise, clearly burdened by a psychological shadow. As for the extent of its area, it was beyond measurement. The withered wood trembled, akin to a dying chicken beset by the cold wind. He was utterly incapable of responding to Chen Wujin's words. The response from the geniuses directly addressed this query. "I want 10 high-grade spirit stones right here. One hand for the spirit stones, the other for the tank. Get lost, I'll offer 12 high-grade spirit stones. And I'll take it from the Spring Blade sect. Those from the Blade sect wielded blades. Why rely on external contraptions? Such mechanisms are ideally suited for my Tianji pavilion." The contention among the geniuses was not confined to just a few individuals, but rather groups of 3 to 5. Some even discreetly contacting their sect elders through communication means. Upon receiving the news, the replies from their respective elders were remarkably consistent, regardless of the number of spirit stones. It must be acquired. The sheer offensive capability alone had already captivated the audience, while its unknown defensive prowess, as articulated by Chen Wujin, suggested an even greater strength. The Tiger Tank had clearly etched itself into the minds of the crowd. With its formidable spirit energy projectiles, capable of 3 consecutive shots, just envision the scenario. During a confrontation, when 2 opponents were evenly matched, one could unveil a Tiger Tank. The moment it roared to life, the adversary would be reduced to a mere underling. How exquisite, how exhilarating. Yet, it was best to avoid encountering Chen Wujin altogether. Nevertheless, in the first round of the competition, the elimination rate was quite low. As long as one steered clear of Chen Wujin, there would be no significant danger. In a frenzy of bidding, within a mere quarter of an hour, the Tiger Tank's price soared to 50 high-grade spirit stones apiece. Chen Wujin was utterly astonished, his mind incessantly replaying a singular phrase, "Goodness gracious." It turns out that the people outside are all fools with deep pockets. 50 high-grade spirit stones equate to 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and typically, there is an additional surplus of 10 to 30. Averaging it out to 20 means that it amounts to a miniature Tiger Tank, which could fetch 6,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Chen Wujin had just recently entered the Jedon realm, and his available resources were not particularly abundant, totaling a modest 300 vehicles. As he contemplated the possibilities, his eyes gleamed with visions of countless money bags. What a fortune awaits beside a humble stall. An ordinary old man inquired, "Young lady, where did your master learn such skills? Can my grandson study from him when he grows up?" Qing Zhao smiled with both pride and shyness, replying that her master was self-taught. The sincerity in her tone left no room for doubt. Indeed, Wujin had always been fascinated by tinkering since childhood, initially crafting towers, pagodas, platforms, animals, and flowers. Bai Shaoqing, possessing a more open demeanor, raised her voice, ensuring everyone could hear her clearly. In that moment, the onlookers envisioned Chen Wujin's childhood, a relentless pursuit of his passions, diligent study, and constant improvement, leading to the creation of mechanisms never before seen by others. In the alley, Yu Qianhua leaned against the wall, her smile warm and gentle as she softly recited, "Do good deeds without questioning the future." These were words spoken by the young Chen Wujin. At that time, upon learning of his passion for collecting materials and crafting mechanisms, she had inquired about it, receiving that very answer. To this day, it remained etched in her memory. Stretching her neck and raising her head, Yu Qianhua gazed at the sky, as if she could see the brightest stars shining even in daylight. "Yu Xuan, Churu, Wujin is likely even more exceptional than you imagine. The mere Tide Grand Competition is merely the first step on his path to the world stage. Why should we, the old guard, shield him? He possesses ample capability to care for us." Chapter 54, Tide Grand Competition. First round at the seaside of Meiwei. The weather was capricious. Shiwei City loomed above the sea. Just 2 days prior, the sun shone brightly, but today, torrential rain poured, threatening to sweep across the coastline. Nevertheless, neither rain nor wind could extinguish the fervor of the cultivators in their quest for enlightenment and victory. In the expansive round plaza, talents from the various continents, Nandanhai, Qingshan Wuwai, Shenshu, gathered, with several major continents represented. In attendance were not only the dominant powers from each region, but also first and second-tier sects, alongside numerous talented independent cultivators. Chen Wujing gazed at the throng of people, a faint sigh escaping his lips. It appeared that Yi Linshan's first round was not taking place in Chua City. Having set up his stall for 3 consecutive days, he had sold a multitude of mechanical artifacts and significantly promoted the Tiger Tank. His reputation had undoubtedly soared. Under such circumstances, the absence of Yi Linshan could only imply one thing: he was not present. From atop a towering platform, an elderly voice drew Chen Wujing's attention. Today marks the commencement of the Waves competition, and I, Hao Liangfeng, shall elucidate the rules for you all. As the elder gradually ascended into the air, draped in an exquisite white brocade robe with his hair meticulously styled in a bun, he exuded an air of solemnity. His voice, imbued with spiritual energy, resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present. The Waves competition is divided into 3 rounds, with details of the latter 2 rounds remaining undisclosed. The first round, hosted in the Chua City district, is governed by the following rules. Talented cultivators from all corners of the realm shall form teams of 3 and enter the secret realm to engage in a 7-day survival challenge. Each participant will receive a unique jade token before entry, inscribed with a distinct number, which will also be recorded. Should one lose their jade token, it signifies failure in survival. Your objectives are twofold: to safeguard your own jade token and to seize those of other teams. At the conclusion of the 7 days, a tally will be conducted. Each jade token earns 1 point, while the loss of a team member incurs a deduction of 5 points. The rankings of teams will be determined by their total scores, and in the event of ties, the esteemed observers present will deliberate on the outcomes. After delivering a comprehensive outline of the regulations, Hao Liangfeng surveyed the audience, his gaze suddenly sharp. You may utilize any items from the lower 3 realms, but I implore you to refrain from taking lives. Any malicious intent to harm others or disrupt their cultivation paths will be met with severe consequences by our Bitao sect. He paused momentarily, raising a finger toward the sky, where an immense, inverted mirror materialized, vast enough to obscure the heavens. Standing within Chua City, one could not discern the edges of the mirror. With a wry smile, the elder jested. Every competitor's performance will be displayed in the observation realm for all citizens of Chua City who wish to watch. After all, this is part of the Bitao sect's enterprise. Not only will the live audience be able to view it, but we shall also record the footage for sale across the continent. I trust you will conduct yourselves properly, for this could lead to fame. With that, the elder vanished like a gentle breeze, true to his name, Hao Liangfeng. Shortly thereafter, a flurry of jade tokens mingled with the rain, flying into the hands of each competitor. In the heart of the square, Chen Wujing, Qing Zhao, and Bai Shaoqing stood as the ground beneath them illuminated with a water-repelling formation. As rain cascaded from the sky toward their heads, it would part and disperse about 3 feet above them, creating the illusion of an invisible semicircle suspended above. Bai Shaoqing, her bright eyes flitting around with excitement, eagerly inquired, Wujing, what strategy shall we employ? Do we even need a strategy? Chen Wujing replied, his demeanor radiating ease. Qing Zhao, the attentive aide to the young master, leaned in to whisper to Bai Shaoqing, our combined strength is formidable. We can overpower them without a plan. Without a strategy, it may not be as entertaining. Bai Shaoqing pouted, playfully shaking the hem of her floral-trimmed dress. It's not that we can't have a strategy, but we ought not to engage in trivial skirmishes. Chen Wujing smiled and gently pinched Bai Shaoqing's face. From the distant stands, Bai Muyang suddenly sprang to his feet. Filled with excitement, how dare this little rascal lay hands on my Shaoqing? Even I wouldn't dare to pinch her cheek. Observing his stance, he was already half a step off the ground, with a torrent of spiritual energy circulating within him, ready to soar towards Chen Wujing in an instant. Suddenly, a slender yet remarkably strong hand reached out and rested on Bai Muyang's shoulder, halting his impending actions. Yu Qianhua, true to her nature as the wolf ant, spoke candidly, Bai Lao, matters of young love are best left untouched by us elders. Of course, your Wujing has taken full advantage. So you would counsel me not to interfere? Certainly not. Shaoqing has been with the spirit control sect for 7 years. We regard her as one of our own and would never show favoritism. The speaker, seated nearby like an ancient bell, was none other than Long Ying. Within the spirit control sect, the spirit beast closest to Bai Muyang was Long Ying. A close bond naturally led to a certain level of familiarity, which in turn bred a lack of restraint. Bai Muyang turned and spat disdainfully, to hell with your family talk. You merely wish to seize my precious great-granddaughter. From the shadow of Long Ying, the voice of the mastiff echoed. A capable male naturally attracts many females. What is there to be astonished about? Goodness. Are you implying that you wish for that boy to have a harem? I never said such a thing. Neither did I. Long Ying and Yu Qianhua replied in unison. Yu Qianhua silently added in her heart, it is only Chura who thinks that way, not only your Xiao Qing but also Qing Zhao Qing Shi, and countless beautiful daughters-in-law to come. There was no alternative. This was all for the expansion of the spirit control sect. Pulled back to his seat, wedged between three spirit beasts, Bai Mu Yang felt an immense pressure. Communication was indeed challenging. The thoughts of humans and spirit beasts were entirely divergent. Even Yu Qianhua, being a woman, felt the strain. Alas, it was distressing. He longed to cry and wished to return to Zhangzhou swiftly. While the elders of the spirit control sect conversed with Bai Mu Yang, an oval light gate appeared before Chen Wujin, Qing Zhao, and Bai Xiaoqing. The light gate revealed an aerial view of an island. Within mere moments, the scene within the light gate transformed dramatically into a splendid and intricate landscape. Seas of clouds and rocks, swaying flower forests, dragon-bone burial grounds, bamboo sword pavilions, molten streams, and wondrous creatures frolicking within. Suddenly, an ethereal voice resonated. Team number 233. Team members: Chen Wujin, number 9527, Qing Zhao, number 9528, Bai Xiaoqing, number 9529. Affiliated faction, Spirit Control Sect. Please enter the light gate immediately. Chapter 55. Perhaps he will be even more unexpected far away, in the moonlit sect. Zhao Shuru sat solemnly in the strategy hall, gazing into the distance. His eyes appeared vacant, yet within their depths lay a flicker of hope. I have waited for you for 7 years. Shin Wujin, during this tumultuous competition, I have clandestinely dismantled much of the arrangements set by the Xianwei sect. The remainder now rests upon your shoulders. Suddenly, an emotionless voice resonated from outside. Head of the planning hall, the sect master requests your presence in the conference hall. Zhao Shuru rose, a light and breezy laugh escaping his lips. What scheme do they intend to impose upon me this time? With that, he strode towards the entrance of the planning hall, his empty sleeves billowing gracefully behind him like the whispers of the wind. The realm of survival within the secret domain is situated upon a floating island, encircled by a vast sea of clouds. Beneath the layers of clouds lie numerous peculiar stones. Some perfectly square as if crafted by skilled artisans, others haphazardly shaped as if battered by tempestuous storms, and some resembling humans or beasts, seemingly wandering through the misty sea. The inner floating islands are not a singular entity but rather fragmented into numerous small isles. These are sequentially numbered from east to west, labeled with characters that correspond to the 10 heavenly stems. This spectacle is visible to all within the initial moon city. Yet the gifted cultivators on the islands remain entirely oblivious. They are unaware of the number of jade tokens required to secure their team's advancement, a suspense intentionally left by the Bitao sect, designed to ignite a sense of urgency within the hearts of the youth, compelling them to venture forth, seek opponents, and engage in combat that would leave an indelible impact on the competition. In modern parlance, it is akin to boosting viewership. In the central viewing platform, the esteemed members of the Haolian family, 3 venerable elders, sat in high-backed chairs. They represent the highest generation within the family. Among them is Haolian Lianshan, an acquaintance of Chen Wujing. As the second son, he contrasts sharply with his elder brother, Haolian Guizong. While their relationship is amicable, they often engage in playful banter. Second brother, did you not catch a glimpse of Chen Wujing from the Yuling sect before entering? Inquired the elder brother, Haolian Guizong. His curiosity piqued. He was aware that his younger sibling had long been stationed at the Bitao sect's office in Linyu City, which lies in close proximity to the Yuling sect, essentially a half-hour flight to and fro. Thus, he speculated that there might be some intrigue between his younger brother and this enigmatic young man. Upon hearing his elder brother's question, Haolian Lianshan stroked his goat-like beard, smiling silently with an expression that suggested mischief, as if to say, curious, are we? Perhaps a word of request is in order. The younger brother has always enjoyed teasing, a sentiment deeply understood by their third sibling, who promptly resolved, I shall not involve myself in this playful exchange between the 2 elder brothers. The third brother, Haolian Qingfeng, was the one who had previously announced the rules of the first round. He shared the same parents as his elder brothers, yet their appearances diverged significantly. With a square face, he resembled their father, a rarity among men. The highest-ranking members of the Haolian family were the other 2 brothers, Haolian Guizong and Haolian Lianshan, whose features were strikingly similar. Save for one distinction, Hao Lian bore deep lines on his face and sported a goatee, whereas Hao Guatesong's countenance was devoid of any stubble. His hair meticulously groomed, presenting a dashing young gentleman's hairstyle. After a brief standoff, they turned the conversation towards Chen Wujin. After much back and forth, Hao Lian declared emphatically, if the lad doesn't make a move, it's one thing, but once he does, he will undoubtedly sweep away the competition, securing the top spot in this first round of Chiyue City. Oh, second brother, it seems your time away has dulled your perspective, Hao Guatesong retorted instinctively. In Chiyue City, there are over 3,000 teams entering the floating island's secret realm, and some sects possess immense strength, with 3 or 5 teams participating. If they unite, even the most formidable cultivators of the core formation stage would find themselves challenged. From my observations, Chen Wujin is merely at the early stage of core formation. How could he sweep everyone aside? Absurd. Hao Lian chuckled derisively. You are so narrow-minded, unaware of the vastness of the world, mistakenly believing that the heroes are only those you perceive. Guatesong, you ought to venture out more. The two continued their heated debate, yielding no resolution. Subsequently, they turned to their younger brother in unison. Third brother, what is your take? I have no desire to watch. What is the point? Whose side should I support? In the end, I'll be the one to suffer. Am I foolish enough to express an opinion? He paused, contemplating. This Chen Wujin, although he is the young master of the Yuling sect, we are all several centuries old. What significance does this hold for us? The most rational of the trio, Hao Qingfeng, was a genuine powerhouse in the infant transformation realm in the outside world, yet in the presence of his elder brothers, he instantly transformed back into the role of the younger sibling. Reluctantly, he felt compelled to respond, I believe that as a young master of a sect, Chen Wujin is undoubtedly exceptional. However, whether he can truly dominate remains uncertain, as I know nothing about him. Hao Qingfeng laughed awkwardly. Yet, the other 2 elder brothers, seasoned and astute, saw through his cautious demeanor. Humph, humph, they echoed in unison. Then the eldest reprimanded, in our family, it is only you. The third brother, who is the weakest in cultivation. What is the reason behind this? The second brother chimed in. It's simply due to a lack of conviction. Whatever we say, you waver like a reed in the wind, unable to commit to either side. Hao Qingfeng was taken aback, wondering why his cultivation was being criticized out of the blue. However, he held little standing within his household, thus he could only endure in silence, observing his stoic demeanor. Akin to a dead pig unperturbed by boiling water, his elder brothers averted their gazes, choosing not to regard him further. Hao Lianlianshan and Hao Lianguikang exchanged glances, their eyes ablaze with intensity, evidently engaging their respective ocular arts. Shall we wager, brother? Hao Lianlianshan proposed, confident of his assured victory. Very well. I have that jar of aged wine you covet. Hao Lianguikang replied without hesitation. However, we must wager a commensurate price, Guatesong. Are you willing to part with your prized tea leaves? Upon hearing this, Hao Lianguikang hesitated momentarily, feeling a pang of uncertainty, primarily due to his lack of familiarity with the stakes. Yet, before their younger brother and the younger generation of the family, it was not the right moment to concede. Thus, Hao Lianguikang clenched his teeth, resolutely declaring, let us wager then. It is settled. Instantly, Hao Lianlianshan's expression brightened with amusement as he teased. At your ripe age of several centuries, yet you still style your hair like a youthful dandy, do you not feel any shame? Observing his light-hearted, triumphant demeanor, a sudden unease gripped Hao Lianguikang's heart. Chen Wujin, is he truly that formidable? Regarding this young master of the third most powerful faction in the southern Danai continent, Hao Lianguizhang certainly possesses some knowledge. However, that understanding is limited. Throughout their lives of mutual contention, Hao Lianshan and Hao Lianguizhang have developed an unspoken rapport. Instantly perceiving the doubt in Hao Lianguizhang's expression, Hao Lianshan chuckled, Guizhang, allow me to share a few tidbits of information to bolster your confidence in defeat. What does it mean to lose with confidence? The second one is blatantly mocking. Hao Lianguizhang glared in indignation, despite his lack of a beard. He puffed his eyebrows in frustration. In a moment, Hao Lianshan recounted significant events from Chen Wujin's life, meticulously selected, to Hao Lianguizhang. With each revelation, the expression on Hao Lianguizhang's face became increasingly animated, resembling a kaleidoscope of colors, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple shifting incessantly. He then bellowed, second brother, you scoundrel. How could you deceive me? Hao Lianshan, comfortably stroking his goatee, responded, Just wait and see. He may surprise you and me beyond imagination. Chapter 56. Unexpected developments. There remains a brief interval before the grand competition officially commences. Due to the sheer number of participants, the arrangement of competitors requires some time. The floating island's secret realm is divided into 10 major regions, with numerous experts observing through the sky-gazing mirror. Naturally, no one would miss the opportunity. All eyes are turned upwards. The sky-gazing mirror is a transcendent artifact, surpassing the 9th rank of the celestial realm. And its capabilities are beyond the comprehension of the mundane world. Anyone present in Chiwa City, possessing at least the cultivation level of chi refinement, can summon a small mirror from the sky-gazing mirror with their intent, drawing upon spiritual energy. In this world, even the common folk have dabbled in chi refinement techniques, typically reaching at least the initial stage of this level. As soon as they focus their thoughts, a small sky-gazing mirror will float before them, allowing them to inscribe team or competitor numbers on its surface using spiritual energy, instantly displaying the scenes they wish to observe. This is akin to a live broadcast of the competition, albeit an upgraded version, enabling viewers to check on their preferred competitors at any time, as well as follow the live feed from the Beatao sect to witness thrilling battles. The final countdown, 3, 2, 1. Then, the safety shields of the participants shattered. The 7-day survival challenge in the floating island's secret realm officially began. The citizens of Chiwa City were immediately taken aback, exclaiming, "What are those? They appear to be something we have never seen before." Ordinary individuals express their thoughts in a similar manner, as do the prominent figures seated upon their lofty platforms. When the competition commenced, the average spectator was typically disinclined to take action themselves, instead aligning their focus with the lens of the Beatao sect. Within this frame, a succession of gifted practitioners from various continents was showcased. Naturally, for the sake of entertainment, the Beatao sect required a commentator. Behold this scholarly figure in white robes, eyes like stars and a crimson mark upon his forehead, hailing from the celestial observation sect of the Misty Mountains and known as the Holy Sun, Xiaoxing Yue. But what is that creature he rides? Ahem, let us shift our attention to another lady, clad in a resplendent red robe, who comes from the dragon vein Yuan spirit continent. What an unusual contraption she rides, reminiscent of a carriage. Oh, the young prodigy from the floating cloud and empty sea continent is also mounted upon this enigmatic object. What could it possibly be? Esteemed viewers, feel free to speculate. We shall unveil the answer in a quarter of an hour. The commentator, a cunning individual, deliberately left a cliffhanger. In truth, the moment he turned off the spiritual amplification, he bellowed at his assistant and servants beside him. What on earth is this? You have 30 breaths to clarify this matter for me. It has appeared in Initial Moon City and at the Beatao sect, yet they are utterly oblivious? This is utterly ludicrous. If word gets out, it will tarnish the illustrious reputation of the Beatao sect. Such an occurrence must be averted at all costs. The methods of the cultivators were undeniably swift. In the blink of an eye, a teleportation array connected to the viewing platform of the Hao Lian family, where a lean man materialized. After elucidating the situation to the 3 venerable elders, Hao Lian Lianshan cast a sidelong glance at Hao Lian Guizong and then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha. What did I tell you? An endless stream of surprises, indeed. This is a double entendre. It echoes the previous notion that perhaps he will astonish us even further. He proudly asserted that he had faith in Xin Wujin, believing that he would bring forth boundless surprises for all. Hao Lian Guizong's brow twitched incessantly. Despite the gravity of the moment, his counterpart continued to jest. Since you are aware, quickly provide me with details about this object. Young Su is awaiting a report. Upon hearing this, the respectful lean man nodded repeatedly. I too am unaware. The triumphant expression of Hao Lian Lianshan faltered. After accompanying Chen Wujin to set up their stall on the first day, he had been preoccupied with handling trivial matters involving the K-West sect and subsequently with family affairs, leaving him no time to oversee the information surrounding Initial Moon City. Thus, on the 2nd and 3rd days of their stall, he had not paid attention. At this moment, Hao Lian Lianshan, of course, had no idea what a tiger tank was. Therefore, he could only brazenly declare, "Thus, I maintain that he will present us with endless surprises." TCH, after all this talk, you still have no clue, second brother. Hao Lian, with her brows arched and lips pursed, delivered a scathing critique. Ultimately, the slender figure from the Beitao sect, known as Xiao Su, swiftly located the position of the Yuling sect with the aid of the observation mirror. After hearing his intentions, Yu Qianhua smiled, revealing that this remarkable object originated from her family's endless hands, a creation of hers following the formation of the Golden Core, aptly named the Tiger-style tank. Following a lengthy exposition, the audience was left utterly bewildered, their eyes filled with question marks, as they grasped the meaning of each word, yet found themselves perplexed when those words coalesced into sentences. Xiao Su, too, was equally confounded, yet this did not hinder him from committing Yu Qianhua's words to memory. After taking note, he bowed deeply in gratitude before promptly departing to report back. As he passed by the viewing platform of the Hao family, he conveyed to the three elder gentlemen, "This object is known as the Tiger-style tank, a marvel of mechanism and array." He reiterated Yu Qianhua's explanation nearly verbatim. Subsequently, Xiao Su relayed the same information to the irate live-streaming host, the Lord of Chiyue City. The Lord, named Lung Ran, possessed a penchant for modern live broadcasting. Yet this did not diminish his authoritative presence. Upon hearing Xiao Su's account, he raised an eyebrow and demanded, "Repeat that." The Lord's expression darkened like impending storm clouds, as if on the brink of unleashing a tempest. This created immense pressure for the aides and servants around him. In an instant, Xiao Su misinterpreted the situation. Fearing that the Lord was dissatisfied with his response, suspecting it to be a mere jest, he felt as though he was staring into the abyss of his own demise. His mind vacated of all thoughts, save for the overwhelming notion of death. Noticing the emptiness in Xiao Su's gaze, Lung Ran placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, channeling spiritual energy to calm his frayed nerves. After listening attentively to Xiao Su's explanation once more, Lord Lang Ran nodded vigorously, a smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "There exists such a divine being. Yuling's sect, Chen Wujin, intriguing, very intriguing." Suddenly, with a flourish of his wide sleeves, he urged, "Quickly, switch the camera to focus on him. I shall commence my commentary." Thus, all present beheld an unforgettable spectacle. Beside Chen Wujin, a formidable entourage of 180 tiger tanks stood, each reduced to the size of 3 feet, meticulously arranged in a perfectly aligned formation. Simultaneously, an array of formations was bestowed upon the tiger tanks. At the very center, Chen Wujin, Qing Zhao, and Bai Shaoqing sat serenely. Wherever they traversed, the thunderous roar of artillery echoed, followed by the swift collection of spoils. Once, twice, countless times, this monotonous and tedious combat unfolded. Even Lung Ran found himself at a loss for words, resorting only to reciting the phrases he had heard since childhood. This creation hails from the spirit-taming sect, the latest masterpiece of Chen Wujin. The young master of the sect, following his breakthrough to the core formation stage, aptly named the Tiger Tank. In the bustling city of Chiyue, the onlookers could only ponder a singular thought. Could the first round of the grand competition truly last for 7 days? Chapter 57. Unfettered Rampage. In the floating island's secret realm, in the T-shaped zone, at the northernmost corner, Chen Wujin, Qing Zhao, and Bai Shaoqing, under the protection of hundreds of Tiger-class tanks, moved with unrestrained audacity. The air reverberated with a thunderous roar, and as they traversed the area, all spirit beasts and ferocious creatures fled in terror. Even the formidable King Ba Tiger and the white-maned flying lion scurried away, lamenting their lack of swiftness in legs and wings. "Ha ha ha, Wujin, this is such fun," exclaimed Bai Shaoqing, standing atop a tank with one hand on her hip and the other gesturing grandly. Qing Zhao, with a subtle smile, remained vigilant, her gaze scanning the surroundings while wielding a large iron pot, ever ready to defend against any sudden onslaught, particularly to safeguard her young master. Ever since their encounter with the Kwei sect during their stroll through the food street, she had come to fully comprehend her own inadequacies and strength. Perhaps the heavens had taken pity, for the eager Qing Zhao had indeed awakened the rare talent of the divine food avatar. Her spiritual energy had transformed into a unique culinary flame, distinct from ordinary spiritual fire, capable of finely adjusting its temperature and imbued with a mesmerizing essence. Thus, her weapons consisted of her cooking tools, a black iron round-bottom pot, and a chef's knife. The knife, known by the melodious name of Seven-Star Knife, was specially procured by Chen Wujin from the distant lands of Shanchuan Shuilizhou. This knife proved to be infinitely versatile, able to transform 7 into 1 and vice versa, serving as both a chef's prized utensil and a deadly weapon. Throughout their journey, from the moment they entered the secret realm, Qing Zhao's mind remained in a constant state of alertness. Her finely arched brows were etched with an unyielding tension, her eyelashes quivering intermittently. Chen Wujin awakened his spiritual awareness early, possessing an exquisite sensitivity to subtle sensations. Noticing the turbulent emotions within Qing Zhao, he jestingly remarked, "Little Zhao, there is no need to be overly anxious. This initial round of competition poses no real challenge. All items from the lower 3 realms may be utilized. Thus no one can stand against me. After a brief pause, Chen Wujing's spiritual energy transformed into a finger that gently pressed against Qing Zhao's brow, reassuringly massaging it as he continued. Your mind has been too occupied with my presence. Such preoccupation is draining. In the event of real danger, your primary concern should be your own safety. As he spoke, he caught sight of Bai Xiaoqing's gaze and turned to her with a smile. And you too, Xiaoqing. Should an attack occur, prioritize your own protection and do not worry about me. His words were broadcasted through the Skyview mirror, transmitted without error to every viewer following the Bai Tao sect's initial Moon City broadcast. Arrogant, presumptuous, such audacity. This was the immediate reaction of the many onlookers. However, upon glancing at the 2 pieces of information displayed on the colossal Skyview mirror, they fell into a stunned silence. The first piece of information revealed the current leaderboard, where Chen Wujing stood as the top competitor in Zone D, significantly ahead of the first-place contenders in the other 9 zones. His score roughly equivalent to the combined totals of the top competitors from 3 zones. With 180 Tiger tanks at his command, coupled with Chen Wujing's array of restrictions, any encounter with other teams would see him executing the same strategy, raising his hand to establish the confinement area, followed by a concentrated barrage from the tanks. 3 tanks would form a unit, advancing in succession and overwhelming opponents, leaving them unable to retaliate before binding them and seizing the Jade tokens. This seamless execution could likely be completed in less than 10 heartbeats. His formidable prowess left the audience speechless, while Qing Zhao and Bai Xiaoqing remained entirely inactive, their cultivation techniques indiscernible. This small team was assuredly advancing to the second round. Turning to the second piece of information, the map of various regions displayed the competitors' positions marked by bright white dots, turning red for those engaged in battle. However, the significance lay not in the colors, but in the fact that every team still in Zone D had made the identical choice, to vacate the D zone, distancing themselves from the cacophony of cannon fire. All signs indicated that Chen Wujing's disregard for the other talented cultivators was entirely justifiable. Is justifiable the right term here? The bystanders questioned themselves repeatedly, struck by shock, bewilderment, and numbness. How dull this year's wave competition was, designed without any intrigue, devoid of any highlights. There were no back-and-forth skirmishes. It was merely a relentless onslaught. And what of the promised survival in the secret realm? Perhaps it was merely due to Master Wujing's overwhelming strength that such a spectacle was rendered mundane, with such an extraordinary figure in existence. Why do whispers persist that the Spirit Master sect does not teach its disciples, but rather allows them to coexist with spirit beasts? Indeed, it is manifestly formidable, and the combat style appears remarkably effortless. If one were to cultivate to the later stages, would it not result in the effortless summoning of countless tiger tanks with a mere wave of the hand? The imagery is so captivating that one cannot help but envision an individual single-handedly dismantling an entire sect as waves of tiger tanks crush everything in their path, rendering any sect unable to withstand such might. Perhaps aligning with the spirit control sect truly presents an enticing prospect. This notion gradually takes root in the hearts of the audience. Unlike the tales circulated by street vendors, this is an instantaneous and explosive effect. It is akin to a radiant beam of light piercing through the haze of rumors, illuminating the hearts that had been tainted by unfounded whispers. The shackles of doubt in the minds of the crowd are shattered, paving the way for the recruitment efforts of the Spirit Control sect's disciples this June, yielding exceptional results. This outcome was entirely unforeseen by the members of the Spirit Control sect. Listening to the discussions around them, Long Yin and Yu Qianhua could not help but beam with joy. Both of them were veterans of the Spirit Control sect, having witnessed its inception. The struggles over a mere few hundred mid-grade spirit stones, and the subsequent flourishing trade with the 3 sects, leading to the widespread export of their intricate creations. They had endured much, and the emotions within them were beyond words. Long Yin and Yu Qianhua exchanged glances, recognizing the sentiments of nostalgia and satisfaction reflected in each other's eyes. Suddenly, the shadow of the mastiff, Ao Ying, interjected at an inopportune moment. Yun Long, Yu Lang. What is up with your eyes, so red? Are you silence? Stop talking. Both of them simultaneously rebuked Long Yin's shadow, effectively silencing Ao Ying's further remarks. Bai Mu Yang placed a hand on Long Yin's shoulder and nodded, saying, I understand. These years have been arduous. No, you do not comprehend. The Bai family of Central Continent has thrived for over 30,000 years, and you, an old man, are still a direct descendant. You were born with a golden key in your mouth. What do you know of hardship? Long Yin felt an inexplicable urge to retort it by Mu Yang. Yet, considering the latter's intention to console him, he merely waved his hand to dismiss further discussion. Suddenly, Yu Qianhua extended a hand, circling around Long Yin's frame to rest on by Mu Yang's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Thus, old Bai, you must understand how extraordinary my family's endless is. For Shao Qing to accompany endless is a fortune earned over several lifetimes. You are not his mother. Bai Mu Yang slapped his thigh, exclaiming, enough with matchmaking. My Shao Qing is only 15, still very young. Let us refrain from discussing this and focus on the competition. Chapter 58. The Master Brother of the Beast controls sect on floating island. In a secret location, various factions converged. Among them were the Shuiyu sect, the Beast Control sect, and several second-rate sects aspiring to curry favor with these two prominent sections. With only 7 days for survival in the secret realm, time was of the essence. Kumu displayed an anxious demeanor, his eyes ignited with fury. If they were to strike against the Spirit Control sect, they needed to act swiftly. How long are you all going to deliberate? The imposing man clad in beast skin from the Beast Master sect forcefully struck his chest and declared, do not presume that only you harbor animosity towards Qin Wujin. Our Beast Master sect has long been embroiled in a struggle for rightful lineage with the Spirit Control sect, coupled with the recent affront we suffered. Our vendetta is no less potent than yours. Let us forego these schemes. With our mere handful of warriors, we could easily overwhelm Qin Wujin. Kumujua clutched his chest, coughing repeatedly. His injuries had yet to fully mend, and the force of Qin Wujin's tiger-style energy blast had indeed been formidable, prematurely depleting the life-saving elixirs he had prepared for the grand competition. These potions were bestowed upon him by Zhejiao, serving as his last resort for survival. Kumujua had intended to conserve them until after the second round, but the severity of his wounds left him with no choice. He would have to forfeit the first round otherwise. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable to him. His pride was wounded, his body battered, his elixirs consumed, and his standing within the sect diminished. He was deeply troubled by the potential repercussions awaiting him upon his return to the sect. Kumujua's fury surpassed that of his peers. If it were possible, he would even contemplate eliminating Qin Wujin during the grand competition, believing that only through such an act could he quench his burning resentment. Yet, this time, the leading force was the Beastmaster sect, although both were dominant factions. The Moonlit sect fell slightly short of the Beastmaster sect. The latter boasted a history spanning over 10,000 years, rich in profound heritage. Kumujua understood he could not afford to offend them. He gazed at the statuesque man before him, Wang Tenglong, and remarked, we are all aware of the humiliation your brother, Wang Tingji, endured that day. The menacing gaze of Wang Tinglong suddenly shifted to Kumujua, and the sinewy muscles of his frame quivered slightly. With just a subtle rise in intonation and the palpable ferocity in his eyes, he silenced Kumujua, who had intended to continue speaking. Wang Tenglong's stare seemed to ensnare Kumujua's very soul. The atmosphere became dense with tension, leaving only silence in its wake. This was the true aura of leadership among the younger generation of the Beastmaster sect, the presence of the sect's eldest disciple. Though he had not been present during the recent humiliation, he felt a deep resonance with it, not out of brotherly affection, but because Wang Tinglong, having dwelled in the mountains for long, possessed an invincible dominance. If one were to liken his mindset, it would be akin to perceiving oneself as the king of all beasts, compelling every human, ferocious beast, monster, and spirit beast to submit to him. The Beastmaster sect had long been regarded by Wang Tenglong as his own private garden. How could it be trampled by others? Suddenly, a majestic eagle soared from the distant sky, descending like a sharp sword as if to launch an assault upon the gathered crowd. The members of the Lac Moon sect and other second-rate sects stood on high alert, for they discerned that this eagle was a mystical beast of an extraordinary breed, possessing the bloodline of the golden-winged roc, commonly referred to as the Little Golden Roc. Its entire form gleamed with a golden hue, its feathers sharp as blades, its talons resembling knives, and its crimson eyes exuding a fierce and menacing glare. It was among the most ferocious of creatures that roamed the floating island. In the grand competition, if one were to bring a mystical beast that was not a companion spirit beast, it would occupy a contestant slot. The beast-taming sect had always regarded spirit beasts as mere tools rather than companions, and their disciples would never forge a companion contract with such creatures. The beast-taming sect had entered 5 fully staffed teams of 3, thus this Little Golden Roc could not possibly be one of their spirit beasts. It could only mean an impending attack. As everyone braced for the confrontation, Wang Tinglong stomped fiercely on the ground, causing it to crack and cave in beneath him. and then he soared skyward. Meeting the little golden rock's dive head-on, he struck its side with a powerful punch while simultaneously seizing its neck. It was subdued. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The disciples of the beast-taming sect stood nearby, loudly extolling his prowess. Master Brother is mighty. He can tame even the little golden rock. Truly impressive. Master Brother Tenglong possessed extraordinary strength and an imposing presence, his cultivation already perfected, and it was feared that he could break through to the golden core realm at any moment. Our sect's youngest Master Brother is indeed a figure of celestial grace. He shall surely sweep through the secret realms. Amidst the accolades, Wang Tenglong held the little golden rock aloft, and the crowd fell silent, awaiting his words with bated breath. Ku Muzhua felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart, muttering inwardly, "What is there to be proud of? Merely a common man with a bit of brute strength and decent talent." Wang Tenglong's eyes, as round as copper bells, scanned the crowd, lingering pointedly on Ku Muzhua's face. The latter's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly composed himself, lowering his head slightly. Observing this subtle gesture of submission, Wang Tenglong imperceptibly nodded and then tightened his grip on the little golden rock. This creature has already scouted for me, he thought. The three from the Spirit Tamer sect are positioned in the T-shaped area. Qin Wujing possesses some skill, utilizing a multitude of mechanical devices to sweep the T-shaped zone. With an abundance of jade tokens in hand, such an opponent is merely passable. It seems the time has come for me to exert my strength and eliminate Qin Wujing altogether. With a fierce stomp, Wang Tenglong boldly stepped forward, striding towards the T-shaped area. Then, he flung the little golden rock into the sky, commanding, "Beast, lead the way." A throng of dozens promptly followed in the wake of Wang Tenglong, exhibiting an eagerness to align themselves with his lead. Even among the three small teams of the Kwei sect, two groups whispered amongst themselves, "Look at the esteemed senior brother of the Beastmaster's sect, so extraordinary and formidable. Our own cannot compare." They chuckled, noting that this unremarkable talent, who had risen through connections with Elder Giomo, was indeed incomparable. In my opinion, our sect's representative has merely mastered the mind-settling Ku-Yu technique. While his other skills are lacking in practical combat, he is likely a mere novice, and it is prudent to align with the illustrious figure from the Beastmaster sect. Yet, they pondered, what if the Beastmaster sect were to turn on each other? After traversing for over half an hour, the group finally arrived at the T-junction. Though Wang Tenglong exuded a sense of grandeur, he was not reckless. He possessed the cunning of a fox, the dominance of a tiger, the strength of a bear, and the resilience of a wolf. These attributes stemmed from his ruthless plundering. His method of acquisition was straightforward, as he practiced the Beastmaster sect's most brutal technique, the devouring beast transformation. Each spirit beast that submitted to him was selected for its strength, which he would then consume to absorb its most potent qualities and the most useful traits of its spirit. Wang Tenglong led the group into a dense thicket, casually indicating several second-rate sections. "Firstly, I want each of your sects to dispatch half of your members to scout the area. I wish for you to witness Qin Wujing's combat style firsthand. Return before midnight and report every detail to me." The remaining disciples from the second-rate sects would then take turns guarding the periphery alongside the members of the Kwei sect. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Beastmaster sect would conserve their energy, preparing to launch an assault on Qin Wujing at dawn, the moment when individuals are at their most relaxed. I intend to severely incapacitate him. Chapter 59. Three Gluttons. The first day of the Grand Wave competition, at night, Qin Wujing and his companions stumbled upon a secluded cave, where they expelled dozens of spirit wolves before setting up camp. The 180 tiger tanks shrank to a mere inch in size, repositioning themselves away from the cave's entrance. Meanwhile, Qin Wujing placed an apparatus, distinct from the tiger tanks, against the cave's wall. Upon seeing this object, Bai Shaoqing's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Wujing, what is this?" she inquired. "You've been tinkering with so many peculiar contraptions lately." Before Qin Wujing could respond, Bai Shaoqing playfully stuck out her tongue and added, "Though the things you made before were equally strange." Qin Wujing smiled, revealing that after his recent breakthrough into the core formation realm, his mind seemed to have attained a newfound clarity, allowing him to comprehend many concepts that had previously eluded him. Thus, he was inspired to conceive these innovative ideas. This statement, however, does not fully encapsulate the truth, as Qin Wujing's breakthrough merely expanded the array of formations and prohibitions at his disposal. It was not as miraculous as it might seem. Nonetheless, during his breakthrough, he had also acquired a wisp of celestial energy, derived from the celestial emperor of the void mysteries, which contained various formations and prohibitions accumulated throughout the emperor's life. Remarkably, certain peculiar aspects of these formations were perfectly suited to substitute for engineering components. Consequently, in Chen Wujin's hands, a tiger-type tank and a compact excavator came into existence. Under the triple enhancement of formations, prohibitions, and mechanical arts, this seemingly modest excavator exuded a professional aura reminiscent of the renowned Lanshao Technical School. This excavator was a contingency that Chen Wujin had thoughtfully retained. With an abundance of spiritual energy, the mini Lanshao excavator transformed to a size of approximately 3 feet and commenced its excavation. 1 scoop, 2 scoops, 3 scoops. This contraption was indeed remarkable. Its speed in excavating soil was astonishing, making it exceptionally practical for digging. Bai Shaoqing, unable to contain her curiosity, crouched beside the excavator to observe closely. However, she pondered the purpose of this digging. Had Wujin stumbled upon a secret realm? The mention of a secret realm clearly referred to Chen Wujin's discovery of the Shaoxin secret realm. This was a matter of utmost confidentiality, prompting Chen Wujin to instinctively deploy a surveillance formation from the celestial emperor of the void mysteries. Instantly, all information regarding the cave was shrouded in secrecy, and the celestial mirror temporarily lost their visibility and sound. Bai Shaoqing, clearly realizing her mistake, hastily covered her mouth, her eyes blinking incessantly as if to convey a silent apology. Chen Wujin chuckled lightly, shaking his head as he pinched Bai Shaoqing's petite nose. When you were younger, you were quite clever. Now that you've grown, you've become rather muddled. Isn't it all Qing Zhao's fault? He prepares delicious meals for me daily, allowing me to indulge, and every now and then, he even gifts me some homemade desserts. Bai Shaoqing turned her head, gesturing towards the master chef Qing Zhao, who was busy in the kitchen. It is well known that Qing Zhao, in his element, is the most formidable presence in the entire Yuling sect. Thus, Bai Shaoqing felt intimidated. Seizing the moment while Master Qing Zhao's attention was elsewhere, she hurriedly patted the excavator and shifted the conversation. Wujin, you haven't explained why you are working on this contraption. Are you planning to unearth treasures? Chen Wujin extended a finger, swaying it from side to side, and proclaimed, this technique is known as the cunning rabbit's 3 burrows. In just a quarter of an hour, I could excavate an alternative passage. Subsequently, within the span of an hour, 3 distinct routes could be unearthed. Should we find ourselves confronted by overwhelming numbers, we shall simply flee. With so many paths available, they would undoubtedly be oblivious to our chosen escape. Bai Shaoqing hastily added. Chen Wujin rolled his eyes and playfully flicked Bai Shaoqing's forehead. Oh, you've even learned to buzz in with the answers. Quite impressive, aren't you? Alas, every one of them is incorrect. If you're not going to escape, then what shall we do? Chen Wujin gazed at Bai Shaoqing as one might regard a decayed piece of wood. Shaoqing's mind seemed utterly blank, suggesting she would be endowed with ample assets in the future. After clearing his throat twice, Chen Wujin discreetly cast a glance her way. Although he yearned to assert with the confidence of a seasoned veteran, declaring her measurements as 30-60, alas, such expertise was not within the repertoire of a devoted gamer. This particular skill was more suited to the domain of nightclub princes or leaders of group activities. Chen Wujin shook his head repeatedly, lamenting both his own lack of skills and the apparent absence of intelligence in Bai Shaoqing. He then patiently elucidated, should adversaries truly approach, we could divide into 3 groups and subsequently encircle them from behind. Chen Wujin formed a circle with his thumb and index finger, and with his other hand, he brought together all 5 fingers to penetrate the circle, spreading them wide, and accompanying the gesture with an exclamation, bang. Let us create a blossoming effect in the center. Such a vivid and illustrative teaching allowed Bai Shaoqing to instantly grasp the underlying significance. Is it the additional 60 tiger tanks that you provided to me in Qingzhou? Here lies a mathematical problem. At that time, Chen Wujin crafted a total of 300 miniature tiger tanks, utilizing 180 for himself, while bestowing upon Bai Shaoqing and Qingzhou each 30 for protection. As for the remaining 60, they were naturally exchanged for high-quality spirit stones. This yielded an impressive income of 3,000 superior spirit stones, rendering Chen Wujin a high-flying success for a considerable period. Just as the two were engaging in light-hearted conversation, Qing Zhao announced that the dishes were ready. Dinner is served. This succinct command perfectly encapsulated the assertiveness of the speaker. Bai Shaoqing, brimming with delight, dashed forward, eager to partake. Slap. Qing Zhao swiftly swatted her hand away. First, enjoy the soup. The grilled skewers will take a little longer. Oh. Bai Shaoqing nodded repeatedly. rubbing her small hand before promptly rushing to scoop up the vegetable and fruit stew masterfully prepared by Chef Qing Zhao. Chen Wujin strolled over to the bonfire, accepting the vegetable stew handed to him by Qing Zhao. Thus commenced the evening meal shared among the three. With fervent enthusiasm, Bai Xiaoqing swiftly devoured the vegetable stew, her gaze fixated on the tantalizing skewers, mentally counting down the moments. 3, 2, 1. It's time to eat. She reached for the skewers, her mouth watering in anticipation, as if she could already savor the exquisite taste of the grilled meat in her mouth. Suddenly, a rush of spiritual energy surged through the cave entrance, barreling directly towards the bonfire. Danger protection, earth and stone reinforcement, spatial illumination, Chen Wujin commanded, his words infused with power, instantly invoking a triad of protective effects. Though his prompt reaction shielded the individuals present, it did not safeguard their meal. Chen Wujin paid no mind to the complexities of the situation and rose swiftly, his feet illuminating a series of intricate magical formations. Waves of energy radiated outward, expanding from a radius of 10 feet to one of a mile, instantly enveloping the numerous assailants outside the cave. The outermost layer of the array bore neither defensive nor offensive capabilities. Its sole purpose was to enhance his spiritual perception range. This was a subtle arrangement he had established upon entering the cave, allowing his consciousness to extend to the same scope as the outermost magical array. In Chen Wujin's mind, the silhouettes of dozens of individuals were instantaneously reflected. Among them were two old acquaintances, Wang Tingji and Kumu Shua, yet neither of them held the position of leadership. Standing before them was a towering figure, whose stature resembled that of a giant bear, towering over a foot in height. Who might this person be? Their imposing presence is quite remarkable. Perhaps they are a peer of considerable prowess. As Chen Wujin's thoughts continued to flow, the two young ladies beside him had already erupted in their own ways. Bai Xiaoqing silently dashed towards the cave entrance, surrounded by ethereal white serpent shadows. Behind her, a humanoid apparition began to coalesce, bearing an astonishing resemblance to Bai Xiaoqing. Nearly 99. 99. Her snow-white hair billowed like a multitude of tiny serpents, hissing softly. Master Qing Zhao's black iron pot was overturned on the ground, her expression as frigid as ice. With a wave of her hand, she summoned the black iron pot back to her, conjuring a 7-star knife in the other hand. Then, with a powerful thrust of her foot, she shattered the earth beneath her, leaving an indelible footprint, instantly transforming into a fleeting shadow. Chen Wujin, in silent exasperation, rubbed his forehead, lamenting the presence of these gluttons. The tactical strategies he had just elucidated seemed futile. In an instant, his brows furrowed in determination. He stamped his foot, igniting an array that resembled a blooming garden. 1, 2, 3, 180. The concealed 180 tiger tanks surged to 3 feet in size. Their turrets pivoted in unison, aiming directly at the group detected by his spiritual sense. Regardless of their prowess, for daring to interrupt his dinner, they would first endure a volley of fire. Chapter 60. The fury of the gluttons outside the cave, neither too far nor too near, stood dozens of shadows. Wang Tengji opened his mouth, calling out for his elder brother, Wang Tenglong. The spirit-riding sect truly excels at concealing its whereabouts. It took us quite a while to locate you. Countless trivial exchanges were omitted in the midst of his taunts. Come out and face your doom, or we shall collapse the cave upon you, burying you alive. Do not blame us for our ruthlessness. The Bitao sect explicitly forbade murder, and even the beast-taming sect would not foolishly contravene this rule. After all, there is a significant difference between incapacitating and killing. Wang Tingji's tone was unkind, brimming with triumph, as he was clearly convinced of Chen Wujin and his companion's inevitable defeat. Suddenly, two figures darted to his sides, one to the left and the other to the right. On the left, a figure clad in white, with delicate hands transformed into ethereal shadows, struck the junction of Wang Tengji's cheek and neck. Crack! The crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed, while a frying pan descended from the right. Bang! The base of the pan collided with the right side of Wang Tengji's head, igniting a searing flame that singed half of his hair, leaving only charred remnants. He instantly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. Bold move. Wang Tinglong extended his hands, resembling a tiger or an eagle, simultaneously reaching for Qing Zhao and Bai Xiaoqing. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted from his being, the oppressive force sweeping through the vicinity, fracturing the ground into myriad deep fissures. Qing Zhao and Bai Xiaoqing swiftly closed in. Qing Zhao lifted the frying pan overhead, thwarting Wang Tinglong's grasp. One was tall and the other short. Bai Xiaoqing crouched low, her form serpentine, extending her hands like a striking snake. Concurrently, a phantom behind her unleashed a white serpent's tail, akin to a flash of lightning. The convergence of her hands and the illusion struck Wang Tinglong's calf with a resounding crack. "Dare to ruin my meal? Then I shall break your legs." Bai Xiaoqing's tone was laced with resentment, mingled with profound dissatisfaction. For a gourmand, nothing is more precious than food. In this instance, had it been an ordinary cultivator at the golden core stage, their shinbone would have been shattered, resulting in a grievous loss. However, Wang Tinglong was the esteemed senior brother of the Beastmaster sect. Having harbored a passion for battling wild beasts since childhood and having survived in the wilderness, his survival instincts were unparalleled among those of his realm. Such a formidable individual naturally possessed alternative means of countering adversity. Suddenly, Wang Tinglong's body erupted with dark green fur that enveloped him entirely. Simultaneously, the severely injured area of his calf secreted a grayish-white liquid that swiftly solidified into a protective cast, stabilizing his leg. His hands morphed from claws into hammers. Resembling two colossal meteors descending from the heavens, one aimed at smashing Qing Zhao's iron pot, the other hurtling toward Bai Xiaoqing's crown. Concurrently, Wang Tinglong unleashed a ferocious roar that reverberated with a psychic intimidation, akin to an ancient, savage beast surveying its domain. Qing Zhao was struck by the full force of this roar, her mind momentarily blank, and she instinctively bit her tongue. Yet, a fleeting hesitation proved disastrous. By the time she regained her wits, she could only watch helplessly as the fist descended toward Bai Xiaoqing's head. "Xiaoqing, be careful," Qing Zhao exclaimed, her expression fraught with urgency, oblivious to the surrounding dangers. Wang Tinglong's companions closed in, encircling the two women from all directions. Ku Muzhua, the quickest among them, approached from behind Qing Zhao, delivering a palm imbued with overwhelming spiritual energy to her lower back, clearly intent on incapacitating her. His malevolent countenance revealed a cunning tiger's tooth, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike its prey. In the nick of time, a thunderous explosion erupted. The sound of 180 Tiger-class tanks firing their energy shells resonated like a cataclysm. Having endured a severe beating before, Ku Muzhua understood all too well the devastating power of the Tiger tank's cannons. His instinctive reaction faltered amidst the cacophony of artillery fire. It was this slight delay that rendered his attack futile. An energy shell hurtled forth, manifesting an insurmountable chasm before him. Merely sensing the incoming projectile, Ku Muzhua's arm recoiled as if it had been scorched. He turned his head, only to be met with a deluge of energy shells raining down upon him. The whites of his eyes flashed in an instant, wishing fervently to faint at that moment. He had no desire to endure the might of the Tiger tank's bombardment once more. However, the withered tree, along with dozens of accompanying followers, received merely the care of 80 spirit energy orbs, while 100 were concentrated solely on Wang Tinglong. The three swiftest spirit orbs, silent as shadows, surpassed all projectiles in speed. The keenly perceptive Wang Tinglong, reluctant yet compelled, retracted his fist that was aimed at Bai Xiaoqing's crown. Shielding his head and face with both hands, he suddenly exerted force with his uninjured foot, propelling himself backward and curling into a spherical form midair. Simultaneously, his dark green fur burgeoned to 3 times its usual volume, enveloping him in a colossal fur ball. This was Wang Tinglong's most formidable defensive form, the furball shield. Despite its comical appearance, its efficacy was unparalleled, offering protection at least double that of other defensive techniques. The rolling sphere crashed to the ground, leaving no trace. Continuing its backward tumble, of the 100 spirit energy projectiles, only a few struck Wang Tinglong, the rest were evaded or deflected. After rolling for over 10 zhang, Wang Tinglong transformed into a fuzzy figure, standing tall and gazing at the area occupied by 180 Tiger tanks. Observing the densely packed trio-sized tanks, he wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, furrowing his brow in solemn reflection, muttering to himself, "Such formidable mechanisms. This is merely the first round of fire. I have heard that these can unleash 3 volleys, implying I must evade 2 more before I can approach." Wang Tinglong glanced at his own camp, the encirclement, where only 2 women stood unfazed, while everyone else lay unconscious, sprawled in various positions. In disbelief, Wang Tinglong remarked, "They were not harmed?" Such precise control. Suddenly, a warm and resonant voice interjected. "Such trivial tactics are hardly worth mentioning. The Beastmaster sect's individuals are overly crude, often inexplicably astonished. It is rather uninteresting." Someone. How did I fail to notice? Impossible, unless it were a nascent soul master. Otherwise, No one could evade my beastly instincts. Wang Tunglong's pupils dilated sharply, and his dark green fur rapidly lengthened. At the same time, he turned around, his expression laden with confusion, inquiring, "Are you Chen Wujin?" Chen Wujin shrugged and smiled lightly. "Since you have interrupted my dining pleasure, do not expect to leave unscathed." With a pause, he elegantly lifted his foot and pressed down, causing an array of formations to illuminate around him. The 9 palaces, 8 trigrams, 7 stars, 6 harmonies, 5 elements, 4 symbols, 3 talents, 2 instruments, Tai Chi, and Wu Ji, 10 grand formations in total. As the arrays glowed, they severed the connection between heaven and earth, casting a resplendent mystical light visible for miles. Chen Wujin spread his hands with a polite smile, welcoming you to his humble realm. Chapter 61. Experience the sensation of being targeted. Beneath the descending nightfall, a magnificent radiance illuminated all directions, dimming the crescent moon above. Within this ethereal light, one figure exuded an unparalleled grace, a refined young gentleman, while the other, cloaked in dark green fur, resembled an ominous apparition from the twilight of an emperor's reign, evoking a sense of unease. After Chen Wujin confined Wang Tinglong, he exhibited no signs of urgency, speaking softly. "You refuse the path to paradise, yet barge into hell. This is fate's decree to forsake you." The dark green tufts trembled as Wang Tinglong's voice emerged from beneath the heavy foliage. "I cannot comprehend. The human race is at its most relaxed during moments such as mealtime. Why, then, do you remain vigilant? Your thoughts mirror my own." Chen Wujin smiled gently, recalling how he had noticed a small bird circling above during the day. It observed for quite some time before departing, never to return. This was not typical hunting behavior, leading me to conclude that the bird had been tamed by someone. After contemplating Chen Wujin's words, Wang Tunglong nodded and inquired further. "So, your defenses were established long ago. Only then could your companions respond at the moment of the initial assault." "No," he replied. "Their anger is purely that of gluttons." Chen Wujin smiled, choosing not to deny the implications. "Your plan is merely to strike when I am at my most weary and relaxed, be it during a meal or in slumber. Perhaps your initial preference is the early hours of dawn. Yet, upon perceiving the scent of smoke while we are ensconced in this cave, the unfavorable terrain compels you to act." A succinct analysis, articulated in a series of precise statements, slices through Wang Tinglong's psyche like a surgeon's scalpel, disassembling his spirit and gradually extracting his thoughts. Terrifying, Wang Tinglong gazed at the youth before him, wholly unaware that he was merely a 15-year-old boy, a master of understanding the psychology of his prey, willing to serve as bait himself. How profoundly fearsome and lamentable. Wang Tunglong's pupils, now narrowed, had yet to regain their normal size. It was only when facing Chen Wujin that he realized he stood before a primordial beast of unfathomable ferocity. Powerful, cunning, fierce, and merciless. No flattering epithet could adequately convey the essence of such a being. "You seem perplexed as to why I have appeared behind you?" Chen Wujin smiled again and snapped his fingers. With a sharp sound, a glimmer of spiritual light ignited, soaring from his fingertips into a nearby pit. Upon seeing the pit, Wang Tinglong instantly understood. From the very beginning, Chen Wujin had never let down his guard. He had long since sensed that he was being tracked and had devised a comprehensive strategy, for he had never witnessed anyone employ formations as Chen Wujin did. With a mere stamp of his foot, he could summon a formation, a feat, at the very least, rivaling that of a legendary master capable of matching the prowess of the transformational realm solely through the art of formation. Such individuals are rare, perhaps emerging only once in a century across the vast continents. Earlier, when Wang Tinglong observed Chen Wujin conjuring a formation, it seemed effortless and delightful. He had wished to believe that Chen Wujin had meticulously planned in advance, setting up formations at every juncture, with that single stomp merely serving to activate it. Wang Tinglong's expression was not one of arrogance, yet he was not anxious either. His countenance was as tranquil as water, his eyes peering through his dark green hair, fixating on Chen Wujin. If only he could delay a moment longer, just a bit more time, his legs would be restored, and then he could engage in a true battle. Suddenly, Chen Wujin pointed his finger, and a radiant healing formation illuminated the air. Wang Tinglong, like a startled bird, instinctively retreated, wishing to avoid any injury to his already wounded right leg. However, this formation anchored his feet, simultaneously bathing him in healing light. "I understand that your lengthy discourse is merely a tactic to buy time, firmly believing that in your complete state, you could not possibly lose to me. If that is the case, then I shall oblige you." The formation, exhilaration, a specially modified version of the Shu Huan Heavenly Emperor, not only enhances macro movement speed, but also refines minute, microscopic velocity. In contemporary language, this speed accelerates cellular movement, thereby hastening the delivery of nutrients by red blood cells and enhancing the antibacterial and healing effects of white blood cells. In essence, wounds heal more swiftly. Coupled with Wang Tinglong's own techniques, he can restore himself to peak condition in merely 15 breaths. A formidable adversary, yet Chen Wujin has underestimated him, inadvertently aiding in the healing of his wounds and squandering the efforts of his companions. Thus, his defeat is inevitable. The fierce flame of ambition reignited in Wang Tinglong's eyes. He held unwavering faith in his aspirations. The countdown commenced. 10, 9, 8. In just 3 breaths, he would recover and be able to employ the formidable dragon scales embodiment. His heart began to boil with fervor as he summoned the drop of dragon blood within him. Suddenly, a sly smile graced Chen Wujin's lips, his ethereal visage radiating a captivating charm. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. When confronting an enemy, my approach is invariably to exert my utmost strength, even when battling a mere rabbit. With those final 8 words, Chen Wujin invoked a special incantation using the power of linguistics. 8 characters coalesced into a visible aura of spiritual energy, instantly transforming into a spirit lion and a spirit rabbit. The lion and rabbit swiftly penetrated Wang Tinglong's body, as if traversing through his spiritual veins in a fervent chase, disrupting the boiling energy within him. Chen Wujin snapped his fingers once more, and with a resounding clap, Wang Tinglong spewed forth blood like a fountain. This moment coincided precisely with the final second of the countdown. It was an exceedingly brief instant. The dragon blood within Wang Tinglong had just begun to awaken, and the vital energy was on the cusp of transformation, transitioning from a defensive black-green furball form to an offensive dragon scale form. Chen Wujin seized upon this fleeting moment with impeccable timing. Thus, the vital energy within Wang Tinglong spiraled out of control. His body oscillated between offense and defense, between scales and fur, forever unable to stabilize. And his physical mobility was entirely lost. He could only watch helplessly as Chen Wujin acted at will. What could be more foolish than underestimating one's opponent? Chen Wujin approached quietly, softly inquiring before answering himself. That would be placing faith in the mercy of one's adversary. Observing your dignified demeanor, it is evident that you are not one to submit easily. You must be the esteemed leader of the Beastmaster sect in this generation. Alas, it seems you are rather fragile. I have yet to exert my strength, and you have already succumbed. Tiske. Upon finishing his words, Chen Wujin waved his hand, unleashing a multitude of mechanical devices, antiquated towers, arrow turrets, fortifications, and crossbow mechanisms. However, unlike conventional artillery, the attacks from these contraptions are of a penetrating nature, perfectly countering the protective sphere of the furball. Consequently, the old-fashioned mechanisms and tiger-type tanks unleashed a synchronized barrage, as 10 intricate formations on the ground twisted and intertwined, lifting Wang Tinglong off the ground and inscribing a large character in the air. Boom, bang bang, whoosh, swish swish swish, an amalgamation of strikes, penetrations, and collisions surged forth like relentless waves, leaving Wang Tinglong utterly defenseless. Let us see how it feels to be the target of such an onslaught. Chapter 62. Rest assured. I know my limits. The wind howled, and the cannon roared. Chen Wujin raised his brows, his eyes sparkling with a piercing light. With hands mimicking a pistol, he aimed at Wang Tinglong, dancing lightly while accompanied by the sound of gunfire. Bang, 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 bang. 180 spiritual energy projectiles followed the rhythm, landing methodically around Wang Tinglong. He was left battered and bruised, his body and hair charred. Glaring in fury, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Why?" Chen Wujin withdrew his hand to his mouth, gently exhaling as if dispersing the smoke from a gun. You had long harbored schemes against me, which I can overlook. However, if you intend to harm Qing Zhao and Xiao Qing, that is absolutely unacceptable. To injure those I hold dear is to prepare for the wrath of my boundless fury. Do you truly believe I would grant you an opportunity for a fair fight? Such naivety. Reflect on this. Do you truly deserve it? You ought to be grateful this is not in the outside world. Otherwise, you would be nothing more than a lifeless corpse today. Wang Tinglong has already lost his combat capability. Nevertheless, his physical prowess remains extraordinary. His body, adorned with black-green fur and silver scales, is marred and bloodied. It appears quite tragic, yet it falls short of the severe injury standards set by the Beitao sect. A 3-foot-tall tiger-class tank slowly approached. Yet it spared no effort in targeting the remarkably resilient Wang Tinglong. Every 3 breaths, 3 Tiger-class tanks fired simultaneously, while an overwhelming array of mechanical devices filled the gaps between, leaving no respite for Wang Tinglong, as the most intense and captivating battle unfolded beneath the night sky. This spectacle was broadcast to viewers far away in Chue City. Naturally, it caught the attention of the Spirit Master sect, Beast Master sect, and the Moonless sect, along with numerous other sects, both large and small. What is the situation? One individual effortlessly dispatching dozens. Astonishingly, he hasn't even exerted himself, and his opponents have already succumbed. The Spirit Master sect observed Qin Wujin, a formidable prodigy, who noticed his utterance of the spirit words at such a tender age. His adeptness in employing spirit words is already remarkable, and his ability to seize that exquisite moment is nothing short of extraordinary. Indeed, observe his formations. They are rarely prearranged, often conjured with a stomp or a snap of his fingers. Such talent is the hallmark of a natural genius, a master of formations beyond doubt. My friend, what you mentioned is not the most terrifying aspect. He is reputed to possess unparalleled mastery over intricate mechanisms, and this young Master Wujin's craftsmanship is equally exceptional. Indeed. A senior from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion nodded in acknowledgement. What is most commendable is that this young man thinks unconventionally, unbound by the experiences of predecessors. His creations leave us in awe. The speaker hails from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, a true expert in mechanical arts, with the foundation of a transformation realm cultivator. His insights are far from baseless. This raises profound contemplation. In truth, this esteemed figure from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion has yet to elaborate fully. Young Master Wujin possesses the terrifying ability to foresee the enemy's thoughts, unraveling their intentions thread by thread. Before him, his adversaries are left with no secrets to guard. For this reason alone, as a disciple of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, I must not recklessly antagonize the spirit-taming sect. When the wall collapses, everyone pushes. When the tower rises, everyone adds stones. One person supports, 2 support. And soon all are rallying behind Qin Wujin. Any discordant voices are completely suppressed. At this moment, Qin Wujin, with his own strength, utterly dismantles the years of slander against the spirit-taming sect by the Lacking Moon sect. The accusations of failing to educate disciples, of being wild and unrestrained, of spending days in the company of spirit beasts, and of being worthless without them, all vanish in his presence. He floats in his white attire, captivating the world. Under the night sky, countless infatuated maidens quietly observe his exceptional prowess in battle from their chambers. With every gesture, he conjures formations and mechanisms, calculating each step as if by instinct, yet meticulously orchestrating the downfall of his foes. What captivates the maidens even more is his ruthless determination to not spare his enemies. Such a flawless act of chivalry evokes no disdain within them, only boundless joy and a deep sense of empathy. They can only hope that one day they too might encounter such a gallant figure. While the lovesick maidens may be somewhat naive, the masters of various sects analyze the situation with calm discernment. Wang Tinglong of the beast-taming sect has established a formidable reputation beyond the Misty Mountains. His combat prowess is exceptional, ferocious, and unreasonable, practicing only the finest techniques. Even cultivators at the Golden Core stage are rarely willing to confront him. Yet, in the celestial viewing mirror, before Qin Wujin, this fierce warrior seems to transform into a feeble little kitten, utterly immobilized, forced to endure Qin Wujin's onslaught. Not only the audience, but even the prominent figures find themselves entranced, their minds conjuring images of Qin Wujin, wishing to exclaim, "Not of this world." Within the secret realm, in the T-shaped zone, the roar of the Tiger-style tanks reverberates, while a few small teams scout from a distance, whether through water mirrors, spiritual reflections, or formation transmissions. These remaining teams in the T-shaped zone possess remarkable abilities. However, upon acquiring the intelligence they sought, their hearts are devoid of any remaining hope, abandoning thoughts of seizing opportunities. They merely wish to depart in time, hoping that Qin Wujin does not take it into his mind to pursue them. They retreat from Qin Wujin, selling the information of his might. The conveyed message is singular. Anyone encountering Qin Wujin, if unable to escape, should simply abandon resistance. Within the heart of that youth lurks a demon. One must not touch his reverse scale. What is that reverse scale, you may ask? It is, of course, the women by Qin Wujin's side. Beneath the moonlight, in white attire, with a smile, Qing Zhao and Bai Shaoqing approached Qin Wujin after collecting the jade pendants of those dozens of individuals. Qin Wujin glanced at them with a concerned expression and asked, "Are you both uninjured?" Yes, thanks to the timely intervention of the young master, Qing Zhao replied, nodding obediently. Of course, I am unscathed. In fact, I managed to injure that fellow, Bai Shaoqing remarked, indicating the wounded leg of Wang Tinglong. As long as neither of you is hurt, that is good to hear. Chun Wujin let out a soft hum, the malevolent aura dissipating from his visage, replaced by a smile imbued with tenderness. Indeed, it is precisely because of this that my triumph comes so effortlessly. Just look at this. What more can be done to vent your frustrations? This single statement warmed the hearts of two young maidens, echoing the unspoken sorrows of countless others. In many a boudoir within Chue City, there were soft sighs, melancholic laments, wistful daydreams, and fervent infatuations. They seemed to have swallowed a sour grape the size of a watermelon whole. Once Qing Zhao reverted to her ordinary demeanor, she transformed into a delicate beauty, reluctant to share her personal opinions. She gently blinked her eyes at Bai Shaoqing. Bai Shaoqing understood the silent communication, glancing at Chen Wujin and then at Wang Tinglong, before twirling a lock of hair around her finger, remarking, with him looking like that, could he possibly still be capable of inflicting harm? Chen Wujin gently patted Bai Shaoqing's shoulder, his voice imbued with a terrifying tenderness. Do not worry. I shall act with discretion. Should any complications arise, I will take full responsibility. Chapter 63. Awaiting the unfolding on a moonless night. Where the wind howled and the shadows loomed, a night of murder unfolded, illuminated by the fiery glow of 1,000 trees. 180 tiger tanks lay arrayed upon the ground, accompanied by an array of intricate mechanisms suspended in midair, coupled with Chen Wujin's words. This scene instilled in Wang Tinglong a profound sense of dread. Please, do not act recklessly. This is the territory of the Bitao sect, where no acts of slaughter or mutilation are permitted. Concerned for his future, Wang Tinglong revealed a flicker of youthful vulnerability, shedding the earlier bravado that had characterized him. His demeanor had captured the attention of every spectator in Chue City, and it would be immortalized in the water mirror recordings, destined for dissemination across various continents. The mere thought of this filled his heart with a sense of impending despair. Chen Wujin chuckled. Of course, I understand the importance of adhering to the rules. Did you not notice how courteous I was earlier? We, the members of the spirit-taming sect, place great emphasis on reciprocity. Shaoqing, Qi Zhao, do not hold back. Unleash your tiger tanks and bombard with precision. After all, they will be fully recharged by tomorrow morning, won't they? Qing Zhao nodded in immediate compliance with her young master's command. Moreover, fueled by her indignation, she did not hesitate for even a moment and directly commanded the 30 tiger tanks to unleash a triple salvo. The earth-shattering roars of artillery rang out, thrice echoing through the air as a total of 90 shells rained down. Even the resilient Wang Tinglong could not withstand such an onslaught, and his already grievous wounds worsened. However, his formidable physique still kept him from crossing the threshold of severe injury as defined by the Bitwave sect. Among the spectators, one remarked with sympathy, "It appears that refining the body is indeed a double-edged sword. How lamentable it is to endure such torment time and again. Thankfully, we are merely sword cultivators." Though Wang Tinglong could not hear this commentary, similar thoughts brewed within his mind. The once dark green bristles on his face had been scorched away, leaving him bald, yet devoid of a lustrous sheen. His skin had become a patchwork of torn flesh, rendering his visage grotesque and repulsive, eliciting a visceral reaction of disgust from onlookers. You wish to mar my appearance? You underestimate the capabilities of the beast-taming sect. After careful observation, Wang Tinglong finally comprehended his predicament. The young man before him, despite achieving victory, was too apprehensive to kill or incapacitate him. He was merely inflicting superficial pain. Thus, a resurgence of arrogance filled Wang Tinglong's heart. How pitiable it is. If our roles were reversed, while I would not dare to take your life, rendering you powerless would be a trivial matter. Such was the lamentable weakness of the spirit-taming sect, he thought, bursting into a boisterous laugh. Huh, you think that the loudest voice here holds the advantage? Chen Wujin shrugged, regarding Wang Tinglong as one would a fool. Though I cannot deliver your death or your downfall, I can certainly strip you of your possessions. Fool. Do you not yet grasp the reality of your situation? Chen Wujin snapped his fingers, causing the formation to subtly shift, instantly swapping Wang Tinglong's head and feet. Subsequently, a violent shaking ensued, akin to an invisible giant hand grasping Wang Tinglong and shaking him up and down, as if he were a plucked chicken destined for the pot. With a cacophony of clattering sounds, several objects tumbled to the ground. Chen Wujin cast a glance, slightly shook his head, and then approached Wang Tinglong's side. Reaching out to explore his belongings, the beast bone necklace snatched away. The wolf fang ring, yanked off. The tiger skin belt, stripped away. Chen Wujin thoroughly searched Wang Tinglong's entire body and then shouted to the heavens, "Everyone, take a good look. This is the esteemed senior brother Wang Tinglong of the Beastmaster sect." After speaking, Chen Wujin patted Bai Shaoqing on the shoulder, implying that it was her turn to vent her frustrations. Bai Shaoqing furrowed her brows slightly and said, "But I still cannot think of a solution. Should I unleash a barrage from the tiger tank?" "No, the senior brother of the Beastmaster sect is not so easily intimidated. His defenses have already been completely shattered. It is unlikely that even if we were to unleash another 90 shots, or even just 3 more strikes, he would withstand it." Chen Wujin shook his head. Bai Shaoqing's eyes darted about before she comprehended why Chen Wujin had chosen to address the heavens. The eldest disciple of the Beastmaster sect must not perish, nor be left in a state of disarray. Thus, there exists but one course of action, to tarnish his reputation and strike at his heart. The memory of Wang Tinglong's devastating fist, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, flooded her mind. There was no mercy in that blow. Should it land upon her crown? It would surely render her half incapacitated. Even the Bai family of Zhengzhou would require an abundance of rare resources to effectuate a cure. Reflecting upon this, the innocence that once adorned Bai Shaoqing's visage wholly vanished, revealing the true nature of a spoiled young lady. "Wujin, let us strike at his rear," she exclaimed. "Without using our own hands, but rather employing your peculiar contraptions. Such insight and potential." Chen Wujin chuckled softly, nodded gently, and then turned around. "You see, you have heard how tender my Shaoqing is. She merely wishes to administer a slight reprimand. A mere spanking will suffice. Consider it a stroke of good fortune for you." Upon hearing the name Shaoqing, Bai Shaoqing's mind went blank, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling the hues of dawn. With a playful smile, Chen Wujin snapped his fingers, pinning Wang Tinglong to the ground. He then unleashed a cannonade upon his posterior. The audience gasped in astonishment. "Did you not declare that Wang Tinglong was immune to such bombardments?" Whether it was mere coincidence or a stroke of insight, Chen Wujin, with a resonant and articulate voice, elucidated. "The ample flesh on his backside significantly enhances his defenses. He can withstand at least 5 rounds of cannon fire. 2 more won't be detrimental." As he spoke, he indeed commanded a certain type of tank to deliver 2 more shots. Boom, boom. Wang Tinglong buried his face in the earth, concealing his inner turmoil. Suddenly, Chen Wujin summoned a peculiar piling machine, an apparatus that was quite unusual for this world. This was one of the devices he typically employed in the construction of the spirit control sect. He had crafted a total of 3, one of which he carried with him, perfectly suited for this scenario. Chen Wujin chanted several incanatory words, bestowing a timed detonation effect upon the pile driver, set to explode in 3 hours. He then retracted his other mechanical devices and gestured for the tiger tanks to turn around. "Let us depart, Qing Zhao Shaoqing. The ensuing scenes are rather unsuitable for younger audiences, and we shall refrain from indulging in them." With that, Chen Wujin led the 2 women away. Wang Tinglong, lying on the ground, heard the receding footsteps and suddenly lifted his head, roaring in a menacing manner. "Chen Wujin, you will come to regret this. You may have stolen my possessions and tarnished my reputation, yet my strength remains unscathed. Surviving the first round of the grand contest is merely a formality. Next time, I shall trample you beneath my feet." As his words fell, Wang Tinglong let out a sudden cry, as the pile driver began to unleash a frenzy of activity around his posterior. Alas, in a moment of miscalculation, it inadvertently injured him, leaving a scene of chaos in its wake. Chen Wujin did not turn back to look. Instead, he threw his head back and laughed heartily, declaring that those left behind could only gaze at his receding figure, with no hope of ever catching up. "Furthermore, I proclaim that in this tumultuous competition, the beast-taming sect and the Crescent Moon sect have no chance in the first round. As for the reason, please wait and see." Chapter 64. The Fated Iron Simpleton and the Dark Overlord. The members of the beast-taming sect, Crescent Moon sect, and other second-rate sects lay defeated at a distance. Chen Wujin returned to his companions and proceeded to awaken each one individually, demanding a fee for his services. The majority of them, having just regained consciousness from their stupor, remained in a daze. Obliviously, they relinquished a spatial item, only to be rendered unconscious once more by a swift strike from Chen Wujin. The last words they heard before succumbing to darkness were, "Before the 7 days conclude, you may seek me in District A." The meaning of this statement eluded everyone, including Qing Zhao and Bai Shaoqing, who witnessed the entire scene. The audience observing through the celestial mirror were equally perplexed. At this juncture, the simple-minded figure of Tianming made his appearance. Kumujwa was the last among the group to be awakened. The moment he regained consciousness, he swiftly assessed his surroundings. He was under the control of Chen Wujing. I am but a fish, and you are the butcher. In a typical mindset, one would seek self-preservation. However, this simpleton instead inquired, Chen Wujing, what are you scheming? Do you not fear the wrath of so many disciples after seizing their spatial items? This is outright thievery in broad daylight. To which Chen Wujing instinctively retorted, are you daft? It's the dead of night, whereas the daylight. He then composed himself and continued, enough of your prattle. You initiated the attack on us, forcing our hand. It is entirely reasonable to request compensation for the disturbance to our dinner and for the emotional distress caused. Chen Wujing extended his hand to rummage through the belongings of the hapless Kumujwa. With his hands bound behind his back, Kumujwa stubbornly squirmed, exclaiming, Why do you take more of my possessions than the other brothers? Aha, so you have been awake all along, feigning unconsciousness? With such prowess. Why did you not escape sooner? Chen Wujing teased. I have only just regained consciousness and noticed your presence nearby. The implication was clear. He was wise enough to recognize the situation and refrained from making any rash moves, thus choosing not to flee. Chen Wujing let out a soft hum, expressing his fondness for honest children. Thus, as a reward for your candor, I have confiscated all 3 of your spatial items. Why? Kumuju's face was filled with bewilderment, his voice tinged with a sense of unawareness and grievance. I possess but a single spatial object. Why should you have 3? Each one of yours is of remarkable quality. Truly, you are extravagantly affluent. Chen Wujing excitedly slapped the forehead of the withered wooden figure. Are you not merely a plump sheep meant to be sheared? Chen Wujing articulated a most compelling argument, rendering the speechless Kumujwa utterly confounded. Given that Kumujwa was undoubtedly destitute, Chen Wujing refrained from summoning him to the A district prior to the conclusion of the 7 great competitions. Subsequently, with a casual wave, Chen Wujing bid farewell before attempting to incapacitate Kumujwa with a swift strike. In a moment of urgency, Kumujwa exclaimed, Why did you not invite me to the A district? Do you possess anything of value? Chen Wujing inquired, his expression betraying a hint of disbelief as he scrutinized Kumujwa. My strength remains intact. A few days are ample time for me to seize what I desire. A flush crept across Kumujwa's face, his parched, wooden skin taking on a somewhat peculiar hue. Yet, this was not the crux of my inquiry. What I wish to understand is why you summoned us to the A district, especially so close to the conclusion of the 7 great competitions. That is a matter I cannot disclose, Chen Wujing replied enigmatically. I can only reveal that this is your sole opportunity to triumph in the Langao competition. Make sure to seize it. With that, Chen Wujing hesitated no longer and struck Kumujwa's neck with substantial force, employing a blow that was twice as powerful as usual. It is widely recognized that the force required to kill is akin to that needed to render someone unconscious. However, his considerable strength clearly demonstrated a tacit acknowledgement of Kumujwa's capabilities. Had Kumujwa been aware of this, he would have undoubtedly erupted in a furious outburst, exclaiming, I sincerely thank you for your recognition. In the ensuing moments, hundreds of Tiger-class tanks forged ahead, clearing the path. Under the moonlight, Chen Wujing, Qing Zhao, and Bai Shaoqing strolled leisurely. The small party continued to venture forth, with Chen Wujing showing no intention of halting the tank. After stifling 3 yawns, Bai Shaoqing could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, Wujing, why do we not pause to find a place to rest for the night? Chen Wujing turned his head, smiling, then communicated through thought. Upon hearing his words, Bai Shaoqing's weary expression vanished in an instant, as if she had consumed 3 cans of Red Bull, invigorating her entirely. Noticing her excitement, Qing Zhao was equally curious, gazing at Chen Wujing without uttering a word. Her expressive eyes sparkled in the night, more radiant than the stars above. Sensing her adorable gaze, Chen Wujing slightly turned his head and communicated silently. After listening, Qing Zhao's eyes widened. Young master, how audacious of you. Are you truly going to do this? Of course, when I speak, I always follow through. As dawn gradually broke over the horizon, a group of stranded individuals in the Dingxi district finally caught sight of the distant boundary line. One tall woman exclaimed joyfully, Captain, our team is secure. Indeed. The great demon king is unlikely to pursue us. The captain was a rotund and peculiar being, possessing a mushroom-like head atop a human body, with spores occasionally drifting around him. This was his method of reconnaissance. On the path behind them, every spore within a 10-mile radius remained undisturbed, assuring him of the safety of their retreat. Their team was a loose alliance of cultivators, and another member, her body wrapped in bandages, could barely be recognized as female, a woman of few words. Yet, The expressions of the trio were strikingly unified, brimming with the joy of escaping peril. They hastened their steps, eyes fixed on the distant boundary line and the teleportation stone gate upon it. Suddenly, a refined and amiable voice broke the silence. "Are you feeling a bit surprised? Perhaps a tad excited?" As the words were spoken, luminous circles illuminated beneath the feet of the scattered cultivator team, swiftly intertwining to form more circles. A minor restraining formation. Its effect was simple. It confined anyone within a radius of 10 feet, preventing them from escaping from within. Then, Chen Wujin, Qing Xiao, and Bai Shaoqing quietly emerged, stepping out from their concealment formation. Bai Shaoqing, hands on her hips and head held high, exclaimed with excitement, "Will you surrender willingly? Or shall we be compelled to take action?" Having encountered 7 or 8 other teams throughout the night, this was her second occasion to demand surrender. Relishing the authority, she was determined to exude a commanding presence. However, the tall woman had eyes only for Chen Wujin, her emotions surging as she shouted, "Ah, great demon king, do not come any closer." Chen Wujin stood still, waving his hand with a calm demeanor that radiated the warmth of the morning sun. "I am no demon. Why must you address me as the Dark Lord?" Upon realizing that Chen Wujin did not advance, the woman's emotions stabilized slightly. She turned to the captain and, with a voice tinged with tears, suggested, "Let us surrender directly and hand over the jade tokens." "Very well," the captain replied, devoid of any resolve. "Agreed," said the bandaged woman succinctly. It was this very man who, in a single night, had stripped all the teams in the Dingxi district bare. His stipulation was clear. Each individual must surrender a jade token along with a spatial item. This was merely the leniency granted for voluntary compliance. Otherwise, he would seize everything of value without exception. After both parties reached an agreement, Chen Wujin, with a smile, collected the items. He then courteously inquired, "Are you heading to the Sea District?" The 3 members of the scattered repair team shook their heads in unison, while the captain quickly interjected, "I apologize for the disturbance. There's no need. Please, proceed on your way and travel safely." "Very well. Do remember, 7 days. No. Now it is 6 days. Come to the A district to find me. Everything can be negotiated." Chen Wujin held the jade tablet aloft, gesturing repeatedly with a particularly affable smile, resembling a congenial businessman ushering in prosperity. Chapter 65. The Dignity of the Geniuses. On the first day in the Dingxi district, the remnants faced total annihilation, and all the jade tablets were claimed by Chen Wujin's team. This spectacle was witnessed in its entirety by numerous influential figures and observed by the audience throughout Chuwei City. Some individuals, having retired for the night, were roused by their relatives and friends, urged to witness the unfolding events. Initially, these individuals were irritable from being awakened. Yet upon catching a glimpse of Chen Wujin's performance, they soon became enraptured by the mesmerizing spectacle. Chen Wujin's overwhelming defeat of Wang Tinglong was nothing short of child's play, decisively establishing the reputation of the Spirit Master sect. One can foresee the grandeur of the sect's recruitment next year. The most formidable aspect was the subsequent night assault. A total of 9 teams dispersed, advancing towards the boundaries of 3 different regions. Soon after, Chen Wujin's formidable tank brigade made a grand entrance, employing formations to confine the target teams within a designated area. Qing Zhao and Bai Shaoqing provided assistance from the sidelines. Initially, no one was aware of the unfolding events, but as they encountered several waves of substantial resistance, it became apparent. By the latter half of the night, 3 teams in one direction received news of Chen Wujin's nocturnal raids. Despite their alliance, they were ruthlessly obliterated. It is essential to note that these teams were not composed of the mediocre from second-rate sects. Some hailed from the elite of the Loose Cultivators Alliance, others from formidable powers in distant lands, and some returned from overseas islands. None were weaklings. Nearly all were renowned and promising within their locales. Yet, the harsh reality struck them. There exists a prodigy whose prowess transcends ordinary comprehension. After a night of watching, the audience was undoubtedly enthralled. Yet the next day, Chen Wujin's team embarked on even more audacious maneuvers. In a mere 9 hours, they swept through the B and C districts. Every member of the teams in these regions surrendered their jade tokens and spatial artifacts. On the 3rd day, Chen Wujin, Qing Zhao, and Bai Shaoqing took a brief respite, slowing their advance to conquer only the D district. During this process, they faced several joint resistances from elite teams. However, Chen Wujin's formations and mechanisms were overwhelming, and the thunderous artillery of the tank brigade flattened all obstacles. Observing the devastated coalition teams and the pitiable talents of cultivation, Chen Wujin could not help but sigh softly. there isn't a capable fighter among them. This statement was not made to boast. It was merely a declaration of fact. It was precisely this calm demeanor that revealed his true sentiments, which was subsequently captured by the fervent lord of Chu's city, obsessed with live broadcasts. Thus, his word spread, further cementing Chen Wujin's title as the Dark Lord. This title was not only whispered among the competitors in the great competition but also eagerly discussed among the audience. Young Master Wujin is so dashing. The title of Dark Lord is indeed fitting, especially when he defended those two young ladies. It was simply spectacular, wasn't it? The Dark Lord Chen Wujin, accompanied by his tank brigade, armed with myriad mechanisms and formations, was undeniably invincible. One could not help but envy the two girls who had to do nothing but bask in victory. A certain boy, with a feminine charm, had a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. However, the notion that they did nothing was far from the truth. Had they not seen the girl named Qin Zhao cooking daily? Had they not noticed the by-family heiress consistently assisting in the collection of items? A certain swordsman adorned with a conical hat retorted, "Brother, even a sycophant does not flatter in such a manner. To boast like this is simply outrageous." The androgynous youth stood speechless, casting a disdainful glance at the hat-wearing swordsman. Simultaneously, a peculiar phenomenon emerged during the first round of the tumultuous competition in Chu City. The elite from smaller sects maintained their strength intact, having merely surrendered their jade tokens and a single spatial item each. In contrast, the representatives from grand sects, known for their formidable influence, found themselves in dire straits. Stripped of their spatial possessions, with even their trusty weapons lost. The disparity in strength between the two factions diminished, as each comprised prodigies from their respective regions, unwilling to yield to one another. Consequently, skirmishes erupted between the two groups, driven by a straightforward motive. Chen Wujin seeks to eliminate all opponents and obtain every jade token, unilaterally determining who may advance and who may not. His method of allocation is notably equitable. The highest bidder prevails. Upon receiving this news, the prodigies of the Langao Grand Competition erupted in fervor. In the area subdued by Chen Wujin, the geniuses fervently clashed amongst themselves, all in a desperate bid to gather resources for the procurement of jade tokens. Meanwhile, Chen Wujin had long departed, indifferent to the regions he had laid waste. On the 4th and 5th days, the Tiger Tank Army swept through several more major districts. By the 6th day, he arrived at the Alpha District. And shortly after emerging from the teleportation stone gate, he was met with fierce resistance. The forces of the entire Alpha District, along with fugitives from other regions, united to form at least 300 small squads. Many among them had previously purchased Chen Wujin's Tiger Tanks. However, none dared to employ these machines against him. For he was their creator. Should he have reserved any hidden traps, the consequences would be dire. The Alpha District represented the last vestige of dignity for all prodigies of Chu City. Among them were the likes of Ku Muzhua, Wang Tinglong, Wang Tingxi, and numerous other young talents whose names Chen Wujin did not recognize. Wang Tunglong, his facial scars healed, yet his gait still awkward, moved as if constrained. Gritting his teeth, his voice took on a sharp edge. Do not allow Chen Wujin the opportunity to unleash his full potential. His tactics rely on mechanisms and formations. He has only just arrived, and the formations have yet to be set. If we charge into the throng of mechanisms, their power will be significantly diminished. With that, the assembled prodigies unleashed their abilities. Some transformed into shadows, others morphed into the wind, some crackled with electrical energy in their legs, while others spread wings from their backs. Their singular aim was clear, to assail Chen Wujin. The onslaught surged forth with the swiftness of the wind, the ferocity of fire, and the thunderous might of a tempest. Chen Wujin, however, wore an expression of calmness. Casting a glance at the assembled geniuses, a wicked smile curled at the corners of his lips. I sincerely apologize. I anticipated this maneuver of yours. Therefore, please do not blame me for being too ruthless. With that, Chen Wujin opened his arms and simultaneously snapped his fingers. The sound echoed, and in the distance, 6 long-range teleportation arrays illuminated. Within these formations emerged a meticulously arranged fleet of 240 Tiger Tanks. Foreseeing the intensity of the impending battle, Chen Wujin had coordinated the 60 Tiger Tanks originally designated for by Xiaoqing and Qin Zhao. They formed 6 distinct columns, each with 40 tanks arranged in a perfect square formation. In the midst of the genius's assault, a small Qiankuan shifting array shimmered beneath Chen Wujin's feet. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished, reappearing among the distant tanks. Clad in white, his presence transformed from ethereal to substantial. He turned his back to the crowd, exuding an air of flamboyance, and proclaimed with a booming laughter, You have all fallen into my trap. Let the performance commence. Chapter 66. With this individual present, the Spirit Master sect shall surely thrive. Beneath the blazing sun, the ominous barrels of the tanks radiated a chilling aura of menace. Qin Wujin turned, his arms outstretched, his white garments billowing in the wind. To his left, Qing Zhao stood with arms lowered. Wielding a kitchen knife in one hand and a black iron pot in the other, his long green hair cascading chaotically while flames blazed around him. To his right, Bai Shaoqin was engulfed in flames, her hair transforming into silver strands at her back, each strand resembling the ghostly form of a serpent. Gazing intently at the distant prodigies of cultivation, the three of them intertwined their spiritual energy in midair, guided by Qin Wujin, as they inscribed an enormous magical formation. A colossal illusionary maze, born from the memories of the void profound heavenly emperor, designed to ensnare the senses of those within. However, there was a crucial stipulation: the inner participant's mental cultivation must be inferior to that of Qin Wujin. At present, this posed no difficulty. Qin Wujin had already begun to consolidate his spiritual awareness, enveloping an area of approximately 10 feet around him. Below the nascent soul stage, his mental cultivation was, if not the pinnacle of the world, certainly not far from it. After ensnaring a multitude of talented practitioners within the vast illusionary labyrinth, the first round of artillery fire from the Tiger-class tank was unleashed. A torrential barrage of spiritual energy projectiles in hues of red, blue, yellow, and white filled the air, each possessing distinct elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and light. The visual spectacle exerted immense pressure upon the gathered prodigies. Simultaneously, a line of spiritual energy illuminated the spot where Qin Wujin stood. Do not misconstrue this as an array, it was merely a large crimson cross, serving as a marker to proclaim to the world, my Gamstron rotary cannon is ravenous, targeting these self-entombed fools. It is crucial to understand that not every genius possesses the ability to refine their physical form. Not all are endowed with the physical prowess of Wang Tinglong. At that conspicuous red cross, more than a dozen prodigies had yet to familiarize themselves with Qin Wujin before they were rendered incapable of combat. One among them was gravely injured, with his jade token activating its rescue function, automatically transporting him away. The overwhelming force, terrifying power, and cunning strategy were palpable. Fortunately, one had hesitated for but a moment, avoiding the initial wave of assault. The geniuses felt as though they could hear their own heartbeats. At least 3 beats missed in unison. Bewildered, they glanced around and quickly realized this trap was meticulously orchestrated by Qin Wujin. Escape was an impossibility. On the outer perimeter, a series of mechanical devices descended from the sky, forming an extensive encirclement. He had been plotting this all along, which explained his repeated insistence to others: seek me in the armor district. Ku Muzwa, plagued by overwhelming trepidation, mentally concocted an elaborate narrative of Qin Wujin's schemes from the first to the 6th day. The more he pondered, the more fear gripped him. He began to feel that he was not contending with peers, nor with some monstrous genius. Not even the sect master, Shan Shang, had instilled such a sense of oppression. It was suffocating, extinguishing any desire to pursue. Not even revealing his cultivation, merely wielding mechanisms and formations with such strength was despairing. Moreover, Qin Wujin possessed a trump card: the power of linguistic spirits. Intelligence from spies stationed at the Spirit Master sect had indicated that Qin Wujin's true forte lay not in formations or mechanisms, but in the art of linguistic spirits, the extent of which remained unknown to all. None of the aforementioned skills could be mastered by a mere 15-year-old boy. Coupled with his cunning and strategic mind, Qin Wujin was indeed a figure to be feared. In Ku Mu's mind, it felt as though an endless abyss loomed behind Qin Wujin. An overwhelming terror that one dared not gaze upon yet was compelled to confront. Contemplating this, Ku Muzwa appeared frantic, repeatedly warning everyone of Qin Wujin's formidable power. To the ears of the gathered prodigies, his words seemed particularly hysterical. Wang Tinglong, with a voice sharp and hoarse, glared at Ku Muzwa, exclaiming in frustration, "In the heat of battle, to disrupt the morale of my troops raises questions about your intentions." He recalled the recent alliance with the Xianyue sect. Had the withered Muzwa not succumbed to unconsciousness in the initial barrage, and had he successfully executed his first ambush, he could have at least restrained the young girl by Qin Wujin's side. Thus, the outcome would have been profoundly transformed. Qin Wujin might hesitate due to concerns. Or perhaps he wouldn't, yet this remains a distinct possibility. This slight uncertainty incessantly replayed in Wang Tinglong's mind. For the current Wang Tenglong is no longer the invincible figure he once was prior to the tumultuous competition. His confidence has been utterly shattered by Chen Wujin, his pride trampled beyond recognition, and his reputation reduced to a mere subject of ridicule. The mockery he endures is indeed a genuine disgrace. Wang Tenglong has entirely cast aside his pride, even joining forces with others, not seeking a leadership role. He simply desires to vanquish Chen Wujin and reclaim the invincible heart he once possessed. In this state, Wang Tenglong's greatest disdain is not directed towards Chen Wujin, but rather towards his inept teammate, Ku Muzhua. Upon repeatedly hearing Ku Muzhua's shouts, Wang Tenglong could no longer contain his frustration. Ku Muzhua, who initially acted with the team's best interests at heart, found himself harshly rebuked, feeling an overwhelming discontent. "What are you even worth? An arrogant fool, a worthless wretch." Ku Muzhua retorted without reservation, abandoning the civility of mere days prior. Spitting on the ground, he declared, "We are both vanquished by Chen Wujin. Yet at least I lost with dignity." After uttering these words, he turned away, no longer willing to regard Wang Tenglong. Wang Tenglong seethed with fury, brimming with an insatiable wrath. He had no intention of restraint, and with a powerful swing of his fist, imbued with the essence of a tiger and leopard, he cleared a path through the surrounding prodigies. Ku Muzhui did not flinch, his own aura swelling, conjuring a dark veil around him. As the confrontation between the two escalated into a physical altercation, the second round of artillery fire from the Tiger tank erupted. Amidst the thunderous roar, Chen Wujin's words materialized as ethereal script. Floating in the air, you truly possess remarkable prowess. Engaging in internal strife during battle, such as the upbringing of the Qingwei sect and Beastmaster sect, the words bore the unmistakable tone of Chen Wujin's dissatisfaction. It was evident that he felt disheartened by such adversaries. In other words, throughout the first round of the tumultuous competition in the Chuwei City Division, there were no opponents worthy of his regard. The onlookers and dignitaries in the stands, however, had a different sentiment. So many words, forming paragraphs of ethereal script. It feels as if we haven't witnessed this in decades. Does this young man not find it taxing at all? Ethereal script pertains to the secrets of spiritual energy, a transcendent pathway of the heavenly principles. How can he so extravagantly employ ethereal script in conversation? As long as this lad is present, the Spirit Master sect holds boundless potential. Initially, it was assumed that Qin Yushuan, with less than 3 centuries of cultivation in the transformation realm, was already an astonishing talent. Yet, unexpectedly, Chen Wujin proved to be even more formidable, his innate gifts surpassing those of his father. Moreover, his temperament is truly exceptional. With his presence in the Spirit Master sect, it is destined to ascend to even greater heights. In the southern Misty Sea continent, the Green Mountain Fog continent, the Divine Tree continent, and the distant islands of the Heavenly Sword continent, all attending sects will undoubtedly receive news of the Spirit Master sect's burgeoning strength. Each sect will naturally have their own calculations. Some may resolve to form alliances, while others choose to avoid unnecessary conflicts. And some may harbor secret schemes or let murderous intent gleam within the depths of their souls. Chapter 67. Exhaust every effort to chase after my footsteps. The relentless barrage unleashed by Chen Wujin profoundly embodies the maxim. Invasion is as fierce as fire, swift as the wind. It denies the enemy any opportunity for reflection. As the second wave of artillery strikes descends, once again pummeling the faces of the talented. However, this time, the onslaught is not concentrated but rather a widespread bombardment, akin to bombers streaking across the sky, methodically unleashing a cacophony of thunderous explosions. Within the vast confines of the colossal illusion array, every inch is enveloped by spiritual artillery shells. In this crucible of fire, true talent is revealed through the trials of warfare. Observers from the external stands, including various formidable figures above the nascent soul stage, witness which disciples from their respective sects possess superior character and are worthy of cultivation. No matter how exceptional one's cultivation aptitude may be, it becomes futile in the face of adversaries. Such pseudo-talents are destined to falter on the path of cultivation. Their downfall is merely a matter of time. Chen Wujin's seemingly trivial actions have instigated a complete reshuffling among the younger generation of the major sects. A development meticulously calculated in the minds of the elders, a spectacle that was entirely foreseeable. For the moment, let us turn our attention to the viewing platform. The esteemed figures observed the events for a full 6 days, thoroughly engrossed, with not a single one departing from their seats. Their profound cultivation rendered them impervious to the mundane needs of sustenance. Admittedly, this may be a slight exaggeration. they did indulge in some spiritual fruits and exquisite elixirs. Nonetheless, the impurities within their bodies were remarkably scant. Consequently, the adept woman, possessing exceptional cultivation, truly transformed into a celestial being, untouched by the affairs of the mortal realm. More significantly, the mentalities of those above the nascent soul stage began to exhibit subtle shifts as they scrutinized the heavenly observation mirror. They completely extricated Qin Wujin from their perceptions, no longer viewing him merely as a youthful contender in the grand competition, but rather as the formidable tiger tank of Qin Wujin and the mesmerizing array of stars serve as means to discern who the true genius is. In the midst of Qin Wujin's thundering artillery and enchanting formations, only those disciples who can maintain their composure shall be deemed the true seeds worthy of cultivation within the esteemed sections. Otherwise, even someone as once invincible as Wang Tenglong, the contemporary master brother, would find himself indistinguishable from the masses. Wang Tenglong, his mind shattered, remains oblivious to his plight. In the past, he would never have committed such a blunder as internal strife, nor would he have succumbed to impotent rage after falling under the effects of confusion. He lashes out with fists and legs, either demolishing trees, fracturing the ground, or running amok, his mouth incessantly spouting curses. Qin Wujin, if you dare, come out. If you are a man, face me directly. Let us engage in a battle of flesh and blood. The boisterous tirades of Wang Tenglong brought shame upon the venerable elder of the Beastmaster sect, prompting him to finally lose his patience and withdraw with his entourage. The elder leading the team from the Shuiyue sect wore a grim expression, yet he felt a twinge of relief, although Ku Muzhua performed poorly this time. The stark contrast with Wang Tenglong's even more dismal display would significantly mitigate the severity of his own mistakes. With his errors diminished, the reprimand he would face from the sect leader upon returning would be considerably lessened. The vanquished could only seek solace within the narrow margins of their failures. Despite his discomfort, the elder from the Shuiyue sect refrained from departing, filled with resentment. The reason for his discontent was simple. The internal conflict between Wang Tenglong and Ku Muzhua had been publicly displayed by Qin Wujin's words, lingering in the sky, unresolved. Under the gaze of the celestial mirror, some passers-by whispered amongst themselves, "Can the language of spirits be employed in such a manner? Does the spirit-taming sect possess some secret technique? Why can young Master Wujin's words persist for so long? Perhaps it is indeed a secret of the spirit-taming sect. Just imagine, even if we were to attend without learning the spirit-taming sect's beast-taming methods. Focusing instead on young Master Wujin's array techniques or the art of mechanisms, would we not be powerful? Indeed, it must be formidable. Consider what would happen when young Master Wujin reaches the nascent soul stage, one man against an entire sect, able to challenge any number. Thus far, young Master Wujin has not even revealed his true capabilities, and yet, not a single genius from the floating island's secret realm has been able to draw out his genuine prowess. Look, the people from the Beastmaster sect have already withdrawn. I wager we shall see if those from the Shuiyue sect will follow suit. Having someone to take the fall would be beneficial. Otherwise, it may soon be the Shuiyue sect that retreats in shame. Dear friends, do you ponder why? Despite being the overlords of the southern Danhai continent, they do not unite in the face of such a grand assembly of numerous continents. A man with his face obscured seemed intent on gathering information, causing an immediate hush among those present. Suddenly, a voice, indistinguishable in gender yet distinctly audible to a small cluster nearby, emerged. I possess some insider knowledge. Several years ago, the Spirit Master sect launched a full-scale assault on the Moonless sect, resulting in significant losses for the latter. Who would have thought today they would swallow such a bitter fruit before everyone? This utterance ignited the curiosity of the crowd, akin to cradling a grand secret, yet the speaker fell silent, having evidently vanished from sight. Disappointment swept through the onlookers as they turned their attention back to the celestial mirror. At this moment, the true and false prodigies became apparent. The false prodigies, crumbling under the weight of despair, fear, confusion, and anger, their spirits were eroded, barely managing to manifest even a fraction of their capabilities. The true prodigies, while their cultivation may not have been extraordinary, they valiantly persevered amidst the barrage of challenges. Some clenched their teeth in determination, their resolve unyielding, while others, even when their powers were depleted, refused to abandon the quest for the path leading to the boundless Chun. Tenacious and indomitable, they may appear as unremarkable as a stone, yet they embody a gem refined by the passage of time. They dare to tread where others would not, to pursue what others would forsake. While others succumb to despair, they remain filled with hope. Even in the face of an insurmountable mountain like Chen Wujin, they introspect with trepidation and advance with tremulous resolve. Such individuals, Chen Wujin shall remember, each and every one. Perhaps today he is unaware of their names, but he knows that one day the world will recognize them. Remembering these geniuses who continue to crawl defiantly in darkness, igniting candles of hope amidst despair. To these admirable adversaries, I, Chen Wujin, shall harbor no disdain. Having resolved to breach the long-standing chasm between realms and to establish a branch of the Spirit Master sect in the celestial realm, I declare, this vast mortal world shall serve as my private garden. Chen Wujin's gaze pierced through the magical formation and the intricate mechanisms surrounding it. Fixating on those destined to shine brightly as geniuses, I possess the ability to toy with fate, dismantling one shattered flag after another. It is only natural for me to gather these talented individuals one by one. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, Chen Wujin raised his arm and swung it down fiercely. The muzzles of all the tiger-style tanks pivoted, aiming at the resilient and tenacious geniuses. In this third round, a volley was unleashed, delivering precise strikes. This was his utmost respect for the honorable adversaries, a full-force effort to vanquish them. The aura around him surged like flames, as Chen Wujin, with words of spirit in his mouth, spoke in a grand and resonant voice. As if echoing from distant antiquity or the very ends of the cosmos, this is the romance of a man, ha ha ha. Come forth, unyielding challengers. I shall stand atop the highest peak, awaiting your pursuit. Strive with all your might to catch up to my steps. Chapter 68, The Indomitable Heart. I am inferior to him. The moment the third round of cannon fire erupted, Chen Wujin's bold proclamation reverberated throughout the world. Within the colossal confusion array, the false geniuses fell silent, like startled birds. They lost their sense of direction, scrambling desperately to evade the spirit cannonballs, their disarray laid bare. Yet not a single spirit cannonball was directed towards them, for they were not worthy. The mechanisms he employed against them were merely rudimentary contraptions from his childhood: towers, crossbows, and pagodas. The shells of the tiger-style tanks were concentrated and judiciously allocated to each true genius. Meanwhile, on the viewing platforms, the Yuanying, the Yingsheng, and even the eminent transformation masters observed Chen Wujin closely. They noted his delicate control over the spirit energy, sparing the truly exceptional individuals among their own progeny. This was a matter of sentiment to be cherished. It would not be an exaggeration to say that in a single day, the spirit manipulation sect had amassed connections from the past half-century. Simultaneously, the great figures seated in the various stands heard Chen Wujin's audacious words. Some narrow-minded souls felt displeasure and harbored murderous intent. Yet, many cultivators of high caliber possessed broad-mindedness, capable of both holding on and letting go. Their praises were expressed in various forms, some vocalized openly, others concealed within their hearts, some whispered softly, while others imparted to their juniors, "This mere 15-year-old lad truly possesses an indomitable spirit. What grand ambition! If only I had such a mindset in my youth. How could I have failed to break into the eighth realm?" From the sole armament sect of the Lingxian continent, a middle-aged man with a square face gritted his teeth, then suddenly relaxed, sighing inwardly. Beholding this youth today, I reminisce about the past, yet alas, in comparison, I feel inadequate. I am inferior to him, truly inferior. Chen Wujin of the Spirit Manipulation Sect, what a magnificent declaration. Although I have only reached the sixth realm in this lifetime, I eagerly await the waves of your generation to crash upon us old-timers. If you could sweep away beings like us, that would indeed be remarkable, truly remarkable. On the Sword continent, the wandering cultivator, Old Sword, grinned widely, revealing his wind-blown front teeth. A hearty laughter erupted from an unknown esteemed elder, who raised a wine gourd in salute to Chen Wujin reflected in the celestial viewing mirror, subsequently imbibing with great gusto. In the grandstand of the Hao family, Hao Liangguai wore an expression that was peculiarly complex. 3 parts sighing, 3 parts lamenting, 3 parts nostalgia, and 1 part indignation. He sighed at Chen Wujin's unparalleled talent, acknowledging that a brilliant star was destined to rise in this world. He lamented that Chen Wujin was not a member of the Bitao sect, unable to stand alongside Hua Fiwo and the twin dragons of the sect, thus missing the chance to achieve the extraordinary dual brilliance of Bitao sect. He reminisced about the era when the 3 brothers of the Hao family roamed the world, recalling the times when he bested the second brother, was ruthlessly outmaneuvered by him, and avenged the third brother in various escapades. Indignation welled up towards Hao Lianlianshan. "You, the second brother, what a fool you are. You squander such crucial intelligence on a wager concerning my tea leaves. I am utterly exasperated. The victor had no need for further discourse with the vanquished. Inside, Hal Lianlianshan was gleeful as he stroked his goatee, chuckling mischievously, while the corners of Hal Ingwai's mouth twitched in displeasure. At that moment, the significance of the tumultuous competition had wholly transformed. At the very least, the tumultuous contest in Chuiwa City was unlike any of its predecessors. Chen Wujing, with his singular prowess, has profoundly vanquished all the prodigies within a certain secret realm. This remarkable feat has transcended mere gossip in Chuiwa City. The 9 illustrious moons of the Bitao sect, the 9 most resplendent cities, are now aware of the unconventional genius emerging from the Chuiwa City competition. The city lord, Lung Ran, is so exhilarated that goosebumps rise across his entire body. The tides of fortune have shifted, and this year, it is our turn to shine. Finally, in my live broadcast, such a prodigy has emerged from the urban area, and this time, I shall help him attain fame, not only for him, but also for those who support him. Lung Ran's gaze deepens as he fixates on several scenes. The first scene depicts the elder brother of the renowned beast-taming sect, who, amidst the third round of spiritual artillery fire, is captured in a state of disarray, forcibly ensnared by Chen Wujing's childhood creation. The second scene showcases one of the targets of the third round of spiritual artillery fire, the one-armed youth of the Spring Blade sect, wielding his sword with unwavering resolve, shattering every projectile within his reach, until he ultimately collapses from exhaustion. The third scene reveals the son of the Holy Star at the Daoxian Star Temple in the Divine Tree Continent, who, in a moment of panic during the second round of simultaneous fire, used his fellow disciples as shields, resulting in grave injuries to them. He was then struck by a single spiritual projectile, breaching his protective defenses and causing him to lose control, ultimately leading to his expulsion from the secret realm by the Bitao sect due to the disgraceful spectacle he presented. The fourth scene features another individual from the Daoxian Star Temple, a humble Taoist clad in a plain blue robe, his hair tied in a bun. His demeanor is tranquil and detached, his eyes half closed, seemingly battling drowsiness. Yet, amidst the barrage of artillery, he expended all his spiritual energy. Employing divination techniques to guide a group safely to the edge of a colossal illusionary maze, a mere 10 paces from Chen Wujing. Only then did he and his companions exhaust their strength amidst the chaos of the bombardment and traps. Even upon finally seeing Chen Wujing, the ordinary Taoist maintained his serene composure, embodying the essence of equanimity. The leader of the Daoxian Star Temple, witnessing the Taoist's final expression, was instantly filled with fervor, his uncontrolled spiritual energy shattering the chair beneath him. This is the innate heart of a Taoist, unwavering amidst myriad paths. He shall undoubtedly become the next leader of our Daoxian Star Temple. Each scene flits across the water mirror, and Lang Ran, thoroughly satisfied, extracts the essence to compile a highlight reel. These images fall into 2 categories. 1, a contrast between true and false talent. The other, the invincible prowess of Chen Wujing. One satisfies the curiosity of the masses, while the other fulfills the human desire for exhilaration. Both types are bound to be commercially successful, and with these, we can surely amass a substantial collection of spiritual stones for this year's contributions from Chuiwa City. With a beaming smile, Long Ran immediately raises his hand to issue a command. Summon the messengers. Regardless of how our sect reacts, Chuiwa City shall forge an alliance with the beast-taming sect. Within the confines of Chuiwa City, all those from the beast-taming sect, along with their spiritual beasts, shall be treated as esteemed guests. The Lord's closest aide displayed a look of astonishment and voiced his dissent. Boss, isn't this a bit excessive? They are all esteemed guests, and the cost is rather steep. 80% of the expenditures for our distinguished guests in Chuiwa City are covered by the Lord's manor. Is it truly worth it for just one young man? A young man? Cold Ran raised an eyebrow, an aura of dominance emanating from him. Had it been anyone else, they would undoubtedly be rendered speechless at this moment. However, the aide, June, was a brother forged in the fires of the streets alongside Cold Ran, a true iron brother. He retorted, Boss, let's not exaggerate. I must commend the performance of young Master Chen Wujing. However, I, Zhao Longqiang, do not believe that in 5 years, Chen Wujing will command my respect. Haha. If you don't believe it, shall we place a wager? A glint of sharpness flickered in Cold Ran's eyes, akin to a cunning bow. What shall we wager? Zhao Longqiang, the bird of passage, inquired. Cold Ran cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Longqiang's concealed areas, then shot forth an arrow of Cupid's intent. If you lose, I will arrange a marriage for you, so you can properly deal with your little Qing Long, lest you linger around me all day. which is quite tiresome to behold. Pfft. Is that all? Come, let us wager. If you lose, I desire nothing more than to live stream the next Grand Wave competition, broadcasting and editing it for posterity. Cold Rant's moment of triumph abruptly ceased, and he shouted, "Get lost." Yet, after a brief pause, he nodded solemnly, "Let us wager on that." Chapter 69. Are you still tired after collecting the spoils? The two who made the wager were the Lord of Chue City, at the early stage of the transformation realm, and the captain of the Lord's personal guard, Moon's End, at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Both had emerged from the streets, hardened individuals who had engaged in countless battles. It was astonishing that they would go to such lengths over a 15-year-old boy. The trusted associates of the Chue City Lord were left speechless, simultaneously etching this moment into their memories. As time progressed, within the secret realm of Floating Island, the battle between the geniuses and Chen Wujin came to a conclusive end. Inside the massive illusionary array, the scene was one of devastation, a sight too tragic to behold. With many sprawled haphazardly on the ground, there were those of noble bearing, who maintained their composure even in unconsciousness. There were robust youths, their muscles bulging, their garments in tatters, and there were young maidens, their beauty marred, their clothes stained with dirt. Talented individuals from various sects lay scattered, all having succumbed to unconsciousness. Only those with formidable physical training could withstand the onslaught, yet they were forcibly ensnared by Chen Wujin's flying mechanisms and subsequently sealed with unique techniques, rendering them as incapacitated as the rest. Chen Wujin gently clapped his hands, completely dispelling the grand illusion. With the assistance of the flying mechanisms, Chen Wujin, Qing Xiao, and by Xiaoqing moved with agility, imposing restraints upon the prodigies. With each individual subdued, they confiscated their numbered jade tablets and a spatial item. 1, 2, 3, 100. Is this method of acquiring wealth not excessively rapid? It has never been heard that during the Great Wave competition, someone amassed fortune in such a manner. Is young Master Wujin not veering too far from the conventional path? It seems somewhat ungraceful, yet I find it delightful. Beneath the observing mirror, the onlookers gazed in a daze, their eyes shimmering with envy, their hearts yearning to stand among the others, harvesting the spatial treasures of the prodigies like reaping crops. The esteemed individuals in the stands began to fidget restlessly. They hurriedly lodged complaints with the host of the Beatao sect, their eyes aflame with indignation, akin to those afflicted with red-eye disease. The host of the Beatao sect was none other than Hao Lian Qifeng of the Hao Lian family. Initially, he remained indifferent, for there were no disciples of the Beatao sect present within the Floating Island secret realm. Observing the observing mirror, he maintained his composure. However, Chen Wujin's blatant act of plundering ultimately unsettled him. One complaint after another resonated in his ears, all directed at Chen Wujin. This rascal is openly stripping the belongings of his sect's disciples. This is robbery. This is theft. Is the Beatao sect not going to intervene? Young Master Wujin's actions lack fairness. Why does he only take a single spatial item from the majority, yet completely strip my disciples bare? No. This time it is the Beatao sect's oversight. They permitted the use of all items from the lower realms without imposing any quantity restrictions, resulting in the farcical spectacle of Chen Wujin against an entire domain. A rematch is imperative. How can the men of Nandanhai continent touch the skin of women? Does Chen Wujin have an interest in my lady? No, he is even touching others. I demand young Master Wujin's birth date and time, to ascertain if he is a suitable match for my young master. Each complaint was more absurd than the last, their imaginations running wild. Wait, just now. A transmission seemed to have mingled with something extraordinary. Hao Lian Qingfeng's temples throbbed with tension. It is worth noting that private transmissions are not akin to making a phone call. There is no order to the chaos. A multitude of esteemed individuals transmitted simultaneously, their tones ranging from ferocious to cunning, stirring trouble to harboring ill intentions, some eliciting dread and cold shivers. Hao Lian Qingfeng's mind felt as though it had been bombarded by the consciousness of numerous dignitaries. In summary, one word encapsulated his sentiment: exasperation. I am not the Lord of Chue City, merely ascending the stage to utter a few words, reluctantly fulfilling the duties of proclamation. Should you harbor any grievances, seek out the insufferable Cold Stinker, a moniker for that odious lad, Cold Ran. Hao Lian Qingfeng's complexion darkened, yet he refrained from expressing his ire, for after all, the visitors were guests. Countless words swirled in his mind, at least dozens clamoring for release. In essence, the various esteemed sects present were largely embroiled in a cacophony of dissent. Indeed, it was a situation where the wrath of the multitude was not to be trifled with. Not to be provoked. Hao Liangfeng clenched his fists tightly and whispered a few instructions to a nearby attendant of the Golden Core realm. Moments later, the Golden Core adept vanished in a flash. On the ground, strewn with unconscious prodigies, Chen Wujing strolled leisurely, hands clasped behind his back. A radiant smile gracing his features as he mused, gathering spoils of war is one of life's greatest pleasures. With that, he resumed his harvest. Tap, tap, tap. The motions of collecting could not be halted. Space necklaces, space rings, space belts, space sachets, and space bags were acquired in an unending spree. Not far off. Bai Xiaoqing pouted in complaint. Oh, Wujing, I feel utterly exhausted. Collecting each one is such a hassle. Even with mechanisms to assist, it is still so slow. Can we not take a moment's respite? Qing Zhao looked up, wiping the sweat from his brow with a flick of his wrist, while others struggled to gather. How could you, Xiaoqing, find the acquisition of treasures tiresome? Upon hearing Qing Zhao's grumbling, Bai Xiaoqing punched her waist in frustration and stomped her foot, kicking the face of a certain unconscious prodigy. However, these nefarious individuals had placed restrictions on their spatial items, necessitating a bin to retrieve them. With so many around, bending down just once to collect was quite the laborious task. The words of Chen Wujing drifted through the air. This is not the most exhausting part. Tomorrow there will be more to attend to. What else is there to busy oneself with? Just focus on your tasks for now. Once completed, I shall inform you. Chen Wujing certainly has this flaw. He enjoys keeping secrets. Perhaps he merely wishes to trick me into working. Such a scoundrel, such a rogue, utterly oblivious to my feelings. I am, after all, of the Bai family's direct lineage. Within the Yuling sect, no one dares to assign me tasks, yet this rascal Wujing takes pleasure in commanding me. Bai Xiaoqing's thoughts whirled as she continued her work, softly murmuring, if it weren't for your remarkably handsome appearance, your refreshing smile, your eloquence, and your exceptional talents in crafting delightful things, and your unparalleled aptitude for cultivation, why are these all advantages? It's infuriating. Wujing is indeed a natural-born rogue. A fickle heart. Indeed, he treats Qing Zhao well as me, Yunlinger, and sister Qingxi exceedingly well. He must be a notorious flirt. No wonder my great-grandfather warned me to be wary of Wujing. I must keep a close watch on him and ensure that no other women ensnare his attention. Bai Xiaoqing nodded vigorously and suddenly gave a thumbs up to the sky-watching mirror. The others were puzzled by her gesture, yet Bai Mu Yang understood. My precious great-granddaughter. Why are you inexplicably praising me? Could it be that she has finally come to her senses, realizing she should not grow too close to that sly Wujing? If so, that would truly be splendid. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the sky-watching mirror, belonging to the passionate commentator of the battle, Long Ran, the lord of Chuwei City. Young friend Wujing has defeated a multitude of prodigies through sheer skill. Let the scheming old fool refrain from his incessant prattling. A rematch is utterly out of the question. Concurrently, the same voice resonated in Chen Wujing's ears. Kid, I know you aspire to wealth, but on this path to riches, one must have a guardian. Would you not agree? Chapter 70. A generous spirit and reciprocity. Chen Wujing suddenly heard a voice, and a thought stirred within him. The individual communicating with me and the one currently broadcasting are undoubtedly the same person. This implies that they must hail from the Beitao sect. Furthermore, to speak so assertively to the esteemed figures present, this person's prowess must be formidable. Likely at least at the infant transformation realm. Such a level of cultivation would certainly not be that of an insignificant individual. Even within the ancient lineage of the Beitao sect, this person must occupy a position of high esteem within the sect. Whether they are an elder or hold some other title is of little consequence. What truly matters is the signal they have conveyed in overture of goodwill. Agreeing to this proposition would mark the inception of a collaborative relationship between myself and the Beitao sect. The admiration from the elder Hao Lian, while significant, is fundamentally different from this form of partnership. The speaker represents the Beitao sect, or rather, a faction within it, as the young master of the Yuling sect, the future helmsman, and the sole heir of my parents. This signifies a collaboration between the two dominant powers of the South Dahan Sea, the Beitao sect and the Yuling sect. This presents a remarkable opportunity, and it is time for the Shuyue sect to seize their moment as well. Although this line of thought may seem lengthy, in reality, Chen Wujing's mind raced with clarity. Swiftly comprehending everything, he nodded subtly, maintaining his composure. Suddenly, all the camera feeds from the observation mirror forcibly switched to the figure of the city lord, Long Ran. He continued to retort based on the complaints of the old-timers, but concluded with a particularly arrogant declaration. Anyone dissatisfied with this outcome can feel free to seek out anyone from the Bitao sect. If you can win, I'll concede. I shall work for your sect for free. Amidst this exchange, another image materialized. The phantom of Long Ran abruptly appeared before Chen Wujing. He wore a loosely fitted robe of pristine white, imbued with a hint of elegance, his hair styled in a top knot, yet several strands fell chaotically across his forehead, dancing gently in the breeze. Unrestrained, defiant, and carefree. A fleeting impression crossed Chen Wujing's mind, and his lips parted slightly. Senior, you have discerned my intentions, haven't you? Although phrased as a question, the tone was decidedly affirmative. Long Ran's gaze sparkled, reminiscent of flowing brilliance. Huh, young man, I've encountered this ruse before in other realms. You wish to orchestrate an auction, but your audacity is rather remarkable. You are attempting to manipulate one of the 9 major divisions of the Bitao sect. Moreover, to publicly sell the results of this selection, are you not seeking to incite a conflict between the Bitao sect and the Yuling sect? Chen Wujing's lips curled into a subtle smile as he raised his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence, saying, there is no need for you to intimidate me. Esteemed elder, by the time I was 8, my parents could no longer frighten me. After a brief pause, he chuckled lightly, since you have sought me out in private. It stands to reason that you possess a comprehensive strategy. Perhaps you intend to redirect the image of the great mirror that looms over Chuwei City elsewhere. In this light, it seems your visit is merely an attempt to partake in the spoils. Remarkable, indeed, this clever young man. Merely by making an appearance, he has deduced so much. Even among the enigmatic figures of the Tianji Pavilion, few youngsters exhibit such acumen. Long Ran concealed his astonishment, nodding with an air of pretentious profundity. Indeed, conversing with an astute individual is undeniably convenient. You have grasped my intent accurately. Furthermore, I have decreed that the members of the Yuling sect shall henceforth be treated as esteemed guests in Chuwei City, enjoying substantial privileges, with an 80% reduction in their everyday expenditures. However, it is important to note that this is merely an 80% discount, not a complete exemption. It seems this esteemed elder is somewhat petty. Chen Wujing raised an eyebrow and cupped his hands in greeting. It is the lord of the city. I pay my respects. However, despite his courteous words, his manner was quite perfunctory. He must think me stingy, thought Chen, exasperated. I have always said that the old ghosts of the Bitao sect are excessively miserly. They never believed me. And now I find myself looked down upon by a mere 15-year-old. Truly humiliating. My mind continued to volley with sarcastic thoughts. Yet Long Ran found himself in surprisingly good spirits, inexplicably feeling a connection with this young man. It was regrettable that he was not his disciple. Do not underestimate the value here. There are numerous hidden advantages. For now, I shall inform you that you have already reaped significant benefits. Long Ran, with a smile that was neither wholly sincere nor entirely disingenuous, gazed intently at Chen Wujing. How you choose to repay me will reveal the sincerity of your intentions. Chen Wujing nodded, his youthful voice radiating a brilliance akin to the morning sun, infused with unwavering confidence. Senior, it is evident that you recognize my intention to hold an auction. Truly, you are one of our kind. Time is of the essence, and I have little patience for trivial haggling. A fixed price, an 80-20 split, with me receiving 80 and you 20. Before Lang Ran could respond, Bai Shaoqing, who had been observing quietly, exclaimed in protest, having listened intently to the ongoing dialogue. She felt a pang of discomfort upon realizing that her associate's share was being reduced by 20%. No, Wujing, you are being overly generous. They have contributed nothing. Even if it were the Bai family of Zhongzhou hosting this, they would never accept merely 20% from you. I have heard my great-grandfather mention that typical auctions charge a 5% fee, and even the most unscrupulous would take 8 at most. Only the utterly shameless would demand 10. You are proposing 20%, which equates to a staggering 20%. Is it possible you are unaware of the market norms? Bai Shaoqing felt a slight sense of pride in discovering an area where Wujing lacked knowledge. She could finally showcase her own understanding. But she refrained from being too direct in front of others, opting for a more tactful approach. Qing Zhao, who typically remained silent during such significant matters, held a singular belief. Whatever the young master said was inherently correct. Could it be that this lad truly lacked awareness of the market? That seemed implausible. Even if he were entirely ignorant, he could at least propose a minimal rate. Long Ran found it perplexing that a master of the infant transformation stage could not see through a mere core formation youth. He maintained a composed demeanor, glancing between Bai Shaoqing and Chen Wujing, awaiting a response from the latter. It was quite straightforward. It was merely a matter of sincerity. Although the senior's offer appeared somewhat stingy, I would reciprocate with generosity. for I shall not behave in a petty manner. Chen Wujin turned his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Qin Zhao, do you not agree that my words hold great wisdom? Bathed in sunlight, Chen Wujin's smile seemed enveloped in an ethereal glow. Qin Zhao obediently nodded, softly affirming, the young master is no ordinary person and does not engage in ordinary affairs. Indeed, this youth was anything but mundane. Since his arrival in Chue City, whether in setting up stalls, confronting foes, or participating in competitions, his actions consistently stood apart, exuding an endless charm. Lung Ran's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he intoned, the graceful young man, with a mere smile, can captivate a city. You are quite remarkable, therefore. Let us proceed as you suggest. After a brief pause, Lang Ran continued, rest assured, Wujin, the old-timers of the Bitao sect may be stingy, but Chue City is not. With that somewhat ambiguous remark, Lung Ran's silhouette abruptly vanished. Within the viewing sky mirror, Lang Ran's retort to the complaining old-timers echoed, anyone dissatisfied with this outcome may approach whoever they wish within the Bitao sect. Should you win, I shall concede and work for you at your sect. Moments later, the mirror's focus shifted to Chen Wujin, who stated, esteemed friends, guests are always welcome. I possess an abundance of jade tokens, and thus, I shall offer them for sale. The designated time will be tomorrow during the Chun and Sea hours. Chapter 71. His restrictions, unbreakable by anyone. What on earth? Someone is openly selling the qualification for advancement in the first round of the Langao Grand Competition. Not only the onlookers but also the dignitaries of various sects were filled with astonishment. Some widened their eyes, others stroked their beards, some laughed heartily, while others furrowed their brows in disbelief, and a few even spat in outrage. In the Chue City Lord's residence, Zhao Longqi's face darkened, glaring at his superior, Long Ran. His words sharp and piercing. Boss, have you lost your mind? While I can comprehend your intent to collaborate with this youth for an auction to swindle others of their spirit stones, you must at least set some limitations. Are those promising candidates to be denied advancement simply due to insufficient spirit stones this time? I cannot accept such an outcome. Have you forgotten the arduous journey you undertook to rise from the bottom, fraught with thorns and bloodshed, since becoming the city lord? Long Ran's gaze sharpened, his thin lips parting to deliver a chilling retort. Even you should not utter such words. No. It is precisely because it is you that such statements should not be made. Longqi, you have endured what I have endured. Do not question this. The two individuals stood in a fierce standoff, their imposing presence unmarred by a hint of spiritual essence. Yet, the clash of their consciousness reverberated through the city lord's mansion, eliciting a creaking sound as if it were on the verge of collapse. Tiles and bricks fractured, fissures spreading like veins across the structure. Suddenly, Lang Ran lifted his head defiantly, causing Zhao Longchang's spirit to waver, resulting in a subdued groan as he staggered back several steps, each footfall leaving a profound imprint. Observing the blood trickling from Zhao Longchang's lips, Lang Ran flicked his sleeves and declared, your temper is fierce, and mine is equally volatile. Excessive words today serve no purpose. Let us see what tomorrow brings. Should I, Lung Ran, misjudge, I shall seize your eyes and crush them before you. With his hands clasped within his sleeves, he turned his back to the crowd and proclaimed, I am weary. You may all take your leave. As the sun dipped below the horizon and re-emerged, a new day dawned, the seventh day of the grand competition. At noon, the secret realm of the floating island would close, marking the time for the final tally of points. The hours of Qin and Sea loomed. How many jade tokens would Chen Wujin sell? The assembly remained in ignorance, their confidence wavering. The once promising talents, now shackled, sat cross-legged in the designated area, reflecting upon their bitter defeats, awaiting the auction set to commence in a quarter of an hour. Some fumbled through their garments, unable to locate their spatial items, while others clutched hidden possessions, and some were bound and discarded like refuse. Among these captives were undoubtedly representatives from the two sects, the Moonlit sect and the Beastmaster sect. Chen Wujin, a man of his word, vowed that the disciples of the Keiwa sect and the Beastmaster sect would not advance, and he would ensure that they remained stagnant. However, this time, Chen Wujin encountered two brilliant stars within the subordinate sects of the Keiwa sect and the Beastmaster sect. From the Keiwa sect subordinate, the Yuan sect, emerged Wen Qingxin, an enchanting woman, particularly skilled in the art of swordplay. From the Beastmaster sect subordinate, the Yuji sect, came Li Daoying, a modestly dressed man with gentle eyes, exuding an aura reminiscent of a resilient pine. At the age of 24, he appeared somewhat mature to the 15-year-old Chen Wujin. These two individuals were the true prodigies that shone brightly amidst the barrage of Chen Wujin's scrutiny. Chen Wujin had resolutely made up his mind. Those who possess true genius are characterized by their unwavering tenacity and resilience, never yielding to despair. Their talent is synonymous with diligence. Such individuals deserve opportunities and, indeed, must be granted them. In this first round of the tumultuous grand competition, I, Chen Wujin, shall not take a single point for myself, but unconditionally bestow upon you the chance to succeed. The auction of Chen Wujin's jade tokens, while widely known, does not see participation from all. First and foremost, there exists a cohort forcibly excluded, whose details need not be reiterated. Additionally, there are those with self-awareness who, in a bid to avoid embarrassment, choose to abstain from this auction. Their cultivation is hindered, and although they refrain from attending, they are reluctant to distance themselves entirely. Perhaps some contemplate the possibility of breaking the restraints imposed by Chen Wujin. However, the challenge lies in the fact that Chen Wujin employs a multifaceted approach, utilizing mechanisms, array confinements, and the power of spoken runes. Those who attempt to dismantle these restrictions find themselves sinking deeper into despair. A few youthful prodigies, driven by the desire to forcibly unravel Chen Wujin's constraints, expended excessive mental energy, resulting in premature aging and diminished vitality overnight. The most severely affected among them was directly teleported away. Upon awakening on the seventh day, he was left vacant-eyed, weeping uncontrollably, heedless of the elder's attempts at consolation. This spectacle once again astonished the onlookers and left an indelible impression within the knowledgeable array source sect. The young genius, renowned for his exceptional talent and formations and dubbed the innate array heart, possessed a physique capable of serving as a focal point for his own arrays. Yet, amid his near-mad cries, he lamented, "It cannot be undone. It is impossible to unlock. Why can't I break it? Have I been learning incorrectly? No. I must seek out the spirit control sect. I must learn from Chen Wujin. His restraints are unbreakable, and thus I must master them." Ultimately, his incoherent ramblings led to him being struck unconscious by an elder of the sect. The elder, shaking his head in resignation, sighed, his eyes shimmering with an inscrutable glimmer. In the shocking battle against Chen Wujin, he nearly obliterated the entire assembly of geniuses within the secret realm single-handedly. With their cultivation abilities suppressed, the talented individuals found themselves devoid of any will to resist. In truth, genuine prodigies confront failure with equanimity, refraining from willfully overlooking the disparities between themselves and their adversaries. They acknowledge their current inability to triumph over Chen Wujin. Yet, those with unwavering resolve are the true geniuses who dare to face the most bitter of outcomes in this fleeting moment. After Chen Wujin collected all the jade tokens, he conducted a brief tally. Excluding the original tokens held by himself and his two companions, he amassed a total of 14,942 jade tokens. The overall count reached 14,945, suggesting that this figure does not represent all the participants. Within the arena of Chuyue City, there may still be dozens who remain unaccounted for, likely having concealed themselves. Those who chose to hide have relinquished their opportunity for battle and, by extension, their dignity. Strictly speaking, they are even inferior to those who were overwhelmed in combat. At least the latter dared to confront their adversaries, while the former lacked the courage to engage in a final confrontation. Therefore, Chen Wujin would never allow them to advance. At the break of dawn, the geniuses defeated by Chen Wujin were now seated in an orderly manner upon the soft, verdant grass. Their gazes were collectively fixed upon Chen Wujin, observing the figure clad in resplendent white. Some sighed in admiration of his elegance, yet still harbored a desire to pursue him. Others felt their eyes twitch, biting their tongues in an attempt to reignite the embers of their resolve. Some averted their gaze, glancing only to quickly look away, ultimately unable to confront or directly acknowledge their own failures. Chen Wujin casually cast aside a wooden platform, half a zhang in height and 3 zhang in circumference. He was the first to leap upon it, closely followed by Qing Zhao and by Xiaoqing. Once they had steadied themselves, Chen Wujin smiled and declared, "The Jade Tablet auction commences. Chapter 72. You are unworthy. I am reluctant. First and foremost, let me outline my rules." Chen Wujin stood on the high platform, raising a single finger. The method was remarkably straightforward. With over 14,000 jade tokens, our trio would each take 3,000 tokens to ensure advancement. Was it truly necessary to exceed the majority of the jade tokens for such a guarantee? A multitude of geniuses sat cross-legged on the ground, their lips twitching and their expressions bewildered. However, they dared only to harbor their grievances in silence, refraining from openly displaying their discontent. The formidable reputation of the endless demon king loomed too large. In this moment, constrained in their cultivation, they felt like fish at the mercy of the butcher's knife, left with no choice but to acquiesce. Qin Wujin surveyed the crowd with a subtle nod and remarked, "Thus, I find myself in possession of an excess of 5,945 jade tokens available for auction. I intend to divide these tokens into bundles of 50, each bundle representing a unit for sale, which amounts to approximately 119 opportunities for advancement." Pausing for effect, he flashed a beguiling smile and extended his hands, proclaiming, "Esteemed guests, in pursuit of your future, let your wealth be displayed. The first bundle of jade tokens is now up for sale, starting at a minimum bid of 1 high-grade spirit stone, with increments no less than 1 medium-grade spirit stone." After Qin Wujin's words left his lips, the crowd exchanged glances, none daring to place a bid at once. It was not that the price of the superior spirit stones was exorbitant. On the contrary, this price was considerably lower than what many had anticipated. One must understand that this floating island's secret realm possesses rare treasures, which, once procured, could fetch over 100 superior spirit stones in the outside world. This revelation rendered the price exceptionally accessible. Consequently, those of affluent backgrounds displayed less urgency. They preferred to wait and observe the final bid for the first batch of jade tokens. Meanwhile, many who had initially harbored little hope found their ambitions rekindled. The price was not excessively high. Did it not imply their eligibility as well? Although there were no rewards for entering the second round of the wave competition. Those who achieved commendable results in the second round would indeed be richly rewarded. Such rewards were customary for the wave competition, serving as an enticement from the Bidio sect to smaller sects and rogue cultivators. Thus, an eerie yet palpable atmosphere of anticipation enveloped the gathering. Qin Wujin stood upon the stage, silent and composed, a faint smile playing upon his lips as he patiently awaited the first bidder. After a moment, an unremarkable young cultivator raised his hand, declaring, "I possess no spirit stones. However, I have obtained a segment of 500-year-old thunderstruck wood from the secret realm. According to the market prices outside, it is worth at least 10 superior spirit stones. May I use this to make my initial bid?" Qin Wujin squinted kindly, instantly transforming into the amiable proprietor of a street-side shop. "Of course, that poses no problem. However, I must first examine the thunderstruck wood." The young rogue promptly produced a piece of wood, scarcely an inch long and as thick as a thumb, its charred exterior concealing a vibrant life force within. What a remarkable find! How could it have gone unnoticed? Bai Mu's spiritual awareness swiftly extended, discreetly scanning the young rogue's entire being, confirming that he possessed no spatial items. This indicated that the fellow had indeed acted contrarily, opting not to store valuable items within spatial compartments, thus enabling him to present it at this moment. Furthermore, although the surface of the thunderstruck wood emanated a faint aura, it harbored a profound vitality within. After the tempest, it had been granted new life. This was no ordinary 500-year-old thunderstruck wood. Qin Wujin's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he gestured to release a small object. It was a drone, a new creation unveiled last night. The drone flew beside the wandering young man, who immediately understood and placed the thunderstruck wood upon it. Once again, they encountered an unfamiliar mechanism. A subtle gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd, only to be met with Qin Wujin's voice. "This piece of thunderstruck wood is not an ordinary specimen of 500 years. It embodies the dual paths of destruction and vitality. If exchanged for high-grade spirit stones, it would be worth at least 10 times more. To be generous, I shall offer you a bid of 120 high-grade spirit stones. The higher the initial bid, the more likely the subsequent auction prices would escalate." Thus, Qin Wujin was unfazed by the push. The wandering young man gazed in surprise. The illustrious young master Wujin possessed such profound insights that he could perceive the underlying path within the thunderstruck wood. Moreover, he boldly revealed this, seemingly unafraid of the young man's reluctance to exchange. Or perhaps it was a calculated certainty that he would acquiesce. Yet, the exact nature of the situation eluded him. Truly, young master Wujin was a figure akin to a celestial dragon, akin to the vast and radiant sun, rendering his intentions inscrutable. The wandering young man nodded gently, acknowledging Qin Wujin's assertion. Witnessing this reaction, the crowd internally lamented. 1 high-grade spirit stone had suddenly transformed into 120. What a drastic change in such a brief span. The price had escalated far too rapidly. Without delay, they began to place bids, not with spirit stones directly, but by offering various treasures they had collected on the island. However, after Qin Wujin scrutinized their offerings, he candidly remarked, "None of these surpass the quality of this thunderstruck wood. It appears that you all are somewhat reserved regarding the first batch of jade tokens." His implication was clear. Once this round concluded, the thunderstruck wood would be claimed, and the 50 numbered jade tokens would go to the wandering young man. Following this, the the bidding fluctuated between 80 to 150 high-grade spirit stones for several rounds. No one dared to bid with medium-grade spirit stones, as the assembled talents were keenly aware of their reputations. In such a setting, purchasing items with medium-grade spirit stones would seem particularly demeaning. As the auction was poised to continue, a voice of discontent erupted. Chen Wujin. On what grounds do you exclude me, Wang Tinglong, from this auction? Following closely, another voice lamented, is my Xinwei sect not qualified? Chen Wujin pressed his hands downward, his gaze piercing through the crowd to reach the area where the bound were confined at the back. The reason was simple. You are unworthy, and I am unwilling. First, let us analyze the objective circumstances. The members of the Beast Tamer sect and the Moonless sect have been thoroughly stripped of their resources by my hand. How, then, can they procure the jade tokens? This statement left the crowd dumbfounded, as the audacity of such an assertion regarding robbery was utterly astonishing. Wang Tinglong's forehead throbbed with veins, and though his hands and feet were shackled, he forcefully slammed his chin into the ground to express his indignation. Isn't it permissible for me to buy on credit? He protested. Of course not, Chen Wujin retorted. In my dealings, there are no excess rules. Just 8 words. Fair dealings for the young and the old, no credit extended. With that, Chen Wujin snapped his fingers. A crisp sound echoed, and an additional layer of binding silence enveloped the area of the bound. A minor interlude, dear guests. Do not mind it. Let us proceed to the next round. Following this, 3 stacks were sold at the price of 100 high-quality spirit stones each. When they reached the 12th stack, some affluent young masters and wealthy young ladies began to bid. Unfoundedly, the transaction price was escalated to 216 high-quality spirit stones. Thereafter, the price stabilized between 200 and 300 high-quality spirit stones, but around the 50th stack, the price surged abruptly to 300 high-quality spirit stones, never to descend again. As time elapsed, only 19 numbered jade tokens remained, signifying the qualification for advancement. However, several true prodigies, who had withstood the baptism of Chen Wujin's onslaught, found themselves utterly penniless and could only gaze longingly at the tokens. In terms of temperament and perseverance, they were not inferior to others, yet when it came to birth and financial power, they were truly incomparable. Just as they shook their heads and prepared to depart, Chen Wujin suddenly clapped his hands. Chapter 73. The 5 True Prodigies in Chen Wujin's Eyes. The gentle applause resonated, echoing softly in the hearts of the crowd, as if a guide had arrived to open the gates of a celestial realm. With a smile in his eyes, Chen Wujin's gaze swept over 5 exceptionally talented individuals whom he held in high regard. From Nan Danhezu, there stood a solitary young man from the Quan Dao sect. Tall and with a stern demeanor, clad in a fitted black attire that unabashedly revealed his severed left arm, while his right hand gripped a slender black blade. In the realm of Shinshuzhou, a seemingly ordinary Taoist priest from the Daoxian Star View donned a simple azure robe, his hair tied in a top knot. His expression was faint and unassuming, with his double eyelids half closed, as if struggling against the drowsiness that threatened to overtake him. From Nan Danhezu, a poised woman in a blue robe from the Yuan sect, under the auspices of the K-West sect, appeared strikingly graceful despite her plain features. She sat in serene stillness, her sword resting across her knees. In the misty expanse of Qing Shan Wu Waizhou, a mature man from the Beastmaster sect subsidiary, the Yuji sect, stood quietly, exuding an aura akin to that of a resilient pine tree. Lastly, an enigmatic wandering cultivator, a youth with his eyes obscured by a black cloth, wielded a particularly unique weapon, a bundle of bamboo swords, sharp at the tips yet devoid of blade edges. Curiously, it seemed that all 5 esteemed individuals were, rather ironically, destitute. However, I cannot be blamed for this. When I collected the spoils, I merely acquired a single spatial item from each of them. The applause for Chen Wujin primarily captivated these 5 individuals. Upon noticing their collective gaze upon him, Chen Wujin extended his finger, gliding it across the 5 of them. Do you desire the opportunity to advance to the next round? No, that was not the appropriate way to phrase it. Rather, he should assert, I bestow upon you the qualification to progress to the next round. Amidst a slight air of confusion, the 5 pairs of eyes burned with intensity, unwaveringly fixed on Chen Wujin. By what right? Those words were uttered by those awaiting the forthcoming auction. They murmured among themselves, expressing their discontent with Chen Wujin's abrupt change of stance. Chen Wujin paid no heed to the antics of these clowns. His eyes, blazing like the scorching sun, fixated upon the one-armed youth of the Lianquan blade sect. An opportunity lay before him. Would he seize it or let it slip away? I shall, declared the one-armed youth succinctly, as the slender black blade in his hand emanated a glimmer of lethal energy. Chen Wujing smiled softly and then turned his gaze to the second person. Before him stood an ordinary Taoist, seemingly perpetually deprived of sleep, whose eyes appeared to encompass the 8 trigrams of Qian, Kuan, Kan, Li, Jin, Sun, Jin, and Dui. Without waiting for Chen Wujing to speak, the Taoist nodded first, declaring, "Fate resides in the heart. My heart is steadfast. I shall seize this opportunity." After a brief pause, the ordinary Taoist lowered his eyelids slightly and spoke softly. "This humble practitioner has divined the hexagram, and I am grateful for the favor bestowed by young Master Wujing." "Thank you." Chen Wujing remained silent, nodding with a faint smile before turning away. Sensing his gaze, the young woman in green slowly levitated, her eyes first closing then opening, radiating a dazzling yet restrained sword brilliance. The petite figure was Yu Yinqing. The fourth individual stood motionless like a pine, speaking at a measured pace. "I am Li Daoing." Having spoken, he bowed 3 times in succession. Curiosity enveloped the onlookers as they pondered the reason for such a grand gesture. Simultaneously, a more perplexing question arose within. What is happening? Is not young Master Wujing the adversary of both the Beast Master sect and the Moonless sect? Why then does he extend his aid to the disciples of these 2 sects? What motives lie beneath? The thoughts of the bystanders flitted like dew or lightning, ephemeral and dreamlike, perhaps at times indistinguishable even to themselves. The leading elder of the Yuji sect, the Grass Sword Taoist, was overwhelmed with astonishment, a glimmer of green light nearly bursting forth from his eyes. He hurriedly closed them, reflecting inwardly, "Daoing, O Daojing, you possess the innate Taiyiwood body and wood heart. I once believed you would never be swayed by worldly matters. Yet, who could have foreseen that today's dismal defeat would reveal to you a figure worthy of pursuit? This is indeed a great fortune for our Yuji sect." "Ha ha ha, Chen Wujing, splendid, the spirit control sect, truly magnificent. Your enmity with the Beast Master sect resonates with our own profound grievances. With young Master Wujing and Daoing, should they rise. What concern is there in plotting against the Beast Master sect? Our millennium-long feud has finally encountered the opportune moment." After bowing thrice, Li Daoting stood erect, still as a pine. His voice was simple yet ethereal, akin to a solitary green pine atop a mountain, rustling with a gentle sound. "I thank you, young Master Wujing. It is only upon meeting you that I realize there are indeed unparalleled individuals in this world, making existence a touch more vibrant. From this day forth, I shall regard you as my goal, hoping you ascend to the pinnacle before I do. Otherwise, I may find myself disappointed." This declaration hinted at his confidence. Yet to the world, it seemed merely the boast of an unknown novice, striving to assert himself. However, Chen Wujing did not overlook it. With a playful smile fading from his lips, he scrutinized Li Daoting intently, before his expression blossomed like a spring breeze. "Very well, I await you." With those words, his gaze shifted. Chen Wujing's gaze collided with that of the wandering youth, and their eyes seemed to spark with electric intensity in the air. After a brief moment, the youth closed his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks, clearly having suffered a minor setback in their silent confrontation. "You are formidable, exceptionally so. A worthy whetstone for my sword. Yet, I am quite resilient. Be cautious not to shatter your own sword's heart," Chen Wujing remarked with a hint of depth. He discerned that I was honing my sword's spirit. Could it be that he was also well-versed in the art of swordsmanship? The bamboo sword-wielding youth's gaze flitted over Chen Wujing's hands, noting the absence of calluses, the lack of the sheen that comes from repeated wear. He clearly did not practice swordplay regularly. It was impossible for him to be a master of the sword. So why did he understand my method of cultivation? Perhaps it was related to that peculiar sensation that had surged into my mind along with our eye contact. What could it be? The bamboo sword-wielding youth had no knowledge of this. If he had truly undergone the systematic training of a sect disciple, he would recognize that Chen Wujing's earlier gaze contained a strand of spiritual awareness. This was a common technique employed by Yuanying elders, often used to correct disciples' cultivation errors. Fortunately, the bamboo sword youth remained unaware. Otherwise, his sword's heart might have shattered in that fleeting moment. To condense spiritual awareness without reaching the Yuanying stage was not something that could be simply attributed to extraordinary talent. The brief exchange symbolized communication between Chen Wujing and the 5 individuals. He then cleared his throat softly, his expression suddenly turning cold as he surveyed the previously chattering crowd. "You question my authority? My words seem to carry the sharpness of a blade, rendering you speechless." They fell silent, reminded once more of Chen Wujing's formidable presence. Indeed, the youth before them was no mere believer but a prodigy capable of confronting the entire secret realm alone, revered by all as the great demon king. Such a figure need not justify his actions to anyone. The same applied to the qualifications for advancement. If he wished to auction them, he would. And if he chose not to, then that was his prerogative. Just as the crowd trembled in fear, envisioning dire scenarios, Chen Wujin suddenly smiled. But rest assured, I am most committed to fairness in my dealings. I shall auction these 5 advancement qualifications for 1 high-grade spirit stone each. Does anyone have any objections? Chapter 74. In a turn of the hand, one can observe the heart of men. The crowd, intimidated by Chen Wujin, remained silent for a moment. The auction proceeded as planned, with each of the 5 individuals now indebted to Chen Wujin for a high-grade spirit stone. I grant you the qualifications for advancement. Whether you feel gratitude or not is of little consequence. Chen Wujin smiled lightly, revealing his pearly white teeth. Yet, this smile was directed solely at me. Not at you all. A proud individual undoubtedly possesses their own bottom line, a truth I comprehend. Therefore, should you choose not to acknowledge this favor in the future, simply returning this exquisite spirit stone shall allow us to part ways without grievance. What a magnificent spirit! The ancestors of these 5 individuals were profoundly shaken. Even though they understood that once their disciple overcame this mental barrier, he would soar like a kuenping, they still felt a sense of wavering. For that white robe had already imprinted itself upon their hearts. The name Chen Wujin is indelibly etched in the depths of the heart. Perhaps their cultivation has already reached the stage of yuaning, or even the transformation of an infant, yet in their mindset, they no longer regard Chen Wujin as a junior. Particularly striking is the master of the wandering disciple, a mere pinnacle of Jin Dan, a frail old man, worn and weary, who has long since lost the opportunity for further advancement. Within his eyes, which have witnessed the vicissitudes of life, the figure of Chen Wujin clad in white is reflected. His gaze is precise, almost terrifying. With words that flow like the principles of the universe, he effortlessly unveils the cultivation methods of the young disciple Xiao Fei. This 15-year-old youth should not merely be perceived as a prodigy, but rather as a celestial being incarnate upon the mortal realm. Such sentiments are echoed not only by this Jin Dan elder, but also by various elders from other sects, who see in Chen Wujin an extraordinary potential. To summarize, it can be expressed in a single phrase: the golden scales are not mere creatures of the pond. When they encounter the winds and clouds, they transform into dragons. The Yuling sect is indeed immensely fortunate. Chen Yuxuan and Chu Chiru, a married couple, are not particularly adept at strategy or skilled in handling mundane affairs. However, they are blessed with a wonderful son. Chen Wujin's mastery over the human heart is nothing short of a divine stroke of genius. He wields both benevolence and authority, akin to a dragon or a prison. At times, he seems to soar through the lofty heavens, while at others, he plunges into the vast abyss or the unfathomable depths of the underworld. It is no exaggeration to assert that even among the countless ancient souls of the Yuaning realm, few possess such an exquisite ability to manipulate the hearts of others. These formidable practitioners, with their extraordinary cultivation, are accustomed to employing brute force to overcome cunning. Yet, this does not imply they are mindless brutes. In just a few words, they discerned everything. First, Chen Wujin established the auction, presenting it as a golden opportunity for immense wealth. However, he surprisingly set the minimum bid at an exceptionally low price. Even though the first young man's offer of the Thunderstrike would skyrocketed the initial price by 100-fold, this merely represented the baseline in the minds of the people, a fact he has never acknowledged. This reflects a kind of astute wisdom that is nearly impossible to find in youth, rendering Chen Wujin remarkably exceptional. Secondly, Chen Wujin brazenly endeavored to win the hearts of people at the auction. This aspect most vividly illustrates his formidable intellect. He first identifies the true prodigies among the potential candidates and then bestows favors upon them. The proverb, "a grain of kindness repaid with a bushel of enmity," is often overlooked by the youth. Many individuals, without hesitation, assist their friends, only to find themselves severed from those friendships in the end. This often occurs because the act of helping must be measured. One cannot simply shower favors indiscriminately. When the weight of gratitude becomes overwhelming, some may feel fear, and that trepidation begins to fester within them. They can no longer stand before you with their heads held high. At that moment, you cease to be their friend and transform instead into an adversary, one who is privy to their many secrets and a formidable foe. Chen Wujin, however, did not behave like an ordinary youth. After bestowing his favor, he supplemented his words, allowing the 5 proud individuals indebted to him to settle their obligation with merely a single high-grade spirit stone. This arrangement proved immensely advantageous for both the 5 and Chen Wujin himself. Such wisdom not only reflects foresight for the future, but also encompasses the present, leaving many esteemed figures above the nascent soul stage perplexed. How has Qin Wujin's mind developed in such a manner? With a mere flip of his hand, he could discern the human heart. He was but a lad of 15. Even with exceptional innate talent, he should not possess such acumen. Furthermore, the fact that Qin Wujin could orchestrate such an auction warrants profound contemplation. If there were no eminent figures backing him from the Bitao sect, this auction would have been halted long ago. The Bitao sect possesses at least 100 ways to cancel Qin Wujin's event. The implications of this are somewhat unsettling. Perhaps Qin Wujin has clandestinely formed an alliance with the Bitao sect. It is crucial to note that this collaborator is not the spirit control sect, but rather Qin Wujin himself. The profound significance of this notion reverberated in the minds of the powerful leaders of various factions. In unison, their gazes shifted toward the KUS sect, their expressions a mix of amusement and schadenfreude, as though they had already witnessed the impending decline of KUS sect. The elder leading the contingent from KUS sect, seasoned by hundreds of years of trials and tribulations, possessed a capacity for imagination rivaling that of any other nascent soul master. In his mind, he vividly conjured various scenarios of clandestine meetings between the spirit control sect and the Bitao sect. This elder comprehended the gravity of the situation. A formidable alliance between the spirit control sect and the Bitao sect could only have one target, KUS sect. Consequently, he promptly informed the sect leader. Upon receiving the news, Zanhang pressed a hand to his forehead, leaning against a jade chair, as a chill spread through his gaze, coalescing into a dark shroud that seemed poised to envelop the entirety of the South Danai continent. As the scene shifts, the auction has concluded, and the sun ascends to its zenith. Ethereal rays of light cascade from the heavens, enveloping the youthful participants. One by one, they vanish from the secret realm of the floating island. In the skies above Chuo City, the celestial mirror instantaneously ranks the scores accumulated during the survival trial within the secret realm. The first place, without a doubt, belongs to Qin Wujin's team. Qin Wujin, Qing Zhao, and Bai Xiaoqing are tied, each with a score of 3,000 points. Subsequently, the 4th, 5th, 6th, and up to the 122nd place have been confirmed for advancement. Astonishingly, there are 3 more individuals, each with a mere 4 points, and they belong to the same team. It appears they managed to vanquish the remaining concealed competitors at the last moment, desperately seeking to secure their qualification for advancement. However, the Lord of Chuo City, Lung Ran, presides over this round of advancement. He harbors disdain for such cowardly individuals who fear battle, and without hesitation, he darkens the names of the 3. Thus, it is confirmed that in the Chuo City competition, the total number of qualified participants for the first round of the grand contest is 122. In the company of Qin Wujin, Qing Zhao, and Bai Xiaoqing, the trio soared above the mundane, leaving others in their wake. In addition, Qin Wujin acquired treasures equivalent to 168 high-grade spirit stones. Long Ran would receive 20% of this, translating to approximately 600 high-grade spirit stones. This amount fell short of Long Ran's initial expectations by a factor of 10. Yet, he found himself increasingly fond of this junior, Qin Wujin. Faced with immense profit, he managed to remain true to his principles, wielding both benevolence and authority, while displaying extraordinary talent that overshadowed his peers, paired with unmatched prowess. All these factors conveyed a singular message to Long Ran. He must invest in Qin Wujin, and do so with considerable commitment. Although his current stake was substantial, it seemed insufficient. Long Ran sensed a summons for an image conference from within the Bitao sect, and meaningfully patted his aide, Zhao Longqiang, on the shoulder. Now, do you understand why I am your superior? With that, Long Ran entered the secret chamber of the city lord's mansion to present the first round of the Langdao Grand Competition. Chapter 75, Confirmation of the second round format. As the stone door of the secret chamber descended, a hazy mist enveloped the surroundings, as if a vast and enigmatic sea had materialized from the void. Above this sea, 9 radiant moons ascended, each representing one of the 9 city lords. These moons encircled the ethereal mountains, which comprised 18 peaks corresponding to the 12 elders, the 3 great protectors, the current sect leader, and the grand elder. This assembly represented the entirety of the Bitao sect's visible hierarchy. Except for the grand elder, all others manifested as images. However, the highest celestial mountain remained devoid of any presence. It was said to belong to a figure of profound heritage within the Bitao sect, a legendary ancestor of unparalleled strength, though no one had ever witnessed them in person. Lung Ran's gaze was profound as it swept across the two celestial mountains devoid of figures. His eyes shimmered with ambition, intermingled with reverence. As the forms of the gathered individuals gradually solidified, each beheld the countenance of the others. Some nodded and smiled, while others remained silent. And a few waved in acknowledgement to familiar faces. The proceedings of the day's meeting then commenced. The primary agenda involved the 9 city lords reporting on their duties, with a focus on the Langao Grand Competition. In accordance with tradition, the city lords submitted the list of those who had advanced from the first round to the sect leader. Additionally, there were intelligence collections that needed to be enhanced, such as which sects bore conflicts with one another, which sect showcased exceptional talents, which sect's strength required reevaluation. When the 9 city lords presented their reports, their words were succinct and devoid of unnecessary embellishments. In fact, one could argue that words were superfluous. All present were at least masters of the infant transformation realm. They merely needed to extract their thoughts, transmute them into a fragment of divine consciousness, and broadcast their intentions to the assembly. In a brief moment, the reports from the 9 lords were concluded, and they had exchanged information amongst themselves. At this juncture, the least surprising revelation was that of the Full Moon City, where the contemporary paragon of the Bitao sect, Huafeiwa, was undergoing assessments within this city's competition. A total of 21 participants from the Bitao sect were partaking in the Grand Wave competition, yet half of them were reluctant to remain in this particular arena. Overshadowed by the brilliance of Huafeiwa, his score in the Full Moon City competition was nothing short of extraordinary, amassing an astonishing 999 points, a veritable miracle. The elders and city lords, naturally, did not hold back in their praises for their sect's prodigy. Huafeiwa's prowess was indeed formidable, leaving others bereft of respite. Simply employing the entry-level sword techniques of the Bitao sect, he had compelled the participants in the Full Moon City to bow in submission, a truly remarkable feat. Huafeiwa represented the next generation's hope for the Bitao sect. His strength was widely acknowledged, as he held the top rank in mental cultivation progress, spiritual perception, and swordsmanship. The multitude of accolades bestowed upon him seemed entirely justified. Moreover, he was a rare talent, excelling in both sword and blade, with his greatest strength lying in close combat. Even cultivators at the Golden Core stage found themselves unable to withstand his brilliance. As the discussions continued, smiles of satisfaction spread across the faces of the crowd, with the most pleased not being the Lord of Full Moon City, but rather the 10th Elder. Once, Huafeiwa had been under his wing, and one could say he was akin to a grandson to him, although lacking the formal title of master and disciple. The gratitude for imparting wisdom and guidance was genuine. This 10th Elder, named Dan Taijing, held a deep-seated rivalry with Long Ran, their enmity spanning several decades. From the time Lang Ran had yet to reach the Golden Core realm, he had frequently clashed with Dan Taijing. Following a certain incident, the two generally refrained from public disputes, yet they continued to compare themselves in secrecy. Huafeiwa, being nurtured by the 10th Elder, bore the mark of his mentor's influence. A young talent raised by the Elder was viewed favorably by the sect, bringing honor to Dan Taijing. He cast a provocative glance at Lang Ran, who, upon witnessing the triumphant smile on his old rival's face, mused with a sense of dark amusement. This lad, Huafeiwa, certainly possesses merit, but alas, in this first round of the Grand Wave competition, who could surpass Chen Wujin? Indeed, once the elders and city lords processed the divine consciousness report from Lung Ran, the Lord of Crescent Moon City, Lei Qianju, furrowed his brow in anger, his entire being crackling with lightning. Lung Ran, this is a report. Are you certain that Chen Wujin single-handedly defeated a secret realm? Is there truly no issue with the information and commentary you provided? The wide sleeves of his robe fluttered gently as Lung Ran, with an expression of indifference, remarked, there is no issue. One individual can indeed conquer a secret realm, allowing both himself and 2 maidens to simultaneously acquire 3,000 points. Chen Wujin is truly deserving of the phrase unparalleled talent, enlightened heart. Is this not sheer folly? Elder Shizhong Dan Jing retorted instinctively. Whether it is folly or not, esteemed colleagues, you may decide after viewing this segment of footage. Lung Ran waved his hand, unleashing spiritual energy to project a recorded image. This was a carefully curated highlight reel of Chen Wujin's remarkable feats, ranging from the initial tank-like offense to the fierce battle in the armor zone, culminating in the final Jade Tablet auction. As Elder Shizhong observed, he was simultaneously astonished and enraged, exclaiming, Long Ran, How could you permit this arrogant young man to auction off his qualification for advancement? This is unequivocally a scandal. You ought to promptly apologize to the sect master. Perhaps it was the pressure exerted by Chan Wujing that instigated such a reaction within him.